The first thing Serafina Hale heard through her bedroom wall was her fiancé laughing at the word accident. The second thing she heard was Lady Corvina Marrow saying, "Snow hides foolish girls very well." Serafina stood in the middle of her chamber with a silver brush in one hand and a hunting boot in the other. The fire had burned low. The mirror showed a woman of 26 in a dark green house gown, hair half braided, face too still. At her feet, 8 royal winter hounds stopped chewing the same stolen slipper and lifted their heads together. Prince Orenvale spoke again on the other side of the carved panel. His voice had the lazy softness he used at council dinners. "She knows the forest paths. Make her trust the western stag trail. The ravine will do the rest." Corvina gave a small, delighted gasp. "You sound almost cruel." "Cruel would be breaking the betrothal in open court," Oren said. "This is cleaner. A tragic misdirection during the winter hunt. Her hounds will scatter. She will panic. By sunset, father will need a new bride for the border alliance." Serafina lowered the boot. Captain Biscuit, largest of the hounds, rose with the patience of a judge. Duchess followed. Buttons wagged once, then sneezed into the slipper. Oren added, "Besides, she is only the royal kennel master's pretty daughter. My father liked her mother's service record. That does not make her fit to sit beside me." The silver brush bent in Serafina's hand. For 3 breaths, she did nothing. That was important. Her mother had taught her not to loose a hound until the hound understood the shape of the field. So Serafina listened. She heard silk brush stone. She heard Oren lift a cup from the little table in the adjoining guest salon. She heard Corvina murmur that she had already moved the western trail markers. Then Serafina set the brush down and smiled at her hounds. "Good evening, respectable criminals," she whispered. "We're going to practice manners." Every tail began to move. She crossed the room, opened the hidden panel, and stepped into the guest salon with all 8 hounds at her skirts. Oren was standing too close to Corvina beside the wine table. His dark blue coat was unbuttoned at the throat. Corvina's white fur wrap sat over Serafina's own chair. They both turned at once. Serafina looked at the wine, the trail map, the shifted markers drawn in red ink, and the little knife Corvina had used to scrape wax from the royal hunt seals. "My lord," Serafina said, "my lady." Oren went pale. "Soha, this is not what it appears to be." "Excellent," she said, "because it appears to be a planned disappearance with poor handwriting." Corvina recovered faster. She smiled with her lips and not her eyes. "You should not enter rooms without knocking." Serafina lifted 2 fingers. Captain Biscuit put both front paws on Oren's chest and flattened him onto the carpet. Oren made a sound that would not have impressed a rabbit. Duchess seized the hem of his coat and dragged him 3 feet from the wine table. Buttons leapt on Corvina's fur wrap and shook it with such moral fury that white hair filled the air. Mutton, who had never respected royalty, placed one enormous paw on Oren's stomach and licked his chin. "Call them off," Oren shouted. "You wanted me lost in a ravine," Serafina said. "I want your collar buttons lost under a settee. We are not the same." Corvina shrieked when Pepper caught the sash of her gown and pulled it loose enough to tangle her ankles. No one was hurt. Only tailoring suffered. The hounds had been trained to catch sleeves, cloaks, straps, and pride. They did their work with frightening cheer. Serafina stepped over Oren's boot and took the trail map. She took the scraped seal knife. She took the little red pouch of false markers from Corvina's hand while the lady was busy trying to save her sleeve from foxglove. Oren tried to rise. Captain Biscuit lowered his head and breathed directly into the prince's face. "He has eaten boiled cabbage," Serafina warned. "Make choices with that knowledge." Oren froze. For one wild moment, laughter climbed Serafina's throat. It was sharp and bright and wrong. She let it out anyway. The sound startled Corvina more than the hounds had. Serafina backed toward the panel. "I will send someone for the furniture. You may want new furniture. Also new souls." "Sarah," Oren said, voice breaking, "you cannot do this. Watch me." She whistled once. 8 hounds released silk, wool, buttons, and dignity. They rushed after her through the panel. Serafina shut it, bolted it from her side, and ran. She laughed down the corridor until the laugh cracked. She laughed past the tapestry of the first winter hunt. She laughed down the servant's stair, while Buttons carried Corvina's fur wrap in his mouth like a fallen enemy banner. By the time she reached the kennels, The laugh had become a sob she could not swallow. The royal kennels were warm with straw, iron stoves, and dog breath. 32 hounds lifted their heads from their beds. The youngest pups tumbled over each other to reach her. The old lead bitch, Grandmother Pike, opened one eye and judged everyone. Serafina shut the kennel door behind her and pressed both hands to her mouth. Oren had planned the western ravine. Corvina had moved the markers. The prince had said only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty, only useful until a cleaner bride appeared. Her knees weakened. Captain Biscuit leaned his weight against her thigh. Duchess pushed her head under Serafina's hand. Buttons dropped the fur wrap and sat on it, proud and unhelpful. Serafina allowed herself 12 breaths. On the 13th, she stood. Crying was permitted. Collapse was not. She crossed to the tack room and lit 2 lamps. The kennel ledgers waited in their cabinet. She pulled the winter feed book, the hunt route register, the injury log, and the sealed copy of the hound master's oath. Her mother had made 3 rules for a woman cornered by a noble house. First, leave with proof. Second, leave with witnesses. Third, leave loudly enough that silence becomes suspicious. Serafina took all 3 rules personally. She packed the ledgers in oilcloth. She strapped grain pouches to 6 sled harnesses. She opened the iron cage where the hunt whistles hung and took the black horn whistle that had belonged to her mother. Then she paused at the smallest hook. A child's whistle hung there on a frayed blue cord. It was plain bone, carved with a crooked moon. A boy had given it to her in a snowstorm when she was 8. He had found her crying under a pine before she ever came to the palace. He had wrapped his own scarf around her and said, very severely, that brave girls were still allowed to ask for help before freezing to death. She had never learned his name. Serafina put the old whistle around her neck. The hounds watched with bright eyes. "We are not sneaking away," she told them. "We are conducting a professional relocation." Grandmother Pike groaned. "Do not take that tone." 1 hour later, the eastern kennel gate opened on a sight the palace would discuss for years. Serafina Hale walked out under a hard white moon wearing her training coat, tall boots, and a belt full of whistles. Behind her came 32 royal winter hounds in travel harness. 6 dragged sleds of ledgers, feed, medicines, blankets, and 1 stolen white fur wrap that Buttons refused to surrender. At the front, Captain Biscuit carried Oren's torn collar in his mouth. Serafina stopped at the public hunt board in the stable court. She pinned the red pouch of false trail markers beside the royal map. Under it she wrote, in the bold hand her mother had beaten into her, "The Western Trail was tampered with. Ask Prince Oren why." After a moment, she added, "Do not feed traitors to the hounds. It upsets the hounds." The stable boys read it twice. One of them whispered, "Mistress Hale, where are you going?" "To the border," Serafina said. "The hounds require fresher company." Captain Biscuit wagged. No one stopped her. By dawn, the palace bells were behind them. The city road lay buried under clean snow, and Serafina had cried enough to leave salt on her scarf. Her hounds moved around her in disciplined waves. Some ran ahead to read the wind. Some guarded the sleds. Buttons kept trying to wear Corvina's fur wrap and falling sideways into drifts. Serafina should have gone south to her mother's cousin. She should have sought a magistrate. She should have stayed in the palace and forced a hearing before Oren could prepare his lies. Instead, she had chosen the border road. The border was where grain shortages were whispered about in the palace kitchens. It was where soldiers wrote complaints that disappeared inside sealed offices. It was where her mother had once said truth traveled faster because hungry men had less patience for court perfume. It was also the road Oren would least expect a kennel woman to take with 32 hounds and several sleds of incriminating paper. At mid-morning, Grandmother Pike stopped beside a frozen ditch and growled. Serafina raised a fist. Every hound halted. The road ahead curved through black firs. Beyond the firs came the low iron sound of horses moving under armor. Not palace riders. The rhythm was heavier, colder, controlled by people who expected ambush and had survived many. Captain Biscuit moved in front of Serafina. "Easy," she said. The first rider appeared between the trees. He was tall even on a tall black horse. A charcoal cloak hung from shoulders built for war rather than court. His hair was black, wind-torn, and swept back from a face cut with hard lines. A scar crossed the edge of his jaw. His eyes were the pale steel gold of an alpha who had stopped asking rooms for permission years ago. Behind him rode 20 border soldiers, all lean, all cold, all watching the hounds with the same wary calculation. The lead rider reined in. Serafina looked up at him. He looked down at her sleds, her hounds, her red eyes, and the stolen fur wrap currently wrapped around Button's middle. "Is this a rebellion?" he asked, "or a kennel exercise with poor paperwork?" Serafina wiped her face with the back of one glove. "That depends who is asking." General Rurik Voss of the Frost March. She stiffened. Every servant in the palace knew that name. The border alpha general was called cold-blooded by people who had never spent a winter without firewood. He had broken raider sieges, dragged 3 corrupt quartermasters to judgment, and once refused to bow to Oren at a feast until the prince apologized to a wounded soldier. Rurik's gaze moved over the hounds again. "And you are?" "Serafina Hale, Royal Hound Trainer. Former fiancé of Prince Oren, unless he has developed courage during breakfast." One of the soldiers coughed. Rurik did not blink. "Former? He planned to lose me in a ravine during the winter hunt. I objected with dogs." The general's horse shifted. Rurik's gloved hand tightened on the reins. "Did you kill him?" he asked. "No." "Did the dogs?" "Also no. They mauled his tailoring." A second soldier turned his face away. Rurik leaned slightly forward. Snow dusted the black sweep of his hair. "You left the palace with every royal hound." "Not every hound," Serafina said. "I left 3 elderly spaniels. They are politically unreliable." For a moment, his mouth changed. It was not a smile. It was the memory of one. Then a cartwheel cracked behind his line. A grain wagon lurched sideways in the road. 2 soldiers jumped down to steady it. One sack fell from the back, burst against a stone, and spilled pale kernels across the snow. Serafina smelled the problem before anyone spoke. The hounds smelled it too. Grandmother Pike lowered her nose. Captain Biscuit sneezed and looked offended. Rurik turned in the saddle. "Hold that sack." Serafina walked past him without asking. A border sergeant moved to block her, then stopped when 32 hounds politely considered removing him from the path. She crouched beside the torn sack. Wheat should smell dry, grassy, faintly sweet. This smelled of cellar mold, river silt, and something sharp that belonged in mortar. She pushed her fingers into the grain and rubbed. Grit scratched her glove. "Sand," she said. Rurik dismounted in one smooth motion. He landed close enough that she felt the impact through the frozen road. "How much?" Serafina lifted a handful. Grain and pale grit slid between her fingers. "Enough to cheat a scale. Enough to break teeth. Enough to starve a keep while the ledger says you were fed." The nearest soldiers went very still. Rurik crouched beside her. His shoulder nearly brushed hers. He smelled of cold leather, pine smoke, and iron discipline. Up close, his face looked younger than the stories and more tired than the scar allowed. "Can your hounds track where the sand entered the sacks?" he asked. Serafina glanced at the torn seal. The wax mark was royal blue, but the press had slipped. Her kennel ledgers tracked feed shipments by scent for the hunt dogs. Grain theft always left a trail if someone cared to put a nose to it. "Yes," she said, "if you stop breathing down my collar." His eyes lowered to the space between them. Serafina realized his gloved hand was braced on the snow beside hers. Their fingers were close enough for the heat of him to reach her through winter air. Her heart, treacherous animal, struck once against her ribs. Rurik did not move away. "I breathe where the evidence is," he said. "Then the evidence is about to file a complaint." A hound sneezed directly into the spilled grain. Serafina closed her eyes. "That is Mutton. He has strong views on fraud." Rurik looked at the hound, then back at Serafina. "Mistress Hale, I was writing to the capital to demand the grain owed to my garrisons. It appears the capital has sent me sand and a witness." "I am not capital property. I did not say you were." His answer came too fast for courtesy. It landed between them with a weight she felt. Serafina stood. He stood with her. Because he was very tall and too close, she had to tilt her head back. Oren had used height as decoration. Rurik wore it like a wall built in a blizzard. "I can help you test the wagons," she said. "Then I keep moving." "Where?" "Away from ravines. The road ahead is borderland. Wolves answer to me there. Hounds answer to me everywhere." One of his eyebrows rose. Captain Biscuit chose that moment to sit on Rurik's boot. The general looked down. Serafina folded her arms. He is negotiating. For what? Possibly your boot. Possibly your soul. He is ambitious. Rurik's gaze returned to her face. The hard line of his mouth shifted again. This time the smile almost survived. Then we should draft terms, he said. The first test took place in the lee of the firs. Serafina cut open 6 sacks from 3 wagons. Rurik watched in silence while she separated wheat, grit, chaff, and seal threads on a square of dark cloth. His soldiers watched her hands with the hungry attention of men whose supper depended on facts. The result was worse than she expected. Every sack held sand. Some held more sand than grain. The mold hid at the center, where a careless inspector would miss it. 2 sacks had dead beetles. One had a pebble stamped with blue quarry dust from the capital's North Chapel works. Serafina held that pebble in her palm. This is not border sand, she said. This came from the palace district. Rurik's jaw tightened. The quartermaster swore the wagons were sealed at the royal granary. He may have sworn truthfully. Someone could have filled false sacks before sealing, or changed them in a holding yard. Can your ledgers prove that? My ledgers prove what the kennels received. They include cent notes for hound feed and hunt grain stores. My mother believed numbers lied less when dogs checked them. Your mother was sensible. She was terrifying. Good. Serafina looked up. Rurik's face had gone flat again, but his eyes were on her fingers. She realized she had rubbed the pebble so hard that grit had cut through her glove. A thin red line marked her thumb. Before she could hide it, he caught her wrist. The contact was careful. It still sent heat up her arm. His hand circled her wrist with complete control and no effort. She could feel the difference between restraint and weakness. He had both strength and the decision not to use it. Small cut, she said. Open skin in winter is not small. You command armies. Do you inspect every thumb? Only the ones holding evidence. His thumb pressed the heel of her glove back. The motion exposed the cut. He took a clean strip from inside his cloak and wrapped it around her thumb with efficient hands. Serafina meant to make a remark. The words left her when his knuckle brushed the inside of her palm. Rurik looked up. The space between them changed. Snow moved through the fir branches. The soldiers' voices faded. His fingers still held her wrist. His eyes had lowered to her mouth for one dangerous beat before returning to her face. Mistress Hale, he said quietly, you are shaking. I walked all night. That is not the only reason. Serafina should have pulled away. Instead, she leaned half an inch closer, angry that he had noticed, angrier that the notice did not feel cruel. Do you always diagnose witnesses? Only when they arrive with 32 hounds, a stolen fur, and evidence of a planned disappearance. A planned disappearance. Do not inflate my importance. I rarely need to inflate what is already large. His voice had gone lower. It struck under her ribs with an alarming lack of permission. Captain Biscuit sneezed between them. Serafina snatched her hand back. That was late but effective. Rurik looked at the hound. He objects. He believes bandages should be paid for in dried liver. Reasonable. The general gave the hound a strip from his saddlebag. Captain Biscuit accepted it with the solemnity of a treaty signing. By noon, Rurik had turned his column toward Frostgate Keep instead of the capital. Serafina objected immediately. I said I would help test wagons. I did not agree to become a military attachment. You have no safe lodging on this road, Rurik said. Prince Oren will send riders. My keep has walls, witnesses, and enough legal clerks to make a liar regret literacy. That sounded almost charming until the clerks. My charm is rationed. Your soldiers must suffer. They are alive. He said it without pride. Serafina heard the cost under it. They rode with her hound caravan between the grain wagons and the cavalry. Rurik offered her a spare horse. She refused and walked beside the sleds until the road iced over near a narrow bridge. Buttons slipped first. The sled lurched. Serafina grabbed the trace line, lost her footing, and slid toward the bridge rail. Rurik reached her before the hounds could. One arm locked around her waist and pulled her back against his chest. His other hand caught the sled rope. The motion stopped her hard enough to knock breath from her lungs. For one suspended second, Serafina stood pressed against him from shoulder to hip. His cloak wrapped around her side. His body was winter hard and living hot. She felt his breath at her hairline. Still objecting to military attachment? He asked against her ear. Her pulse did something humiliating. I object to bridges that betray women in public. The bridge will be disciplined. Severely? Without mercy. She looked down at his hand spread over her waist. He released the sled rope, but not her. His thumb had landed over the seam of her coat. Through wool and leather, she still felt the pressure of it. "General," she said. "Yes. Your soldiers are watching. They have been ordered to survive worse." Serafina turned her head. His face was close enough that she could see pale frost in his lashes. The cold-blooded Alpha General did not look cold now. He looked controlled by the width of a knife edge. "I can stand," she said. "I know. Then why are you still holding me?" A pause opened. His answer was very quiet. "Because you nearly fell. That was earlier." "I am aware." The hounds began to howl. Not a danger howl. Worse, a delighted howl. Serafina closed her eyes as all 32 hounds announced to the entire road that their mistress was being held by a tall man and had not bitten him. Rurik released her slowly. "Your pack reports everything," he said. "They were raised in court. Gossip is in the mortar." The hounds kept howling until Grandmother Pike barked once. Silence fell at once. Rurik looked at the old bitch with respect. "I want her on my council." "You cannot afford her." "What does she demand?" "Blankets, meat, and the right to judge men from a cushion." "Half my council already does that." Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. The sound surprised them both. Rurik looked at her as if the laugh had shown him a door he had not known existed. Serafina looked away first. Frost Gate keep rose from the border cliffs at dusk. It was not beautiful in the palace sense. No gold domes, no painted saints, no perfumed arches. It was black stone, smoke, iron gates, and men on the walls with crossbows. The mountain wind struck it and broke. Hungry soldiers lined the yard when the wagons entered. Their cheeks were hollow. Their winter coats had been patched too often. A young guard in his early 20s stared at the grain sacks with such plain hope that Serafina's stomach twisted. Rurik dismounted before the main steps. "No sack opens for the kitchens until Mistress Hale and my quartermaster inspect it," he ordered. "Any man who steals before inspection eats sand first." The soldiers managed a tired laugh. A young woman in a brown grain-watch coat pushed through them with a ledger under one arm and a steel staff across her back. Her dark braid was pinned high, her nose had been broken once, and every starving soldier made room for her without being told. "General, if the capital has sent us more rotten wheat, I am feeding the royal seals to the goats." "Grain Watch Captain Marave," Rurik said. "She monitors the border grain line, audits every wagon, and breaks the fingers of men who think hunger is paperwork." "Captain, this is Serafina Hale, Royal Hound Trainer. She found sand in the shipment." Marave looked Serafina up and down. "You brought dogs." "Hounds," Serafina corrected. "They eat." "With enthusiasm." "Then they are soldiers. Welcome." Serafina liked her at once. Marave gave no court bow. She offered Serafina a square nod, then crouched and held one hand toward Captain Biscuit. The hound sniffed her knuckles, sneezed once, and accepted her as a public servant with potential. "He approves," Serafina said. "Good," Marave replied. "I have been rejected by bishops." "I could not survive rejection by a working dog." Rurik said, "Captain Vey is honest, armed, and impossible to flatter." "A rare government office," Serafina said. Marave pointed her ledger at the sacks. "Then let us make it useful before someone important lies at me." Within an hour, the keep yard became an inspection hall. Torches burned in iron baskets. Sacks were opened under guard. Serafina set hounds in pairs to scent mold, silt, and false grain oil. Marave weighed samples, sealed jars, and made every driver say his route aloud in front of witnesses. Rurik stood over the work with the stillness of a locked gate. One wagoner tried to step backward when Duchess found silt under the clean top layer. Marave caught him by the elbow, turned his wrist with neat efficiency, and sat him on a flour barrel before he could blink. "Running makes ink suspicious," she told him. The wagoner swallowed. "I was stretching," then stretched toward the truth. Serafina tried not to laugh and failed. Rurik looked.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Part 1. Ashes and Silence. Serafina Ashgrove returned from the Sanctum Healing Ward with a death sentence in her pocket and found her husband's old Alliance bride hanging above the hearth in his private chamber. Before she could tell Obsidian Drake that Ashheart Corrosion had given her 4 months to live, he would defend a portrait more fiercely than he had defended his wife in 6 years. If the universe intended to kill her, it had chosen a remarkably petty Tuesday to begin. Ashheart Corrosion, the healer had said that morning, turning the crystal diagnostic sphere in his weathered hands. Inside it, Serafina's blood sample pulsed with threads of dark silver. Beautiful, actually, if you didn't know what it meant. The decay has already entered your bloodstream and begun affecting your optic channels. I estimate 4 months, perhaps 5 if you avoid all magical exertion. Serafina sat very still on the examination bench. The leather was cold beneath her palms. She counted 3 cracks in the ceiling plaster before she trusted her voice. And if I don't avoid magical exertion? The healer looked at her then. His eyes held the particular pity reserved for those who had already decided their answer. 2 months, maybe less. At the door, a young apprentice healer named Ellen Vale pretended not to listen and failed completely. She was freckled, sharp-chinned, and still young enough to be angry at cruelty before she remembered to be afraid of rank. When Serafina rose, Ellen silently tucked an extra vial of pain tonic into her glove and looked away, as if mercy were a clerical error. She nodded once, precisely the way she did everything. Then she stood, smoothed her heavy wool cloak, charcoal gray, because apparently that was the only color the universe would permit today, and walked out without paying. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she'd forgotten, which was worse. The cold hit her face like a slap. Good, she needed it. 4 months. She had spent 6 years as the contractual wife of Obsidian Drake, Duke of the Black Dragon Eyrie, Lord of the Dragonbone Mines, Commander of the Sky Cavalry, and Chairman of the Dragon Gold Merchant Consortium. 6 years of being invisible in her own home. 6 years of whispers behind fans. Poor thing, married above her station. He never touches her. Did you see the way she sat alone at the midwinter feast? 6 years of watching her husband look through her as if she were made of glass too thin to bother seeing. The cruelest part was that it had not begun as a prison. In the first winter after their contract, Obsidian had once stepped between her and a courtier's insult with such fierce, awkward tenderness that Serafina had believed he might love her as she loved him. He had looked at her then as if no other woman in the world had ever mattered. That memory was why the betrayal still had teeth. She had spent 6 years, and the universe had decided that was enough. Fine. But she would tell him first. Not because she expected comfort, she had stopped expecting that approximately 4 years ago, but because there were practical matters. The marriage contract had clauses about illness, about inheritance, about the disposition of assets. She was, despite everything, a woman who believed in clean paperwork. The Black Dragon Eyrie sat atop Iron Vein Mountain like a crown of obsidian and dragonbone, its towers carved from the living rock, its halls heated by veins of dragonfire that ran beneath the floors like molten blood. It was beautiful in the way that prisons could be beautiful, all sharp edges and expensive silence. Serafina passed through the lower gates without challenge. The guards barely glanced at her. She had learned, in 6 years, to move through the Eyrie like smoke, present enough to avoid being locked out, absent enough to avoid being noticed. It was a skill that had served her well in her other life, the one nobody here knew about. The one that was killing her. She climbed the central staircase to the Duke's private wing, her boots leaving wet prints on the dragonbone steps. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most of the Eyrie's residents were at the evening meal in the Great Hall, which Serafina had stopped attending 2 years ago after the incident with the soup. The soup had been poisoned, mildly. She had noticed before drinking it. Nobody had believed her. The door to the Duke's bedchamber was ajar. She pushed it open. The room was vast, all dark stone and black silk, heated by a fireplace large enough to roast a horse. Above the fireplace hung a portrait she had never seen before, or rather, a portrait that had been moved from storage to this most prominent position. It showed a woman, golden hair like sunlight through honey, blue eyes wide and dewy, lips curved in a smile so gentle it looked almost apologetic for existing. She wore white, naturally, because women like that always wore white. Celestine Brightmore. The Duke's former betrothed, the woman his family had once displayed as the perfect future duchess before the alliance dissolved. The one whose painted perfection had haunted their marriage bed more effectively than any actual ghost could have managed. Serafina stared at the portrait. Something cold and sharp pressed behind her sternum. Not grief, not jealousy, just the bone-deep exhaustion of a woman who had walked into yet another room that wasn't really hers. She should not have touched the frame. She knew that. But her vision flickered, just for a moment, the edges going gray, and she reached out to steady herself, and her fingers brushed the gilded edge of the portrait. "Don't." The voice came from behind her. Low, cold, resonant, the kind of voice that made lesser nobles stammer and serving girls drop their trays. Obsidian Drake stood in the doorway of his private bath, his dark hair damp, a high-collared black shirt fastened at his throat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her hand with an expression that might have been anger or might have been contempt. With him, they often looked the same. He was beautiful. She had never denied that. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the sharp bone structure of old dragonblood aristocracy and the particular grace of a man who could shift into something enormous and winged. His jaw was cut glass. His cheekbones could slice paper. Even after 6 years of marriage to him, Serafina occasionally caught herself thinking what a waste before her rational mind caught up. "I wasn't," she began. "Touching her portrait with your grubby little fingers?" He crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist, and moved her hand away from the frame. His grip was not gentle. "I had it restored. The oils on skin can damage the pigment." Serafina looked at her hand. It was perfectly clean. She had scrubbed it raw in the sanctum washroom after the diagnosis, a compulsive habit she'd developed to hide the faint gray discoloration that ash-heart corrosion left on the fingertips. "I came to talk to you," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "About what?" He released her wrist and turned away, adjusting his cuffs with the precise irritation of a man interrupted during his evening routine. "If this is about the household budget again..." "I'm ill." He paused, for exactly 1 second. Then he continued adjusting his cuffs. "You're always claiming some ailment or another. Last month it was headaches, the month before fatigue. If you want attention, Serafina, there are less tedious ways to get it." The cold thing behind her sternum pressed harder. "This isn't..." "Is this because of the portrait?" He turned to face her, and now his expression was clear. Contempt, edged with something almost like satisfaction. "You saw Celestine's portrait and decided to manufacture an illness for sympathy? How predictable." "Obsidian. It's your grace in this wing." His silver eyes were flat. "We discussed this." They had not discussed it. He had decreed it. 3 years ago, after she had made the mistake of calling him by name at a banquet, and he had looked at her as if she had publicly urinated on the tablecloth. Serafina drew a breath. The air tasted faintly metallic, her own blood, she realized. The corrosion was active today. She swallowed it. "Your Grace," she said, and the words tasted like copper and ash. "I have been diagnosed with ash-heart corrosion. The decay has entered my blood and my optic channels. I have approximately 4 months." Silence. Obsidian studied her face the way one studies an insect that has landed on one's sleeve, with mild interest and absolute indifference to its survival. "Ash-heart corrosion," he repeated. "A disease of runesmiths and sealcasters, which you are not." She said nothing. "Unless you've been secretly practicing forbidden magic behind my back. Have you?" His voice sharpened. "Have you been dabbling in things beyond your station again?" Beyond her station. She was the last living heir of the Ashgrove rune line, a bloodline so ancient it predated the Dragon Aeries themselves. She could trace, cast, and break dragon rune contracts that would make his court smiths weep with inadequacy. She had single-handedly saved his empire 6 years ago. But he didn't know that. And she was not going to tell him today. "Never mind," she said quietly. I apologize for disturbing your evening. She turned to leave, made it 3 steps before. Serafina. She stopped, did not turn. If you're going to be ill, he said, his tone as casual as discussing weather, do it in the East Wing. I have guests arriving tomorrow, and I don't need you looking pathetic in the main halls. She left without another word. The guests arrived not the next day, but that very night, a dramatic entrance through the Aries sky gates that woke half the household. Serafina, lying awake in her cold corner chamber in the East Wing, heard the commotion through the walls. Running feet, excited whispers, the heavy beat of wings in the landing courtyard. By morning, the entire Aerie was buzzing. Celestine Brightmore had returned. Not alone. She came with a child, a small boy of perhaps 4 years, with silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, and this was the detail that had set every tongue in the Aerie wagging, the ability to produce a flicker of blue dragon flame from his tiny palms. Serafina heard about it from her maid, Marta, the only servant still assigned to her wing, a sturdy woman of 50 who disapproved of everything equally, and therefore couldn't be called biased. Claims the boy is his Grace's blood, Marta said, setting down a tray of toast and weak tea with rather more force than necessary. Born after she left, she says. Raised in secret to protect him from enemies, she says. She sniffed. If you ask me, which nobody does, a woman who hides a child for 4 years has more to hide than a child. Serafina did not eat the toast. Her appetite had been failing for weeks, another symptom she had been carefully hiding. She drank the tea, which tasted like nothing. Where is the boy now? Main nursery. Already been given the blue silk suite, a personal nurse, and 3 new outfits from the Duke's own tailor. Marta's mouth was a thin line. You, meanwhile, have 1 maid and a leaking ceiling. The ceiling isn't leaking. It will be. I've seen the stain. Give it 2 weeks. Serafina dressed carefully. Heavy charcoal wool, high collar, long sleeves. She pinned her dark hair back with the simple iron clasp she wore daily, avoiding the ornate dragon crest jewelry that had come with the marriage contract and sat untouched in its velvet case. She checked her reflection, pale but composed. The gray discoloration hadn't reached her face yet. Good. She would need to see the boy, not because she was jealous, she was dying, jealousy required a future, but because something about the claim did not add up. Black dragons produced black dragon fire. The Obsidian bloodline had never, in 800 years of recorded history, produced blue flame. But she would need to be careful. The Aries residents already saw her as the unwanted wife. If she questioned the child's parentage openly, she would look like exactly what they expected, the bitter woman trying to eliminate a rival's offspring. She left her chamber and walked toward the main wing. The corridors were busier than usual, servants scurrying with fresh linens, courtiers clustering in doorways to whisper. They fell silent as she passed, then resumed at twice the volume behind her. She found the scene in the winter garden. Celestine Brightmore sat on the carved stone bench beneath the frost roses, wearing a gown of white that somehow wasn't wrinkled despite her night of travel. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her skin was porcelain. Her expression was one of fragile bravery, the look of a woman being very strong about something very difficult. The boy sat at her feet, playing with a set of dragon bone figurines. He was beautiful, Serafina admitted. Silver blonde hair, enormous blue eyes, chubby cheeks flushed pink. He made small sounds as he played, and occasionally a tiny lick of blue flame curled from his fingers. Obsidian stood beside Celestine. Not sitting, he never sat in public with anyone, but close enough that his shadow fell across her. His hand rested on the bench back behind her shoulder. Not touching her, but close. He was looking at the boy with an expression Serafina had never seen on his face before. Something soft, something wondering, something that might, in a less frozen man, have been called hope. He had never looked at Serafina like that. Not once. She stopped in the garden archway, took it in, filed it away in the small, cold compartment in her chest where she kept things that hurt too much to examine. Celestine noticed her first. Those blue eyes widened with perfectly calibrated surprise. Oh, you must be. She looked at Obsidian with a flutter of concern. I didn't know we would be interrupting. You're not interrupting anything, Obsidian said flatly, without turning to look at Seraphina. Seraphina, this is Celestine Brightmoor and her son Lucian. He may be my heir. Maybe. At least he had that much caution still. How wonderful, Seraphina said. Her voice was perfectly level. Welcome to the Eyrie, Miss Brightmoor. Celestine smiled, tremulous, grateful, as if Seraphina's welcome meant the world. Please, call me Celestine. I do so hope we can be friends. She reached out a delicate hand. I know this must be difficult for you. Seraphina looked at the outstretched hand, then at Celestine's face. The smile was flawless. The eyes were calculating. She shook the hand, brief, professional. Not difficult at all, she said. I hope you find the Eyrie comfortable. She turned to leave, and her vision flickered. Just a moment. Just the edges going gray, the world tilting sideways. She caught herself on the archway, knuckles white against the stone. Are you quite well? Celestine's voice, sweet with concern that carried perfectly across the garden. Obsidian did not turn around. Perfectly, Seraphina said, and walked away. 3 days passed, each worse than the last. Celestine established herself in the Eyrie with the efficiency of a military campaign disguised as helplessness. She needed a larger room. The boy had nightmares without windows. She needed different food. Her constitution was delicate. She needed Seraphina's personal sitting room for the boy's lessons. It had the best morning light. Obsidian granted every request without consulting his wife. The boy, Lucian, was paraded before the court daily. His blue flame was displayed, admired, exclaimed over. A true dragon child, the nobles murmured. Look at those eyes, just like his Grace's mother's side. Nobody seemed to remember that Obsidian's mother had been a black dragon whose eyes were silver, not blue. Seraphina watched. She said nothing. She noticed things. She noticed that Lucian's blue flame flickered oddly, not the steady burn of natural dragon fire, but the stuttering pulse of a flame sustained by external fuel. She noticed that Celestine's delicate wrists bore faint powder marks where something had been regularly applied and wiped away. She noticed that the boy flinched when Celestine touched his shoulder in a certain way. She noticed, but she could not yet prove. On the 4th day, Celestine made her first real move. It happened in the Great Hall at the noon meal. Seraphina had come to retrieve a book she'd left on her usual side table. She no longer ate in the hall, but she occasionally sat there to read during off hours when nobody would bother her. The hall was crowded today, some minor celebration for the boy's official presentation to the court. Seraphina was crossing the hall toward the side table when Celestine appeared from behind a pillar, carrying a tray of sweets. Their paths intersected. Celestine stumbled, a graceful, floating stumble, the kind that looked effortless, and went down. The tray scattered. Celestine hit the floor with a cry that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Every head turned. She pushed me, Celestine gasped, one hand clutching her ankle. Tears, actual glistening tears, filled her blue eyes. The Duchess, she cast something at my feet. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. Guards appeared. Obsidian materialized from wherever he'd been lurking, his face thunderous. Seraphina. His voice cut through the noise like a blade. What did you do? She looked at him. He was already decided. She could see it in his eyes, the verdict rendered before the trial. Of course he would believe the weeping golden woman over the gray, silent wife who had never given him tears. The old Seraphina, the one from 6 years ago, fresh-faced and still hoping, might have stammered a denial, might have begged him to listen, might have dissolved into the pleading, desperate creature he clearly expected her to be. The current Seraphina did none of those things. She removed the iron ring from her left index finger, her ash print ring, the only visible tool of her true craft, and pressed it to the stone floor. A pulse of gray light spread outward from the point of contact, thin as spider silk, illuminating the floor like frost on glass. Everywhere it touched, Previously invisible marks became visible, footprints of residual spell energy glowing faintly gold. The courtiers gasped. There, clearly visible on the floor, was a neat line of trip hex energy. It originated not from Seraphina's path, but from directly beneath Celestine's own feet. The woman had hexed herself, tripped herself, thrown herself down, and blamed it on the silent wife standing 6 feet away. The glowing marks faded after 3 seconds. Ashprint diagnostic traces were not permanent, but 3 seconds was enough. Half the court had seen. Celestine's tears dried remarkably fast. Her expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, from wounded innocence to something sharp and furious before the mask slid back. I don't understand what that was, she whispered. Some kind of illusion? Obsidian, she's casting things? It was a diagnostic reveal, said a voice from the crowd. Old Magister Thornwell, the Ares senior arcanist, pressed forward. His rheumy eyes were sharp. Shows the origin point of recently cast hexes. Can't be faked. The hex came from under her. He pointed at Celestine, not from the Duchess. Silence. Obsidian looked at the floor where the marks had been, then at Celestine, then at Seraphina. He said nothing. He did not apologize. He turned and walked away. Celestine was helped up by her supporters, she still had plenty, and whisked off to her rooms with much fluttering concern. The court dispersed, buzzing. Seraphina stood alone in the great hall. Her vision flickered again, longer this time. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the pillar until the grayness receded. Then she walked to the side table where Lucien's silver water cup had been left among the lunch debris. She turned it over. With a movement so small no one would notice, she pressed her ashprint ring to the cup's inner base, leaving a blood trace marker that would activate when the cup was next used. The marker would read the child's blood composition through any liquid he drank from it. In 3 days, it would have enough data to determine exactly whose bloodline Lucien carried. She set the cup back, walked away. Let the blood speak for itself. Part 2. Dead Eggs and Living Things. The snow began that evening, heavy, wet, blanketing the mountain in white that turned the Ares black stone dramatic. Seraphina left through the servants' gate at dusk, pulling her hood low. She had an appointment at the Sanctum Healing Ward for a follow-up examination, and she was not going to let anyone see her go. The path down from the Eyrie to the city was treacherous in snow, but she knew every step. 6 years of lonely walks had made her an expert on this particular mountain. She moved quickly, her boots finding purchase on the icy stones by memory more than sight. Her right eye had developed a persistent gray haze that no amount of blinking could clear. The appointment was brief and brutal. The corrosion had advanced since Tuesday. The healer adjusted his estimate downward, 3 months, perhaps 3.5. Is there anything? Seraphina began. The only known treatment requires a source of white gold dragonfire, the healer said gently, which, as I'm sure you know, has been extinct for over a century. I'm sorry, Your Grace. She nodded, thanked him, left. The snow had thickened while she was inside. The streets were almost empty, merchants packing up early, lanterns sputtering in the wet wind. Seraphina pulled her cloak tighter and turned toward the mountain path. She almost missed it. A pile of refuse beside a merchant's cart. Broken crates, soiled straw, the usual detritus of market day. But something in the pile caught the fading lantern light. A curve. A smooth, oval shape, gray and dull, half buried in dirty snow. An egg. Seraphina stopped. It was large, roughly the size of a melon, and completely unremarkable. Gray shell, hairline cracks webbing its surface, no luminescence, no warmth, no sign of the inner fire that marked a living dragon egg. A dead egg. Worthless. That's why the merchant had tossed it with the trash. She should keep walking. She had 3 months to live, a marriage to dissolve, a secret identity to protect, and absolutely no time for. Thump. She felt it through her ashprint ring. Not heard, felt. A vibration so faint it was barely distinguishable from her own heartbeat. But there, undeniably there. A heartbeat. Inside the egg. Tiny, struggling, almost gone. Oh, for... Serafina pressed her hand to her face. No, absolutely not. Thump, thump. I am dying. I don't have time to... Thump, thump. This is ridiculous. You're probably going to die anyway. We'll die together in my cold room and they'll find us both frozen in 3 months like some pathetic... Thump. She picked up the egg. It was heavier than it looked, and cold, so cold that even through her gloves she could feel the chill radiating from its shell. She tucked it inside her cloak, against her chest, where her own body heat might do something. The heartbeat steadied slightly. I'm not keeping you, she informed the egg. I'm merely preventing you from dying in garbage, which is the bare minimum of decency. Don't get attached. The egg did not respond, obviously. It was an egg. She carried it home. The east wing of the Eyrie was cold, as always. Serafina's chambers consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small private study, all furnished in the Eyrie's leftover pieces that nobody else wanted. The heating runes in this wing had been temporarily reduced 3 years ago during a budget dispute and never restored. She set the egg on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and covered it with her spare wool blanket. Then she fed the fireplace until the room was warm enough that her breath no longer fogged. Then she sat and stared at the egg. Well, she said, now what? The egg sat, gray, silent, cracked. Serafina touched her ring to the shell. Gently, carefully, a whisper of diagnostic magic. The heartbeat was there, slow but steady. The egg was alive. The cracks weren't decay, they were stress fractures, possibly from impact when it was discarded. The creature inside was... She frowned. The diagnostic couldn't get a clear reading on the species. Dragon, certainly, but the subsignature was muddled, as if something was actively obscuring it. Self-camouflage? In an unborn creature? Aren't you interesting? She murmured. The egg gave no reply. She fell asleep beside it that night, one hand resting on its shell. In the morning, she found it had somehow rolled 3 inches closer to her, pressing against her hip. She chose not to examine this too closely. Over the next week, the egg developed what Serafina could only describe as a personality. When she was in the room, it was perfectly still, silent, inert. The picture of a dead egg that happened to not be dead. The moment she left, Marta confirmed this with increasing bewilderment, it became active. It was vibrating when I came in to change the linens, Marta reported, arms crossed. And it had rolled off the bed entirely, found it in the wash basin. The wash basin? In a nest of your clean small clothes, which it had apparently knocked off the shelf. The next day, Serafina returned from a walk to find the egg had somehow shoved itself into her medicine box, displacing 3 bottles of the pain tonic she was supposed to take daily. The bottles were lined up on the bedside table in a neat row, as if arranged by invisible hands, or by an egg repeatedly butting them into position. Are you reminding me to take my medicine? Serafina asked it, feeling only slightly insane. The egg was perfectly still, perfectly innocent, not at all alive. She took the medicine. On the 3rd day, she returned to find a small package from Obsidian on her bureau, a guilt gift, probably. Some trivial trinket sent by a secretary to maintain appearances. She hadn't opened it before she left. When she came back, the package was under the bed, far under the bed, pushed into the dustiest corner against the wall. The egg sat on the bureau in the package's place, serene as a church. Did you... Serafina looked at the egg, looked under the bed, looked back at the egg. How do you even move? You don't have legs. The egg did not dignify this with a response. On the 5th day, something remarkable happened. Celestine sent one of her maids to Serafina's wing, ostensibly to deliver an invitation to tea, actually to snoop. Serafina was out. Marta was in the laundry. The maid entered freely and began opening drawers. According to Marta, who returned partway through, the egg began vibrating so violently that it bounced off the bed, rolled across the floor at alarming speed, and struck the maid's ankle with sufficient force to send her stumbling backward into the doorframe. The maid fled. The egg rolled itself back to the bed and settled into its pillow nest with the air of a job well done. "Your egg," Marta said that evening, "is possessed." "It's not my egg." "It pushed a grown woman out of your room." "It's slightly my egg." On the seventh day, the cracks in the shell shifted. Serafina didn't notice at first. She was reviewing the blood trace data from Lucien's cup, which was yielding increasingly interesting results. But when she glanced over, the hairline fractures had rearranged themselves. They formed unmistakably a pattern, an expression. Specifically, the dragon rune symbol for eye-rolling contempt. Serafina stared at it for a long time. "Were you making a face at something specific?" she asked slowly. "Or is this a general commentary?" The cracks shifted. Now they formed, she was not imagining this, a pattern that loosely resembled droopy eyelids and a curled mouth, like a miniature sneer. From the corridor outside, Serafina could hear the distant sound of Celestine's tinkling laugh. "Ah," Serafina said, "the laugh." The egg cracks formed something that might have been a nod. "I agree," Serafina said. "It is insufferable." She went back to her data. The egg settled smugly in its pillows. Obsidian found out about the egg 9 days after its arrival. He came to the East Wing, a rare event that startled Marta so thoroughly she dropped a water pitcher, ostensibly to inform Serafina that her household budget would be further reduced to accommodate Lucien's needs. He delivered this news standing in her doorway without entering, his gaze sweeping the room with the distant assessment of a landlord inspecting a property he planned to sell. His eyes landed on the egg. "What is that?" Serafina did not look up from her book. "An egg." "I can see it's an egg. Why is there a cracked, dead egg in your bedchamber?" "It's not dead." Obsidian stepped into the room, first time in months, and approached the bed. The egg was very still, very gray, very unremarkable, but the cracks were visible, and to someone like Obsidian, who had grown up around dragon eggs, they looked wrong. "This is a reject," he said flatly. "Where did you get it?" "The street." "You picked up a street egg." His voice carried the particular disbelief of the very privileged. "Serafina, do you understand what could be incubating in a discarded egg? Parasite worms, blight mites, corruption spawn. It has a heartbeat." "Many parasites have heartbeats." He reached for the egg, and the egg pulsed. A single flash of heat, brief but intense, that made Obsidian snatch his hand back. He stared at his palm. Across the inside of his fingers, faint as a watermark, a pattern of white gold scales had appeared. They faded after a moment, leaving his skin unmarked. The room was very quiet. "That," Obsidian said carefully, "should not have happened." Serafina had seen it, filed it, white gold, not black, not blue, white gold, a color that had not been seen in dragonkind for over a century. "It's just an egg," she said mildly. "Probably reacting to your dragonfire proximity. You know how unstable damaged eggs can be." Obsidian looked at her. For the first time in a long while, his expression held something other than contempt, uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before his usual mask reassembled. "Get rid of it," he said. "I'll send someone with a purification basin tomorrow. It's clearly contaminated." "No." The word dropped like a stone into still water. Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "No?" "No." Serafina set down her book, stood. She was a tall woman, not as tall as him, but enough that she didn't have to crane her neck when they were this close. "You will not touch this egg. It is a potential threat to the Eyrie. It is a potential life that someone threw away because they couldn't be bothered to look closer." Her voice was level, but something in it had shifted. An edge, a hardness she usually kept hidden. "I'm familiar with the experience." A muscle in Obsidian's jaw tightened. "If you're implying..." "I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you, this egg stays. If your purification squad comes near it, they'll lose the use of their hands for a week. Is that a threat? It's a promise. She held his gaze, steady, unflinching. You have your heir now, don't you? The golden boy with blue fire. What do you care about one gray egg in a wing you never visit? Obsidian stared at her. Something flickered in his silver eyes, surprise maybe. She had never spoken to him like this. In 6 years, she had been quiet, accommodating, invisible. The sudden steel in her voice was clearly unexpected. Fine, he said at last through his teeth. Keep your dead egg. But if it hatches something that threatens my household... At least if it hatches something dangerous, Serafina said, picking up her book again, it'll be honestly dangerous, not dressed in white and calling itself family. Obsidian went very still, his mouth opened, closed. He turned on his heel and left without another word. The egg, in the silence that followed, emitted a tiny pulse of warmth against Serafina's hip, almost approving. Don't start, she told it. Part 3. The Dissolution. 2 weeks after Celestine's arrival, Serafina finished her preparations. The blood trace data from Lucien's cup was complete. The results were exactly what she'd suspected. The boy's dragon flame signature bore 0 compatibility with the obsidian bloodline. Not partial, 0. Whatever lineage Lucien carried, it was not Obsidian Drake's. But she did not reveal this immediately. She was not stupid, and she was not impulsive. If she made the accusation now, it would look like jealousy, like desperation, like the unwanted wife trying to eliminate her replacement. Instead, she sealed the data into the cup's base, a self-activating ash print that would release its findings when examined by the Ares matriarch, Old Lady Obsidian Drake the Elder. The matriarch was many things, imperious, traditional, occasionally cruel, but she was not stupid, and she would not ignore blood evidence. Serafina placed the cup in a velvet pouch and locked it in her desk. Then she took out the document she had been drafting for 3 days. A petition for dissolution of the Dragon Blood marriage contract. In the dragon aristocracy, marriage contracts were not simple unions. They were binding magical agreements sealed in the contract flame basin, enforceable by ancient dragon law. Breaking one required either mutual consent or proof of irreparable breach. Serafina had spent 6 years gathering evidence of breach. She had enough. She reviewed the document one final time. It asked for no wealth, no property, no title, no compensation, just freedom. She signed it with her blood name, the real one, not the diminished version on the public marriage contract, and sealed it with her ash print ring. Then she went to find Obsidian. He was in his study. Celestine was there too, of course, curled in the window seat with Lucien, reading to him in her soft golden voice. The picture they made was deliberately beautiful. The family unit, the future, the life Obsidian could have if not for the inconvenient existing wife. Serafina knocked, entered without waiting for permission. I need 5 minutes of your time, she said, alone. Obsidian looked up from his desk with visible irritation. Whatever it is, it can wait. It cannot. She held up the document. This is a formal petition for dissolution of our marriage contract. It requires your acknowledgement. The room went silent. Celestine's reading stopped. Lucien looked up with wide eyes. Obsidian set down his pen very slowly. Leave us, he said to Celestine. His voice was flat. Celestine gathered Lucien with visible reluctance and visible satisfaction barely hidden, and swept out, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Obsidian stood, came around the desk, took the document from Serafina's hand and read it in silence. You're asking for nothing, he said at last. Correct. No settlement, no property, no ongoing support. I want freedom, not money. He looked at her. His expression was strange, not angry, which she'd expected. Something else, something almost like insult. This is about Celestine, he said, not a question. It is about the 6 years preceding Celestine. You're jealous. You've been jealous since she arrived, and now you're using a dissolution petition as… what? Leverage? A threat? You think if you wave this in my face, I'll send her away? Serafina took a slow breath. The gray was creeping at the edges of her vision again. I am not asking you to send anyone away. I am asking you to let me leave. No. He tossed the document onto his desk. I'm not playing this game. It isn't. You married into the Eyrie. You took my name. You benefit from my protection, my wealth, my… Your protection? The word came out sharp enough to cut. When have you ever protected me? When was the last time you entered this study and thought I should check on my wife? When was the last time you remembered I existed without someone reminding you? He stared at her. I'm dying, Obsidian. Her voice cracked. Just barely. Just once. I told you that. 12 days ago, you told me to do it in the East Wing where no one would see. That is what you call protection? Something shifted in his face. The faintest flicker of… not guilt. Not yet. But something close to the precursor of guilt, if guilt were a seed that needed much longer to germinate. You were exaggerating, he said, but his voice was less certain. You're always. Sign the paper or don't. I'll petition the matriarch directly if you refuse. She turned and left. He did not sign it. In the days that followed, Celestine moved with increasing boldness. She installed herself in the main wing as if she were already mistress. She directed servants. She rearranged furniture. She chose menus. She sat in Serafina's chair at formal dinners, the one beside Obsidian's, and nobody corrected her. She also began sending Serafina small, deliberate humiliations disguised as requests. Would Serafina mind organizing the linen closet in the guest wing? The nursery needed fresh flowers. Could she arrange them? The dragon flame breakfast required a specific rare tea that only grew in the lower markets. Would Serafina fetch it? Serafina completed none of these tasks. She simply didn't respond to the requests, which drove Celestine to a particular white-lipped fury that she hid behind concerned sighs to the court. I do worry about her. She seems so withdrawn. Is she eating properly? The egg, during this period, seemed to develop opinions about Celestine. Every time her name was mentioned within earshot, or when her signature perfume drifted down the East Wing corridor from a passing servant, the shell cracks would rearrange into what Serafina had come to recognize as the egg's disgusted expression, a pattern resembling narrowed eyes and a turned-down mouth. You've never even met her, Serafina told the egg one evening. The cracks rearranged themselves emphatically. Fair point. I suppose the perfume is evidence enough. Celestine's next move involved Lucian and the egg. It happened on a day when Serafina was reviewing trade reports in her study, a habit she maintained despite having no official role in the Eyrie's finances. She liked to know things. Knowledge was armor. The door burst open. Lucian ran in, small and blue-eyed and propelled by the particular momentum of a 4-year-old who has been aimed at a target. Behind him came Celestine, breathless and performatively worried. Lucian, no, darling, come back. She grabbed the doorframe, one hand pressed to her heart. I'm so sorry, Duchess. He just ran off. He wanted to see your chambers. Children are so curious. Lucian, oblivious to the script, had already spotted the egg. His eyes went round. Egg! He tottered toward the bed with arms outstretched. Pretty egg. Can I hold it? Serafina stood. Careful. It's… But Lucian had already grabbed the egg with both hands. And… nothing happened. No flash, no burn, no defensive pulse. The egg sat perfectly still in the child's arms, as docile as a stone. Lucian grinned, clutching it to his chest. Celestine's eyes sharpened. This was not what she'd expected. Serafina could see the calculation shifting behind those pretty blue irises. She'd clearly been hoping the egg would react badly, would shock or burn the boy, providing evidence that the contaminated egg was dangerous and should be destroyed. But Serafina had planned for this. 3 days ago, she'd laid a softening charm on the egg's outer shell, not to change its nature, but to ensure that any accidental contact would be cushioned. If someone tried to manufacture a "the egg hurt the air" incident, the egg would feel no harder than a pillow. Lucien was now hugging the egg like a stuffed toy, showing no inclination to release it. "Mine," he declared. "No, darling, give it back." Celestine reached for the egg. Lucien dodged. Azur. A sunstorrow. Romantically, Glinsby used this sash, a village gravitate about Great Azur. Serafina watched with something that might, in a healthier woman, have been amusement. The boy clearly had no malice. He was 4, acting on 4-year-old impulse. Whatever Celestine had planned, the child wasn't playing along. "Lucien," Serafina crouched to his level, "the egg needs to stay warm. Would you put it back on the bed for me? You can visit it again later." Lucien considered this. "Promise?" "Promise." He set the egg down with surprising gentleness, patted it twice, and ran back to Celestine. As he passed his mother, Serafina noticed something. The boy's hands, which had been clutching the egg, bore no trace of blue flame, not even a flicker. Every other time she'd seen Lucien hold something, his excitement triggered small bursts of dragonfire. It was, according to Celestine, involuntary, yet with the egg, nothing. Interesting. Serafina looked at the boy's wrists. There, fading quickly but briefly visible in the warm light, were faint powder marks. The same marks she'd noticed on Celestine's wrists. Blue flame powder, applied externally, making the boy appear to produce dragonfire he could not actually produce on his own. She said nothing, filed it, added it to the growing collection of truths she would deploy at the right moment. "We'll let you rest," Celestine said sweetly, ushering Lucien out. "Do take care of yourself, Duchess. You look so pale lately." The door closed. The egg's cracks reformed into what was unmistakably a rude gesture. "Language," Serafina said. Part 4. Hatching. The night the egg broke open, Serafina was dying. Not metaphorically, not slowly. Dying right then in the sharp and immediate sense, her vision gone entirely gray, her chest filled with the grinding pressure of ash-heart corrosion in full attack, her body curled on the cold floor of her bedchamber because she hadn't made it back to the bed. She'd been fine at dinner, or as fine as she ever was. Then the pain hit like a hammer between her shoulder blades, and her legs gave out, and she'd gone down hard enough to bruise her knees on the stone floor. The egg was screaming. Not literally, eggs couldn't scream, but it was producing a vibration so intense that the water glass on the bedside table had shattered. The shell was glowing white-hot, the cracks spreading and widening, liquid light pouring through them like molten metal. Serafina crawled toward it. Her hands left gray-smeared trails on the floor. The corrosion was leaking through her skin now, painting everything she touched with ash. Her vision was nearly gone, the world reduced to blurs and brightness. "Don't!" She reached the bed, got her hands on the egg. It was burning, searing, but she pressed her ash-print ring against the shell anyway, feeding it her own blood magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize whatever was happening inside. The shell cracked. Not the gentle hatching of a baby dragon, the explosive fracture of something immensely powerful, forced through too small a container. The shell blew apart. White gold fire erupted upward, scorching the canopy of her bed, washing across the ceiling in a wave of light so bright it burned through even her failing vision. Heat, brilliance, the smell of ozone and old magic. Then silence. Serafina blinked. Her vision was returning, slowly the gray receding as if pushed back by the residual warmth in the air. She was still on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by shell fragments that glowed faintly platinum in the darkness. On the bed, where the egg had been, sat a man. There was, embarrassingly, not a stitch of clothing involved. 3 frantic minutes, 1 thrown cloak, 1 overturned chair, and a very firm order through the door about imaginary alchemical fumes later, the impossible stranger sat wrapped from shoulders to ankles in Serafina's heaviest wool cloak. His hair was pale as moonlit ash, his eyes opened gold, and his first hoarse words were, "You're the heartbeat." "You were the egg," Serafina said flatly. I was in the egg, he corrected. The egg was merely temporary housing. For how long? He tilted his head. That movement, the slight angle, the faintly curious regard, was so like the egg's habit of rolling toward interesting sounds that Serafina felt a strange jolt of recognition. A while, he said. Time is difficult to track when you're busy not dying. She should ask more questions. She should demand explanations. She should probably be terrified. A strange, impossibly beautiful man had just materialized in her bedroom from an egg she'd been sleeping next to for weeks. Instead, what she said was, "Are you going to die if I stop looking at you for 30 seconds? Because I need to find you clothes." His mouth curved, just slightly. A smile that was less innocence and more quiet delight, as if she had said exactly the thing he'd been hoping to hear. "I will endeavor to survive your absence." She did not dignify this with a response. She went to the wardrobe, pulled out the largest shirt she owned, one of Marta's that had been mixed in with the laundry, and a pair of loose trousers from her own collection, the ones she wore for physical work. "These will be short on you," she said, tossing them to him, "but they'll have to do until morning." He dressed with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never learned to be modest, or perhaps someone so ancient that modesty was a concept he'd once invented and grown bored of. The shirt stretched across his shoulders. The trousers ended above his ankles. He looked ridiculous. He also looked like something out of a legend. Even in borrowed, ill-fitting clothes, wrapped in a too-small cloak, with shell dust still in his hair, he radiated a quiet, devastating presence that made the air in the room feel heavier. Serafina crossed her arms. "Name." "Ah," he looked at her. Something cautious entered those gold eyes, the first hint that behind the bemusement there was calculation. "You may call me Siren. It's close enough." "Close enough to what?" "To what I once was." "That's not an answer." "No," he agreed pleasantly. "It isn't." She studied him. He met her gaze without flinching, without the defensive bravado that usually accompanied secrets, or the evasive dart of someone constructing a lie. He simply looked at her, gold eyes steady, and allowed her to look back. "Fine," she said at last. "Sirin, you hatched in my room. That makes you my responsibility until I decide otherwise. You will sleep." She pointed to the window seat, which was padded but narrow. "There. You will not leave this room until I determine that you're safe to be around. You will answer my questions when I ask them, and you will never appear improperly dressed in my presence again." He considered the window seat, looked at her, looked at the window seat again. "It seems," he began. "It seems perfectly adequate for someone who spent the last several weeks as a 9-inch egg." Another curve of his mouth. "Fair." He settled himself on the window seat with fluid grace, pulling the cloak around himself like a blanket. He was too long for it. His feet hung off the end, but he curled without complaint, making himself small. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for keeping me warm." Serafina turned off the remaining lamp. In the darkness, she could still see the faint glow of white gold from his skin, like moonlight captured in flesh. "Don't thank me yet," she said. "Tomorrow we'll have problems." "We already have problems," he said, "but yours are worse than mine, and you haven't told me about them." She was silent for a long moment. "Good night, Siren." "Good night, heartbeat." She did not sleep, but she did, for the first time in weeks, feel like the room contained something alive besides her own slow decay. Part 5. The Mask of Weakness. The first 3 days with Siren in the East Wing were an exercise in controlled chaos. He was, on the surface, everything a displaced, newly hatched person should be: confused, grateful, compliant. He wore the borrowed clothes without complaint. He ate the food Marta brought without asking for better. He slept on the window seat without mentioning that it was 3 feet too short. He said please and thank you, and I don't want to be a burden with such consistent sweetness that even Marta, immune to all charm, occasionally brought him an extra bread roll. It was, Serafina reflected, an absolutely masterful performance. Because she noticed things. She noticed that his confusion was selective. He was baffled by modern cutlery, but instantly understood the defensive runework on her door. She noticed that his compliance was strategic. He deferred to her on every decision, but somehow always ended up positioned between her and the window, the most defensible spot in the room. She noticed that when guards passed in the corridor, his gold eyes tracked their footsteps, cataloging them, and noted the family crests embroidered on the one guard's collar when the door briefly opened for Marta. She noticed that he was not weak, not confused, not harmless. But she also noticed that he had not, in 3 days, made a single move that could threaten her. His performance was aimed outward, at the household, at the situation, at the careful maintenance of being too pathetic to threaten. With her, when they were alone, the mask thinned, not vanished, thinned. "You're watching me figure you out," she said on the third evening, not looking up from her book. He was on the window seat, ostensibly dozing, his eyes opened, gold, clear, not at all sleepy. "Is it working?" he asked. "The helpless act?" "The letting you feel safe act." She set the book down. "I felt safe before. You were an egg. Eggs are inherently non-threatening. And now? Now you're a 6-foot-something man with reflexes that suggest military training, eyes that catalog every person who enters this corridor, and a magical signature I cannot read even with direct diagnostic contact." She folded her arms. "So I feel intrigued and cautious, but not unsafe." Something shifted in his expression. The faint amusement that was his default melted into something more genuine, something closer to surprise. "You're not afraid of me," he said. "Not a question." "Should I be?" He was quiet for a moment, then, "No, but most people would be." Most people didn't spend 6 years married to a man who can turn into a 12-ton flying lizard. My threshold for intimidating is calibrated differently. He laughed, quiet, unexpected, genuine, a sound that seemed to surprise even him, as if he hadn't made it in a very long time. "I like you," he said, simply, directly, as if stating a fact about the weather. Serafina felt heat rise to her face. This was absurd. She was dying. She was 31. She had been married for 6 years to a glacier in man form, and she was blushing because a pretty creature said, "I like you," with the directness of a child. "Go to sleep, Siren." "As you wish, heartbeat." On the 4th day, the Aerie discovered his existence. It was inevitable. The explosion of light during his hatching had been seen, and while Serafina's dropped lamp excuse had bought time, the servants talked. Rumors spread. A strange man in the Duchess's chambers, a flash of white fire, sounds in the night. By noon, the whispers had reached Obsidian. He came to the East Wing with 2 guards and the expression of a man who has been personally insulted by the universe. Serafina opened the door before he could knock. She'd heard his footsteps on the stairs. "What?" Obsidian said, looking past her into the room where Siren sat on the window seat in his too small clothes. "Is that?" "A guest," Serafina said. "A guest." Obsidian pushed past her. The guards followed. Siren looked up with an expression of wide-eyed uncertainty, the helpless mask sliding into place so smoothly it was almost undetectable. "Where did he come from?" Obsidian demanded. "The egg." Silence. "The egg," Obsidian repeated. "Yes, it hatched. He was inside, as eggs do." Obsidian turned to stare at Siren. Siren stared back with precisely calibrated vulnerability, a young man alone in a strange place, wearing borrowed clothes, clearly malnourished, obviously helpless. "That's impossible," Obsidian said. "Dragon eggs don't produce." He gestured vaguely at Siren's very human-looking form. "Some do," Serafina said. "Ancient bloodlines sometimes." "I don't know what I am," Siren said softly. His voice trembled, exactly the right amount. "I don't remember much. Before the shell, it's all dark. I just know she..." He looked at Serafina with an expression of such transparent gratitude that Marta, standing by the door, actually softened. She kept me warm. She kept me alive. Obsidian's jaw tightened. He looked at Serafina. How convenient. A mysterious man emerges from your mysterious egg just as you file for dissolution. You expect me to believe this isn't staged? I expect nothing from you, Serafina said. I stopped expecting things from you years ago. A muscle jumped in Obsidian's cheek. He'll be questioned, Obsidian said. The court arcanist will examine him. If he's a threat. He is my guest. Serafina's voice went flat, hard. He is under my protection. If you want him examined, you will ask my permission first. You don't have the authority. I have the authority of someone who is still, legally, your wife. The East Wing is my domain by contract. My guests are my jurisdiction. Unless you've signed those dissolution papers? She raised an eyebrow. No? Then my authority stands. Obsidian stared at her, then at Seren, then back at her. You've changed, he said. Not quite an accusation. Not quite anything else. No, she said. I've always been this. You just never looked. He turned, walked out. The guards followed. In the silence, Seren released a long breath. The mask dropped, the vulnerability dissolving into something cooler, sharper, more amused. He's, Seren began, an idiot. I was going to say blind, but yours works too. Serafina shot him a look. He met it with perfect innocence, but his gold eyes glittered. The interrogation happened the next day. Magister Thornwell came to the East Wing with his diagnostic tools, a concession to Serafina's authority that clearly galled Obsidian. Serene submitted to examination with the cooperative meekness of a church mouse, coughing delicately at appropriate intervals. Thornwell's findings were inconclusive. High dragon blood, certainly. Ancient lineage. But the specifics are muddled, as if something is suppressing the full signature. He looked at Seren over his spectacles. Can you produce flame? Seren produced a tiny flicker of white gold fire from his fingertip. Just a spark. Just enough to confirm dragon heritage without revealing its full power. Thornwell made notes. Weak fire, probably a minor side branch of some extinct line. Nothing dangerous. Seren coughed again, delicately, shoulders curving inward with just the right amount of fragility. Serafina watched this performance from her reading chair and thought, very clearly, you absolute fraud. After Thornwell left, Seren straightened from his cough-curved posture and stretched like a cat. That went well. You enjoyed that. I enjoyed being underestimated. His gold eyes cut to her. You enjoy it too. Different method, same principle. She couldn't argue with that. What happened next was gradual, insidious, and, Serafina suspected, entirely deliberate on Seren's part. He made himself indispensable. Not in a dramatic way, not in a way that could be called overstepping, just present, helpful, exactly where she needed him without being asked. When her vision grayed out during her morning preparations, the tea was already at her elbow, warmed to exactly the right temperature. He'd seen her squint at the cup the day before and adjusted. When Celestine sent another of her snide requests via messenger, Seren answered the door before Serafina could, looked at the messenger with his wide gold eyes, and said in his softest, most confused voice, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The Duchess is what needs organizing. Is there no one else who can? The messenger left without delivering the request. When she coughed, the deep, painful cough that brought flecks of gray to her handkerchief, he didn't fuss, didn't ask, just pushed the medicine bottle an inch closer to her hand, as if it had always been there. You're managing me, she told him one evening when the medicine appeared at her elbow for the third time that day. He was on the window seat, his window seat now with a proper blanket and pillow she'd given him, reading a book he'd found in her study. He looked up with faultless innocence. I'm being helpful. You're being strategically helpful in ways designed to make me dependent on your presence. Is it working? She threw a pillow at him. He caught it without looking up from his book. Also, she said, you've been wearing my old cloak exclusively, the one I wrapped you in the first night. I've offered you better clothes 3 times. This one is warm. It's threadbare. It smells like you. He said it casually, without looking up, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say, but his ears, she noticed, turned faintly pink at the tips. Serafina stared at the back of his head for a long moment. Then she returned to her own book and said nothing, because she absolutely did not know what to say. The dynamic between them settled into something Serafina could not quite name. It wasn't friendship, too charged for that. It wasn't romance, too early, too fraught, too complicated by the fact that she was still technically married and also dying. It was a vigil. 2 people in a cold room, keeping each other company against things they couldn't say aloud. He never pushed, never demanded, never tried to kiss her or hold her or make declarations. He simply was there, warm and alive and occasionally devastatingly funny in ways that caught her off guard. Your husband's portrait, he said one morning, examining the painting of obsidian that hung in the corridor outside her chambers. Is the jawline accurate, or did the artist add extra geometry? It's accurate. Tragic. A man that angular should have at least one soft opinion, as compensation. She choked on her tea. Another time, watching Celestine parade through the courtyard below the east wing windows. She's wearing white again, in a snowstorm. Either she's committed to the aesthetic, or she's hoping to disappear entirely. Siren. I'm simply observing. If one stands very still in that outfit against a snowy wall, one achieves perfect camouflage. Very practical for avoiding accountability. And perhaps most dangerously, when Celestine made one of her public declarations of concern for Serafina's health, she asked if I was eating properly in front of 12 courtiers while sitting in my chair. Siren, without looking up, perhaps she was asking as your chair's new occupant. The chair might have dietary concerns. Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. It was the first time she'd laughed in months, and the sound surprised them both. Siren looked up from his book with an expression she would later describe as caught, briefly unmasked, briefly unguarded, briefly and obviously pleased with himself in a way that had nothing to do with cleverness and everything to do with her. He looked away quickly, returned to his book, said nothing else. But he was smiling, slightly, behind the page. Part 6. The Night She Lost. 1 month after Celestine's arrival. 3 months, approximately, before Serafina expected to die. 2 weeks after Saren hatched into her life with all the subtlety of a comet in a teacup. The night started with an argument. Not between Serafina and Obsidian. They had stopped arguing, which was worse. Arguments implied engagement. What happened between them now was more like weather. She existed. He acted upon her. She endured. The argument was between Obsidian and the truth. A truth Serafina had made the mistake of speaking aloud during a council meeting she'd been summoned to, a rarity and suspicious in itself. The council was discussing Lucien's formal recognition as heir. Celestine had petitioned for a blood ceremony, a public magical ritual that would confirm the boy's parentage and grant him inheritance rights. Serafina, seated at the far end of the table like an afterthought, had listened in silence for 40 minutes before saying, "Has anyone considered that his fire is blue?" The table went quiet. "Black dragons produce black fire," she continued. Her voice was mild, conversational, the tone of someone pointing out that it was raining. In 8 centuries of documented Obsidian bloodline history, there has never been a single instance of blue flame. Not one. Even mixed heritage offspring produce flames within the black to gray spectrum. Blue is from an entirely different lineage. Celestine, seated beside Obsidian like a second shadow, went very still. Dragonfire color can vary with diet, environment, and emotional state in young children, she said quickly. Sweet, reasonable. The healers confirmed. Which healers? Serafina asked. The Aries or ones you brought with you? Serafina. Obsidian's voice cut across the table. Enough. I'm raising a valid concern about... You're raising a jealous objection to a child's right to know his father. His silver eyes were cold. This isn't the time or place for your personal grievances. She held his gaze. The gray was creeping again. Her right eye was nearly useless now in dim light, but she kept her face perfectly still. As you wish, Your Grace. The council continued. The blood ceremony was scheduled for the following week. After the meeting, Obsidian intercepted her in the corridor. His face was thunderous. What are you doing? He demanded. Questioning the boy's blood in front of the entire council? Making yourself look bitter and... I'm trying to prevent you from making a legal error that will... You're trying to undermine Celestine because you can't stand that someone else might give me what you never could. The words landed like a blow. Not because they were cruel, she was used to his cruelty, but because of what they revealed about his understanding of her. 6 years, and he still thought she was motivated by competition, by jealousy, by the petty desire to be chosen. She was motivated by being right. She was motivated by the fact that a woman was lying to him, using a child as a weapon, and he was too proud and too guilt-ridden to see it. But he would never believe that coming from her. The blood ceremony will answer everything, she said quietly. I hope, for the boy's sake, you're prepared for what it finds. She walked away. He let her. That night, Obsidian had her locked in the runesmith chamber. He didn't come himself. He sent guards, 2 of them, large and apologetic, who appeared at her east wing door at midnight with the message that His Grace required her to reflect on her behavior in a secure location until morning. The runesmith chamber was in the lower levels of the Dragon Gold Consortium building, a separate structure from the main eyrie, connected by a sky bridge. It was where the consortium's master smith worked on dragon rune contracts. It was also, during the winter months, essentially an unheated stone box. Serafina did not fight the guards. She could have. Her ash print abilities could disable them in seconds, but doing so would require revealing capabilities she was not ready to reveal. So she went, quietly, without making a scene Celestine could use. She did, however, have time to do one thing before leaving. She pressed her ash print ring to Seren's wrist, leaving a binding mark. Don't move, she whispered. Don't reveal yourself. Whatever you hear tonight, stay in this room. That's an order. His gold eyes blazed. She could see the rage behind them, barely contained, nothing like the soft creature he pretended to be. They're taking you. And they'll bring me back in the morning. But if you follow, if you fight, they'll know what you are. And right now, being underestimated is the only advantage we have. She pressed her fingers against the mark on his wrist. Trust me. He caught her hand, held it for 1 breath. 2. If they hurt you, they won't. It's just a cold room. She was wrong about that. The runesmith chamber was not just cold. It was magically insulated, designed to prevent rune resonance from escaping during delicate work. This meant that all ambient magical energy was blocked, including the faint residual dragon fire that heated the airie's floors, including the ambient warmth of any passing spell work. The temperature dropped rapidly once the door sealed. Within an hour, Serafina could see her breath. Within 2, her fingers were numb. The ash heart corrosion, which responded to cold and stress with accelerated attacks, activated fully. The pain was extraordinary, like someone had poured molten glass into her chest and then frozen it there. Her vision collapsed to a pinhole. Her lungs seized. She slid from the workbench to the floor, unable to hold herself upright. And somewhere in the pain and the cold and the darkness, the tiny spark inside her, the one she'd been trying not to acknowledge, the one the healer had tentatively identified just days ago as a dragon imprint, a pre-viable pregnancy, flickered and went out. She knew what had happened before the pain faded. The body knows these things, knows when something that was becomes something that was not, a particular emptiness, a particular silence. She curled on the stone floor and did not cry. She did not have the energy for tears. The cold took everything, took her warmth, her vision, her dignity, her tiny secret hope that she hadn't even allowed herself to name, and left her with nothing but breath, shallow, gray. From outside the chamber, through stone, spell work, and the order she had placed on his wrist, the binding mark on Saren split open. He did not reveal his full nature, but white gold fire clawed through one seam of the warded door. The metal screamed. Heat poured through. He could not shatter the inner lock without exposing what he was to the entire area, so he did the next possible thing. He held the torn seam open with his own blood and forced warmth around her body until her breath stopped fading. Before dawn, he burned a white gold warning into Marta's wash basin and sent every bell in the East Wing ringing. It was not enough to save the child. They came before dawn. Marta first, pushing past the guards with the fury of a woman who had been woken by a supernatural fire message and prevented from doing her job all night. Then the Ares healer, summoned by Marta's shouting. Then Obsidian, standing in the doorway with an expression she couldn't read because her vision was still mostly gray. She was carried to the East Wing. Examined. The healer found evidence of acute corrosion attack, hypothermic shock, and there was a dragon imprint, the healer said carefully, looking at Serafina with too much pity. Early stage, very faint. It is no longer viable. Obsidian was not in the room for this conversation. He had been told she was recovering from cold exposure and had returned to his own wing with what Serafina assumed was moderate indifference. She looked at the healer, spoke clearly despite the rawness of her throat. Record it as a diagnostic error, an imprint misread, not a loss. The healer stared. Your Grace. Do it. But His Grace should know. His Grace locked me in a freezing room because I questioned his former betrothed's lies at a council meeting. Her voice was level, perfectly controlled, perfectly dead. I will not give him a grief to perform. I will not give him a guilt to weaponize. I will not become the tragic wife whose suffering finally makes him pay attention. Record it as an error. That's final. The healer recorded it as an error. Serene was at her bedside when everyone else left. His binding mark was still glowing faintly on his wrist. He had obeyed her, stayed in the room, not revealed himself. But the cost was visible. His eyes were bruised with exhaustion, his hands trembling. He'd funneled warmth to her all night through stone and shielding, draining himself to keep her alive. He did not ask what happened. He did not offer condolences or rage or solutions. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the old cloak, her cloak, the one he wore constantly, over her shoulders, and stayed. They did not speak. Sometime near midnight, she felt his hand close around hers, warm, steady, holding without pulling. She held back. That was all. Part 7, The Clearing. The days after the chamber were quiet, dangerously quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes earthquakes. Serafina recovered. Her body, what remained of it that wasn't being consumed by corrosion, healed the surface damage. Her vision stabilized at roughly 70%. Her strength returned, gradually, to something approximating functional. But something inside her had shifted. A final tether had been cut. The last thread connecting her to the Aerie, to the marriage, to the faint residual hope that Obsidian might one day see her clearly. Gone. Severed. Not with anger, not with grief, but with the cold clarity of a woman who has looked at the bottom and found it empty. She began preparing. Not for death, though that was still coming, for departure. She wrote letters, updated legal documents, made quiet arrangements with the sanctum regarding her long-term care options. She purchased, through a discreet intermediary, a resting stone placement in the northern peace fields, a burial site for those without family holdings. She did not tell Saren about this, but he knew. She could tell he knew by the way his gold eyes tracked her correspondence, by the tightness around his mouth when she sealed letters with the Ashgrove family crest instead of the Drake one. He said nothing. He did not try to stop her. He simply stayed closer, moved from the window seat to the floor beside her bed without being asked, kept her old cloak wrapped around his shoulders like armor. "You're sleeping on the floor," she said one night, looking down at him from the bed. "I'm comfortable." "You're on stone." "I slept in an eggshell for a century. Stone is an improvement." "A century?" He looked up at her. Those gold eyes in the firelight were impossible to look away from. Give or take. "What are you, really?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, "What do you need me to be?" That's not an answer. "No, but the real answer is complicated. And if I tell you now, it changes things. It puts pressure on decisions that should be entirely yours." He sat up, bringing his face closer to level with hers. His expression was the most serious she'd seen it, stripped of performance, stripped of playfulness, stripped of everything but sincerity. "I want you to leave this place because you choose to, not because of what I am." She studied him. His face was very close. His breath was warm. "When I leave," she said carefully, "will you come with me?" "You haven't asked." "I'm asking now." Something broke open behind his eyes, something enormous and barely contained that he'd been holding back since the night he hatched. He closed his eyes, opened them. They were brighter. "Yes," he said, "anywhere, always." She reached out and touched the edge of his jaw, just the lightest contact, her fingertips against the faint white gold scales at his jawline. He went perfectly still. "Then I'll leave soon," she said, "and you'll come." "Yes." She withdrew her hand. He released a breath he'd clearly been holding for a very long time. Neither of them slept that night, but they were, for the first time, not alone in their wakefulness. Part 8. The Departure. Serafina chose the noon meal. Not because she was dramatic. She was, somewhat, but that wasn't the reason. She chose it because the noon meal was the daily gathering of the entire Airy court. Nobles, merchants, officers, servants, everyone present, everyone watching. She wore her ash print battle dress. Heavy charcoal wool reinforced with dragon bone stays, silver embroidery tracing the old ash grove rune patterns along the hems. It was the formal attire of a runesmith going into battle. Not physical battle, but the kind where every gesture was a statement and every silence was a weapon. She had not worn it since her wedding day. Marta helped her dress in silence, mouth pressed thin, hands steady. When Serafina looked in the mirror, her reflection slightly blurred through her damaged right eye, she saw someone she hadn't been in 6 years. Not the gray ghost of the East Wing, not the silent woman at the end of the table. Someone with edges, someone who remembered how to cut. "Ready?" Marta asked. "Past ready." The great hall was full. The noon meal had become elaborate since Celestine's arrival. Longer, more performative, more obviously designed to showcase the new family. Today was particularly festive. Lucien was to demonstrate his blue flame for the court as a preview of the upcoming blood ceremony. Celestine sat beside Obsidian at the high table, wearing white naturally, her golden hair arranged in a crown of braids that mimicked the ducal coronet. She had positioned herself in what Serafina privately called the wife chair, the seat to the right of the Duke, traditionally reserved for the lady of the house. Serafina entered through the main doors. The hall went quiet. It wasn't the gray ghost entrance they were used to, the slipping in through side doors, the finding corners, the being present without being seen. She walked straight up the center aisle, boots ringing on the dragonbone floor, battle dress heavy and correct, and every eye in the room turned to follow her. She reached the high table, stood before it, did not sit. "I have an announcement," she said. Obsidian set down his goblet with the air of a man bracing for irritation. Celestine's smile was fixed and brilliant, the smile of someone who believes she has already won. Serafina removed her wedding ring. The ring was dragon gold, set with a single black diamond, the traditional ring of the Obsidian ducal consort. She had worn it for 6 years. Her finger bore a permanent indentation where it had sat. She set it on the table before Obsidian. The sound it made, a tiny gold circle on polished dragon bone, was somehow louder than it should have been. I am dissolving this marriage, she said, effective immediately. Murmurs erupted. Obsidian's face went blank, the particular blankness of someone taken genuinely by surprise. You can't, he began. I can. She produced the dissolution document from inside her battle dress, the one she'd filed weeks ago, the one he'd refused to sign. I've exercised the unilateral dissolution clause, Article 17 of our marriage contract. A spouse may terminate without mutual consent if they can demonstrate 6 months of unreciprocated contractual obligation. She met his eyes. I have 6 years. This isn't legally. I've already filed with the matriarch's office. The paperwork is processed. This announcement is a courtesy. Obsidian stood, his chair scraped back. Serafina. She pulled the second document from her dress. The marriage contract itself, her copy, the original, with both their blood signatures. She held it over the contract flame basin, the ceremonial fire pit set into the high table, used for contract sealing and oath binding. I am returning this to the flame, she said, as is my right. She dropped it. The basin flared, but instead of simply consuming the paper, the fire blazed, higher, brighter, turning from its usual red gold to a furious white. The flames licked up and outward, and across the surface of the fire, glowing symbols appeared, runes, contract runes, marking every instance of breach, every broken promise, every obligation unfulfilled. There were hundreds of them. They clustered on Obsidian's side of the contract like a disease. Each one a time he had failed to protect, to honor, to treat his contractual wife as anything more than furniture. The court stared. The runes were damning, visible, undeniable, recorded by the basin's impartial magic. Celestine's eyes widened. She had not expected this. Serafina was not finished. She removed the ducal coronet, the small, elegant crown she wore at formal occasions, the symbol of her position as Duchess. She walked to the side of the hall where the Ares treasury vault was set into the wall, visible but sealed, its lock requiring the Duchess's blood key. She hung the coronet on the treasury door handle, then she pressed her ash print ring to the lock. True name seal, she said clearly. Activated. The lock glowed gray, then went dark. Obsidian stared. What did you... I've sealed the main treasury with my true name, Serafina said, turning back to face the hall. That vault contains the core assets of the Dragon Gold Consortium. My seal cannot be broken by force, by rune smiths, or by your court arcanist. It can only be opened if the Duke of Obsidian Aerie publicly acknowledges the true identity of the consortium's master runesmith. She paused. Let it land. The one who saved your empire 6 years ago. Dead silence. Nobody in the hall understood what she meant. Not yet. But Obsidian's face, she watched it change. A crack in the mask. The faintest dawn of suspicion. Finally, she took the velvet pouch from her belt, the one containing Lucian's blood trace cup. She walked to the matriarch's seat, old Lady Drake, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, watching this entire spectacle with the expression of a hawk who has spotted interesting prey. For you, Serafina said, placing the cup before the old woman. A gift. Examine the base at your leisure. I think you'll find the blood ceremony quite unnecessary after you see what's recorded there. Lady Drake took the cup, said nothing, but her ancient eyes gleamed. Serafina turned back to the hall, to Obsidian, who was standing behind the high table with an expression she had never seen before. Not anger, not contempt, but something raw and unfinished, like the first page of a grief he hadn't known was coming. That concludes my business here, she said. Celestine stirred. You can't simply, this is Obsidian, stop her, she's clearly unwell. Celestine began to rise, and made the mistake of swaying. A calculated sway, the beginning of a dramatic feint designed to refocus all attention. She never completed it. From the back of the hall, a voice, low, pleasant, perfectly timed. Oh, are we fainting now? I thought that was a second act move. Serene stood by the main doors. He was wearing Serafina's old cloak over borrowed clothes that still didn't fit properly, his platinum hair loose and slightly tangled, his gold eyes half-lidded with an expression of polite disinterest. He looked frail, decorative, completely harmless. Every woman in the hall looked at him. Every woman in the hall kept looking. Because despite the ill-fitting clothes and the performative fragility, Surin was, objectively, unmistakably, devastatingly, the most beautiful person any of them had ever seen. The bones of his face caught the light like they'd been carved by a sculptor having the best day of his life. His eyes were gold in the way that sunlight through stained glass was gold. He moved like water, like music, like something that had never needed to hurry in its entire ancient existence. Celestine's sway froze mid-execution. "Who?" she began. Surin drifted forward. His eyes touched Celestine, briefly, dismissively, then moved to Serafina with something much warmer. "I believe," he said to Serafina, "you mentioned you were leaving?" "I am." "Then I'm coming with you." He said it simply, as he said all important things. "If you'll have me." "I'll have you. Get your things." "I don't have things. I have your cloak." He plucked at the worn charcoal fabric. "Will you want it back?" "Keep it. You've ruined it anyway with all that." She gestured vaguely at his general existence. "Pine tree heat and egg dust." He smiled. The full version, not the half smile, not the careful curve. A real smile that transformed his face from beautiful to incandescent. Obsidian moved. He came around the table fast, not toward Serafina, toward Surin. "You, stay where you are. You're not leaving this area until I know what you." Serafina drew her ash-print short blade and placed herself between them. The hall collectively inhaled. 6 years, she said, her voice carrying clearly. "You never once protected me from insult, cold, hunger, isolation, or your golden guest schemes. But the moment I try to take something with me, the moment something exists that I chose and you didn't provide, now you care." She raised the blade. Not threatening, just present. "He's mine. I found him. I warmed him. I named him. If you want him, go find your own egg on a snowy street corner." Obsidian stared at the blade, at her face, at the absolute certainty in her eyes. Behind them, Lucien, who had been watching with the wide-eyed fascination of all 4-year-olds confronted with drama, chose this moment to get excited. His small hands sparked. Blue flame jetted from his palms, uncontrolled, enthusiastic, childish. The flame hit Celestine's sleeve. Specifically, it hit the concealed pocket in her sleeve, the one containing the blue flame powder she used to fake the boy's dragon fire. The powder ignited. Celestine shrieked, batting at her arm. The powder billowed outward in a cloud of iridescent blue, coating the table, the floor, and Celestine's very expensive white dress in unmistakable evidence. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. The matriarch's eyes went sharp as blades. Guards moved, toward Celestine for once, not Serafina. Obsidian stood frozen, staring at the blue powder settling across the table like toxic snow. Serafina sheathed her blade. "Well," she said, "that was convenient timing." She whistled. From the courtyard beyond the hall's great windows came the sound of hooves on stone, heavy, rhythmic, accompanied by the snort of something very large and very annoyed. A dragon-bone stallion, black skeletal and red-eyed, appeared in the hall's entrance. Its rider, nobody. It had arrived riderless, stamped impatiently on the polished floor. Behind the stallion skidded Rose Pike, the youngest stable hand in the Eyrie, red-cheeked, breathless, and holding a snapped lead rope. Rose was barely 20 and spoke to dangerous mounts the way other girls spoke to rude uncles. "He bit 2 grooms, kicked a hay cart, and chose her grace," she announced. "I thought it best not to argue with a horse made of bones." The stallion was a creature of magnificent ugliness, dragonbone armored, spike-maned, built like a war machine crossed with a nightmare. It surveyed the great hall with the expression of a creature deeply offended by interior decoration. Its iron-shod hoofs scraped the floor, leaving a gouge. "Don't you dare," Obsidian began. The stallion kicked sideways. its hoof connected with the base of the great stone pedestal holding the Drake family ancestral sculpture, a dramatic piece depicting the first Duke in dragon form. The pedestal cracked, the sculpture wobbled, toppled, shattered on the floor into approximately 100 pieces. The hall went very quiet. Serafina walked to the stallion, mounted with the ease of long practice, looked down at the devastation of the great hall, the broken sculpture, the blue powder, the burning sleeve, the cracked contract runes, the sealed treasury, the frozen duke, and allowed herself one small moment of satisfaction. Serafina, Obsidian's voice, hoarse. Is he? He stared at Serene. Are you leaving because of him? Serene had moved to stand beside the stallion, one hand resting on its shoulder with the casual authority of someone very comfortable with large, dangerous animals. He looked up at Serafina on the horse, then back at Obsidian. Serafina considered the question, looked at Seren, rumpled, beautiful, wearing her old cloak like a badge of honor, looked at Obsidian, perfect, cold, standing in the ruins of a marriage he'd never valued. At least he knew what I was worth on the first day, she said. It took you 6 years to realize you should ask. She extended a hand to Seren. He took it, swung up behind her with effortless grace, not the movement of a frail invalid, but of a warrior remembering old muscle memory. His arms settled around her waist. His chin rested near her shoulder. His shell fragments are still in your pillow, he murmured. I put them there. I know. In case you tried to leave without me. I wasn't going to. I know. A pause. But I liked having insurance. She clicked her tongue. The dragonbone stallion wheeled, took 3 thundering steps, and carried them out of the great hall into the winter sun. Behind them, chaos, blue powder, broken statues, a sealed treasury, and the faint, growing understanding on one cold duke's face that he had just lost something immeasurably more valuable than a wife. Part 9. What he found. Obsidian Drake had not known what silence sounded like until his wife left. Not the silence of an empty room. He'd had that for 6 years, technically. She was always so quiet, he often forgot she was there. This was different. This was the silence of systems breaking down, of things that had worked seamlessly for years suddenly, catastrophically stopping. It started with the treasury. His steward came to him within hours of Serafina's departure, sweating, pale, holding a sheaf of documents. Your Grace, the main vault, the true name seal, we can't override it. The Arcanists have tried. Magister Thornwell has tried. It's locked with something none of them can identify. It's a lock, Obsidian said. Break it. Sir, we've tried. The seal responds to attempts at force with counter-rune burns. 2 Arcanists are in the healing ward. The Dragon Gold Consortium's operating funds were in that vault. Trade contracts, guild agreements, payroll records, ship manifests. The entire infrastructure of the Empire, Obsidian, had spent a decade building, all sealed behind a gray glowing lock that burned anyone who touched it. Then came the matriarch. Lady Drake the Elder summoned Obsidian to her chambers 3 days after Serafina's departure. She was sitting in her iron-backed chair, the blood trace cup open on the table before her, its base glowing with activated ash print data. Sit down, she said. He sat. This cup, the matriarch said, contains a blood resonance record of Lucien's true lineage. She folded her liver-spotted hands. The boy carries the bloodline of House Valcrest, minor dragon nobility from the eastern shores, specifically the bloodline of one Roland Valcrest, Celestine's former companion from before she ever met you. Obsidian said nothing. The boy is not yours, the matriarch continued. He was never yours. His blue flame was artificial, produced by a powder applied to his skin, which ignites on contact with ambient magic. Without the powder, the child has no dragon fire at all. He is not even fully dragon-blooded. Obsidian said nothing. Celestine Brightmoor used your guilt and your vanity to install a false heir in your house. She intended to secure inheritance rights, which would have given her legal access to the Drake fortune, and to the consortium funds your wife sealed behind a lock you cannot open. Obsidian said nothing, but something behind his eyes was cracking, like ice in spring, not melting, just breaking apart into pieces too sharp to hold. I have ordered Celestine confined to the lower quarters pending a formal hearing, the matriarch said. She attempted to claim innocence. The contract flame basin disagreed. What do you mean? She tried to swear an oath of truthfulness. The basin rejected it, branded her. The matriarch's voice was dry as bone. She now bears the oathbreaker's mark on her forearm. It will not fade. She will never again be permitted to enter a dragon blood household or approach dragon flame in any form. A fitting punishment. Permanent, visible, inescapable. Celestine's beauty would remain, but anyone who saw the mark would know what she was. Obsidian sat in his mother's chamber and felt the first real emotion he'd allowed himself in weeks. Not guilt, not yet. Just the cold, creeping awareness of a man realizing the floor beneath him has been hollow all along. The second revelation came from his records clerk. The man appeared at Obsidian's study door 1 week after Seraphina left, nervous, twisting his hat, clearly terrified. "Spit it out," Obsidian said. The consortium, sir. The core dragon rune contracts, the ones that keep everything working. The trade seals, the mining authorizations, the sky cavalry binding oaths. What about them? They're degrading. Without the treasury seal, the renewal cycles are breaking down. And I went through the old records, sir. The maintenance logs, the runework provenance reports. Obsidian waited. 6 years ago, the clerk said, barely above a whisper, when the consortium nearly collapsed, when the core runes failed and everything was, do you remember, sir? We were days from bankruptcy, from losing the mines, the cavalry, the trade alliances. I remember. He remembered it like a fever dream. The worst week of his life, the contracts disintegrating, the empire crumbling. And then, overnight, salvation. An anonymous runesmith had repaired everything, restored the core contracts, rebuilt the entire framework from scratch. Nobody knew who they were. Nobody had ever been able to trace them. I found the provenance signature, the clerk said, on the repaired runes. It took years. The smith used masking protocols, but with the treasury locked and the counter runes active, the masking degraded enough to see the original imprint. He placed a thin crystal slate on Obsidian's desk. On it, glowing faintly gray, was a runesmith's signature. It matched perfectly with the Ashgrove family crest. Seraphina's crest. The third revelation took longest and hurt most. Obsidian found the purchase order for the Northern Peace Field's resting stone 2 weeks after her departure. He found it because he was searching, tearing through her abandoned East Wing chambers like a man looking for something he could not name. The room was bare. She had taken almost nothing. A few clothes, her medicine box, her books. The eggshell fragments on the pillow. She'd taken those. But she'd left the resting stone receipt in her desk drawer, tucked between blank pages. Almost hidden, almost. A resting stone placement, reserved for the terminally ill, paid in full. He stood in her empty room and held the receipt and felt something he had not felt in years. Genuine, grinding, annihilating fear. She was dying. She had told him. She had stood in his bedchamber and told him plainly, clearly, directly, I have approximately 4 months. And he had said do it in the East Wing where no one would see. He went to the Sanctum Healing Ward that same day. The healer, the same gray-faced man who had first diagnosed her, was not pleased to see the Duke of Obsidian Eyrie demanding private medical records. But a duke was a duke, and the records were produced. Ashheart corrosion, advanced stage, entered blood, optic channels, and shadow matter. Prognosis, 3 months remaining at time of last examination. Ellen Vale stood beside the healer with both hands locked around a duplicate slate. She placed it on the table before anyone could decide the truth was too inconvenient for a duke. Her voice shook, but she still said, that is the original record, Your Grace. I copied it the day she came in. No one asked me to, which is why no one knew to hide it. And there, a footnote, crossed out, rewritten. Dragon imprint detected, later confirmed as diagnostic error, no viable pregnancy. But the healer's handwriting on the correction was different from the original entry, subtly. Someone used to reading runes noticed such things. Was there really an error? Obsidian asked. The healer looked at him for a long time. Old eyes, tired eyes. The eyes of a man who had watched a young woman choose dignity over justice. She asked me to record it that way, he said at last. Your Grace. Obsidian left the sanctum. He walked. He did not know where he was going. His feet took him to the east wing staircase, to the empty rooms, to the cold bed where an egg had once sat surrounded by pillows, where his wife had slept alone for 6 years, where she had lost. He had locked her in a freezing room, because Celestine told him she was being difficult, because questioning a false child's blood was in his mind a worse offense than slowly killing his actual wife. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, put his hands over his face, and for the first time since boyhood, Obsidian Drake made a sound that was not a word, a raw, ugly thing torn from somewhere he'd bricked over years ago. He stayed there a long time. Then he stood and began to chase. Part 10. The North. The northern peace fields were a week's ride from the Eyrie, through mountain passes, across frozen rivers, into the vast white expanse of the far north where the sky was bigger than anything, and the dragonfire aurora lit the heavens in sheets of color that no artist could capture. Seraphina wasn't there for the resting stone. Not yet. She was there for the aurora. I want to see it, she'd told Seren on their second day of riding. Her right eye was nearly blind now. The left was holding, but dimming. Before I can't anymore, I want to see the aurora one time. Seren, riding behind her on the dragonbone stallion, he could have summoned his own mount, could have flown, could have carried her on wings wider than the Eyrie's towers, said nothing. Just tightened his arms around her waist and pressed his cheek to her shoulder. He'd been feeding her white gold fire in small doses since they left. Not enough to cure. Nothing short of a full ancient dragon's healing rite could address Ashheart corrosion at this stage, but enough to slow it, enough to push back the gray, enough to give her time. How much time, he didn't know. He didn't tell her that. They made camp in the northern fields on the 5th night. The resting stone was visible in the distance, a dark monolith in the snow, but Seraphina didn't look at it. She looked up. The aurora had begun. Not the ordinary aurora that tourists came to photograph. Dragonfire aurora, the residual energy of ancient battles, ancient magic, ancient dragons who had lived and fought and died so long ago that their fire had become part of the sky. It moved like liquid, green and gold and white and deep, bottomless blue, rippling across the heavens in waves that seemed to breathe. Seraphina stood in the snow, face tilted upward, and watched the sky burn with something beautiful. It's... she started. What? Seren stood beside her, close, warm. Worth the trip. She looked at him. In the aurora's light, his face was unearthly, the white gold scales at his temples catching the colors, his eyes reflecting the fire above. You're glowing. I do that sometimes. It's showing off. I'm trying to compete with the sky. Is it working? She looked up. Looked at him. Up. Him. The sky's bigger. But I'm closer. She laughed. Small, real, warm. He caught her hand. Drew her fractionally nearer until the cold between them was a memory. When this is over, he began. Which this? The aurora, the disease, or the dramatic former husband situation? Any of them. All of them. His gold eyes were very serious. I want you to know something. Don't say something irreversible. I'm barely managing reversible things. I love you, he said. Quiet, simple, absolute. I loved you when I was a heartbeat in a shell. I loved you when you wrapped me in a blanket and told me not to get attached. I loved you when you threw a cloak at me and threatened structural violence unless I covered myself. I loved you when you stood between me and a duke twice your political rank with a blade in your hand. He lifted their joined hands and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. I loved you before I understood strategy. Everything after that was just me trying to be useful enough to stay. She stared at him. The aurora rippled overhead. Her eyes were burning, not from corrosion, from something else. I'm dying, Saren. Not yet, not while I'm here, not if you let me. Let you what? Be what I am, fully, not the egg, not the wounded stray, what I really am. She studied his face, the scales, the gold eyes, the ancient, impossible beauty of him. What are you really? Ask me after the aurora. I want you to see this first. Obsidian arrived on the 7th day. He came with a retinue, Sky Cavalry officers, personal guards, a healer. He came in his full ducal armor, dragon scale black and silver, riding a war dragon that landed in the snowfield with a thunderous beat of wings. He came holding the old marriage contract, not the dissolved one, but a copy from the registry, holding it like a weapon, like a rope. Seraphina was sitting by the campfire when he appeared. Seren was beside her, wrapped in the old cloak, gold eyes half closed. He looked sleepy. He looked harmless. He was neither. Seraphina, Obsidian's voice carried across the snow. This dissolution is invalid. The unilateral clause requires a 90-day review period, which I satisfied. She didn't stand, didn't look up from the fire. I filed the initial petition weeks before the formal dissolution. Your own office stamped it. Check with your clerk. He was closer now, close enough that she could see his face, and it was different, changed. The cold mask was still there, but cracked. Lines around his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago, a rawness at the corners of his mouth. He'd been crying. At some point recently, he'd been crying. She could tell. It did not move her. I know what you did, he said. 6 years ago, the rune work, the consortium. I know it was you. Good. Then you can publicly acknowledge it and open your own treasury. I know about the... His voice cracked, barely. The healer told me about what happened in the runesmith chamber. About the diagnostic error? Her voice was ice. Yes, there was an error. The healer confirmed it. It wasn't an error. I know it wasn't. Seraphina. He was close now, close enough to touch. He didn't try. I did that to you. I put you there. Yes? She looked up at him then. Her gray-tinged eyes met his silver ones, and she let him see everything. The exhaustion, the damage, the absolute, final closure. You did. And I have decided that it will not be the thing that defines either my death or my life. So I have removed it. From the record. From my story. From yours. You can't just... I can. I did. It's done. Seraphina, please. What would you like me to do with your please, Obsidian? She stood. She was shorter than him, had always been shorter than him. But in this moment, in the aurora light with her battle dress and her iron-straight spine, she seemed his equal in height. Shall I tuck it away and let it warm me? The way your concern warms me, the way your love, the word was acid, warmed me through 6 years of cold rooms and colder silence? He flinched, actually flinched. Obsidian Drake, who had never flinched from anything in his life. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he said, low, rough. I'm telling you, the contract still binds under ancient dragon law, the review period. The review period, said Saren's voice from behind Seraphina, requires confirmation by a dragon of superior bloodline rank. He stood, slowly, unfolding from his seat by the fire like smoke rising, and as he rose, the mask fell away, completely. The white gold scales spread, not just at his temples and upper sleeves, everywhere, along his arms, up his neck, across his cheekbones. His hair lifted in a wind that came from nowhere, platinum white and shimmering. His eyes blazed, not the half-lidded gold of pretended weakness, but the full, searing light of something ancient and enormous. Wings unfurled, white gold, translucent, spanning the width of the campsite, catching the aurora light and refracting it into prisms. The war dragon that had carried Obsidian here made a sound, a low, terrified keen, and dropped to the snow with its head pressed to the ground. The Sky Cavalry officers' mounts did the same. Every dragon, war beast, and fire-blooded creature in the retinue went flat with instinctive, irresistible submission. Obsidian's own dragon blood, the ancient instinct buried in every black dragon's bones, screamed at him to kneel. His legs buckled. He fought it, teeth gritted, muscles locked, but his body was not asking permission. "You," he gasped. "I am Cerinthius." The voice was no longer soft, no longer human warm. It was the voice of mountains, of deep time, of something that had watched civilizations rise and crumble and rise again. The white gold, the first light, high sovereign of the ancient dragon court, whose bloodline authority supersedes every ducal, royal, and imperial dragon rank in existence. He looked down at Obsidian because Obsidian was on his knees now, unable to resist, with an expression that held no fury, no triumph, just a vast, patient, absolute certainty. "I review this marriage contract," Cerinthius said. "I find it valid in form and void in spirit." The Duke of Obsidian Airy entered a binding agreement with Seraphina Ashgrove. He failed to protect, failed to honor, failed to value. He concealed no information, but he refused to perceive information freely given. He enabled the persecution of his contractual partner. He facilitated the destruction of, his voice caught, just once, just barely, of something irreplaceable. The aurora flared above them. The white gold wings spread wider. "I declare this contract dissolved, not by clause, not by petition, by sovereign judgment. The woman called Seraphina Ashgrove owes nothing further to the House of Drake. No debt, no obligation, no residual bond. She is free." Silence. Obsidian, on his knees in the snow, looked up at Seraphina. His silver eyes were wet. His face was broken. Not the cold mask, not the proud duke. A man who had finally, catastrophically, too late understood what he had held and what he had dropped. "Seraphina," he whispered. She looked down at him and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not vindication, not triumph. Just the quiet, complete absence of pain. The cauterized place where love had been, now healed into smooth scar tissue. "Stand up, Obsidian," she said quietly. "You look pathetic." He stood. His legs shook. She turned away from him, raised her hand, her ash print ring, toward the sky, and spoke the activation phrase for the last thing she'd prepared. The aurora rippled, changed, drew together into a new pattern, not random, not natural, but deliberately composed. Runes, images, a story written in dragonfire across the sky. 6 years ago, the consortium's collapse, the desperate night when every contract failed and the entire Drake Empire hung by a thread, and the anonymous runesmith, small, quiet, working alone in the dark, who had rebuilt it all, who had poured her own blood and magic into seals meant to last centuries, who had taken the backlash and the cost and the slow, patient corrosion onto herself. The sky showed Seraphina's face, her hands tracing runes, her blood sealing contracts, her body absorbing the rebound damage that would, 6 years later, kill her. Every person in Obsidian's retinue saw it, the Sky Cavalry officers, the guards, the healer. They would talk. They would all talk. By the time they returned to the Eyrie, every soul in the Dragon territories would know the silent, invisible Duchess had been the savior all along. The aurora faded. The sky returned to its normal dance of color. Seraphina lowered her hand, turned to Seren, still in his sovereign form, wings shimmering, gold eyes soft as he looked at her. "Take me somewhere warm," she said. He closed his wings, stepped forward, took her hands in both of his, warm, so warm, the white gold fire in his blood pushing back the gray at her fingertips. "Always," he said. They left. Obsidian stood in the snow, surrounded by his kneeling retinue and the distant glow of his shattered pride, and watched them go. Part 11. Aftermath. The news hit the Eyrie like a tidal wave. Celestine's formal hearing took place 3 days after Obsidian's return, conducted by the matriarch, witnessed by the full court, and utterly damning. The blood trace evidence from the cup was irrefutable. The blue flame powder, recovered from Celestine's quarters in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, was presented as physical evidence. 2 witnesses came forward, a servant who had seen Celestine applying the powder to Lucien's hands, and a market vendor who had sold her the compound. Celestine tried to weep, then to rage, then to blame Serafina, claiming she'd been framed, manipulated, forced into the deception by the Duchess's cruelty. The contract flame basin was brought into the hearing room. Celestine was invited to place her hand in the fire and repeat her claims under oath. She refused. The oathbreaker's mark on her forearm, already visible, already permanent, pulsed with ugly blue light. She was escorted from the area under guard. Her destination, a minor holding in the distant south, where she would live out her days with the mark visible to all, unable to enter any dragon-blooded household or participate in any dragon fire ceremony. She was given no farewell, no sympathy. The court that had adored her turned its back with the efficient cruelty of the very fickle. Lucien was another matter. Serafina had left instructions with the matriarch, quiet, unsigned, but clearly in her hand. The boy was not responsible for his mother's choices. He should be placed with a reputable foster family, his true parentage disclosed to him gently when he was old enough to understand. He should be given a small trust fund, Serafina specified the amount, and access to education. He should not be used as a political pawn by anyone for any purpose ever again. The matriarch, who respected competence above all things, followed the instructions to the letter. Obsidian opened the treasury on a Thursday. It required a public statement, a formal acknowledgement before the court that the Dragon Gold Consortium's salvation 6 years ago had been the work of Serafina Ashgrove, runesmith, sealcaster, last heir of the Ashgrove line, that she had worked anonymously, that she had never been compensated, that her husband had never known, never asked, never bothered to look at the woman beside him and wonder if she might be more than the quiet ghost he'd made her. He made the statement. It cost him everything, his pride, his reputation, the careful image of self-made power he had cultivated for a decade. The treasury lock glowed gray, then faded, then opened. Inside, everything was as it should be, except for one addition. A small envelope placed at the front of the vault, sealed with the Ashgrove crest. It contained a single piece of paper. On it, in Serafina's neat hand, "You're welcome." In the weeks that followed, Obsidian Drake became a different man. Not a good one, not yet, perhaps not ever, but a different one. He dismissed the advisors who had encouraged his coldness. He reorganized the consortium with transparency clauses. He visited the East Wing and did not leave. He sat in her empty room. He touched the pillow where the egg had been. He read the books she'd left behind: philosophy, rune theory, a worn copy of a romance novel with a cracked spine suggesting it had been read many times. He did not chase her again. He understood, finally, belatedly, with the brutal clarity of a man who has run out of self-deception, that chasing was not the same as earning, that he had no right to her forgiveness, her time, or her presence, that the most honorable thing he could do was live with what he'd done and become someone who would not do it again. Whether that person would ever deserve a second look from her was not his decision to make. It was hers. Part 12, The Road Ahead. Serafina and Saren traveled north. Not aimlessly. There were places. Ancient dragon ruins, predating the modern Ares, where healing rituals beyond current medical knowledge had once been performed. The white gold sovereign's blood gave them access to sites that had been sealed for centuries. His power gave her time. His presence gave her something she had not had in 6 years. Someone who saw her fully and stayed. The ash heart corrosion was not cured. Not yet. Her vision fluctuated, some days clear, some days gray. The pain came and went. But it was no longer advancing unchecked. Saren's white gold fire pushed back against the decay like a tide against erosion, not reversing the damage, but slowing it enough that hope became rational rather than foolish. There's a sight, Saren said one morning, studying an ancient map over breakfast. They were in a traveler's inn at the edge of the northern wastes, a small, warm place run by a cheerful woman who clearly found them both completely baffling, but was happy to take their coin. 3 days' ride. The old records mention a restoration pool, used by ancient dragons after battle damage, if any of the magic still functions. If, Serafina said. She was eating toast. Her appetite had returned, partially. Enough. That's a large if. I am an optimist. You are a 1,000-year-old dragon pretending to be an optimist because it makes me less likely to argue with you. He looked at her over the map, his gold eyes crinkled at the corners. Is it working? Marginally. They traveled well together. Better than Serafina had expected, though perhaps she should have known. He had, after all, lived in her pocket, metaphorically, for weeks as an egg. He knew her rhythms, her silences, the difference between her thinking quiet and her hurting quiet. He knew when to be present and when to be absent, when to fill silence with his low, slightly ridiculous observations about the world. That bird is judging us. Specifically, it's judging my cloak. It's a bird, Saren. A critical bird. Look at its eyes. And when to simply exist beside her without words. He also knew when she was thinking about the child she'd lost. He never asked, never pushed, just moved closer, a hand on her back, a brush of warmth, and let her feel his presence without the burden of explanation. You're doing it again, she said one evening, sitting by a fire in the ruins of some ancient structure. Doing what? Being perfect in ways specifically calibrated to make me attached to you. He set down his tea, looked at her with complete seriousness. Would you prefer I be imperfect? I'd prefer you be honest about whether this, she gestured between them, is strategy or sincerity. He was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Shadows moved on stone walls carved with runes so old even Serafina couldn't read them all. When I was in the shell, he said softly, I could hear you. Not words, feelings. I could feel your heartbeat, your warmth, your sadness. He looked at the fire. I was dying. My injuries were severe, from the old war. I had sealed myself to heal, but the healing wasn't working. I was fading. Then what happened? You picked me up, he said it simply, as if it were simple. And your warmth, your magic, your care, did what centuries of self-healing couldn't. It wasn't strategic, what you did. You just refused to let something die alone on a street corner. He met her eyes. I fell in love with you before I could see your face. Everything after that, the strategy, the performance, the letting you protect me, was just trying to stay close enough to matter to you. She was quiet for a long time. That's not fair, she said at last. You can't say things like that and expect me to maintain emotional distance. I don't want you to maintain emotional distance. I know, that's why it's not fair. He moved closer, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His hand found hers, warm, steady. The white gold fire in his blood hummed against her skin, not painful, not demanding, just present. I'm not asking for anything, he said. I'm not obsidian. I don't need you to perform a role or fill a position or be anything other than exactly what you are. His thumb traced the back of her hand. I just want to be where you are, for as long as you'll have me. She leaned into him, just slightly, just enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm and his warmth seeped into her bones. You put eggshell fragments in my luggage, she said. I did. So I couldn't leave without you. A precaution. A manipulation. A romantic precaution. She smiled, small, real, hidden against his shoulder. Fine, she said. Stay. For how long? For as long as I'm interesting. Then forever, he said. Because I've been alive for 1,000 years, and you're the most interesting thing I've ever found. She would have argued, but he'd turned his head just slightly, just enough that his lips brushed her temple, and the argument dissolved into warmth. They rode on the next morning. The dragon-boned stallion, who had developed an aggressive preference for Serin's horse treats and an equally aggressive disdain for Obsidian's family colors, it had once kicked a man wearing a Drake crest pin, carried them north through the snow. Serafina rode in front, Serin behind, arms around her waist, chin on her shoulder, occasionally narrating the landscape in deliberately terrible poetry. That mountain looks like a nose, a majestic nose, the nose of a god who sneezed and created geography. Her right eye was still dim, her left was clear, the pain was manageable. The future was uncertain, but no longer empty. She had left behind a sealed treasury, a disgraced rival, a husband on his knees, and a court that would never forget the sky-written truth. She carried with her a medicine box, a book of rune theory, a bag of eggshell fragments tucked into the bottom of her pack, and a 1,000-year-old dragon disguised as the most beautiful man alive, wearing her old cloak like a talisman. She was not a duchess, not a wife, not a ghost. She was a runesmith, an ash grove, a woman who had seen the bottom and chosen deliberately to climb. And somewhere ahead, 3 days' ride through ancient ruins and snow-covered passes, there was a chance, not a guarantee, not a certainty, but a chance. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Epilogue. Shell fragments. The restoration pool worked. Not instantly. Serin had warned her it wouldn't be instant. Ancient dragon healing is patient magic, he said, waist-deep in glowing water that smelled of ozone and starlight. It works on the principle that time can be convinced to move differently around a wound. That's not a medical explanation. I'm a dragon, not a healer. I think in metaphors. But it worked. Over days, then weeks, the gray receded from her blood. The corrosion slowed, then stopped, then began to reverse. Her right eye cleared. The metallic taste faded from her mouth. The fatigue lifted like fog burning off at dawn. She was not cured overnight. It took months of treatments, of traveling between ancient sites, of Serene feeding her white gold fire, and the old pools feeding her life back to her one day at a time. But it worked. By spring, she could see clearly from both eyes. By summer, the pain was gone. By autumn, the healer she visited, a different one in a different city far from the Eyrie, pronounced her in remission. Whatever you've been doing, the healer said, studying her blood sample with undisguised amazement, keep doing it. I'll try, she said. It mostly involves letting a dragon fuss over me. She built a life, not in the Eyrie, never again there, but in the world. She took commissions as a runesmith under her own name. The Ashgrove name, which had been thought lost, turned out to carry considerable weight when attached to a living, breathing practitioner. She was sought after, respected, paid well. She had her own workshop, her own home, her own staff. She had friends, other runesmiths, merchants, scholars, women she could laugh with, men who admired her work and occasionally, charmingly, tried to court her, only to be met with the polite but unmovable wall of the white gold dragon, who appeared at her shoulder with a cup of tea and a smile that was 90% territorial and 10% innocent. You scared off another one, she told him one evening. I merely offered him tea, gold eyes, guileless. You offered him tea while manifesting scales on your neck. I have a skin condition. You have a jealousy condition. Also, yes. He set down his own tea and pulled her chair slightly, very slightly, closer to his. Is it a problem? She looked at him. The most powerful being in the known world, dressed in her old cloak, now thoroughly worn out and patched 6 times, sitting in her workshop like a very beautiful house cat who had decided this was where it lived. No, she said, it's ridiculous, but it's not a problem. He smiled. The real one. The full one. She received a letter from the matriarch once a year. Brief, formal, informative. The consortium was stable. The Eyrie was functioning. Lucien was happy with his foster family. Bright, kind, showing an aptitude for music. Celestine, the matriarch wrote, had not vanished into comfort. The Oathbreaker's mark kept every dragon household shut to her, and she now earned her keep copying harmless estate ledgers in a southern chapel, wearing long sleeves even in summer. It was not forgiveness. It was consequence, slow enough to teach. Obsidian's name appeared rarely in these letters. When it did, it was in passing. Brief mentions of policy changes, structural reforms, charitable acts that seemed deliberately designed to address the specific failures of his past. He did not write to her directly, not once. She respected that. It was the first genuinely thoughtful thing he'd done in their entire acquaintance. One evening, years later, in the home she'd built, surrounded by her work and her life, and the particular warmth of a man who still kept eggshell fragments in his pocket for sentimental reasons, she found herself thinking about the beginning. A Tuesday, a gray diagnosis, a cold egg on a colder street. "You're thinking loudly," Surin murmured from behind her. He was stretched on the sofa, reading, or pretending to read. His gold eyes watched her over the page. "I'm thinking about how close everything was," she said. "How easily it could have gone differently. But it didn't. But it could have. But it didn't." He set down the book, opened his arms. An invitation, not a demand. "Come here." She went, settled against him, warm, alive, both of them alive. "I'm glad I picked up that egg," she said. "I'm glad you did too." His lips pressed to the top of her head. "Though I maintain that I did significant work from inside the shell, the medicine bottle pushing alone." "You want credit for rolling into my medicine box?" It was a very purposeful roll. She laughed. He held her tighter. Outside, snow fell, gentle, white, harmless. Not everything was perfect. She still had checkups, still carried the faint scars of corrosion in her blood, like hairline cracks in porcelain, mended, but visible if you knew where to look. She still sometimes woke at night with the echo of cold stone beneath her and the memory of a small absence. But she was alive, she was free, she was loved, not with the brittle, performative passion of a man who only valued what he'd lost, but with the steady, patient, slightly ridiculous devotion of a dragon who had decided, from inside an eggshell, that she was worth the next 1,000 years. That was more than enough. That was everything. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Part 1. The Winter Flame Feast. Chapter 1. The Betrothal That Wasn't. The honey nut cakes stood in a 6-tier tower at the edge of the feast table, and Soot had already noticed them. Serafina Voss stood at the far end of the great hall of Ashenmere Keep, dressed in her only formal coat, a dark wool surcoat with a high collar that hid the scar running from her left ear to her collarbone, and she held a black cat against her chest like a soldier holds a shield. The cat's name was Soot. Soot did not care about the betrothal feast. Soot cared about the honey nut cakes. The Winter Flame Feast was the single largest social event of the Southern Noble calendar, a night when every Dragon Rider family from the Amber Coast to the Greyvale Marshes gathered under enchanted firelight to announce alliances, seal marriages, toast military victories, and most importantly, show off. The Great Hall of Ashenmere Keep had been decorated in red and gold silk banners, each one embroidered with the twin flame crest of House Hareth. Dragonfire candelabras hung from iron chains bolted to the vaulted ceiling, casting everything in a warm amber glow that made even the ugliest lord look halfway tolerable. Long tables ran the length of the room, loaded with roast venison, spiced wine, crystallized ginger, and towering over it all, the honey nut cake display, which was meant to be served after the betrothal announcement. The betrothal announcement. Serafina shifted her weight from one boot to the other. Her boots were military issue. They had mud on them. She had not had time to clean them because she had ridden 6 days straight from the northern frontier to be here. And when she had arrived at the keep 3 hours ago, the servants had looked at her as though she were a stray dog that had wandered in through the kitchen. No one had prepared a room for her. No one had laid out a dress. No one had told her that the seating arrangement had been changed and her place at the head table had been given to someone else. She had found all of this out by standing in the doorway of the great hall and watching a red-haired woman in a scarlet silk gown take the chair beside Aldrich Herath, the chair that was supposed to be hers. Aldrich. Herr Betrothed. Her former betrothed, apparently. She watched him now from across the room. Aldrich Herath was, by any honest measure, a handsome man. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and dark copper hair swept back from a high forehead. He wore a formal military coat of deep crimson with gold braiding at the shoulders, and on his chest. Serafina's fingers tightened around Soot. On his chest, he wore 3 medals: the Iron Fang for holding the Greyvale Bridge, the Silver Gate for the defense of Thornwall, and the Winterflame Star for the 3-day siege of Dragonfire Pass. Those were her medals. She had earned every single one of them on the frontier, leading her cavalry through fire and blood and frozen mud, and Aldrich Herath had taken them off her record and pinned them to his own coat like decorations for a feast. Soot's ears flattened. The cat could feel the tension in her arms. "Easy," Serafina murmured. Her voice was low and quiet, the kind of voice that did not carry in a crowded room, which was fine because no one in this room was listening to her anyway. She had known something was wrong when the letters stopped. For 2 months before the feast, Aldrich's correspondence had gone from warm to formal to non-existent. His last letter had been 3 lines long. "The Winterflame feast will proceed as planned. Your presence is expected. Wear something appropriate." She had not owned anything appropriate. She still didn't. The surcoat was clean. The boots were not. The cat was well fed, which was more than she could say for herself. She had given her last ration biscuit to Soot somewhere around the 4th day of riding because the cat had looked at her with those enormous golden eyes, and she was apparently incapable of saying no to a small animal with fluffy ears. This was the great irony of Serafina Voss. She could say no to a charging warhorse, a collapsing siege wall, a screaming battalion of enemy soldiers, and a Dragonfire bombardment that had turned the entire eastern flank of Dragonfire Pass into a lake of molten stone. She could not say no to a cat that wanted a biscuit. "Commander Voss." The voice came from behind her. She turned. A steward in House Herath livery stood at her elbow, looking deeply uncomfortable. He was young, maybe 20, with a thin mustache he was clearly very proud of and a nervous habit of pulling at his cuffs. "Lord Herath requests that you come to the front of the hall," the steward said. "He wishes to make an announcement." "I know what the announcement is," Serafina said. The steward blinked. You do?" "It's a betrothal feast. He's going to announce a betrothal." She paused. "It's just not going to be ours." The steward's face went through a complicated sequence of emotions. Confusion, then realization, then pity. Then the particular kind of discomfort that occurs when a young man realizes he has been sent to fetch a woman to her own humiliation, and he does not have the rank to refuse the errand. "I'm sorry," he said, very quietly. "Don't be." Serafina adjusted Soot in her arms. The cat had begun to purr, which meant it had spotted something interesting, probably the honey nut cakes. "Lead the way." The walk from the back of the hall to the front was approximately 40 paces. It felt like 40 miles. Serafina kept her eyes forward, her chin level, her shoulders square. She had learned a long time ago that the way you carry yourself matters more than what you're wearing, and what she was carrying right now, beneath the calm exterior, beneath the mud-caked boots and the high-collared surcoat and the purring cat, was a cold, heavy certainty that settled in her stomach like an iron weight. He was going to reject her publicly, in front of everyone. She had considered briefly not coming to the front of the hall. She had considered leaving, walking out the door, mounting her horse, and riding back to the frontier where the people who loved her were waiting, and the only thing that tried to humiliate her was the weather. But Aldrich had her command token. He had her transfer orders, he had her war medals, and, as of tonight, he was going to have her cavalry. The female cavalry of Dragonfire Pass, the Iron Maidens, the common soldiers called them, was technically a noble-sponsored military unit, and the sponsorship was tied to the betrothal contract. If the betrothal dissolved, sponsorship reverted to the male party's house, which meant that if Aldrich rejected her tonight, House Herath would take command of the 63 women she had trained, led with, frozen with, and dragged out of burning siege lines with her own hands. She was not going to let that happen. She reached the front of the hall. Aldrich stood on the raised dais where the head table was set, and beside him sat the red-haired woman in the scarlet gown. Up close, the woman was striking. High cheekbones, sharp green eyes, skin like porcelain, and a bearing that suggested she had never in her life carried her own luggage. Her gown was cut from silk so fine it seemed to breathe, and at her throat hung a pendant of red dragon scales set in gold. Red dragon blood. Old money. The kind of family that traced their lineage back to the first dragon rider packs and never let anyone forget it. The woman looked at Serafina. Her gaze moved from the mud-caked boots to the military surcoat to the black cat, and her expression arranged itself into something that was not quite contempt, but was definitely not respect. "Serafina," Aldrich said. His voice was warm. That was the worst part. He sounded exactly the way he had sounded when he had asked her to marry him. Gentle, steady, sincere. As though what he was about to do was reasonable. As though she would understand. "Aldrich," she said. "I'm glad you came. I wanted you to hear this from me." "I'm hearing it." He took a breath. The hall had gone quiet. 300 nobles, dragon riders, military officers, and their assorted attendants were watching. The dragonfire candelabras flickered. Someone at a nearby table set down their wine glass with a soft clink. "The betrothal between our houses," Aldrich said, "will not proceed." A murmur rippled through the hall. Not surprise. Serafina could tell from the way the murmur moved that most of the guests had already known. They had been told before she arrived. The announcement was not for them. It was for her. "I have the highest respect for your service to the kingdom," Aldrich continued. "Your courage on the frontier is beyond question. But a marriage is not a battlefield, and I must choose a partner who is suited to—" He hesitated, searching for the right word. "Say it," Serafina said. Aldrich's jaw tightened. "I will not marry a bloodstained battle axe." The hall went completely silent. Soot stopped purring. Serafina looked at Aldrich Herath, at the man she had loved for 3 years, the man she had written letters to from frozen siege camps, the man she had imagined building a life with when the wars were over. And she felt the last thread of that love snap cleanly, like a bowstring cut with a sharp knife. It did not hurt the way she expected. It hurt the way an old wound hurts when you finally pull the stitches out. A bright, clean sting, and then nothing. "All right," she said. Aldrich blinked. He had expected tears. Everyone in the hall had expected tears. The red-haired woman had already arranged her face into an expression of gracious sympathy, the kind of look a woman gives another woman when she wants the audience to see how merciful she is. "All right," Aldrich repeated. "You don't want to marry me," Serafina said. "I heard you. I understand the words. They were not complicated." A ripple of uncertain laughter moved through the nearest tables. Aldrich's expression shifted. He had rehearsed this moment, she could tell, and her reaction was not following his script. "Serafina, I know this is difficult." "It's not difficult. You said no. I don't beg." She turned to leave, and that was when the ring box appeared. It was sitting on the edge of the head table, a small velvet box in deep red, positioned next to the red-haired woman's wine glass. The new betrothal ring, the replacement. Aldrich must have had it ready, waiting for the moment the old betrothal was formally dissolved so he could announce the new one. Soot saw the box. Soot was a cat. Cats do not understand the social significance of betrothal rings. What cats understand is that small objects on the edges of tables are inherently suspicious and must be investigated. Before Serafina could react, Soot launched himself from her arms, landed on the white tablecloth with the grace of a small, furry cannonball, and trotted directly toward the ring box. His long black tail swept behind him like a banner. "Get that animal," the red-haired woman started. Soot's tail caught the ring box. The box tumbled off the edge of the table. The lid popped open, and the ring, a ruby and gold band that probably cost more than Serafina's entire military salary, rolled out, bounced twice on the stone floor, arced upward in a glittering red trajectory, and landed directly in the center of the 6-tiered honey nut cake tower. The hall watched in collective, horrified silence as the ring sank slowly into the top tier, leaving a small crater in the honey glaze. The red-haired woman stared at the cake. Aldrich stared at the cake. 300 nobles stared at the cake. Soot sat down on the tablecloth, curled his tail around his paws, and began to wash his face. The red-haired woman stood up. Her scarlet gown rustled. She looked at the cake tower, then at Aldrich, then back at the cake tower. My ring is in the cake. I can see that, Aldrich said through his teeth. Well, get it out. Aldrich turned to his steward. Get the ring. The steward looked at the cake tower. The tower was 6 tiers high, glazed in honey, studded with candied nuts, and the ring was somewhere in the top tier, buried under 2 inches of almond paste and sticky glaze. There was no way to retrieve it without destroying the display. My lord, if I may, the steward began. I'll get it myself, the red-haired woman said, and she reached into the top tier of the cake with both hands. Her fingers, adorned with 3 gold rings and a dragon scale bracelet, sank into honey glaze up to the second knuckle. She dug. Honey oozed between her fingers. Almond paste stuck to her bracelet. A chunk of cake fell and landed on the tablecloth with a wet splat. The entire Southern Dragon Rider aristocracy watched Lady Virena Ashcliffe of the Red Dragon bloodline fish through a honey nut cake with both hands, while her new betrothed stood beside her looking as though he wanted the floor to open and swallow him. Serafina, standing at the foot of the dais with no cat and no ring and no betrothal, felt the corner of her mouth twitch. It was not a smile. Serafina Voss did not smile in public, but it was close. Got it, Virena announced, pulling the ring free. Honey dripped from her fingers onto the scarlet silk of her gown. She held the ring up triumphantly, and then noticed the honey. On her hands, on her bracelet, on her gown, on the edge of her chin, where she had accidentally touched her face. A single candied almond was stuck to her left earlobe. Aldrich closed his eyes. At the nearest table, someone made a noise that might have been a cough, but was definitely a laugh. It was at this precise moment, while Virena Ashcliffe was standing at the head table with honey on her chin and an almond on her ear, while Aldrich Hareth was visibly reconsidering every life decision that had led to this moment. And while Soot was calmly eating a piece of cake that had fallen on the tablecloth, that a man at one of the side tables reached for the black cat. Filthy animal, the man muttered. He was a minor lord, red-faced from wine, with the thick hands of someone who had never done manual labor, but liked to pretend he had. Someone should drown it. His hand closed around Soot's scruff. Soot yowled. Serafina moved. She did not think about it. 3 years on the frontier had burned away the gap between thought and action. Her body moved the way a blade moves when the hand is trained, and she was across the distance in 2 steps, one hand catching the man's wrist, the other sweeping the scabbard of her sword across the back of his knees. The minor lord went down. His knees hit the stone floor with a crack that echoed through the silent hall. His wrist was locked in Serafina's grip, bent at an angle that was not quite painful, but was 1 degree away from it. She plucked Soot from his other hand, tucked the cat against her side, and held the man's wrist for 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Long enough for every person in the hall to see that she had not struggled, had not hurried, had not broken a sweat. Then she let go. The man scrambled backward, cradling his wrist. The laughter died. The hall was silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. Not anticipation, not amusement. This was the silence of 300 people remembering, all at once, that the woman standing at the foot of the dais was not a rejected bride. She was the blade of the gate, the woman who had held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days with 63 cavalry soldiers against a force 5 times their number. And the only reason half of them were alive to attend this feast was because she had stood between their lands and destruction and refused to move. Serafina set Soot on her shoulder. The cat settled there like he belonged, his tail curling around the back of her neck. She looked up at Aldrich. "My sword," she said. Aldrich stared at her. "What?" "My sword, my frontier command token, my war medals, and the transfer order for my female cavalry." "Serafina, this is not the time. You dissolved the betrothal. The sponsorship clause is void. My cavalry is mine, my medals are mine, my command token is mine. I want them back, now." "The transfer has already been processed." "Processed by whom?" Aldrich's mouth opened and closed. Beside him, Virena was wiping honey from her fingers with a cloth napkin and watching the exchange with the sharp attention of a woman who has realized that the evening's entertainment has changed direction. The transfer was filed with the Southern Military Authority this morning, Aldrich said carefully. The cavalry of Dragonfire Pass has been reassigned to House Herath's direct command. This morning, Serafina repeated, before the betrothal was dissolved, before you announced it tonight. Another murmur. This one was different, darker, uneasy. Filing a military transfer before the formal dissolution of a betrothal was technically legal, but it was also the kind of move that made people look at you sideways, because it meant you had planned the rejection in advance and moved to seize the military assets before the other party could object. Aldrich had planned this. He had planned to reject her, and he had planned to take her cavalry, and he had timed it so that by the time she found out, the paperwork would already be done. Serafina felt her disaster sense pulse. It came the way it always came, a cold wash across the back of her skull, a ringing in her ears like a distant bell, and then the lines. She could see them, faint golden threads overlaid on the real world, marking stress points, weak links, imminent failures. It was not magic, not exactly. The military physicians had called it hypervigilance, a survival adaptation from too many years of anticipating siege collapses and ambush angles. Serafina called it useful. Right now, the lines were showing her something interesting. The Great Hall's winter flame hanging frame, a massive iron and oak decorative structure suspended from the ceiling above the dais, hung with banners and dragonfire lamps, was supported by 4 chains. 3 of the chains were solid. The 4th, the secondary support chain on the far left, was not. She could see the stress fracture running through the 3rd link. She could see the slight sway that indicated the bolt had worked loose. She could read the path of the falling frame as clearly as a battlefield map. If the chain failed on its own, the whole structure would swing sideways, crash into the dais, and take out the head table, the cake display, Aldrich, Virena, and approximately a dozen other nobles. 3 breaths. Serafina drew her sword. The hall gasped. Aldrich stepped back. 2 guards near the dais reached for their weapons. Serafina did not attack anyone. She turned, measured the angle, and threw. The sword spun through the air in a clean arc and struck the weakened secondary chain, 2 links above the stress fracture. The chain snapped, not where it was about to fail, but where she had cut it, at a controlled point. The hanging frame lurched, swung on its remaining 3 chains, and came down at a controlled angle, crashing into an open area to the right of the dais where no one was standing. It landed on the Dragonbone display. House Herath's Dragonbone display was a large glass and oak case positioned at the edge of the dais, filled with what Aldrich's family claimed were authentic, ancient dragon bones recovered from their ancestral territory. The bones had been a centerpiece of the family's prestige for 3 generations, proof of their dragon rider heritage and their connection to the old wars. The hanging frame smashed through the glass case, the dragon bones scattered across the stone floor. And as they scattered, something became very clear to everyone in the hall. The bones were fake. They were carved from cattle bone and painted with mineral dust to look like dragon scale marrow. The paint flaked off on impact, revealing the pale yellow of ordinary cow femurs beneath. Silence. Deep, absolute, mortifying silence. A repair craftsman near the far wall, a thin, nervous man in a leather apron who had been standing by in case any of the decorations needed adjustment during the feast, went pale. The maintenance funds, someone said. A lord from a nearby table, standing up, pointing at the scattered fake bones. House Herath received a grant from the Southern Military Authority for the upkeep of the Dragonbone collection 3 years running. Where did the money go? All eyes turned to Aldrich. Aldrich's face had gone from furious to bloodless. He looked at the fake bones, then at the craftsman, then at Serafina, who was standing in the wreckage with her hand out. Her sword had embedded itself in the wooden frame. She pulled it free, checked the edge, and sheathed it. Your maintenance grants were embezzled, she said, by your household, and those, she nodded at the fake bones, are cow. The craftsman, under the combined gaze of 300 nobles, cracked. It was Lord Herath's steward, he blurted. He told me to replace the bones 2 years ago and keep silent. The maintenance funds went to the household treasury. I have the receipts. I kept them. I kept all of them. The hall erupted. Serafina walked through the chaos, She stepped up onto the dais, past the shouting nobles and the horrified stewards and the scattered fake dragon bones, and she stopped in front of Aldrich. He was taller than her. He had always been taller than her. But right now, with the wreckage around them and the truth about his family's fraud spreading through the hall like fire through dry grass, he seemed smaller than she had ever seen him. "My sword," she said again, "my command token, my war medals, and my cavalry transfer order. I'm taking them now." "You can't. The betrothal is dissolved. Your sponsorship claim is void because it was filed before formal dissolution, which violates Article 12 of the Southern Military Code. Your family's maintenance fraud gives me grounds to petition for immediate return of all military assets held under false pretenses. I will have my cavalry back tonight, or I will file a formal grievance with the Southern Military Authority tomorrow morning, and I will bring the craftsman, his receipts, and every person in this hall who just watched your fake dragon bones fall apart." Aldrich looked at her. For a moment, just a moment, she saw something in his eyes that might have been regret, or it might have been the realization that he had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. "Fine," he said. He turned to his steward, a different steward, not the thin man in the apron, but the head of household, a stocky man with a gray beard and panicked eyes, and gave a short, sharp order. The steward hurried away and returned with a leather chest. Inside the chest were her command token, a bronze disc stamped with the seal of Dragonfire Pass, her war medals, the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winterflame Star, all three of them, the real ones, not the copies Aldrich had been wearing on his coat, and the cavalry transfer order, still unsigned. Serafina took the chest. She tucked it under her arm, the same way she held Soot, firmly, protectively, with the certainty of someone who would not let go. She looked at the medals on Aldrich's coat, the copies. He was still wearing them. She did not say anything about them. Not yet. She turned and walked down from the dais. The hall parted for her like water. Chapter 2. The Dragon in the Snowstorm. She made it as far as the courtyard before the shaking started. It was not fear. It was not sadness. It was adrenaline. 3 years of it, all the adrenaline she had been storing up since the day she rode south from the frontier, condensed into a single tremor that started in her hands and worked its way up to her shoulders. Soot meowed and pressed his face against her neck. "I know," she said. "I know." The courtyard of Ashenmere Keep was wide and cobblestoned, surrounded by high walls and open to the sky. Snow was falling, fat, heavy flakes that caught the light from the keep's windows and glowed like sparks. The air smelled of cold iron, wood smoke, and the faint sulfur tang of dragon fire that always lingered around Dragon Rider estates. Serafina set the leather chest on a stone bench, sat down beside it, and held her cat. She breathed. In, out, in, out. The way she had taught herself to breathe after battle, when the killing was done and the survivors were counting bodies and the world was too loud and too bright and too alive. She was not going to cry. She had made that decision somewhere between the dais and the courtyard door, and she was going to hold to it because she was Serafina Voss, the Blade of the Gate, and she did not cry in courtyards while holding a cat and a box of medals. She was going to sit here for 5 minutes, she was going to breathe, and then she was going to find a horse, ride to wherever her cavalry was bivouacked, show them the command token, and take her soldiers back. That was the plan. For approximately 90 seconds, the plan was enough. 90 seconds was how long it took for the snowstorm to change. Serafina felt it before she saw it, a pressure drop, sudden and immense, like the air had been punched. The snow stopped falling. The flakes hung in the air for a heartbeat, suspended, and then the wind hit. It came from the north, and it carried with it a sound that Serafina had heard only once before in her life, during the siege of Dragonfire Pass, when the enemy had deployed their war dragons against her position. Wings. Enormous wings, beating against the storm. She stood. Soot dug his claws into her shoulder. The leather chest fell off the bench. She didn't pick it up. The sky above Ashenmere Keep split open. A dragon came through the clouds. It was not like the war dragons she had fought on the frontier. Those were young drakes, 30 feet from nose to tail, fast and vicious but manageable. This was something else entirely. This was an ancient, and it was vast. Its wingspan blotted out the snow. Its scales were black as obsidian, but shot through with fissures of molten gold that glowed like lava cracks in cooling stone. Its eyes were burning amber, each one the size of a tower shield, and they swept the courtyard with the focused, predatory intelligence of a creature that had been alive longer than the castle it was landing on. It descended through the snowstorm like a falling mountain, and every dragon in the keep's stable, 6 young drakes, 2 war mounts, and a courier breed, screamed and pressed their bellies to the floor. The ancient dragon landed on the keep's outer wall. The stone groaned under its weight. Frost cracked. Mortar dust sifted down. It folded its wings, slowly, deliberately, the way a king closes the doors of his throne room, and looked down at the courtyard. At Seraphina. At the black cat on her shoulder. At the leather chest on the ground. The dragon's enormous head tilted. Its molten gold eyes narrowed. Then the air around it shimmered, the way heat shimmers above a forge, and the dragon was gone. In its place, standing on the outer wall with one boot on the stone and one hand resting on the parapet with absolute ease, was a man. He was tall, not tall the way Aldrich was tall, with the broad-shouldered, carefully maintained build of a southern nobleman who spent his mornings in the training yard and his afternoons being fitted for clothes. This man was tall the way a blade is long, lean, dangerous, built for speed and precision and the particular kind of violence that does not announce itself before it arrives. His hair was black, shot through with streaks of dark gold that caught the firelight from the keep's windows. His skin was tanned to a deep bronze, marked with faint lines at the jaw and temples that might have been age or might have been something else entirely. His eyes were dark gold, vertical pupilled, and they caught the light the way a predator's eyes catch the light in the dark. He wore a long coat of black leather and dragon scale, belted at the waist with a chain of dark iron, and at his throat hung a pendant of raw obsidian set in molten gold. He smelled, even from 20 feet away, even through the snow and the wood smoke, of cold iron, volcanic ash, and something deep and hot and old, like the heart of a mountain. He looked at Seraphina. She looked at him. Soot hissed. The man jumped down from the wall. It was a 20-foot drop. He landed on the cobblestones without a sound, straightened, and walked toward her with the unhurried pace of someone who has never once in his very long life needed to rush. "You're bleeding," he said. His voice was low, smooth, and carried an undertone of heat, not warmth precisely, but the kind of radiant energy that comes off cooling metal. It was the voice of someone who was used to being listened to and did not particularly care whether you wanted to or not. Seraphina looked down. He was right. During the incident with the hanging frame, a shard of glass from the dragonbone display case had sliced through the cuff of her surcoat and opened a thin cut across her forearm. She hadn't noticed. "It's shallow," she said. "I didn't say it was deep." He stopped 3 paces from her. Up close, the vertical pupils were more pronounced and the scent of volcanic ash was stronger. "I said you're bleeding. In a courtyard, alone, holding a cat and a box of medals. After your betrothed just called you a blood-stained battle axe in front of 300 people. You were listening." "I was landing on the roof. Sound carries." Seraphina studied him. Her disaster sense was quiet. No golden lines, no ringing, no cold wash. Whatever this man was, her instincts were not reading him as an immediate threat, which was either very reassuring or very alarming. "Who are you?" she asked. "Caeldrith," he said. "Caeldrith of the Obsidian Reach." A pause. "Some people call me the Dragon King of the North." "The Black Gold Ancient," Seraphina said. She had heard of him. Everyone on the frontier had heard of him. The oldest living Dragon King, ruler of the volcanic dragon nest in the far north, where the fire veins ran hot beneath the stone and the dragon eggs slept in beds of molten rock. He was a legend. He was also apparently real and standing in front of her in a snowstorm. "You know my title," he said. "Good. Then you know I don't come south for small reasons." "What's your reason?" Dragon fat wax tribute from the Amber Coast hasn't arrived in 3 seasons. Frontier battle records have been altered, and the fire veins in my dragon nest are behaving in ways that concern me. His dark gold eyes moved from her face to the leather chest on the ground. "I came to inspect. I landed here because the feast gave me an audience. And I stayed because I saw a woman control a room full of armed nobles with a scabbard and a thrown sword. prevent a structural collapse before anyone else noticed the fault, expose a fraud, and reclaim her military assets, all while holding a cat. Soot, from Serafina's shoulder, gave a smug chirp. "I have questions about the frontier battle records," Kildrith said. "And I have a problem in the north that requires someone with sharp eyes, fast reactions, and," he glanced at the cut on her arm, "a tolerance for getting hurt." "Are you offering me a job?" "I'm inviting you to the Northern Dragon Nest to investigate the fire vein abnormalities. Your disaster sense is well known on the frontier." "My disaster sense is well known everywhere," Serafina said flatly. "The Southern nobles call me a disaster bringer." "The Southern nobles call you many things. Most of them are inaccurate." He stepped closer, not aggressively, but with the deliberate, measured movement of someone testing a boundary. "I watched you in that hall, Commander. You saw the chain 3 breaths before it failed. You chose the angle that would bring the frame down safely. You controlled the collapse. That's what disaster sense does." "No, that's what you do with disaster sense. The ability is a tool. The judgment is yours." His eyes held hers. "Come north. Bring your cat. Bring your sword. Bring your cavalry transfer order if you need it processed by an authority higher than the Southern Military Code." Serafina considered this. She considered the fact that she was standing in a snowstorm with no horse, no lodging, no allies in the Southern Court, and a freshly dissolved betrothal. She considered the fact that her cavalry was still technically under House Herath's jurisdiction until the transfer order was formally reversed. She considered the fact that the man standing in front of her was the most powerful Dragon King on the continent, and he was offering her exactly what she needed: a position, an authority, and a reason to leave the South behind. She also considered the fact that he was, objectively, the most striking man she had ever seen, and she was absolutely not going to think about that right now. "Conditions," she said. His eyebrows rose. "Conditions. I bring my cat, my sword, and my cavalry transfer order. I receive an independent tent, a military position, and direct access to the fire vein sites. I am not a maid. I am not a collectible. I am not a decoration for your court. I will work as a military officer, or I will not work at all." Kildrith looked at her for a long moment. The snow fell around them. The wind caught his coat and hers, sending them snapping in opposite directions, his black, hers dark gray, both of them sharp against the white. Then the corner of his mouth curved. It was not a smile. It was the expression of someone who has found something rare and is deciding how much to let the owner know it. "Agreed," he said. "All conditions." "Then I accept." "Good." He turned toward the keep gate. "We leave at dawn. Try not to bleed on my dragon." He walked away into the snow. Soot, on Serafina's shoulder, made a low, contemplative sound. The sound a cat makes when it is not entirely sure what just happened, but is willing to go along with it as long as there is food involved. Serafina picked up the leather chest, held it against her side, and looked at the keep behind her. Through the windows, she could see the winter flame feast continuing. The shouting, the chaos, the scattered fake dragon bones. She could see Aldrich at the head table, trying to restore order. She could see Virena wiping honey from her hands. She could see the stewards scrambling. She turned her back on all of it. "Let's go find a warm corner," she told Soot. "We have an early morning." Chapter 3. The Departure. Dawn came gray and cold, and Serafina met it standing in the courtyard with her old campaign chest on one shoulder, her sword on her hip, her command token in her coat pocket, and Soot in a sling she had fashioned from a spare horse blanket. The sling had been necessary because Soot, upon being introduced to the concept of early morning departures, had expressed his displeasure by going completely boneless and refusing to support his own body weight. He was currently draped in the sling like a furry black sandbag, his golden eyes half closed, his tail hanging over the edge. She had found him 18 months ago in the ruins of a farmstead east of Dragonfire Pass. The farmstead had been hit by a raider skirmish, one of the small, vicious attacks that came every few weeks along the frontier, too small to warrant a full military response, but too deadly for the farmers to handle alone. By the time Serafina and her cavalry arrived, the house was burned, the family was dead, and the only living thing in the wreckage was a kitten. He had been tiny, a palm-sized scrap of black fur and fury wedged under a collapsed roof beam, hissing at the fire. She had reached into the wreckage, pulled him out, and tucked him inside her armor, against her chest, where he had immediately stopped hissing and started purring. He had not left her side since. He did not solve mysteries. He did not rescue people. He did not perform tricks or carry messages or do anything remotely useful in a military context. He was a cat. He slept 18 hours a day. He complained about food. He hated loud noises. He liked hiding inside her cloak, and he had an unerring instinct for sitting on the most important document in any room. He was the only thing in her life that did not require her to be strong, and she loved him with the kind of fierce, uncomplicated devotion that she could not seem to direct at anything else. Commander. The voice came from the keep gate. Serafina turned. They were standing in a line by the gate, 7 women in cavalry armor, their horses behind them, their faces set in the particular expression of soldiers who have made a decision and will not be talked out of it. Serafina recognized every face. Lieutenant Marin Arsk, her heavy armored shield commander, built like a stone wall, calm as deep water, and capable of evacuating a civilian column through hostile territory with the efficiency of a woman sorting laundry. She had a wide jaw, brown hair cropped short beneath her helmet, and the kind of steady brown eyes that made frightened people stop running and listen. Captain Dagna Vale, her mounted archer, outgoing, sharp-tongued, and possessed of a laugh that could be heard across a battlefield. She had bright red-brown hair, a spray of freckles, and a gap between her front teeth that she refused to hide because, as she said, it gives my insults better airflow. Dr. Thessaly Cade, the military physician, cold-faced, ruthless with a suture needle, and the only person in the cavalry who had ever made Serafina sit down and submit to a medical examination by threatening to put a laxative in her field rations. She was thin, precise, with steel-gray hair pulled back tight and spectacles that she peered over the top of when she wanted someone to feel judged. Behind them were 4 more: Sergeant Hala, the horse handler, Corporal Wynne, the scout, Private Lara, the youngest member of the unit, who had joined at 17 and was now 20 and looked like she might cry, and Private Rost, who never looked like she might cry because her face appeared to have been designed specifically to discourage emotion. "What are you doing?" Serafina asked. "Standing in the snow," Dagna said. "What does it look like?" "It looks like 7 soldiers who are supposed to be in their bivouac." "We were in our bivouac," Marin said. "Then we heard what happened at the feast. Then we heard Lord Hareth was going to fold us into his household guard. Then we decided we'd rather freeze." "The transfer order hasn't been processed," Thessaly cut in. "I checked. His steward filed it, but the Southern Military Authority hasn't countersigned. The order is in administrative limbo, which means we're not technically under anyone's command right now." She adjusted her spectacles. "We chose to be here." Serafina looked at them. 7 women in armor, standing in the snow at dawn, who had walked away from their warm billet and the certainty of House Hareth's protection to stand in a courtyard with a disgraced commander and a cat in a blanket sling. "I can't promise you anything," she said. "I'm going north. The Dragon King has offered me a position in the volcanic nest. I don't know what I'm walking into." "You never know what you're walking into," Dagna said cheerfully. "That's literally every mission we've ever been on. Remember Thornwall? You told us we were going to check on a grain wagon, and we ended up fighting 40 men in a mudslide." "It was 36, Serafina said. "See? You always round down. Makes everything sound more manageable." Young Private Lara stepped forward. Her eyes were bright, and her chin was set with the kind of determination that only the very young can produce. "Commander, you taught me how to hold a sword. You taught me how to ride in formation. You pulled me out of the river at Greyvale when my horse went down. I go where you go." Private Rost said nothing, but she gave a single, firm nod, which from Rost was equivalent to a standing ovation. Serafina felt something crack in her chest, not painfully, but like ice breaking on a river in spring, letting the current through. "All right," she said. "Mount up." They rode. The road north from Ashenmere Keep wound through frozen fields and bare oak forests, and as they passed through the village at the base of the keep, Serafina saw them. The people. They stood by the road, not a crowd, not a planned assembly, just ordinary people who had come out of their homes in the early morning cold to watch the cavalry pass. A salt-selling widow named Bren, whose grain wagon Serafina had saved from raiders 2 winters ago, stood by her market stall with a bag of dried meat and a loaf of bread, which she pressed into Dagna's hands as they passed. An old gate craftsman named Torvald, who had been at the 3-day siege and knew the truth about what had happened there, stood at the village crossroads and saluted as Serafina rode by. Not the formal military salute, but the old frontier salute, fist to chest, that meant "I remember what you did." A one-armed veteran named Paul, who had lost his arm at Greyvale and had kept Serafina's old command token for her when Aldrich's steward had tried to confiscate it months ago, stood in his doorway and called out, "Give them hell, Blade!" A tavern mistress named Gerta, who had kept hot soup ready for the cavalry every time they rode through, pressed a wrapped clay jug of spiced cider into Serafina's hands and whispered, "You come back, you hear? You come back and we'll have a real feast, not like that noble circus." And a boy, maybe 10, dark-haired, thin, with the sharp, watchful eyes of someone who had learned too young that the world was dangerous, ran alongside Serafina's horse for 50 yards, keeping pace with the determination of a child who has decided that this is important. "You saved my mother," he shouted. "At Thornwall. She said to tell you. She said—" He was running out of breath. "She said you're the bravest person she ever met, and she's sorry she couldn't come today because she's minding the goats." Serafina looked down at him. She reined in her horse for one moment, leaned down and said, "Tell your mother I remember her. Tell her the goats are more important than seeing me off. And tell her—" She paused. "Tell her to stay warm." The boy beamed, fell behind, and stood in the road waving until the cavalry was out of sight. They rode on. Behind them, the snow began to fall harder. Ahead of them, the sky was dark, not with clouds, but with wings. The black-gold ancient dragon descended through the snowstorm like a falling star. His wingspan cast a shadow across the road that turned the morning into twilight. The cavalry horses whinnied and shied. Only Serafina's mount held steady, because Serafina's mount had been trained on the frontier and had seen worse. The dragon did not land. He flew low overhead, his molten gold fissures casting amber light across the snow, and then he was past them, climbing north, opening the path. Dagna, riding beside Serafina, stared after the dragon with her mouth open. "Commander," she said. "Yes." "That's the Dragon King." "Yes." "The black gold ancient Dragon King." "Yes, Dagna." "He's very large." "He's a dragon." "He's very handsome." Serafina gave her a flat look. "What?" "I'm stating facts. Enormous, powerful, molten gold fissures. Also," Dagna leaned in with the expression of a woman who is about to make a terrible observation, "I saw him in human form last night through the window. Commander, he looked at you like you were the last sword in the armory, and he needed to go to war. He looked at me like I was a useful military asset." "Sure, that's what I said. Exactly what I said." Thessaly, riding on Serafina's other side, adjusted her spectacles and said nothing, which was her way of saying everything. Soot, in his sling, slept through the entire exchange. They rode north. Part 2. The Northern Dragon Nest. Chapter 4. The Obsidian Reach. The Obsidian Reach was not what Serafina had expected. She had expected a cave, a large, hot, smoky cave full of dragons, because that was what the word nest suggested. And in the frontier military briefings, the Northern Dragon Nest had always been described in terms that made it sound like a particularly well-organized furnace. What she found was a city. The Obsidian Reach was built into the caldera of a dormant volcano, or mostly dormant, because the fire veins still ran hot beneath the stone, sending plumes of sulfurous steam through natural vents in the rock, and keeping the entire basin warm enough that flowers grew on the inner slopes in the dead of winter. The city itself was carved from black volcanic stone, tiered in concentric rings that climbed the inner walls of the caldera like the seats of an amphitheater. Bridges of dark iron and dragon bones spanned the gaps between levels. Towers of obsidian glass caught the light from the fire veins below and scattered it in amber and gold across the buildings. And everywhere dragons. They roosted on the upper ledges, dozens of them in colors that ranged from deep charcoal to mottled bronze to pale silver. Young drakes chased each other through the steam vents. A massive gray-blue female lay coiled around a clutch of eggs on a heated stone platform, her tail curling and uncurling with the slow rhythm of deep sleep. Hatchlings, tiny, scaly, and absurdly cute, tumbled over each other on the lower ledges, making sounds that were halfway between a purr and a kettle whistle. Soot, who had woken up approximately 5 minutes before arrival, took one look at the dragons, flattened his ears, and retreated to the deepest possible point inside Serafina's cloak. "This is the Obsidian Reach," Kaeldrith said. He had shifted back to human form at the caldera's rim, stepping out of the dragon shape the way a man steps out of a coat. He stood beside Serafina at the edge of the first tier, the volcanic wind catching his black and gold coat, and gestured at the city below with the casual propriety of someone showing off a particularly impressive garden. "Your quarters are on the 3rd tier, independent, as agreed. Your cavalry can billet on the 2nd tier. There's a barracks carved into the east wall that's been empty since the last border garrison rotated out. The fire vein sites are accessible from the 6th tier down. I'll have maps sent to your quarters." "Where's the hatchery?" Serafina asked. Kaeldrith looked at her. "You want to see the hatchery first? You said the fire veins are behaving abnormally. The hatchery is where the fire veins are most concentrated. If something's wrong with the veins, the eggs are the first thing at risk." He studied her for a moment. The volcanic light caught his vertical pupils and made them glow. "The hatchery is at the bottom of the caldera," he said. 7th tier. The temperature down there can crack iron. Most humans can't tolerate it for more than a few minutes. I held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days. I can handle heat. You held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days because you're stubborn, not because you're fireproof. Those are the same thing on the frontier. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite amusement, not quite admiration, but something in the territory between the two that made his dark gold eyes warm by a degree. "I'll take you down tomorrow," he said. "Tonight, settle in, feed your cat, rest." "I don't need rest." "Commander Voss," he stepped closer. Not aggressively, but close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. A dry, volcanic warmth that had nothing to do with the air temperature and everything to do with whatever burned beneath his human skin. "You rode 6 days south, survived a public humiliation, prevented a structural collapse, reclaimed your military assets, rode 3 days north, and you're standing in a volcanic caldera arguing with me about whether you need sleep. I've been alive for a very long time. I know what exhaustion looks like." "What does it look like?" "Like a woman who hasn't blinked in 90 seconds because she's afraid that if she closes her eyes, she'll fall asleep standing up." Serafina blinked. He was right. She had not blinked. She was exhausted. Bone deep, marrow deep. The kind of tired that lives beneath the adrenaline and waits for the moment you stop moving. "Fine," she said. "Tomorrow." "Good." He turned to leave, then paused. "Your cat is looking at me." Soot had emerged from the cloak just enough to stick his head out and fix Kaeldrith with a long, unblinking golden stare. It was the stare of a cat who is evaluating a new presence in his territory and has not yet decided whether it constitutes a threat or simply an inconvenience. Kaeldrith looked back at the cat with the same expression. "Your cat has very strong opinions," he observed. "He has strong opinions about everything. He once stared down a warhorse." "Did the warhorse blink first?" "The warhorse left the stable." Something that was almost a laugh crossed Kaeldrith's face. He turned and walked toward the upper tiers, his coat catching the volcanic wind, and Serafina watched him go. Dagna appeared at her elbow like a red-haired ghost. "He was flirting with you," Dagna said. "He was talking about my cat." "Commander, that man turned himself into a dragon to fly us here. He gave you independent quarters. He asked about your cat by name. He stood close enough to melt your buttons. That is flirting." "He was assessing my tactical value." "Tactical value? Is that what the kids are calling it these days?" Thessaly, who had somehow materialized on Serafina's other side, the physician had an unsettling ability to appear without being heard, adjusted her spectacles and said, "Your pupils are dilated." "It's dark. We're in a caldera." "Your pupils were not dilated in the caldera. They became dilated when the Dragon King stood close to you. That's a medical observation, not a romantic one. It's both, Thessaly said, and walked away to find the barracks. Dagna grinned, slapped Seraphina on the shoulder, and followed. Seraphina stood alone on the first tier of the obsidian reach, holding a cat in a blanket sling, and stared at the volcanic city below. I am not going to think about this, she told Soot. Soot purred. It sounded skeptical. Chapter 5, The Hatchery. The next morning, Kaeldrith took her down. The descent to the 7th tier was exactly as uncomfortable as he had promised. The temperature rose with every level, and by the time they reached the 6th tier, Seraphina could feel the heat through the soles of her boots. The air tasted of sulfur and hot stone. Fire veins, visible here as glowing orange-gold lines running through the black volcanic rock, pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light that reminded her of a heartbeat. Soot had been left in the quarters, under the watchful eye of Private Lara, who had volunteered for cat duty with an enthusiasm that suggested she had found her true military calling. Kaeldrith walked ahead, and Seraphina noticed that the heat did not seem to affect him. His coat was open at the throat, his sleeves pushed back, and the fire vein light played across his skin in a way that made the gold in his hair glow and his vertical pupils contract to thin, sharp lines. The fire veins feed the hatchery, he said as they descended the final staircase, a narrow spiral carved into the living rock, wide enough for one person. He went first. She followed. The walls pressed close, and the heat was a physical presence, thick and heavy. They've been stable for centuries. 3 months ago, they started fluctuating. Random surges, pressure drops, temperature spikes. The eggs are sensitive to changes in the fire vein flow. If the flow destabilizes, the eggs stop developing, Seraphina finished, or they develop wrong. He glanced back at her. You know about dragon egg incubation? I know about siege logistics. Same principle. If the supply line is disrupted, the endpoint suffers. They reached the bottom. The hatchery was a vast, cathedral-like chamber carved from the heart of the volcano. The ceiling soared 100 feet overhead, ribbed with natural stone formations that looked like the inside of a dragon's ribcage. The floor was smooth and warm to the touch, heated from below by the fire veins that converged here from every direction, their glowing lines running across the stone like a map of golden rivers. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in concentric circles on heated stone platforms, were the eggs. 37 dragon eggs. Each one was roughly the size of a large wine barrel, smooth-shelled and colored in deep jewel tones: emerald, sapphire, ruby, topaz, and 3 that were the same obsidian black shot with gold as Kaeldrith's scales. They sat in depressions carved into the stone, each one positioned precisely above a junction of fire veins, drawing heat and energy from the volcanic flow. They were beautiful. They were also silent. Seraphina walked to the nearest egg, a deep emerald one, its shell gleaming in the fire vein light, and placed her palm against it. Nothing, no vibration, no pulse, no heartbeat. When did they stop? She asked. 12 days ago. Kaeldrith's voice was different down here, lower, rougher, with a vibration beneath the words that she could feel in her chest. He was closer to his dragon nature here, in the heart of his nest, and it showed. All 37 within the same hour. The adult dragons felt it. They've been restless since. All at the same time, Seraphina repeated. That's not natural degradation. That's interference. I know. She closed her eyes. She let her disaster sense open. It came slowly this time, not the sharp, sudden pulse of imminent danger, but a gradual unfolding, like opening her eyes underwater. The golden lines appeared, overlaid on her vision, tracing paths through the stone, the fire veins, the eggs, the air itself. She saw the fire veins. She saw the flow. She saw where the energy should be moving, smooth, rhythmic, feeding each egg junction with a steady pulse of volcanic heat, and she saw where it wasn't. There was a blockage. Deep beneath the hatchery floor, at the convergence point where the major fire veins met, something was disrupting the flow. The golden lines in her vision twisted around it like water around a stone in a river, and the energy that should have been feeding the eggs was being diverted, pulled sideways, redirected, siphoned off through a channel that didn't belong. Someone had built a channel into the fire veins. deliberately, recently. And the energy that was being siphoned through that channel was not clean volcanic heat. It was something darker, hotter, and wrong. A resentment fire, heavy with the psychic residue of violent death, the kind of spiritual contamination that accumulated on battlefields where many people had died badly. She knew that energy. She had felt it at Dragonfire Pass, at Thornwall, at Greyville. It was the death energy of southern frontier soldiers, the ones who had died in battles that should never have happened, in sieges that could have been prevented, under commanders who had ignored her warnings. Someone had gathered that death energy and pumped it into the dragon nest. Her eyes snapped open. Golden cracks flickered across her irises, bright enough to cast light on her own cheeks. The ringing in her ears was sharp and immediate. "The fire veins have been sabotaged," she said. "There's an artificial channel beneath the convergence point, redirecting energy, and the energy being pushed through it is resentment fire, battlefield death energy, from the southern frontier." Kaeldrith went very still. "How much?" he asked. "Enough to poison 37 eggs." "Source?" "Someone collected it. Gathered it from the frontier battlefields, Dragonfire Pass, Thornwall, probably Greyvale too. Concentrated it, built a channel to inject it into your fire veins." She pressed her palm harder against the silent egg. "If the hatchlings absorb that energy, they won't develop normally. They'll hatch feral, aggressive, uncontrollable." "Someone is trying to weaponize my hatchlings." "Yes." The air in the hatchery changed. The heat, which had been oppressive but stable, suddenly surged, a wave of raw thermal energy that rolled across the chamber like a physical blow. The fire vein lines in the floor flared from amber to white gold. The stone groaned. Seraphina's disaster sense screamed. She looked at Kaeldrith. He was standing 10 feet away, and he was not human anymore, not fully. His eyes had gone entirely gold, pupilless and blazing. The air around him shimmered with heat distortion. His hands, at his sides, were clenched into fists, and from between his fingers, molten gold light seeped like blood from a wound. He was angry. And when a black gold ancient dragon king was angry inside his own volcano, the volcano noticed. "Kaeldrith," Seraphina said. The heat surged again. A crack appeared in the stone floor near his left boot, and fire vein light poured through it. "Kaeldrith." She walked toward him. The heat was intense. She could feel it on her face, on her hands, pressing against her like a wall. Her disaster sense was showing her the lines. The stress fractures spreading through the hatchery floor, the fire vein pressure building beneath the stone, the eggs, still silent, still dark, but now sitting in a chamber that was rapidly becoming a furnace. If he didn't pull back, he would damage the nest himself. She reached him. She was close enough to touch. The heat was almost unbearable. Her skin felt tight, her eyes stung, her lungs ached with every breath. She put her hand on his arm. The contact broke through. His eyes snapped to hers, gold on gold, his blazing and featureless, hers threaded with the fine golden cracks of her disaster sense. For a moment they stood like that, inches apart, her hand on his arm, his volcanic fury contained by the pressure of her fingertips. The heat receded. Slowly, like a tide pulling back, the temperature in the hatchery dropped. The fire veins dimmed to their normal amber. The crack in the floor sealed itself, the stone closing over the light like a healing wound. Kaeldrith's eyes contracted, the vertical pupils returning, the gold settling from blaze to burn. He looked at her hand on his arm, then he looked at her. "You walked into that," he said. His voice was rough, raw, like metal scraped against stone. "You were about to crack your own hatchery floor. And you thought the correct response was to walk closer to the thing that was cracking it. The correct response was to interrupt you before you damaged your own eggs. I interrupted you. By touching me. By touching you." He stared at her. The silence stretched. The fire veins pulsed beneath their feet, slow and steady, back to their regular rhythm. "Most people run," he said finally. "When I lose control, most people run." "I don't run," Seraphina said. "I'm not built for running. I'm built for standing in front of things." Something crossed his face, complex, layered, not entirely readable. He looked at her hand, still on his arm. she realized she had not let go. She let go. "We need to find the artificial channel," she said, as though she had not just touched a man who had been 2 degrees from erupting a volcano. "I can trace it with my disaster sense, but I'll need time, and the heat down here will limit how long I can maintain the sense without overloading." "How long?" 20 minutes, maybe 30 if I pace myself. "Then we work in shifts, 20 minutes on, 40 off. I'll regulate the temperature around you." "You can do that?" "I am the volcanic dragon nest, the fire veins answer to me. When I'm not," he paused, cracking my own floor. Was that self-deprecation? From the ancient dragon king? "That was almost humble," Serafina said. "Don't get used to it," he said, and turned toward the deeper tunnels. They worked. For 3 days, Serafina descended into the hatchery and traced the artificial channel through the fire veins. It was painstaking work. Her disaster sense could show her the lines of corruption, but the channel was cleverly hidden, threaded through natural faults in the volcanic rock, so that it would be invisible to anyone who didn't have the ability to see stress fractures 3 breaths before they happened. Kaeldrith stayed with her every session. He regulated the temperature, keeping a bubble of tolerable heat around her, while the rest of the hatchery ran hot. He watched her work with the focused attention of a predator studying something it cannot quite categorize. Not prey, not threat, but something else, something that occupied a space in his taxonomy that he had not previously known existed. On the 2nd day, he brought her water without being asked. On the 3rd day, he brought her water, a field ration biscuit, and tucked in beside the biscuit, a small dried fish. "For the cat," he said when she looked at him. "Soot isn't here." "I know, for later." She took the fish. She put it in her coat pocket. She did not say thank you, because on the frontier, you did not thank people for doing sensible things. You just noted that they were sensible people and adjusted your estimation of them accordingly. Her estimation of Kaeldrith adjusted upward. Chapter 6. The Dragon Scale Cloak. On the evening of the 3rd day, the temperature in Serafina's quarters dropped. The obsidian reach was normally warm. The fire veins kept the entire caldera at a comfortable temperature year-round. But the fire vein disruption was affecting the upper tiers too, and by nightfall, the 3rd-tier quarters were cold enough that Serafina could see her breath. Soot had burrowed under every blanket on the bed and formed a ball of black fur and displeasure at the center, from which only the tip of one gray ear protruded. Serafina was at her field desk, reviewing the maps of the fire vein system that Kaeldrith's staff had provided, when there was a knock at the door. She opened it. Kaeldrith stood in the corridor, holding something large and dark and iridescent draped over one arm. "The fire veins on this tier are running cold," he said. "This should help." He held out the object. It was a cloak, a long, heavy cloak made from dragon scales, each one the size of her palm, black as midnight and shot through with fine veins of dark gold. The scales overlapped like armor plating, but they were flexible, shifting and sliding over each other with a whispered rasp. The inside was lined with dense, dark fur. Not decorative fur, but the kind of thick, insulating underfur that kept Arctic animals alive in killing cold. At the collar, a heavy obsidian clasp shaped like a dragon's claw held the cloak closed. It was the most beautiful piece of clothing Serafina had ever seen, and she immediately evaluated it for tactical function. "Dragon scale," she said, running her thumb over the surface. "These are yours, shed scales." "They're old. I have plenty." "What's the thermal rating?" Something flickered across his face. That expression again, the one that was not quite amusement. "I have never in my several hundred-year existence heard anyone ask about the thermal rating of a dragon scale cloak. I need to know if it's going to restrict my sword arm." "Try it on." She swung the cloak over her shoulders. The weight settled, heavy but balanced, distributed evenly, the dragon scale exterior catching the firelight and throwing off dark gold sparks. The fur lining was immediately, aggressively warm. She rolled her shoulders, tested the range of motion, and drew her sword experimentally. The cloak moved with her. The scales slid and adjusted, the weight shifting to accommodate the draw. She sheathed the sword. "Good," she said. "No restriction." Kaeldrith had not moved. He was standing in the doorway, watching her with an intensity that had nothing to do with thermal ratings. "The clasp is wrong," he said. "What?" "The shoulder clasp. It's sitting too low. Here." He stepped into the room. Before she could react, before she could process the movement, he was in front of her, his hands at her shoulder, adjusting the obsidian clasp. His fingers were warm. His face was very close to hers, close enough that she could see the fine, dark gold lines that ran through his irises, like fire veins in miniature. She could smell volcanic ash, cold iron, and something underneath both that was purely him, warm, metallic, dangerous. He fastened the clasp. His fingers lingered on the dragon scale collar for a moment that lasted one beat longer than necessary. "There," he said, his voice low. "Better." She looked at him. He was close, very close, close enough that if she leaned forward— "Will it affect my sword arm?" she asked. He looked at her for a long, unreadable moment. Then the corner of his mouth curved. "No, Commander, it will not affect your sword arm." He stepped back. He walked to the door. "Good night," he said. "Good night." He left. Serafina stood in her quarters wearing a dragon-scale cloak that smelled like volcanic ash and the ancient Dragon King, and she did not understand why her heart was beating faster than it did in combat. Soot emerged from the blanket pile, observed the cloak, sniffed it, and sneezed. "It's just a cloak," Serafina told him. Soot gave her a look of absolute disbelief and went back under the blankets. The next morning, Dagna took one look at the cloak and whistled. "That's a dragon-scale cloak." "Yes." "Those are his scales." "Yes." "Commander, in dragon culture, when a dragon gives someone a cloak made from their own scales, it's a territorial mark. It means the fire veins on the third tier are running cold, and he provided appropriate insulation." Dagna opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "You are," she said slowly, "the most tactically brilliant and romantically oblivious human being I have ever met." Marin, standing behind Dagna, gave a small nod of agreement. Thessaly, who was checking the medical supply inventory, did not look up but said, "Her pupils are dilated again." "It's morning," Serafina said. "The volcanic caldera has low ambient light. Pupil dilation is normal." "I've been tracking your pupil dilation for 3 days," Thessaly said, still not looking up. "It is specifically and exclusively correlated with the physical proximity of the Dragon King. That is a violation of medical ethics. I'm a military physician. My ethics are practical." Thessaly finally looked up, peering over her spectacles. "Commander, I have seen you face charging cavalry, collapsing siege walls, and a dragonfire bombardment without a change in baseline vitals. The Dragon King makes your pupils dilate, your pulse increase by 12 beats per minute, and your respiration shorten. These are not combat stress responses. These are attraction responses." "I am going to the hatchery now," Serafina said, and left before anyone could measure anything else. Chapter 7. The Snow Ridge. The fire vein investigation was interrupted on the 5th day by a crisis. A flight of 8 young dragons, adolescents not yet fully trained, each one about 30 feet from nose to tail, had been scrambled by a set of orders that Kaeldrith had not issued. The orders, delivered by Messenger Hawk, bore what appeared to be his seal, and they directed the young dragons and their riders to patrol the northern snow ridge, a high mountain pass that separated the obsidian reach from the frozen wastes beyond. The problem was that the snow ridge was currently in the grip of a massive storm, a blizzard so intense that visibility was measured in feet, not miles. And a flight of young, inexperienced dragons in a blizzard was a recipe for collisions, disorientation, and avalanches. The problem beyond the problem was that the false orders had been deliberately designed to get those dragons killed. "Who has access to your seal?" Serafina asked. They were on the first tier, and the wind was screaming over the caldera rim, carrying snow and ice. Below them, the dragon stables were in chaos, riders shouting, dragons screaming, handlers running. 3 people, Kaeldrith said. His voice was controlled, but beneath the control she could feel the heat building. "My chancellor, my war chief, and my seal keeper. All 3 are accounted for, and all 3 deny issuing the orders." "Then someone forged your seal." The seal is dragon bone and obsidian. It can't be forged by anyone who doesn't have access to dragonfire. Then someone with access to dragonfire forged it. How many people in your court can produce dragonfire? He looked at her. The implication was clear. Anyone with dragon blood. And dragon blood ran through half the noble families of the kingdom. We'll find the forger later, Serafina said. Right now, there are 8 young dragons in that storm, and they need to come home. I'll go. You can't go alone. You're too large. An ancient dragon in a blizzard creates turbulence. The young ones won't be able to fly near you without being thrown. You need someone on your back who can read the storm and direct the riders. You're volunteering. I'm the only person here who can see collision paths 3 breaths before they happen. They stared at each other. The wind howled. Snow whipped past them. The dragon stables screamed. Get your sword, Kaeldrith said. He shifted. The transformation was faster than she expected. A rush of heat, a ripple of black gold scales expanding outward like a wave, and then the man was gone and the dragon was there, enormous and ancient and burning with inner fire. His obsidian scales caught the snow and melted it on contact, creating a haze of steam around his body. His molten gold fissures blazed. His eyes, vast, amber, slit-pupilled, looked down at her. He lowered his wing. Serafina climbed. Dragon scale was not easy to climb. The scales were smooth, slick with snowmelt, and the angle was steep, but she had climbed siege walls and river cliffs and the frozen chains of Dragonfire Pass, and she got to the top of his back in under a minute. The scales beneath her were warm. The heat radiated up through her boots, through the dragon scale cloak, into her bones. She knelt between 2 of the massive dorsal ridges, braced herself, and gripped the nearest ridge with both hands. Go, she said. The black gold ancient dragon launched into the storm. The blizzard hit like a wall. Wind, snow, ice, everything at once, screaming around them with a force that would have torn a lesser rider from her mount. Serafina pressed close to the dragon's back. Her eyes narrowed against the driving snow and opened her disaster sense. The golden lines exploded across her vision. She could see everything. The wind shear paths, the ice formation zones, the avalanche-prone slopes, the collision vectors of 8 panicked young dragons flying blind in the worst storm she had ever seen. Left, she shouted. Left and down. There's a wind shear wall at 40 degrees. Kaeldrith banked. His massive body cut through the storm like a blade through water, and they dropped below the wind shear into a pocket of relative calm. Ahead through the snow, Serafina could see the first 2 young dragons, a blue-gray and a russet, circling in confusion, their riders clinging to their backs with the desperate grip of people who had realized too late that they were in over their heads. Signal them, Serafina called. Your fire. Use your fire as a beacon. Kaeldrith opened his jaws. A stream of black gold dragon fire, controlled, focused, bright as a second sun, cut through the blizzard. The young dragons saw it. They turned toward it, their riders screaming with relief. 2 more, northeast, half a mile. Serafina's disaster sense was tracking them all. She could see the collision paths. The russet was veering too close to the cliff face, and the blue-gray was drifting into the avalanche zone. The russet is going to hit the cliff. 3 breaths. Kaeldrith surged forward. His wings swept out, a wall of black gold scale and membrane that caught the russet dragon like a bird in a net and shoved it sideways, away from the cliff face. The russet shrieked, spun, and stabilized. Its rider, a young woman with ice in her hair and terror in her eyes, looked up at the ancient dragon with an expression of stunned gratitude. They found the 3rd and 4th dragons clustered together on a ledge, huddled against the wind. The 5th and 6th were higher up, above the worst of the storm, circling in wide arcs. The 7th was... Down! Serafina screamed. Her disaster sense blazed. Golden lines shot across her vision, not the controlled, analytical lines she was used to, but bright, screaming alarm lines that converged on a single point directly ahead. Avalanche. The entire eastern face of the snow ridge was coming down, a wall of white, 100 feet high, moving faster than a galloping horse. The 7th dragon was directly in its path, and its rider was unconscious, slumped forward over the dragon's neck. Kaeldrith dove. The ancient dragon plunged through the storm with a speed that should have been impossible for something his size. The wind screamed. The snow blinded. Serafina felt the gravity shift, felt her body lift from the dragon's back, and she grabbed the dorsal ridge with everything she had. They reached the 7th dragon 3 seconds before the avalanche. Kaeldrith's wing swept out again, this time not pushing but shielding, a canopy of black gold scale that covered the young dragon and its unconscious rider. The avalanche hit. Snow and ice slammed into the wing with a force that shook the ancient dragon's entire body. Serafina felt the impact through the scales, through her bones, through her teeth. She slipped. Her left hand came off the dorsal ridge. The wind caught her, sucked at her, pulled her sideways, and for one horrible second she was sliding, her boots scraping across the scales, the blizzard reaching for her. Kaeldrith's wing caught her. Not the wing that was shielding the young dragon, the other one. It swept in from the side, curving around her body like a cupped hand, pressing her back against his scales. The membrane was warm, thin enough to see light through, and she could feel his heartbeat through it, a deep, slow, powerful thud that vibrated in her ribs. The avalanche passed. The wing opened. Serafina was on her knees on the dragon's back, breathing hard, both hands locked on the dorsal ridge. "I'm fine," she said before he could ask. A deep rumble rolled through the dragon's body. It was not speech, dragons did not speak in their true forms, but it communicated clearly enough. "I know you're fine. I caught you." They found the 8th dragon last, a small bronze, barely more than a hatchling, shivering on a high ledge with its rider, a boy of no more than 16, who was trying very hard not to cry and failing completely. Serafina directed all 8 dragons and their riders back to the obsidian reach, using her disaster sense to map a safe route through the collapsing storm. They flew in formation behind the ancient dragon, his fire lighting the way, his presence calming the young drakes enough to keep them flying straight. When they landed in the caldera, the riders stumbled off their dragons and dropped to their knees in the snow, shaking and exhausted and alive. Kaeldrith shifted back to human form. He was breathing hard. Even ancient dragons felt the strain of a blizzard rescue. And there was a cut on his left arm, just below the elbow, where a shard of ice had found a gap in his scales during the avalanche impact. "You're hurt," Serafina said. "It's shallow." She took his arm, pushed back his sleeve, and looked at the wound. It was shallow, a clean cut, already closing, because dragon-blooded physiology healed faster than human, but it was still bleeding, dark blood with a faint golden sheen. She pulled a field dressing from her coat. She always carried one. 3 years on the frontier had taught her that, and began wrapping the wound. She worked quickly, efficiently, with the practiced hands of someone who had treated injuries in every possible condition: darkness, rain, mud, snow, and the screaming chaos of active battle. Her hands were not gentle, they were competent. "You treat wounds the way you treat armor," Kaeldrith observed. He was watching her hands. His voice had the low, rough quality it took on when he was close to the dragon's side, the heat vibration, the depth. "Your bones are harder than armor," Serafina said, tying off the dressing. "I had to use twice the pressure." "Is that a compliment?" "It's a structural observation." He looked at her. She looked at him. The caldera wind blew snow between them. His arm was still in her hands. Her fingers were still on the dressing, still on his skin, warm, golden-sheened, radiating heat that she could feel through the bandage. "Commander Voss," he said. "What?" "You are, without question, the most peculiar woman I have ever met." "I've been told." "And I have existed for several hundred years. The competition was not insignificant." She let go of his arm. She stepped back. She adjusted the dragon scale cloak on her shoulders. The clasp was slightly loose from the flight, and she refastened it without thinking. He watched her fasten the clasp with an expression that, if she had been paying attention, she might have recognized as the look of a man who is falling and has decided not to fight it. She was not paying attention. Dagna was, though. From across the landing platform, the archer captain nudged Marin, pointed at the two of them, and mouthed, "He's gone." Marin nodded. Chapter 8, The Volcanic Observatory. 2 nights later, Serafina could not sleep. The fire vein disruption was getting worse. Her disaster sense had been prickling all day, not the sharp alarm of imminent danger, but the low, persistent itch of something building, something growing, something that was not yet critical, but would be soon if they did not find and destroy the artificial channel. She got up, dressed, buckled on her sword, and went to the 6th-tier fire vein access point. She had been studying the vein maps for 3 days and had identified a potential observation point, a natural chamber where several major fire veins converged, which would give her the best angle for tracing the artificial channel to its source. She had planned to go there tomorrow during a scheduled session with Kaeldrith. But she could not sleep, and the itch would not stop, and she was a frontier soldier who had long ago learned that when her instincts said go, she went. The 6th tier was deserted at this hour. The corridors were dark, lit only by the amber glow of fire veins running through the walls. The air was hot and dry, tasting of sulfur and ancient stone. She found the chamber. It was larger than she expected. A natural cavern, roughly circular, with a domed ceiling of smooth black stone. The floor was glass smooth and warm. Fire veins ran through it in concentric rings, pulsing with slow amber light. But the chamber was not empty. Kaeldrith was already there. He was sitting on a stone bench carved into the far wall, one leg extended, one arm resting on his knee. The fire vein light played across his face, painting it in amber and gold. He was not wearing his coat. He was in a simple black shirt, sleeves pushed back, and the obsidian pendant at his throat caught the light and threw dark sparks across the stone. He looked up when she entered. His eyes glowed in the fire vein light. "Commander Voss," he said, "it's after midnight." "I couldn't sleep. The fire veins are getting worse." She looked around the chamber. The fire vein pattern was different from what the maps had shown, more complex, more beautiful, with rings within rings that formed patterns she did not recognize. "This isn't the observation point I planned to visit." "No," he agreed. "This is a different observation point." "What's it for?" A pause. The fire veins pulsed. "In dragon culture," Kaeldrith said, "this chamber is called the Eye of the Nest. It's where the fire veins converge to their deepest and most stable point. The patterns you see on the floor are nesting patterns, the flow signatures of every dragon who has ever bred in this volcano, going back 1,200 years. It's a breeding observatory. It's a mating observatory." Silence. "This is where dragon mates come," he continued, his voice very even, "to read the fire veins together and determine whether the nest is stable enough for a new clutch." Serafina looked at the chamber. She looked at the fire vein patterns. She looked at the stone bench. She looked at Kaeldrith. "I came here to inspect defensive lines," she said. "I know. I was going to trace the artificial channel. I know. I did not know this was a mating observatory. I know that too." She stared at him. The fire vein light was very warm. The chamber was very private. He was sitting on a bench that was designed for two. "Do you often invite military officers to inspect your mating observatory after midnight?" she asked. "I have never in my life invited anyone to this chamber," he said. "I was here alone. You walked in. On a direct route from the 6th tier access point. Which happens to pass through this chamber, yes. A route that was on the map you gave me. The map I gave you showed all accessible chambers on the 6th tier. This is an accessible chamber on the 6th tier. Kaeldrith. Commander. Did you put this chamber on my map because you knew I would come here?" He looked at her for a long moment. The fire veins pulsed. His dark gold eyes held hers. "I put this chamber on your map," he said, "because you deserve to see the most beautiful part of my home. Whether you came at midnight or midday, alone or accompanied, for military inspection or personal curiosity, was entirely your choice." "I came for military inspection." "I see that. Your sword is buckled, your posture is operational, and you have not looked at the nesting patterns once, which suggests that you are in fact here for defensive assessment and not for the romantic ambiance of volcanic light on ancient dragon mating grounds." He was teasing her. The ancient dragon king of the northern volcanic nest was sitting in his own mating observatory after midnight, teasing her. "I do not understand romantic ambiance," Serafina said. "I've noticed. I understand defensive positioning, fire vein flow assessment, and the tactical implications of a convergence point. I've also noticed that. If you wanted to show me something romantic, you should have told me it was romantic. I would have adjusted my expectations. And what would adjusted expectations look like, Commander? She thought about it, genuinely, seriously, with the careful consideration she gave to every tactical problem. I would have left my sword in my quarters, she said. Something shifted in his expression. The teasing edge softened. The dark gold eyes warmed, not with fire vein light, but with something internal, something that had nothing to do with volcanoes and everything to do with the fact that she had just told him, in her own blunt, literal, completely unromantic way, that she would have come unarmed if she had known he was waiting. Next time, he said, I'll tell you. Good. Would you like to sit down? She sat down on the stone bench beside him. It was, as she had noted, designed for two. Their shoulders were not quite touching. The fire vein patterns glowed on the floor in front of them, slow and beautiful and ancient. Tell me about the nesting patterns, she said. You want to discuss fire vein flow on a mating bench. I want to understand your home. The fire veins are your home. If I'm going to fix them, I need to understand how they work when they're healthy. He looked at her, she looked at him. You are extraordinary, he said very quietly. I'm practical. That's what makes you extraordinary. He began to explain the nesting patterns. She listened, asked questions, and did not notice that over the course of the conversation, their shoulders had started touching. Dagna, who had followed Serafina out of concern for her insomnia and was now crouched behind a corridor pillar with an excellent view of the chamber entrance, put both hands over her mouth and silently screamed. Chapter 9. Sparring. Serafina dealt with feelings the same way she dealt with everything else, by hitting something. The next morning, she went to the training ground on the second tier, a wide, flat arena carved from volcanic stone, edged with iron railings, and warmed by the ever-present fire veins, and she began working through sword forms. She was 3 forms in when Kaeldrith appeared. Sparring? He asked. Drills. Drills are for soldiers who don't have partners. I'm offering to be your partner. She considered this. On the frontier, an invitation to spar was the highest compliment one soldier could pay another. It meant I trust you enough to fight you, and I think you're good enough to challenge me. She had not sparred with a partner since leaving the frontier, and her muscles were starting to remember it. Rules? She asked. First, to disarm. What are you using? My hands. She stared at him. You're going to spar with me barehanded. My hands and a small amount of dragon fire. I don't use blades. That's a disadvantage. Commander, I have been fighting since before your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother first picked up a stick. I don't need a blade. She adjusted her stance. He stepped into the ring. The sparring started clean. Serafina advanced with a standard guard, testing his movement, footwork, reaction time, reach. He was fast, faster than any human she had fought, with a fluidity that came from a body designed for combat across multiple forms. His hands moved like weapons, precise, controlled, and capable of redirecting her blade with fingertip pressure that should not have been physically possible, but was, because he was an ancient dragon wearing human skin, and the skin was mostly a suggestion. She pressed. He gave ground, just enough, just slightly, drawing her in. She recognized the tactic. It was the same tactic she used with inexperienced opponents. Let them think they're winning, then exploit the overextension. She did not overextend. She feinted high, struck low, and nearly caught his ribs with the flat of her blade. He caught the blade. Not with his hand, with a flash of black gold dragonfire that erupted from his palm, caught the sword's edge and pressed it down with a weight that felt like a mountain. The dragonfire was controlled, pinpoint precise, and it held her blade locked 2 inches from his torso. He stepped closer. Too close, much too close. His face was inches from hers. His breath was warm. His dark gold eyes were lit from within by the dragonfire still burning in his palm, and the vertical pupils were dilated, wider than she had ever seen them, and fixed on her with an intensity that had absolutely nothing to do with combat. "You're fast," he said. His voice was low, close. She could feel it in her chest. "You're cheating." I never specified no dragonfire in the rules. Dragonfire is not a hand. It comes from my hand. It counts. She tried to pull the blade free. He held it. The dragonfire flickered between them, casting amber light on both their faces, and he did not step back. "You're trying to disrupt my judgment," she said. He leaned in, a fraction of an inch, but she felt it like a thunderclap. "Is it working?" he murmured. Yes, it was working. Her pulse was elevated. Her breathing was short. The fire vein light and the dragonfire and the proximity were doing something to her autonomic nervous system that Thessaly would have had a field day measuring. She did not say any of this. "Adjust stance," she said to herself, and she shifted her grip, dropped her weight, and drove the blade up and sideways with a twist that broke the dragonfire lock and almost caught him across the jaw with the flat. He ducked. His eyes widened. The dragonfire flickered out. "Almost," he said. He was smiling now, not the controlled, cryptic curve she had seen before, but a genuine, surprised, delighted smile, the smile of someone who has not been nearly struck in the face for a very long time and has forgotten how exciting it is. "Again?" she said. Again. They sparred for an hour. By the end of it, she had almost disarmed him twice, and he had almost disarmed her 3 times, and neither of them had scored a clean win, which meant they were either perfectly matched or perfectly distracted. Serafina suspected it was both. Chapter 10: The Disaster Brand. The truth about Serafina's reputation came out on the 7th day. She had been tracing the artificial channel with her disaster sense, going deeper each session, pushing the ability further than she usually allowed herself. The sessions were intense. 20 minutes of focused concentration in a volcanic hatchery, her eyes threaded with golden cracks, her ears ringing, her body running cold despite the heat. On the 7th day, she pushed too far. The golden lines exploded across her vision, not the controlled analytical overlay she was used to, but a cascade, a flood, as if every stress fracture and fault line and imminent failure in the entire volcano had lit up at once. She saw everything. The cracked fire vein junctions, the blocked channels, the artificial sabotage, the thinning walls of the hatchery, the sleeping eggs, the restless adult dragons above, the structural weaknesses in the caldera rim, and something else. Something that stopped her breath. She saw Kaeldrith. Not the man standing 10 feet away, regulating the temperature around her. She saw the future. 3 breaths ahead, 5 breaths, 10. And in that future, the fire vein backlash reached a critical point, and the ancient Dragon King lost control, and the volcano woke, and the nest burned. The greatest disaster her sense had ever shown her was not an enemy, it was him. The vision shattered, the golden lines collapsed. The ringing in her ears became a roar, and the world tilted, and suddenly she was not in the hatchery anymore. She was at Dragonfire Pass, on the 3rd day of the siege, the walls crumbling around her, the fire raining down, and her soldiers were dying, and she could see every single death, 3 breaths before it happened, and she could not stop them all, she could never stop them all. Serafina. A voice. Not the siege, not the fire. Hands on her shoulders, warm, steady. "Serafina, come back." She blinked. The hatchery reformed around her, the eggs, the fire veins, the cathedral ceiling. She was on her knees on the heated stone floor, and Kaeldrith was kneeling in front of her, his hands on her shoulders, his face inches from hers. The golden cracks in her eyes were bright, bright enough to cast light on his face, bright enough that she could see their reflection in his dark gold pupils. The disaster energy was leaking out of her, spilling into the air around her like heat shimmer, and the fire veins in the floor were reacting to it, flickering, surging, destabilizing. "I can see the fire bowls," she said. Her voice sounded far away even to her own ears. "They're going to go out, one by one, I can see." The first fire bowl went out, then the second, then the third. The hatchery began to dim. Around them, the dragon egg attendants backed away. Even the hardened volcanic workers, men and women who lived their lives in the heat of the deep tiers, felt the wrongness in the air and retreated. Kaeldrith did not retreat. He moved closer. Black gold dragonfire bloomed from his hands, not the aggressive combat fire he had used in sparring, but something deeper, older, a resonance fire that matched the frequency of the fire veins themselves. It flowed from his palms into the air around Serafina, meeting the disaster energy that was leaking from her and absorbing it, containing it, pressing it back. The fire bowls steadied. One by one, they relit. Kaeldrith's forehead was close to hers, not touching, but close enough that she could feel the heat of his skin, the rhythm of his breathing. His dragon fire wrapped around them both like a cocoon, black and gold, humming with a frequency that she could feel in her teeth. "Stay with me," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Not the pass, not the siege. Here, stay here." The golden cracks in her eyes began to fade. The ringing in her ears dimmed. The disaster energy pulled back, retreating into whatever deep place inside her it lived when it was not active. She was breathing hard. Her hands were shaking. She was cold, deeply, bone-achingly cold, despite the volcanic heat, despite the dragon fire, despite the warm hands on her shoulders. "I saw you," she said. "I know. The fire vein backlash. If it reaches critical, you'll lose control. The volcano. I know. You're the biggest disaster in this nest." He looked at her. His eyes were steady, dark gold, vertical pupilled, ancient. The dragonfire still flickered between them, its light painting both their faces in amber. "Yes," he said, "I am. And you invited me here knowing that. I invited you here because you are the only person alive who can see the disaster before it happens and do something about it." He paused. "Including the disaster that is me." They knelt on the hatchery floor, forehead to forehead, wrapped in dragonfire, and for one moment, one held breathless, impossible moment, neither of them moved. A dragon egg pulsed. They both turned. The emerald egg, the first one Serafina had touched 7 days ago, had pulsed. A single, faint throb of life, visible as a brief glow of green light through the shell. One heartbeat, then silence. But it had been there. The eggs were not dead. Serafina pulled back. The moment broke. The dragonfire faded. "We need to find the channel and destroy it," she said. Her voice was steady again, the commander's voice, the frontier voice, the voice that had held Dragonfire Pass. "Before the backlash reaches critical." "Agreed. And we need to talk about your loss of control." "Also agreed." A pause. "But perhaps not on our knees in the dark." She almost smiled. Almost. They stood. They left the hatchery. They did not talk about how close their foreheads had been, or how the dragonfire had felt, or how the moment had stretched between them like a wire about to snap. Dagna did not need to be told. She took one look at Serafina's face when she returned to the third tier and said, "Something happened. I had an overload. Something else happened." Serafina walked past her without answering. That night, she sat in her quarters with soot on her lap and the fire vein map spread across her desk, and she thought about the disaster she had seen. The ancient dragon king burning his own nest. Not because he wanted to, not because he chose to, because the fire vein sabotage was destabilizing the volcanic system that he was connected to at a fundamental biological level. And when the system went critical, it would take him with it, dragging his ancient dragon fire out of his control and turning him into a weapon aimed at his own home. He was not just the powerful protector, he was also the danger. And she was the only person who could see it coming. "I'm going to fix this," she told Soot. Soot, who was lying on his back in her lap with all four paws in the air, made a sound that might have been agreement or might have been a request for belly rubs. She rubbed his belly. He purred. "I'm going to fix all of it." The next day, she began asking questions about the disaster brand. It was a name she had heard before, in the southern courts, in the whispered conversations that stopped when she entered rooms, in the letters that Aldrich had received from his noble allies. Disaster bringer, doom walker, the woman who calls the storm. The southern nobles believed that Serafina's disaster sense caused the disasters she predicted. They pointed to the evidence. She had warned about the Greyvale Bridge failure, and the bridge failed. She had warned about the Thornwall siege, and the siege happened. She had warned about the fire at Dragonfire Pass, and the fire came. She was not the cause. She was the warning. But warnings that went unheeded looked to the powerful men who had ignored them like prophecies. And prophecies that came true were easier to blame on the prophet than on the men who had failed to act. Kaeldrith found the records. He had access to military archives that the Southern authorities did not know existed. Dragon Nest archives, maintained for centuries, that tracked every military action, every frontier dispatch, every warning issued, and every response given. The records were thorough, precise, and damning. The Grey Veil Bridge, he said. They were in his study, a high, circular chamber on the 5th tier, lined with shelves of volcanic glass and scrolls, warmed by fire veins that ran through the walls in elegant spirals. You filed a warning with the Southern Military Authority 48 hours before the collapse. You identified the structural fault. You recommended evacuation. The recommendation was rejected, Serafina said. Lord Marin's household overruled it. They said the bridge was fine, and I was a hysterical woman with a dangerous reputation. Yes, I have Lord Marin's reply here. He held up a scroll. He used the word hysterical 3 times in one paragraph. Impressive commitment to a limited vocabulary. 32 people died on that bridge. 32 people died because a nobleman decided that his bridge was more important than a soldier's warning. Kaeldrith set the scroll down. Thornwall, you filed a dispatch warning of the enemy approach, 7 days before the attack. The dispatch was intercepted. Not intercepted, suppressed. Lord Harath's intelligence office received it. They chose not to forward it to the garrison commander because, he read from another scroll, because the source has a known tendency toward excessive alarm and the intelligence is assessed as unreliable. The source, Serafina said flatly, meaning me. Meaning you. 86 soldiers died at Thornwall. They died because your warning was buried by the same man who stole your medals and tried to take your cavalry. The room was very quiet. Aldrich suppressed my warnings, Serafina said. She had known. She had suspected at least. The timing had always been wrong. The response is always too slow. The excuse is always too convenient. But hearing it confirmed with documentation in a volcanic study lit by amber fire vein light, with the Dragon King's dark gold eyes watching her face, was different. It was worse. Every disaster they blame you for, Kaeldrith said, was a disaster they could have prevented if they had listened to you. You were never the cause. You were the only person who saw it coming. She stood very still. Soot in the sling on her chest. She had brought him because the quarters were cold and she had not wanted to leave him alone, pressed his face into the crook of her neck. I need these records, she said. They're yours. I need them for a trial. I assumed as much. The Southern Military Authority will not give me a trial willingly. The noblemen who suppressed my warnings are the same ones who sit on the military court. Then you take the trial to a higher court. There is no higher court. There is one. Kaeldrith leaned forward. The fire vein light caught the obsidian pendant at his throat. The Dragonbone Throne, the oldest court on the continent. It predates the Southern Kingdoms, the military authority, and every noble house that currently claims power. It judges oathbreakers, and every officer of the Southern Military Authority swore an oath when they took their position to act on frontier dispatches in good faith. You're offering me the Dragonbone Throne. I'm telling you it exists and that you have grounds to petition it. The decision to petition is yours. She looked at him, the ancient Dragon King sitting in his volcanic study, offering her the most powerful judicial tool on the continent as casually as if he were offering her a cup of tea. Why are you helping me? She asked. The question seemed to surprise him, not because it was unexpected, but because the answer was obvious to him and he had not realized it was not obvious to her. Because you are right, he said, and they are wrong, and I have existed long enough to find the combination of courage and injustice to be personally offensive. That's very noble. I'm not noble. I'm a dragon. We don't do noble. We do territorial, possessive, and occasionally vindictive. He paused. In this case, I am being vindictive on your behalf, which is a distinction I am choosing to view as growth. She looked at him. He looked at her. Thank you, she said. She meant it. She did not say thank you often. On the frontier, gratitude was a currency you spent carefully, and when she said it now, she meant every letter. Something shifted in his expression. The sharpness softened. The ancient, dangerous, flirtatious Dragon King looked, for one moment, like a man who had been told something he did not know he needed to hear. "You're welcome," he said. And then, because he was Kaeldrith and he could not let a sincere moment stand without testing its edges, "Do you always thank people with the same expression you use to acknowledge a well-built fortification?" "It's my only expression. I've seen you use at least 2 others. One of them involves your eyebrow." "That's not an expression, that's a muscle spasm." "It's a very articulate muscle spasm." She left the study before she said something she could not take back. Part 3. The War. Chapter 11. Old Soldiers. The message arrived on the 9th day. A hawk from the south bearing the seal of House Harith, carrying a scroll that was not addressed to Seraphina but to Kaeldrith as Lord of the Obsidian Reach. Seraphina was not supposed to see it, but Kaeldrith's chancellor, a grizzled, one-eyed dragon rider named Varoth, who had fought in the old wars and had a deep, personal respect for frontier soldiers, brought it to her first. "You need to read this, Commander," Varoth said. His one good eye was hard. "Before the king does." Seraphina read it. The scroll was from Aldrich Herath. It was addressed to Kaeldrith, and it was phrased in the elaborate, carefully worded style of Southern diplomatic correspondence, which meant that every sentence was a weapon wearing a silk glove. The substance was this. Aldrich had detained 12 members of Seraphina's old cavalry, the soldiers who had not joined her at the Winterflame departure, the ones who had been in the bivouac when the transfer order was being disputed. He had taken them into House Harith custody, ostensibly for administrative processing, and he was holding them in the keep's lower garrison. He was not calling them prisoners, he was calling them guests under protective care. But the meaning was clear. He was using them as hostages. And the price for their release was simple. Seraphina must withdraw any petition to the Dragonbone throne, surrender her claim to the female cavalry's independent status, and publicly acknowledge that her military achievements had been performed under House Herath's command and authority. If she refused, the 12 soldiers would be court-martialed for desertion and sentenced under Southern military law, which permitted, among other punishments, public flogging and indefinite detention. Seraphina set the scroll down. Her hands were steady, her face was calm. Inside her, something was burning. "How long have they been held?" she asked. "The hawk took 4 days to fly north," Varoth said, "so at least 4 days, possibly longer if Herath waited before sending the message." "Who are the 12? Varoth named them. Seraphina knew everyone. Corporal Annis, who had taught new recruits how to ride in formation. Sergeant Bray, who had organized the grain supply at Thornwall. Private Kesley, who was 19 years old and had joined the cavalry because her mother had been killed by raiders, and Seraphina had found her hiding in a burned village and promised her she would never have to hide again. 19 years old. Seraphina stood up. She walked to the window of the guest chamber where Varoth had found her, and she looked out at the volcanic caldera, the tiers, the bridges, the steam vents, the dragons on the upper ledges. "He's forcing a choice," she said. "My trial or my soldiers. That's the intent. If I withdraw the petition, they go free. But the truth about the suppressed warnings stays buried. The disaster brand stays on my record, and the cavalry becomes his permanently. Yes. If I continue the petition, he courts-martial them. 12 soldiers punished for my choices." "Commander, how is the trial date set?" "The Dragonbone throne convenes in 14 days. Petition must be filed 7 days before. That gives you 1 week to decide." 1 week. 1 week to choose between her innocence and her soldiers' safety, between truth and loyalty, between the justice she deserved and the people she had sworn to protect. Seraphina Voss looked at the volcanic sky and made her choice in 4 seconds. "I'm going to do both," she said. She went to Kaeldrith. She found him in the treasure chamber, a vast underground vault on the 4th tier where the Dragon King kept his hoard. Serafina had not been in the treasure chamber before, and her first thought upon entering was that it looked less like a vault and more like a museum that had been organized by someone with very specific tastes and absolutely no sense of moderation. Gold coins were stacked in precise towers along the walls. Gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds the size of eggs, were sorted by color and cut in shallow stone trays. Ancient crowns sat on velvet-lined shelves, each one labeled with a small obsidian tag that identified its origin and age. Battle banners, some of them centuries old, hung from the ceiling in protected glass cases. Dragon-scale armor from every era of Dragon Rider warfare was displayed on mannequins carved from volcanic stone. And in the center of the room, on a raised platform of polished obsidian, was a pile of molten gold treasures, objects that had been partially melted by dragonfire and then cooled into new shapes, creating abstract sculptures of frozen metal that caught the fire vein light and glowed. Kaeldrith was sitting on the platform beside the molten gold pile, looking at it with the expression of a man who is trying to figure out what has changed and cannot quite identify the problem. "Someone has reorganized my treasure chamber," he said, without looking up. "What?" "The gold coins. They were arranged by age and origin. Now they are arranged by denomination and weight." He pointed at the gemstone trays. "The gems were sorted by color. Now they are sorted by hardness and military utility, which gemstones can be used in dragon-scale armor and which cannot." He pointed at the battle banners. "The banners were arranged chronologically. Now they are arranged by tactical significance." Serafina looked at the room. She looked at the organizational system. She recognized it. "Marin," she said. "Your shield commander reorganized my treasure chamber." "She reorganizes everything. She once sorted an entire captured enemy camp by tactical priority while the battle was still happening. She has sorted my horde like a military supply depot." Kaeldrith looked at the molten gold pile with the expression of a man who has woken up to find his living room rearranged by a very efficient stranger. "I feel as though my nest has been conquered. I'll talk to her." "Don't. It's..." He paused, searching for the word. "Impressive? Unsettling, but impressive." "Kaeldrith." Something in her voice made him look up. The humor left his face. "What happened?" he asked. She told him. She showed him the scroll. She laid out the situation, the hostages, the demand, the timeline, the court-martial threat. She presented it the way she presented every tactical briefing, clearly, completely, without emotion. She did not need to add emotion. The facts were enough. Kaeldrith read the scroll twice. The second time, the air temperature in the treasure chamber rose by 5 degrees. "He is using your soldiers as leverage," Kaeldrith said. His voice was controlled, but beneath the control, the dragon was very close to the surface. "To force you to abandon a legitimate petition, to silence you." "Yes." "And if you refuse, he'll have them flogged." "Yes." "No," Kaeldrith said. The word was flat, cold, and absolute. "No, he will not." He stood. The fire vein light caught his eyes and turned them to molten gold. "I will go south and retrieve your soldiers myself." "No." He stopped. "No? If you go south in your true form and take the soldiers by force, it's an act of war. The southern kingdoms will say the Dragon King attacked a noble household and kidnapped military detainees. You'll justify every fear they have about the northern nest." "I don't care what the southern kingdoms..." "I do, because the Dragonbone throne requires legitimacy, and legitimacy requires that we do this by law, not by fire." She met his eyes. "I will go to the trial. I will present my evidence. And when Aldrich tries to use my soldiers as leverage during the proceedings, I will take them back." "How?" "By being better than he is, at everything." Kaeldrith looked at her for a long time. The gold in his eyes shifted, from fury to something more complex, more layered. Admiration, frustration, and beneath both, a fierce, possessive pride that he was not quite ready to name. "You are infuriating," he said. "I've been told." "You are infuriating, and you are right, and I am going to help you whether you ask me to or not, because that man put his hands on your soldiers and I want to watch you take them back. That's territorial. I'm a dragon." You said dragons don't do noble. We don't. We do vindictive. I am being very vindictive right now, and I am enjoying it enormously. Despite everything, despite the fear and the fury, and the cold tactical calculation running through her mind, Serafina felt the corner of her mouth twitch. Fine, she said. Help. Good. He picked up the scroll, folded it precisely, and tucked it into his coat. We have 7 days. Let's make them count. Chapter 12, Virena. On the 3rd day of preparation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Obsidian Reach. Virena Ashcliffe, the Red Dragon noblewoman, the woman who had been sitting in Serafina's chair at the betrothal feast, the woman who had dug a ruby ring out of a honey nut cake with her bare hands, flew into the caldera on the back of a young red drake, wearing a traveling cloak of scarlet silk and an expression that suggested she had eaten something unpleasant and was trying to maintain her dignity about it. Serafina met her on the landing tier. Commander Voss, Virena said. She dismounted from the drake with the practiced grace of a woman who had been riding dragons since childhood. Her red hair was windblown, her green eyes were sharp, and she held herself with the erect, shoulders-back posture of someone who had been taught that slouching was a moral failing. Lady Ashcliffe, Serafina said. An awkward silence. The volcanic wind blew between them. Virena's scarlet cloak snapped in the heat. Serafina's dragon-scale cloak, black gold, Kaeldrith scales, absorbed it. I am here, Virena said, because I have made an error in judgment, and I believe in correcting my errors before they become permanent. Serafina waited. Virena took a breath. It was the breath of a proud woman about to say something that cost her dearly. House Hareth has been passing debts to my family. Aldrich's betrothal to me was not a love match or even a bloodline alliance. It was a scheme to transfer his family's military debts, false achievement records, and political liabilities onto House Ashcliffe. When I discovered this, I also discovered that several of the young dragon riders attached to my household have been reassigned, without my consent, to House Hareth's frontier garrison, the same garrison that is currently holding your soldiers. Serafina's expression did not change. 3 of my riders, Virena continued, young, inexperienced, reassigned to a garrison that is, by all accounts, being used as a detention facility for women who committed the crime of being loyal to you. Her jaw tightened. I will not allow my people to be used as prison guards for his hostage scheme. What are you offering? Information. I know the garrison's layout, its guard rotation, and the legal grounds Aldrich is using to hold your soldiers. I also know that his petition to the Southern Military Authority for the court-martial has not yet been approved. The authority is stalling because several members are uncomfortable with the charges. She met Serafina's eyes, and I am offering an apology. Serafina looked at her. At the betrothal feast, Virena said, I sat in your chair. I wore the ring meant for your hand. I looked at you and I saw a crude battlefield woman who had no place in noble society. I was wrong. You are a commander, and I treated you as a rival, and that was beneath both of us. The volcanic wind blew. Apology accepted, Serafina said. Virena blinked. That quickly? I don't hold grudges. Grudges take time. I don't have time. She paused. You said you know the garrison layout. I have it memorized. Can you draw it? In detail. Come with me. She turned and walked toward the tactical chamber. Virena followed, her scarlet cloak streaming behind her. Behind them, Dagna leaned against the landing tier railing and watched them go. Well, she said to Marin, that's unexpected. The commander has a talent for turning enemies into allies, Marin said. Remember the supply master at Greyvale? She tried to have us arrested. 6 months later, she was running our grain line. That was different. That was logistics. This is, Dagna gestured at Virena's retreating back. This is a dragon-blooded noblewoman who had honey on her chin 2 weeks ago. People change. People with honey on their chin change faster. It's a humbling experience. Chapter 13, The Return South. On the 7th day, they flew south. The formation was unusual. The black gold ancient dragon at the head, carrying Serafina, Dagna, and Marin on his back. Behind him, Virena on her red drake. Behind Virena, 7 soldiers of the female cavalry, mounted on sturdy northern horses that had been trained to march through volcanic terrain and were therefore unfazed by almost everything. Thessaly rode with the cavalry, her medical kit strapped to her saddle, her spectacles firmly in place, and her expression suggesting that she expected to have patience before the day was over. Soot rode in his sling on Serafina's chest. He had adjusted to dragonback travel with the adaptability of a cat who has decided that if his human is going to do ridiculous things, he might as well be comfortable during them. They reached the southern court in 2 days. The Dragonbone throne was not located in Ashenmere Keep. It was housed in a separate structure, an ancient stone amphitheater built into a hillside overlooking the Amber Coast, where the Dragon Rider packs had first been sworn centuries ago. The throne itself was carved from the bones of a great dragon who had died in the founding wars. A massive, white-boned chair that sat at the center of the amphitheater, radiating a cold, ancient authority that made even the most powerful nobles uncomfortable. The southern court gathered. Lords, ladies, military officers, dragon riders, and their attendants filled the amphitheater's stone benches. It was the largest judicial assembly in living memory, and everyone knew why. Serafina Voss, the Blade of the Gate, was about to put the southern aristocracy on trial. Chapter 14: The Trial of the Dragonbone Throne. The amphitheater was full. Serafina stood at the center of the stone floor, in front of the Dragonbone throne, wearing her military surcoat, her sword, and the dragon scale cloak that the ancient Dragon King had given her. Soot was in Lara's care, safely outside the amphitheater. This was not a place for cats. To her left stood her witnesses, Marin, Dagna, Thessaly, and the 4 cavalry soldiers who had ridden south with her. Behind them, in the public gallery, stood the people she had protected: Bren the Salt Widow, Torvald the Gate Craftsman, Paul the One-Armed Veteran, Gerda the Tavern Mistress, and the boy from the village, who had brought his mother this time, and his mother was crying before the trial even started. To her right stood Virena Ashcliffe, who had come not as a witness for Serafina, but as a witness against Aldrich, a distinction that had caused a sensation when it was announced. Across the amphitheater floor, at the opposing advocate's position, stood Aldrich Harith. He was immaculate. Dark crimson coat, gold braiding, polished boots, every hair in place. On his chest he wore the 3 copied medals, the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winterflame Star. He stood with the confident posture of a man who believed he held all the leverage. Behind him sat 3 southern lords who had supported the suppression of Serafina's warnings: Lord Marin of the Greyvale Bridge, Lord Vask of the Thornwall Garrison, and seated in the shadows of the upper gallery, watching with cold, calculating eyes, Lord Caden of the Amber Coast, the man Serafina's investigation had identified as the architect of the Firevane sabotage. Kaeldrith was not in the amphitheater. This had been Serafina's decision. The trial was hers. The evidence was hers. The fight was hers. She had asked the Dragon King to remain outside, and he had agreed, reluctantly, with the expression of a man being asked to wait while someone he cared about walked into a battle without him. "I'll be on the hillside," he had said, "if you need me." "I won't need you." "If you want me, I'll handle it." Serafina. It was the first time he had used her name without the title. She had stopped walking. "Come back with your shield or on it," he had said. "But come back." She had looked at him, at the dark gold eyes, the vertical pupils, the face that was ancient and dangerous, and, in that moment, frightened for her. "I always come back," she had said. Now she stood in the amphitheater and faced Aldrich Herath across 20 feet of stone floor, and she began. "I petition the Dragonbone throne," she said. Her voice was not loud, but it carried, the voice of a woman who had shouted commands across burning battlefields and knew how to make silence listen. "I charge Lord Aldrich Herath, heir of House Herath, with the following: falsification of military records, theft of combat honors, suppression of frontier dispatches that resulted in the preventable deaths of soldiers and civilians, illegal seizure of an independent military unit, embezzlement of public maintenance funds, and the unlawful detention of 12 soldiers of the Dragonfire Pass cavalry." The amphitheater was very quiet. Aldrich stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression arranged in the confident, slightly patronizing calm of a man who has been told he will win and has not considered the alternative. Commander Voss's charges are rooted in personal bitterness over a dissolved betrothal, he said. His voice was smooth, practiced, and deeply sincere. The voice of a man who had studied public speaking the way soldiers study sword work. She was a fine frontier officer. I have always said so. But the dissolution of our engagement has understandably caused her distress, and that distress has manifested as... I present evidence item 1, Serafina said. She did not wait for him to finish. On the frontier, you did not wait for the enemy to finish their charge before you responded. You cut them off at the point of maximum vulnerability. Varoth, who had insisted on serving as her legal courier despite having only one eye and a deep personal dislike for Southern courts, stepped forward and placed a leather folder on the stone evidence table. This is the original dispatch I filed with the Southern Military Authority 48 hours before the collapse of the Greyvale Bridge, Serafina said. It identifies the structural fault, recommends evacuation, and is stamped with my command seal and the date. She opened the folder. The dispatch was there, yellowed, creased, authentic. Evidence item 2, a second folder. The response from Lord Marin's household rejecting the evacuation recommendation. The rejection is signed by Lord Marin's intelligence officer and uses the phrase excessive alarm to describe my warning. Lord Marin, in the upper gallery, shifted in his seat. Evidence item 3, a third folder, the Thornwall dispatch, filed 7 days before the enemy attack, received by House Herath's intelligence office, never forwarded to the garrison commander. She looked at Aldrich. Your signature is on the receipt log, Lord Herath. You received my warning. You chose not to act on it. 86 soldiers died. The amphitheater stirred. A murmur, low, dark, spreading through the benches like smoke. Evidence item 4. A stack of scrolls, each one sealed with the obsidian seal of the Northern Dragon Nest. Dragon Nest archive records confirming the full timeline of frontier dispatches, their receipt, and the subsequent suppression of each warning by Southern noble households. These records, Aldrich began, were maintained independently by the Dragon Nest archive for over a century, Serafina said. They cannot be altered, destroyed, or forged because they are inscribed in volcanic glass by dragonfire. They are the most reliable records on the continent. She presented the evidence methodically, precisely, without flourish. The disaster sense warnings, the suppressions, the deaths, the embezzled maintenance funds, confirmed by the craftsman's receipts, the fake dragon bones, the illegal cavalry transfer, filed before the betrothal dissolution. Aldrich's confidence began to crack. It was not obvious. He was too well trained for obvious. But Serafina could see the cracks, the way his hands tightened behind his back, the way his jaw worked between sentences, the way his eyes moved, not to the evidence, but to the upper gallery, where the 3 Southern lords were sitting with increasingly rigid expressions. He was looking for support. He was not finding it. Virena delivered her testimony next. The debts passed to House Ashcliffe, the young riders reassigned without consent, the hidden financial liabilities. She spoke with the cold, cutting precision of a woman who had been betrayed by an alliance she had entered in good faith and was not inclined toward mercy. The commoner witnesses spoke last. Bren the Salt Widow told the court about the grain wagon, how Serafina's cavalry had ridden 12 hours through a snowstorm to intercept the raiders who were targeting the supply route, how the commander had personally driven the lead wagon through a blocked pass while arrows flew, how the grain had reached the city in time to prevent a famine. Torvald the Gate craftsman told the court about the 3-day siege of Dragonfire Pass, how he had been inside the gate when the enemy breached the outer wall, how Serafina had ordered the evacuation of the civilian quarter before the wall fell, how she had held the inner gate with 18 soldiers for 6 hours until reinforcements arrived, how no civilian died. Paul the one-armed veteran told the court about Greyvale, how he had lost his arm covering the retreat, how Serafina had carried him 2 miles to the medical tent, how she had written to his family to tell them he was alive when the Army's official casualty report listed him as dead. The boy's mother told the court about Thornwall, how the raiders had come in the night, how she had hidden her son in a root cellar, how the cavalry had arrived at dawn, and Commander Voss had personally cleared the house where the raiders were holding 3 families hostage, how the commander had found her son in the cellar, lifted him out, and said, "You're safe. I've got you." The mother was still crying. Most of the amphitheater was crying. Aldrich was not crying. Aldrich was standing very straight, his face white, his hands clenched behind his back, and his eyes fixed on a point somewhere above the Dragonbone throne, as though he could make this stop by not looking at it. Then he played his last card. "The 12 soldiers of the Dragonfire Pass Cavalry," he said, his voice careful, "are currently in House Herath's custody. If Commander Voss continues this petition, if she insists on pursuing these charges, I will have no choice but to proceed with the court-martial. Desertion charges, under Southern military law." The amphitheater went silent. Aldrich looked at Serafina. For the first time since the trial began, he looked directly at her. Not at her evidence, not at her witnesses, but at her. And in his eyes, she saw something that she had not expected. Pain. Real pain. The pain of a man who had loved a woman and lost her and was now trying to destroy her and could not quite understand how he had gotten here. "Serafina," he said, and his voice cracked on her name. "Please, stop this. I'll release the soldiers. I'll return the cavalry. I'll withdraw the medals. Just stop." She looked at him. She looked at the man she had loved. The man who had written her letters, who had kissed her before she rode to the frontier, who had promised to build a home for them when the wars were over. "No," she said. Aldrich's face contorted. The pain turned to fury. "Then I'll give the order," he snapped. "The court-martial will proceed. Your soldiers will—" "Your soldiers," Serafina said, "are already free." She turned toward the amphitheater entrance. The great stone doors swung open. 12 women walked in. They wore cavalry armor, battered, road-worn, mud-splashed. They walked in formation, 2 abreast, with the straight-backed, level-eyed bearing of soldiers who had been through hell and come out marching. At their head walked Corporal Annis, who had a black eye and a split lip and the expression of someone who had very much enjoyed earning both. Behind them walked 3 young dragon riders in the colors of House Ashcliffe. Virena's riders, the ones who had been reassigned to the garrison. They did not look like prison guards. They looked like people who had recently made a choice. The garrison guards received a direct order from Lady Ashcliffe withdrawing her household's riders from the facility, Virena said from her witness position. Without her riders, the garrison was undermanned. The remaining guards were given the option to maintain the detention or to step aside. They chose to step aside. "And your soldiers chose to walk out," Serafina said to Aldrich, "because they're soldiers, not prisoners, and they know the difference, even if you don't." Aldrich stared at the 12 women. He stared at Virena. He stared at Serafina. He reached for his sword. It was not a planned action. Serafina could see that in the way his hand moved, jerky and desperate, the movement of a man who had run out of options and was reaching for the only thing he understood. He drew the blade and took one step toward Bren, the Salt Widow, who was standing in the witness gallery, unarmed and frightened. Serafina's disaster sense screamed. She moved. 3 breaths. That was all she needed. She crossed the amphitheater floor in 5 strides, caught Aldrich's sword arm, twisted the blade out of his grip with a technique she had learned on the frontier. Thumb on the wrist nerve, rotate, strip, and pinned him to the stone floor with her knee on his back and his own sword in her hand. The entire movement took less than 2 seconds. The amphitheater erupted. Serafina held Aldrich down. She did not hurt him. She applied exactly enough pressure to immobilize him and not a grain more, because she was a professional, and professionals did not use excessive force, even when the person beneath their knee was a man who had tried to steal everything she had built and then threatened to harm a defenseless widow. "Yield," she said. He struggled. She pressed harder. "Yield, Aldrich." He went still. "I yield," he whispered. She stood up. She kept his sword. She looked at the Dragonbone throne. The throne was not empty. She had not noticed before. In the heat of the trial, in the chaos of evidence and testimony and combat, but the throne had been occupied throughout the proceedings by a presence that was not entirely visible. An ancient spirit, a resonance of the dragon whose bones formed the chair, a judgment force that had been watching and weighing and waiting. Now the throne spoke. Its voice was the sound of old bones grinding, of volcanic stone settling, of centuries of oath and consequence compressed into words. The petition is heard, the evidence is weighed, the oath breakers are named. The amphitheater fell silent. Lord Aldrich Hareth, falsification of records, theft of honors, suppression of dispatches, unlawful detention. The judgment is forfeiture of all false military achievements, return of all stolen honors, loss of noble military command. Aldrich, still on the stone floor, closed his eyes. Lord Marin of Greyville, rejection of a valid dispatch, negligence resulting in preventable death. The judgment is public acknowledgement of the failure and restitution to the families of the fallen. Lord Marin, in the upper gallery, gripped the stone bench with both hands. Lord Caden of the Amber Coast. The amphitheater's attention turned to the shadowed figure in the upper gallery. Lord Caden, thin, pale, with the cold, flat eyes of a man who had spent his entire career calculating costs and benefits, sat very still. Sabotage of the Northern Dragon nest fire vanes, introduction of resentment fire into the hatchery, attempted weaponization of dragon hatchlings. The judgment is loss of dragon rider status, annulment of noble oath, exile from all dragon-bonded territories. Lord Caden stood. His face was white. He opened his mouth to speak, and the dragon bone throne flared, a pulse of white bone light that filled the amphitheater, and Lord Caden's dragon rider insignia, a golden iron pin on his chest that signified his bond with his mount, cracked, split, and fell to the stone floor in two pieces. His dragon, a gray-green war mount roosting on the hillside outside the amphitheater, lifted its head, screamed once, and flew north without looking back. Lord Caden sat down. He did not speak again. The throne's light faded. Seraphina stood in the center of the amphitheater, surrounded by her soldiers, her witnesses, and the echoing silence of judgment, and she turned to Aldrich. He was standing now, slowly, painfully, with the careful movements of a man who has been knocked down in front of everyone he has ever known and is trying to find his feet. She looked at his chest, at the 3 medals, the copies, the stolen honors. "Return them," she said. He looked at her. His eyes were red. His jaw was tight. The pain in his face was raw and open and terrible. "Seraphina, return them." His hands shook. He reached up and unpinned the first medal, the Iron Fang. He held it for a moment, looking at it, and then he placed it in her outstretched hand. The Silver Gate. He unpinned it slowly, placed it beside the Iron Fang. The Winter Flame Star. This one took longer. His fingers fumbled with the pin. He was shaking badly enough that the metal slipped twice before he caught it. When he finally freed it from his coat, he held it in his palm and stared at it as though he were trying to memorize it. Then he placed it in her hand. 3 medals, 3 battles, 3 victories that were hers, that had always been hers, that she had earned with her blood and her soldiers' blood and the blood of the enemies who had come to destroy everything she protected. She closed her hand around them. She did not humiliate him. She did not gloat. She did not say, "I told you so," or "You should have listened," or "You lost." She simply took what was hers, turned to face her cavalry, and held the medals up. The 12 rescued soldiers saluted. The 7 who had ridden south with her saluted. Marin, Dagna, Thessaly, Lara, Rost, they all saluted, fists to chests, the frontier salute. In the public gallery, Paul, the one-armed veteran, saluted with his remaining arm, tears running down his face. The boy's mother stopped crying, stood straight, and placed her hand on her chest. Seraphina pinned the medals to her own coat, where they belonged. Chapter 15, The Steward's Punishment. The trial's secondary judgments were administered the following morning. The steward of House Herath, the head of household, the stocky man with the gray beard who had facilitated the embezzlement of the Dragonbone maintenance funds, was brought before the Dragonbone throne for sentencing. His punishment was practical, uncomfortable, and deeply satisfying to watch. He was fitted with a full set of heavy volcanic fireproof work gear, the kind worn by the lowest-ranking maintenance workers in the Obsidian Reach, consisting of a thick leather suit with iron reinforcements, heat-resistant boots that weighed approximately 8 pounds each, a face shield of darkened glass, and heat-resistant gloves so thick that picking up a cup of water required both hands and significant concentration. He was then assigned to chain repair duty in the volcanic dragon nest for a period of 1 year. Chain repair duty involved descending into the hottest chambers of the volcano, where the fire veins ran just beneath the surface, and manually inspecting, repairing, and replacing the iron chains that supported the hatchery platforms, the fire vein access points, and the temperature regulation gates. It was brutally hot work, physically exhausting, and universally considered the worst job in the Obsidian Reach. The steward, sweating heavily inside his fireproof suit, was escorted out of the amphitheater by two of Kaeldrith's guards. As he passed Seraphina, she said, "The chains are important. Don't skip the maintenance." He did not respond. The face shield made it hard to tell whether he was glaring or simply trying not to faint from the heat. Chapter 16: The Oath Before the Throne. The amphitheater emptied slowly. The nobles filed out in small, stunned groups, speaking in low voices. The witnesses returned to their lodgings. The cavalry gathered outside, where Private Lara was waiting with Soot, who had spent the entire trial sleeping in a sunbeam on the amphitheater steps and had not contributed to the proceedings in any way. Seraphina stood alone in the amphitheater, in front of the Dragonbone throne. The throne was quiet now, its ancient presence faded, its judgment rendered, its light dimmed to a faint glow in the bone-white surface. It was just a chair again. An old, enormous, beautiful chair made from the bones of something that had once been alive and powerful and was now gone. She touched the armrest. The bone was smooth under her fingers, cool despite the southern sun. Footsteps on stone. She turned. Kaeldrith walked into the amphitheater. He had been on the hillside, as he had promised, close enough to hear, far enough to respect her demand that the trial be hers. He was in human form, wearing the black leather and dragon-scale coat, the obsidian pendant at his throat catching the late afternoon light. His hair was wind-tossed from the hillside. His dark gold eyes were fixed on her. He walked across the stone floor, past the evidence table, past the witness positions, past the place where Aldrich had drawn his sword and she had put him on the ground, and he stopped in front of her. They looked at each other. "You won," he said. "I won. You won without me. I told you I would. You told me a lot of things." His voice was low, close. He was close. He was very close. "You told me you don't run. You told me you don't beg. You told me you always come back. I told you the truth. You always tell the truth. It's extremely inconvenient." She looked at him. The afternoon light was warm on the stone, on the bone throne, on his face. The wind moved through the amphitheater, carrying the smell of salt from the amber coast and the distant sulfur of the volcanic north. "Kaeldrith," she said. "Seraphina. You're standing very close. I'm aware. Is this tactical proximity? No. Is this the kind of proximity where I should lower my guard?" He looked at her. The dark gold eyes held hers, ancient, deep, burning with a fire that had nothing to do with volcanoes and everything to do with her. "Yes," he said. She did not step back. She did not reach for her sword. She did not evaluate threat levels or calculate escape routes or activate her disaster sense. For the first time in 3 years, Seraphina Voss did not prepare for combat. Kaeldrith kissed her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was not a tentative kiss. It was the kind of kiss that a man gives when he has waited for a very long time, longer than he wants to admit, longer than his pride will acknowledge, and the waiting is over. His hand came up to the side of her face. His fingers were warm, always radiating that deep volcanic heat. His other hand settled at her waist, over the dragon-scale cloak, over the belt where her sword hung, and he pulled her closer with the confident, possessive certainty of someone who does not ask for permission, because the answer is already in the way she is not moving away. She did not step away. She kissed him the way she did everything, directly, seriously, without hesitation. Her hand came up to the back of his neck. His hair was soft under her fingers, softer than she had expected from a man who could turn into obsidian and molten gold. She could feel the heat of him through the coat, through the armor, through the layers of cloth and leather and dragon scale that separated them. The dragonbone throne glowed behind them, a faint, warm, amber light that was not judgment but something older. Acknowledgement, approval. The ancient dragon whose bones formed the chair, recognizing the oath that was forming between the two people standing before it. Kaeldrith broke the kiss first. He pulled back just far enough to look at her, her face, her eyes, the 3 medals on her coat. That, he said, was not a reward. I didn't think it was. That was 2 people who have earned each other. She looked at him. The most powerful Dragon King on the continent. The most dangerous man she had ever met. The first person in 3 years who had looked at her and seen not a weapon, not a disaster, not a problem to be managed, but a woman who was extraordinary, precisely because she was exactly what she appeared to be. Agreed, she said. He smiled. It was the real smile, the surprised, delighted, unguarded one that she had first seen during sparring, when she had almost hit him in the face. I should inform you, he said, that in dragon culture, a voluntary vow before the Dragonbone throne constitutes a preliminary oath bond. What does that mean? It means I have formally declared my intent, and you have formally accepted, and the throne has witnessed it, and approximately 300 years of dragon law now considers us partners. I was going to say entangled, but partners works. Good. She adjusted the dragon scale cloak on her shoulders. Partners do patrols together. Are you available for a fire vein inspection tonight? Kaeldrith looked at her, at the woman who had just been kissed by a dragon king in front of an ancient throne and was now scheduling a patrol. You are, he said, absolutely, unequivocally the most remarkable person I have ever met. You said that before. I intend to keep saying it until you react to it. I reacted. You scheduled a patrol. That's how I react. He laughed, a real laugh, deep, warm, resonant with the faintest rumble of dragon fire beneath it. The sound echoed through the empty amphitheater and bounced off the Dragonbone throne and filled the space with something that felt, improbably, like joy. Soot, who had wandered into the amphitheater at some point during the conversation and was sitting on the evidence table washing his paws, looked up at the sound and meowed. Your cat approves, Kaeldrith said. My cat wants dinner. Then let's go, both of you. They walked out of the amphitheater together, the Dragon King and the Frontier Commander and the Black Cat, who did not solve mysteries or rescue anyone, but who loved his human with the kind of quiet, unshakable devotion that did not need words or dramatic gestures, just a warm lap and a gentle hand, and the knowledge that he would never be left behind. The cavalry was waiting outside. Meryn saluted. Dagna grinned so widely that the gap in her teeth was visible from 50 feet. Thessaly adjusted her spectacles, observed the faint flush on Seraphina's face, and said nothing, which was her way of saying, I told you so. Private Lara cried, because she cried at everything and was not ashamed of it. Private Rost nodded once. From Rost, this was practically an ovation. Corporal Annis, who had a black eye and a split lip, and the bearing of a woman who had walked out of a prison under her own power, looked at Seraphina and said, Welcome back, Commander. I didn't leave, Seraphina said. No, Annis agreed. You never do. Part 4, The Dragon Nest. Chapter 17, The Fire Vein Restoration. They returned to the Obsidian Reach. The Fire Vein crisis had not waited for the trial. In the 10 days they had been south, the disruption had worsened. The artificial channel that Lord Caden's agents had built was still active, still pumping battlefield resentment fire into the hatchery, and the dragon eggs were still silent. Seraphina went down to the hatchery the morning after their return. The heat was worse than before. The fire veins pulsed erratically, surging, dimming, surging again, and the air tasted of ash and copper and something bitter that stuck to the back of her throat. The eggs sat in their stone depressions, dark and still. She knelt beside the emerald egg, the one that had pulsed once 10 days ago. She placed her palm against the shell. Nothing. She opened her disaster sense. The golden lines bloomed across her vision, sharper and more defined than ever. She could see the artificial channel clearly now, a narrow, hidden conduit threaded through the natural fire veins, carrying the dark energy from southern battlefields directly into the hatchery's core. She could see where it entered the chamber, where it branched, where it merged with the natural flow and poisoned it. She could also see the solution. The "The channel enters through the west wall, 6 feet below the floor," she said. Kaeldrith was beside her. He was always beside her now. In the hatchery, a warm and watchful presence that kept the temperature regulated and the adult dragons calm. It branches into 3 sub-channels that feed the main convergence point. If we can sever the entry point and redirect the flow, the resentment fire will have nowhere to go, Kaeldrith said. It'll backlash. Into the wall, not into the eggs. The wall may not hold. Then you hold it. He looked at her. You want me to use my dragon fire to contain a resentment fire backlash inside a volcanic wall while you sever the channel? Yes. If I lose control. You won't. Seraphina, you saw the future. You saw what happens if I saw what happens if you're alone. She met his eyes. The golden cracks were bright in her irises. You're not alone. I'm here. I can see the disaster lines. If the backlash pushes you toward the edge, I'll see it 3 breaths before it happens, and I'll pull you back. By touching me. By whatever it takes. He stared at her. The hatchery pulsed around them, hot, unstable, alive with ancient fire. You trust me that much, he said. I trust you with my soldiers, my cat, and my fire vein patrol schedule. Trusting you with a volcanic backlash is just the next step. The corner of his mouth curved. Your scale of trust is very specific. I'm a practical person. Yes, you are. They began. Seraphina descended to the west wall, guided by her disaster sense. The channel entry point was hidden behind a natural rock formation, cleverly disguised, professionally built. Lord Caden's people had known what they were doing. They had spent months constructing this, threading it through the natural faults, timing it to go active after they were safely away. She drew her sword. The blade had been forged on the frontier from iron and dragonscale alloy, strong enough to cut volcanic rock if you hit it at the right angle with enough force. She hit it at the right angle with enough force. The entry point shattered. The channel screamed, a sound that was not physical but psychic. The compressed fury of dead soldiers forced through stone conduits, finally released. The resentment fire erupted from the severed channel like blood from a wound, a gout of dark red-black energy that slammed into the west wall with enough force to crack the stone. Now, Seraphina shouted. Kaeldrith stepped forward. Black gold dragon fire erupted from his hands. Not the controlled, precise fire he used in sparring, but the full, ancient, volcanic force of a dragon king unleashing his power inside his own nest. The dragon fire hit the resentment fire and contained it, wrapping around it, pressing it back against the wall, sealing it inside the stone. The wall shook. The fire veins surged, the temperature in the hatchery spiked, hot enough to make Seraphina's armor plates glow at the edges, hot enough to sear the air in her lungs. She watched Kaeldrith through her disaster sense. The golden lines showed her his state, the energy flowing through him, the strain on his control, the edge between mastery and catastrophe. He was close. The resentment fire was fighting him, pushing back, feeding on the volcanic energy that flowed through his body, trying to pull him over the edge into the loss of control she had seen in her vision. 3 breaths. She saw it coming. The golden lines shifted, a cascade failure, a surge, the moment where the resentment fire would overpower his control and the volcano would wake. 2 breaths. She moved. 1 breath. She reached him. She grabbed his arm, not gently, not carefully, but with the full grip strength of a frontier soldier who had held onto a siege wall with one hand while pulling wounded soldiers up with the other. The contact broke through the fire. Her disaster sense met his dragon fire, and for one impossible moment, the 2 energies resonated. Gold on gold, her sight and his fire, human instinct and ancient dragon power, meeting at a frequency that neither of them had known existed. The resentment fire collapsed. It died not with a bang, but with a whimper, the compressed fury of dead soldiers dissolving, releasing, letting go. The dark energy dissipated into the volcanic stone and was absorbed, neutralized, returned to the earth. The fire veins cleared. The flow resumed, smooth, rhythmic, healthy. The amber glow returned to the hatchery floor, pulsing with the steady heartbeat of a living volcano. And the eggs began to beat. One by one, starting with the emerald egg and spreading outward in concentric rings, the dragon eggs pulsed with life. Shells glowed. Heartbeats thudded. Slow, strong, undeniable. The silence that had hung over the hatchery for weeks broke like ice on a spring river, and the chamber filled with the sound of 37 dragon hearts beating in unison. Serafina and Kaeldrith stood in the center of the chamber, her hand still on his arm, surrounded by the glow of living eggs. "You pulled me back," he said. "I told you I would. You always tell the truth. It's easier than lying. Lying requires creativity. I don't have time for creativity." He looked at her hand on his arm. He covered it with his own. "Thank you," he said. She nodded. She did not say "you're welcome" because the moment did not need more words. The eggs were beating. The fire veins were clear. The Dragon King was standing beside her, unburned, unbroken, held back from the edge by a frontier soldier's grip and a disaster sense that saw 3 breaths into the future. It was enough. Chapter 18. The First Hatching. The first egg cracked 3 days later. Serafina was asleep when it happened, genuinely asleep, in her bed, in her quarters, with soot curled in the hollow of her neck and one hand resting on the hilt of the sword propped against the bed frame. She slept the way frontier soldiers sleep, lightly, alertly, with one ear always open for the sound of trouble. The sound of trouble, in this case, was Dagna banging on the door at 4 in the morning. "Commander, eggs! Hatching, now!" Serafina was dressed and armed in under 2 minutes. Soot, who had been dragged awake by the commotion, was stuffed into his sling with the efficiency of a woman who had practiced this exact maneuver under combat conditions. She reached the hatchery at a run. The emerald egg was cracking. Fine lines spread across the shell like frost on glass, each one glowing with green-gold light from within. The shell bulged, contracted, bulged again. Inside, something was moving, something alive, something fighting to be born. Kaeldrith was already there, standing at the edge of the egg circle. He was barefoot. He had come straight from wherever he slept, and wearing only a shirt and trousers, with his hair loose and his eyes burning gold. The adult dragons in the upper chambers were awake and vocal, their calls echoing down through the volcanic tunnels. Not alarm calls, but birth calls, the deep, resonant sounds that dragons made to welcome new life. The emerald egg cracked open. A head emerged, small, wet, green-scaled, with enormous amber eyes and tiny, unfocused pupils. The hatchling blinked at the fire vein light, opened its mouth, and produced a sound that was somehow simultaneously a roar, a hiccup, and a sneeze. It was the most ridiculous and endearing sound Serafina had ever heard. The hatchling pushed free of the shell, tumbled onto the heated stone platform, and lay there in a puddle of egg fluid, trembling and blinking, and making tiny confused noises. It was about the size of a large dog, compact, wet, with stubby wings that were still folded against its body, and a tail that curled and uncurled with the spasmodic energy of a creature that did not yet know it had a tail. Serafina crouched beside the platform. The hatchling turned its head. Its enormous amber eyes found her face. It stared at her with the profound, unwavering attention of a creature that has just arrived in the world and is trying to determine whether the first thing it sees is food, a threat, or someone worth trusting. Then it sneezed again, lost its balance, and face-planted on the warm stone. It made a pitiful sound, a tiny, warbling cry that was halfway between a whimper and a squeak. And Serafina, without thinking, reached out and steadied it with her hand. The hatchling's skin was warm, warmer than the stone. Its scales were still soft, not yet hardened, still pliable, and they shifted under her fingers like living armor. The hatchling turned into her touch, pressing its small head against her palm, and the warbling cry stopped. It looked at her again. Then it climbed, scrambling, uncoordinated, with the flailing determination of a creature that has never used legs before, into her lap. Serafina looked down at the dragon hatchling sitting in her lap. She looked up at Kaeldrith. "It's sitting on me," she said. "I see that." "Why is it sitting on me?" "Because you're the first warm thing it touched after it hatched. In dragon culture, that's called an imprint greeting. It's not a full bond, that takes years, but it means the hatchling has identified you as safe." "I didn't mean to." "You didn't do anything wrong. You held it when it fell. That's all it took. The hatchling yawned. It was an enormous yawn for something so small, a wide, pink-gummed, toothless stretch that revealed a tiny, flickering tongue. Then it tucked its head under Serafina's arm and went to sleep. Around the hatchery, more eggs were cracking. 2, 3, 5, 8. The hatchings came in waves, the shells splitting open one after another, releasing tiny, wet, bewildered creatures into the warm, amber light of the restored fire veins. Attendants moved among the platforms, catching hatchlings, checking vitals, wrapping the weakest ones in heated cloths. The adult dragon's birth calls reached a crescendo, a thundering chorus of ancient voices that shook the stone walls and resonated in Serafina's chest like a second heartbeat. Kaeldrith stood in the center of it all, his eyes blazing gold, his hands open at his sides, and the fire veins beneath his feet pulsing in rhythm with the birth calls. He was magnificent, the Dragon King in his element, surrounded by new life, his power flowing through the volcanic stone and feeding the hatchlings with the warmth they needed. He looked at Serafina, who was sitting on the hatchery floor with a sleeping dragon in her lap and an expression of total bewilderment. "Welcome to the nest, Commander," he said. One by one, as the hatchlings found their feet and began to explore the chamber, they gravitated toward the platforms where the fire vein flow was strongest. But several of them, 3, then 4, then 5, made their way to Serafina instead, drawn by the warmth of the hatchling in her lap, or by the residual energy of her disaster sense, or simply by the instinct that told them this person was safe. By the end of the morning, Serafina was sitting on the hatchery floor with 5 dragon hatchlings piled in her lap, one on her shoulder, and one attempting to climb her leg. Soot, who had escaped the sling at some point during the proceedings, was perched on the nearest stone platform, watching the hatchlings with the appalled expression of a cat who has discovered that his human has been collecting new animals and has not consulted him about it. A hatchling, a small bronze one with copper-tipped wings, approached Soot, sniffed him, and sneezed fire. The sneeze was tiny, a puff of smoke and a brief spark that singed approximately 3 hairs on Soot's tail. Soot gave the hatchling a look of such profound, withering contempt that the hatchling actually backed up. Then Soot turned, walked to Serafina, climbed onto her head, and sat down with the air of a cat asserting dominance over an increasingly chaotic situation. Dagna, standing at the hatchery entrance with her arms crossed and tears running freely down her freckled face, said, "This is the best day of my entire life." Marin, beside her, nodded. Even Marin, calm, unflappable, stonewall Marin, had suspiciously bright eyes. Thessaly observed the hatchlings, observed Serafina, observed the cat on Serafina's head, and said, "I'm going to need more medical supplies." Chapter 19, The New Decree. The weeks that followed were the busiest of Serafina's life, and she had held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days, so that was saying something. The Dragonbone Throne's judgment rippled through the southern kingdoms like a stone dropped in still water. Lord Caden was exiled. Lord Marin paid restitution. Aldrich Hareth lost his military command and retreated to his family's country estate, where, according to Virena's intelligence network, he spent most of his time staring at the wall and drinking expensive wine. Serafina did not feel satisfaction at this news. She did not feel pity either. She felt the clean, clear absence of a weight she had been carrying for 3 years, and she put it down and walked forward. She had work to do. The female cavalry, the Iron Maidens, was whole again. The 12 rescued soldiers were folded back into the unit, and the 7 who had ridden north with Serafina were given field commendations by the Dragonbone Throne. The total strength was now at 63, the full original complement, and they were training daily on the 2nd tier of the Obsidian Reach. But Serafina wanted more than training. She wanted official recognition. The Iron Maidens had always been a noble-sponsored unit, funded, equipped, and commanded under the patronage of a southern noble house. That patronage gave the sponsoring house the right to reassign, disband, or transfer the cavalry at will. It was this clause that had allowed Aldrich to attempt his seizure, and Serafina was determined to close the loophole permanently. She drafted a petition to the Southern Military Authority, and simultaneously to the Dragonbone Throne, requesting that the Iron Maidens be reclassified as an independent frontier guardian force, funded by the Crown, commanded by its own officers, and answerable to no noble sponsor. The petition required signatures from a frontier commanding officer, a crown representative, and a recognized dragon authority. Serafina had the first signature, her own. The crown representative took some work. She rode south, met with the king's chancellor, presented her case, the trial records, the commoner testimony, the Dragonbone Throne's judgment, and after 4 hours of argument, received the second signature. The third signature was easy. She walked into Kaeldrith's study, placed the petition on his desk, and said, "Sign this." He read it. He looked at her. He signed it. "You didn't even negotiate," she said. "There was nothing to negotiate. Your cavalry should have been independent from the beginning. The fact that it wasn't is a systemic failure that I have the power to correct. I corrected it." That was very efficient. I'm an ancient dragon. We invented efficiency. Also, you were going to stand here and argue until I signed it, and I have a treasury audit in 30 minutes. I was not going to argue. Your jaw was set. Your shoulders were squared. You had your command voice ready. That is your argument stance. I have an argument stance? You have several. I've cataloged them. He paused. The most dangerous one involves your left eyebrow. The muscle spasm. The articulate muscle spasm. Yes. She took the signed petition. She held it against her chest the way she held everything precious, firmly, protectively, with the certainty that she would not let go. "Thank you," she said. She meant it the way she always meant it, with every letter. "You're welcome." He stood up from his desk. "Serafina." "Yes." The petition establishes the Iron Maidens as an independent force. It does not, however, address the question of where they will be stationed. I assumed. The Obsidian Reach has a permanent garrison allocation that has been vacant for 8 years. The second-tier barracks are already being used by your cavalry. The fire vein system requires ongoing monitoring by someone with disaster sense capabilities, and the hatchlings appear to have collectively decided that you are their favorite human. She looked at him. "Are you offering me a permanent posting?" she asked. "I am offering you a permanent posting, a title, and a formal position in the Dragon Nest's military structure. War Commander of the Northern Reach, Royal Protector of the Dragon Nest, Oathbound General of the Obsidian Caldera. That's 3 titles. I like titles. I collect them, like crowns." He gestured at the treasure chamber, visible through an adjacent doorway. "Would you like a crown? I have 47. "I don't want a crown." "What do you want?" She thought about it. The same careful, serious consideration she gave to every question. "I want my soldiers, my sword, my cat, the fire vein patrol schedule, and..." She paused. This was harder. This was the part she was not good at, the part that required words she did not have practice saying. "I want to be here." "Here in the Obsidian Reach?" "Here with you." The study was very quiet. The fire vein light played across the walls in amber spirals. The obsidian pendant at Kaeldrith's throat caught the light and held it. He walked around the desk. He stopped in front of her. He raised his hand and very gently fastened the dragon scale cloak clasp at her shoulder, the same gesture he had made the first night in her quarters when he had adjusted the clasp and stood too close and she had asked about her sword arm. "The cloak," he said, his voice low, "the oath before the Dragonbone Throne, and now this." "What about them?" In dragon culture, 3 voluntary gestures of acceptance constitute a binding oath. You're telling me we've been forming an oath. I'm telling you that if you accept the posting, and you accept the cloak, and you accepted the oath, which you did clearly, then by the laws of the Obsidian Reach, we are oath-bonded partners, war commanders, equals. "Equals," she repeated. "Not owner and possession, not protector and protected. Equals. That is how dragon oath bonds work. Both parties stand." She looked at him, at the dark gold eyes, the dangerous face, the ancient, powerful, fiercely territorial, unexpectedly gentle dragon king who had flown her north in a snowstorm, given her his scales, fought beside her in a volcanic hatchery, and waited on a hillside while she won her own trial. "I accept the posting," she said. "Good. I accept the cloak." It looks better on you than it would on anyone else. And I accept you." He kissed her again. This time it was slower, less urgency, more certainty. The certainty of two people who had fought battles together, who had faced fire together, who had stood on the edge of a volcanic disaster and pulled each other back, and who had decided, clearly and deliberately and without reservation, that this was the beginning of something neither of them intended to let go of. Soot, who had followed Serafina into the study because he followed Serafina everywhere, jumped onto the desk, sat beside the ink pot, and demanded supper with the grave seriousness of a royal auditor. Kaeldrith looked at the cat, then at the ink pot still standing upright by a miracle, and said, "Your cat is auditing my table manners." "He does that." "The audit is with the Greyvale Marshes." "Is it important?" "Less important than supper, apparently." "Then it's fine." He looked at her. She looked at him. The cat looked at both of them from a puddle of ink, and for one moment, in a volcanic study lit by fire veins and filled with ancient treasures and the smell of spilled ink, everything was exactly as it should be. Chapter 20, The True Name. On the night of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, when the fire veins in the obsidian reach burned brightest, and the dragon herd gathered on the upper ledges to sing the old songs that shook the caldera walls, Kaeldrith spoke his true name. They were on the first tier, overlooking the volcanic city. The sky above the caldera was black and thick with stars. Below them, the fire veins painted the stone tiers in rivers of amber. The dragons sang, a deep, resonant, wordless chorus that vibrated in the stone and the air and the bones of everyone who heard it. Soot was sleeping in the quarters, having been firmly excluded from the ceremony on the grounds that the last time a small animal had been present during a dragon solstice, a squirrel had panicked and set fire to a banner. Serafina stood at the caldera's edge, wearing the dragon scale cloak, her 3 medals pinned to her coat, her sword at her hip. The dragon song vibrated through her boots, through her legs, through her chest, matching the rhythm of her heartbeat. Kaeldrith stood beside her. He was in formal dragon rider attire, black and dark gold, with the obsidian pendant at his throat and a crown of twisted iron and volcanic glass on his head. It was the only crown she had ever seen him wear, and it looked as though it had been forged in fire and never properly finished, which she suspected was intentional. He was not a man who valued polish. He valued things that worked. In dragon culture, he said, a true name is given once. It is the name that exists beneath all other names, the name that holds the core of what a dragon is. It is not spoken lightly, it is not spoken publicly. It is spoken only to the one person the dragon trusts beyond all others. Serafina looked at him. The stars burned above the caldera. The dragon song hummed in the stone. "You don't have to," she said. "I know." He turned to face her. The crown caught the fire vein light. His dark gold eyes were steady, deep, ancient. The eyes of a being who had watched centuries pass and had never, in all those centuries, found someone he wanted to say this to. "I want to." He took her hand. His fingers were warm. They were always warm. "My true name," he said, "is Kael'tharax vor Ashantide. It means the fire that holds against the dark. It was given to me by my mother, who was the last queen of this nest before me, on the night I hatched, in the same hatchery where your emerald dragon imprinted on you." The name hung in the air between them. It was not just a word, it was a vibration, a frequency, a key that unlocked something deep and fundamental about the being standing in front of her. She could feel it in her disaster sense, the golden lines responding to the name, recognizing it, resonating with it. The fire that holds against the dark. "Kael'tharax vor Ashantide," she said. The syllables felt strange in her mouth, too large, too old, too heavy with meaning. But she said them clearly, precisely, without stumbling. Something happened. The fire veins flared. Not dangerously, not the wild, destabilizing surges of the sabotage, but a clean, bright pulse that ran through the entire caldera, from the deepest hatchery to the highest ledge. The dragon's song shifted in pitch, rising, sharpening, a note of recognition that cut through the night air like a blade. Kael'tharax, closed his eyes. The fire vein pulse ran through him, and she could feel it through their joined hands, the volcanic energy of the nest flowing through its king, and the king accepting it, holding it, letting it burn steady and bright. When he opened his eyes, the vertical pupils were wide, wider than she had ever seen them, and the dark gold was shot through with fine lines of amber that matched the fire veins perfectly. "You said it correctly," he said. There was wonder in his voice, genuine, unguarded wonder. The pronunciation, the resonance. You said it as though you'd been saying it your whole life. "I have a good ear for battle commands." That was not a battle command. It sounded like one, the fire that holds against the dark. That's a defensive position. He laughed. The deep, warm, dragonfire laugh that she had first heard in the amphitheater after the trial. The laugh that came from a place of real joy and was not performed or calculated or careful. "Only you," he said, "would hear a dragon's true name and interpret it as a tactical doctrine. It is a tactical doctrine. Hold the fire, defend the position, don't let the dark through." "And what is your tactical doctrine, Commander?" She thought about it. "Stand in front of things," she said. "That's not a doctrine, that's a personality." "It's both." He raised their joined hands. In the fire vein light, their fingers were interlaced, his long, scarred, burning with inner heat, hers square, calloused, practical. Two hands that had held swords and shields and broken things and put them back together. "I give you my name," he said. The formal words, the oath words, the dragon words, older than the nest, older than the caldera, older than the mountains. "I give you my fire, I give you my hold against the dark, and I ask for nothing in return except what you choose to give." She looked at their hands, she looked at his face. She looked at the stars above the caldera and the fire veins below and the dragons singing on the ledges and the city carved from volcanic stone that had become, in the space of a few weeks, the closest thing to home she had ever known. "I don't have a true name," she said. "I'm not a dragon. I'm a frontier soldier with a disaster sense and a cat." "You don't need a dragon name, you need your own." "Serafina Voss, commander of the Iron Maidens, Blade of the Gate, war commander of the Northern Reach." She paused. "That's a lot of names." "Pick the one that's truest." She thought about it. She thought about all the names she had been given. By the military, by the frontier, by the people she had saved, by the people who had called her a disaster, and the people who had called her a hero. She thought about the name on her father's forge, the name on her mother's grave. The name she had written on every dispatch and every warning and every report that had been suppressed and ignored and buried. "Serafina," she said. "Just Serafina, that's the true one." "Then I give my name to Serafina, just Serafina, and I ask her to keep it safe, not because it is fragile, but because it is hers." She tightened her grip on his hand. "I'll keep it," she said. "I keep everything I'm given. Ask my supply officer." "Your supply officer reorganized my treasure chamber." "She keeps things too. It's a unit trait." The dragon song crested. The fire veins blazed. The stars burned cold and bright above the warm volcanic dark. And on the first tier of the obsidian reach, two people who had been alone for a very long time stood together and held on. Epilogue, 1 year later. The Emerald Dragon, now named Viranthos, because Serafina had let Private Lara choose the name, and Lara had chosen something from a book of ancient legends that she kept in her saddlebag, was the size of a large horse. He was also sitting on the second-tier barracks roof, and he would not come down. "Viranthos," Serafina said, standing in the courtyard below with her hands on her hips and her commander's voice at full volume. "Get down." Viranthos looked at her, his enormous amber eyes, much larger now than when he had been a wet, trembling hatchling face planting on the hatchery floor, blinked slowly. His emerald scales gleamed in the morning light. His tail, which was draped over the edge of the roof and dangling approximately 6 inches from Dagna's head, twitched. He did not get down. "He's testing you," Kaeldrith said. He was leaning against the courtyard wall, arms crossed, watching the proceedings with the expression of a man who has raised approximately 900 young dragons and is enjoying watching someone else deal with it for a change. "He's been testing me for 6 months. Young dragons test their bonded humans for the first 3 years. It's how they learn boundaries. He knows the boundaries. He's choosing to ignore them. Also, a dragon trait. We're very good at selective hearing." Serafina gave him a look, the left eyebrow look, the one he had described as an articulate muscle spasm. I was not referring to myself, he said. You ignored my patrol schedule 3 times this week. I modified your patrol schedule. There is a difference. You modified it by removing every patrol that takes me more than an hour away from the nest. I modified it based on current threat assessment and optimal resource allocation. You modified it because you don't like me being gone for more than an hour. A pause. Both things can be true, he said. Varenthos, apparently bored with the conversation, spread his wings, still slightly too large for his body, giving him the awkward, gangly look of a teenager who had not yet grown into his limbs, and glided down from the roof. He landed in the courtyard with a heavy thud, folded his wings, and walked to Serafina with the exaggerated casualness of a creature pretending it had always intended to come down. She scratched the ridge above his left eye. He closed his eyes and made the purring kettle sound that dragon hatchlings made when they were happy. Soot, watching from the courtyard wall, made a sound that was distinctly not a purr. It was the sound of a cat who has been displaced as the primary animal in his human's life and has feelings about it. Serafina picked up the cat with her free hand, tucked him into the crook of her arm, and continued scratching the dragon's eye ridge with the other hand. You're going to have to share, she told both of them. Soot glared at Varenthos. Varenthos glared at Soot. There was a tense moment, a silence charged with the ancient primal energy of 2 animals competing for the same human's attention, and then Varenthos leaned forward and licked Soot's head. Soot's expression was indescribable. It was an expression that combined outrage, horror, confusion, and the deep existential crisis of a cat who has been licked by a dragon and does not know how to categorize the experience. Dagna, watching from the archway, made a sound that was part laugh and part sob. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's a dominance display, Thessaly said, adjusting her spectacles. She had a clipboard. She always had a clipboard now. She had been tracking the hatchling's development, the cavalry's health metrics, and, Serafina suspected, the ongoing data set of Serafina's pupil dilation in Kaeldrith's presence. Has the pupil thing stopped? Serafina asked. No, Thessaly said, but it's stabilized. Your baseline pupil diameter in his presence is now consistently 2 millimeters wider than in his absence. I've classified it as a permanent physiological adaptation. You've classified my attraction to my partner as a medical condition. I've classified it as a data point. Data points don't judge. You're judging. I'm observing. There's a difference. She made a note on her clipboard. Also, your heart rate increases by 8 beats per minute when he enters a room, down from 12. You're either getting used to him or your cardiovascular fitness has improved. Both, Serafina said. Both is acceptable. Thessaly walked away, clipboard tucked under her arm, spectacles glinting. Kaeldrith pushed off the wall and walked to Serafina. Varenthos, who had been following the conversation with the wide-eyed attention of a young dragon who understood more than anyone gave him credit for, stepped aside to let the king through. It was a respectful step, the instinctive deference of a young drake to the ancient dragon whose fire veins fed the nest. The treasury audit is done, Kaeldrith said. Marin reorganized the gem trays again. By what criteria this time? Emotional significance. Serafina blinked. Marin organized your gemstones by emotional significance? She created categories, strategically important, historically relevant, given as gifts, and he paused, with the expression of a man who is not sure whether to be touched or alarmed. Remind me of the commander. There's a category of your gemstones that reminds my shield commander of me? It contains 7 sapphires, an iron gray diamond, and a piece of unpolished volcanic glass that she says has the same energy as your command voice. My command voice has the energy of unpolished volcanic glass? I believe it was intended as a compliment. Serafina looked at him. He looked at her. The courtyard was full of morning light. Varenthos was chasing his own tail. Soot was washing dragon saliva off his head with the grim determination of a cat who will never forgive this but will eventually stop talking about it. Dagna was laughing. Somewhere on the second tier, Private Lara was singing a frontier marching song, and the soldiers were singing back, and the sound carried through the volcanic stone like music through a cathedral. I'm happy, Serafina said. The words came out before she could evaluate them, before she could assess their tactical implications or consider whether they were appropriate for the setting. They came out the way true things always came out of her, bluntly, directly, without decoration. Kaeldrith's face changed. The ancient, guarded, carefully controlled expression that he wore like armor softened, not into vulnerability because he was still a dragon, and dragons did not do vulnerable, but into something that was as close to undefended as she had ever seen him. "Say that again," he said. "I'm happy." "Again." "I'm happy, and I will continue to be happy, and if you ask me to say it a third time, I will schedule it as a recurring item on the patrol report." "You would put emotional declarations on a patrol report." "I would put everything on a patrol report." Patrol reports are the foundation of organized military life. He kissed her in the courtyard, in front of the dragon and the cat and the soldiers and the morning light and the volcanic caldera that had become her home. When he pulled back, she said, "That's going on the patrol report too." "What category?" "Morale-relevant activities." "I've been classified as a morale-relevant activity." "You've been classified as essential." The word landed. She saw it land, saw it hit him, saw the impact move through him the way a vibration moves through stone. Essential. Not decorative, not optional, not a luxury or an indulgence. Essential. The thing you cannot remove without the structure failing. "Essential," he repeated. "Essential." He took her hand. She let him. They stood in the courtyard of the Obsidian Reach, the frontier commander and the Dragon King, the disaster seer and the fireholder, the woman who stood in front of things and the man who burned against the dark, and they held on. Around them, the Iron Maidens trained. The dragons flew, the fire veins pulsed, the cat washed his face, the hatchling chased his tail. And on the third tier, in a set of quarters that had once been cold and empty, a field desk sat beside a window overlooking the caldera. On the desk, 3 medals were pinned to a display board: the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winter Flame Star. Beside them, a fire vein map was pinned to the wall. Anat aided in Seraphina's precise handwriting with patrol routes, temperature readings, and a small note in the margin that read, "K. Modified schedule again. Discussed. Resolved." He apologized. Sort of. Beside the desk, a sword leaned against the wall. The frontier blade, dragon scale alloy, battered and resharpened so many times that the original edge was a memory. It was not decorative. It was not retired. It was ready. On the windowsill, a small stone bowl held a collection of objects that did not, at first glance, appear to belong together. A black cat hair, a fragment of emerald eggshell, a piece of volcanic glass, unpolished, the color of smoke, a pressed winter flower from the road to the Obsidian Reach, and a slip of paper folded very small, on which someone had written, in handwriting that was not Seraphina's, in ink that shimmered faintly gold, a single word: essential. Below the windowsill, in a basket lined with a dragon scale offcut that was worth more than most houses, Soot slept. He slept the way he always slept, curled tight, nose tucked under tail, one ear twitching at sounds only he could hear. He was not a magical cat. He did not have special abilities. He could not speak or solve problems or sense danger. He was just a cat who loved his human. And his human loved him back. And that, in the end, was the whole story. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Dragon Reject. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. After 12 years of guarding King Aurelian, and after he had promised that peace would end with him choosing me before the whole kingdom, I heard him tell his new bride, "Tyra is built for a shield, not a crown." I was standing behind a pillar in the side chamber of the Dragon Throne Hall, holding a tray of ceremonial wine no one had asked me to carry. I had carried it anyway. 12 years of habit will do that to a person. The promise had not been vague. 6 years earlier, after the Crystal Gorge battle, Aurelian had knelt beside my sickbed, kissed the silver scars across my palms, and fastened a gold dragon wing clasp into his hair. I had forged it as a private pledge. He had said, "When the border is quiet, no more shadows. I will choose you where everyone can see." He had worn that clasp every day since. Now he was inside the chamber with Seraphina of the Molten Ridge, whose political value to the throne was measured in 600 war dragons and a monopoly on volcanic obsidian. The door was cracked. Aurelian's voice carried in the diplomatic tone he used when he wanted a lie to sound reasonable. She is irreplaceable in her role, he was saying. No one protects a nest like Tyra. When the eggs come, there is no safer pair of hands in the kingdom. Seraphina's voice was lower, like lava cooling over stone. You are saying she stays. As captain of the guard, as protector of our children, she would never need to worry about status or security. But not as queen. No, a breath. Then softer, almost fond, almost pitying. Tyra is not built for a crown. She is built for a shield. She knows this. She has always known this. The tray in my hands did not shake. I am a moon-silver heavy dragon. My fingers can bend longswords barehanded. My arms have held collapsing tunnel ceilings while soldiers crawled to safety beneath me. I do not shake. But something inside my chest made a sound like a pin snapping in frozen iron. I set the tray down because I was suddenly unsure whether I would crush the goblet stems if I held them 1 second longer. He had not merely changed his mind. He had taken a promise, buried it in silence, and arranged to keep every useful part of me after giving my future to someone else. Essential, functional, permanently installed. Never chosen. Seraphina murmured something I could not catch. Aurelian laughed, warm and easy, with the laugh he had once given me across midnight corridors when he thought our future belonged to us. He was giving it to someone else now, and it cost him nothing. I straightened the bracers on my wrists, adjusted the crescent and hammer captain's seal above my heart, and walked through the cracked door. Aurelian's head turned first. He was leaning against the carved mantel, one hand resting near Seraphina's elbow, his ceremonial robes half-fastened and his golden crown circlet slightly askew in that artful way he liked because it made him look approachable. His eyes widened. Not much. Just enough for me to know he understood exactly what I had heard and exactly how long I had been standing there. Seraphina straightened. She was beautiful, I will give her that. Tall, dark-skinned, with veins of ember orange visible at her temples and throat where her fire blood ran close to the surface. Her gown was deep crimson, heavy silk layered over dragon-scale mesh, and she wore a headpiece of obsidian and rubies that must have weighed as much as a small child. They stared at me. I stared back. Tyra, Aurelian began. Built for a shield, I said. My voice was very even. Not for a crown. His mouth closed. 12 years, I said. 12 years I have stood between you and everything that wanted to kill you. Arrow storms, assassination blades, the rift beasts at Cairn Pass, the poison smoke in the northern tunnels. That time in the Crystal Gorge when your own cousin tried to burn your wings off and I held the fire with my bare hands until the healers came. I held up my palms. The scars were still there, pale and silver white, mapped across my skin like frozen rivers. I did not do those things because I was built for them, I said. I did them because I chose you. Every single morning for 12 years, I chose you. Seraphina's fingers curled around the edge of the mantle. She did not speak. She was watching me the way one watches a boulder that has begun to roll downhill. But you, I stepped closer, and Aurelian stepped back, and I saw the flinch, and I hated it. Hated that he flinched from me when I had never once raised a hand against him. Hated that he thought I might now when I never would. Not physically, not like that. You chose a new shield bearer and forgot to dismiss the old one. You chose a new warmth for your bed and assumed the old one would simply stand outside the door. You chose. My voice cracked. Just once. I swallowed it like broken glass. You chose to keep me without choosing me, and you thought I would be grateful. It is not that simple, Aurelian said, and his voice was still smooth, still golden, still the voice of a king who had been told yes his entire life. The kingdom needs the Molten Ridge Alliance. The army, I laughed. It came out brittle. Which army, Aurelian? The one that follows your crown? Or the one that follows the person who has been leading dawn drills, sealing wing armor, pulling soldiers out of sky rifts, and standing in front of every blast meant for their king for over a decade? He did not answer. I turned to Serafina. She met my gaze without dropping it, which I respected, even through the fury. You know what you are getting, I said to her. A king who keeps people like furniture. Make sure your contract specifies what happens when he finds a newer model. Her jaw tightened, but she said nothing. I looked at Aurelian one final time. He was so handsome it hurt. Golden hair falling across his forehead, sharp jaw, amber eyes that could hold warmth like a sunlit hearth or turn cold like a winter sky. I had loved that face for 12 years. I had memorized every line of it in moonlight and firelight and the gray pre-dawn glow of 100 training mornings. Then I reached forward and took the gold dragon wing clasp from his hair. He was so startled he did not move. That was our pledge, I said. You wore it when you promised that peace would end with you choosing me in daylight. His face lost what little color remained. Tyra? You broke the promise. I am taking back the proof. I closed the clasp in my palm. Then I reached for the moon silver pendant at his throat, the one I had forged for the second year of our private courtship. He caught my wrist, too slow and too weak compared with my strength, and I continued the motion with his hand still attached until the chain snapped free. That too. 3 of the 5 rings on his fingers were mine. I took them. He let me because they were my work, my silver, and the remains of a future he had spent without telling me. Then I looked at Serafina's throat. A diplomatic moon silver chain held a tear-shaped diamond I had forged for Aurelian to present during the alliance negotiations. And that, I said. Serafina flinched but did not step away. I unclasped it carefully. I did not punish women for the choices of men who treated both of us as strategic assets. I looked around the room for anything else that bore my forge mark. 2 brooches on Aurelian's cloak. A decorative chain across Serafina's bodice that I had made as a sample for the royal jeweler. The silver inlay on the wine goblet stand. I took the brooches, I took the chain, I left the wine stand because it was bolted to the wall and I was angry, not petty. Well, perhaps I was a little petty. I took the wine stand too. The bolts came out of the stone with a grinding shriek, trailing dust and mortar. I tucked it under my arm. Aurelian and Serafina stood very still, covered in plaster dust, stripped of silver and gold, looking like 2 very expensive statues that had been caught in a minor earthquake. I will collect the rest from my quarters, I said. Everything I forged, every gift, every piece of moon silver in this palace that bears my mark, it is mine by dragon forging law, and you both know it. Aurelian found his voice. Tyra, be reasonable. I have been reasonable for 12 years, I said. I am done being reasonable. I am going to be unreasonable now, and you are going to stand there and let me, because if you try to stop me, I will pick you up and set you on top of that bookshelf, and we will both find it very undignified. He did not try to stop me. I left the side chamber with a wine stand under one arm, a pouch full of jewelry, and a silence behind me so complete I could hear the plaster dust still settling on their shoulders. My quarters were 3 doors from the king's chamber. They had always been close because I was his shield, and shields are kept within arm's reach. I packed everything. Not just the gifts and the jewelry and the forged materials, everything. My armor, 4 sets, each one hand-forged for different moon phases. My weapons, the moon hammer, which only I could lift, which had sealed 2 rifts and broken the siege door at Cairn Pass. 3 longswords, a shield that could expand to cover 4 soldiers. A collection of throwing daggers with moon silver edges that glowed faintly even in the drawer. My personal forge tools, my books, my maps, my savings. 12 years of captain's pay, barely touched, because when you sleep across your king's threshold, you do not have much opportunity for shopping. The coins filled 3 large satchels and 1 small chest. I loaded everything onto a wheeled armor cart, pulled on my heaviest set of plate armor, moon silver and steel, forged under the blood moon of my 7th year, weighing more than most soldiers could carry with both arms, and strapped the moon hammer across my back. Then I wheeled the cart out of my quarters, through the corridor, and directly into the grand ceremony hall. The ceremony was already in progress. The grand ceremony hall was the largest enclosed space in the Dragon Palace, a cavern of carved obsidian and dragon bone pillars, hung with banners of gold and crimson for the occasion. 300 guests filled the tiered seating. The ceremonial platform at the center held Aurelian, Seraphina, the dragon high priest, and 6 fire dragon guards in full ceremonial armor. My entrance was not subtle. Moon silver plate armor makes a distinctive sound on obsidian floors, a clear, ringing note like a bell struck underwater. The wheels of the armor cart added a lower rumble, and the moon hammer on my back caught the light of every ceremonial torch and reflected it back as a pale silver glow that swept the room like a slow lighthouse beam. 300 heads turned. One man in the northern guest tier did not look shocked. He was tall, black-haired, dressed in plain dark armor among lords wrapped in ceremony gold. His eyes caught the torchlight with a cold silver gleam. He watched me, not Aurelian, with the still attention of someone seeing a battlefield reveal its true commander. Aurelian's face went through several colors very quickly, gold to white to something approaching green. Seraphina, to her credit, attempted to continue the ceremony. She turned back to the high priest and said in a perfectly controlled voice, "Please continue with the 3rd invocation." The high priest stared at me, at my armor cart, at the moon hammer, and said, "I, the 3rd. "Continue," Seraphina said through her teeth. The high priest cleared his throat and raised his hands, beginning the invocation in the old tongue. His voice wobbled like a fledgling on its first flight. I walked forward. The armor rang with each step. The cart rumbled behind me. I passed the first row of guests, then the second, then the third. Everyone was watching. No one blinked. Aurelian made a sharp gesture to the ceremonial guards, a flick of his fingers that meant intercept, redirect, remove from view. I had seen that gesture 1,000 times. I had taught half those guards their formations. The 6 fire dragon guards stepped forward, then hesitated. They looked at me, then at Aurelian, then at me again. I stopped walking, looked at the lead guard, Vareth, a good soldier, one I had trained personally, who had flown beside me in 3 sky battles and once carried my spare hammer when my arm was broken. "Vareth," I said calmly. "Captain," he said. Then he winced because he could see from Aurelian's expression that he should not have used my title, but he had used it anyway, because it was reflex, because I was his captain, because I had been his captain since before he could fly in formation. "Stand aside," Aurelian said from the platform. His voice was sharp, kingly, commanding. Vareth stood aside. So did the other 5 guards. Not one of them moved to block me. They shifted to the edges of the aisle like water parting for a stone, and I walked through the gap they made with my armor cart rumbling behind me and the moon hammer gleaming on my back. I reached the base of the ceremonial platform, looked up at Aurelian, at Seraphina, at the high priest who was still mumbling the 3rd invocation with his eyes closed, as if hoping the entire situation would resolve itself through faith. I reached up and unclasped the captain's seal from above my heart, the crescent and hammer badge forged in my own silver, under my own moon. I set it on the edge of the platform with a clear, final clink. "I resign," I said. My voice carried perfectly in the acoustics of the grand hall. 300 guests heard every word. Effective immediately. 12 years of service to the Dragon Crown concluded. My personal property. I gestured to the armor cart. Leaves with me. My forge work remaining in the palace will be collected by courier within 3 days, as is my right under the dragon forging law. Silence. Then I turned and walked back up the aisle, pulling my armor cart, wearing my heaviest armor, carrying the moon hammer, the weapon that had saved this kingdom 4 times over, and not one person in that hall moved to stop me. Not one. I was halfway to the great doors when I heard a ceremonial chain strike the floor. Vareth stepped into the aisle behind me. Then another soldier did the same. Then a third. "Any soldier who follows her abandons the crown," Aurelian called from the platform. Vareth turned. His face was pale, but his voice did not shake. "The Iron Ridge distress beacons have gone unanswered for 6 months, Your Majesty. We are answering an active border call." That changed the silence in the hall. Everyone knew the beacons existed. Everyone knew I had brought 14 reports to the council. Aurelian could order arrests, but doing so before 300 witnesses would mean admitting he intended to stop soldiers from answering a danger he had refused to face. He did not give the order. At the outer gate, 43 soldiers placed their palace duty tablets into the gate captain's box and signed themselves onto a 30-day emergency border response. It was not yet a permanent desertion. It was a lawful answer to an unanswered call, and everyone, including Aurelian, understood that 30 days would be enough for them to decide whom they truly served. Some wore ceremonial armor. One still carried a plate of ceremony food. None had proper winter gear. They followed me onto the northern road because I had trained them, bled for them, repaired their wing armor, and remembered the names of the soldiers the palace listed only as numbers. I had not recruited them. I had simply walked toward the danger. They chose to walk too. The northern road at night was cold. By the second hour, my breath was visible, and the soldiers behind me were huddling into ceremonial cloaks. We made camp in the ruins of an old watchtower at the base of the Iron Ridge Mountains. The main rift was visible from there, a wound in the heavens that pulsed with infected light. It had appeared 6 months earlier. The Crown had debated it for 5 months and sent no one. I had reported it 14 times. Aurelian had said the alliance negotiations were more pressing. Near midnight, the clouds swallowed the moon. The moon hammer went cold against my back. A smaller crack tore open directly above the watchtower. There was no warning beyond one sharp vibration in the stone. Then the roof split, black wind poured through the opening, and winged rift beasts dropped toward 43 soldiers wearing parade armor. "Shields around the wounded," I shouted. "Do not chase anything into the dark. Hold the stair and move the supplies below." I reached the crack's anchor point and swung before the formation was fully set. I wanted the problem gone before anyone could regret following me. Without moonlight, the hammer struck like a siege weapon, but not a sealing tool. The blow cracked the anchor instead of compressing it. The wound widened. Dark pressure threw me across the tower roof. The western wall collapsed. A timber pinned Vareth's leg. Supply crates burst open in the snow, and 3 winged beasts dove through the gap I had made larger. I had failed. Not later, in reflection. In that moment, every soldier could see it. I abandoned the rift and went for Vareth. The old version of me would have kept striking until the sky obeyed. The captain I needed to become chose the people beneath it. I lifted the fallen timber while 2 soldiers pulled Vareth free. Another blast split the roof under my boots. The edge dropped away, taking me and the moon hammer with it. Black wings filled the dark. A dragon caught me before I hit the ravine. He was long and lean, built for speed, his scales swallowing what little light remained. He banked hard with me, held against the armored curve of one foreleg, then released me onto stable ground so precisely that my boots landed beneath me. The black dragon rose again before I could speak. He cut through the winged beasts with surgical strikes, breaking their formation and driving them away from the retreating soldiers instead of trying to win a glorious fight over a collapsing tower. "Move," I shouted. "East Ridge, leave the crates, carry only people and weapons." We lost the watchtower. We lost half our food, 2 tents, and every blanket that had not already been wrapped around a soldier. The crack remained open behind us. No one died. At dawn, the black dragon landed on the East Ridge and shifted into human form. He was the man from the ceremony hall, taller than Aurelian by half a head, black hair falling past his shoulders, pale skin touched by the gray cast of black-scaled dragons, and silver eyes as sharp as a blade's edge. His armor was dark, practical, and repaired in several places. A black iron clasp shaped like folded wings held his collar closed. "You were in the hall," I said. "I came to ask the crown for help with 3 rifts in my territory," he replied. "I watched the crown choose a ceremony instead. Then I watched its only competent commander leave. You followed me." "I followed the unanswered beacon. You happened to be walking toward it." That answer irritated me because it was exactly the kind of answer I would have given. "Kale," he said, "Lord of the Black Ridge, Warden of the Northeastern Waste." I knew the title. The Black Ridge was wild territory beyond Aurelian's border, where dragons followed demonstrated strength rather than inherited polish. "You made the crack worse," Kale said. "My soldiers went still." "I know." He studied my face, perhaps expecting an excuse. "You also stopped trying to seal it the moment your people were trapped," he continued. "That is why they are alive. Is this where you offer to take command?" "No. Among the northern nests, the first covenant is simple. The one who keeps a nest alive commands its defense. I have no claim over your soldiers." His gaze moved to the ruined tower. "But a hammer cannot also be the sky. You need an air corps." "I do not fly under another lord's banner." "Then do not fly under mine." His eyes returned to mine. "Survive beside it." He offered shelter at a Black Ridge outpost 3 miles east. I accepted 1 night of roof and food, nothing more. Before he left the next morning, he looked at the dent in my shoulder plate where the failed strike had thrown me into stone. "When you are ready to admit that strength includes letting someone cover what you cannot, send word." "I will not send word." The corner of his mouth moved, almost a smile. "Then I will return." 3 days later, we encountered our first ground rift beast. This time I did not rush. I placed the soldiers, checked the escape route, waited for the thin crescent moon to clear the clouds, and struck only when the line was ready. The beast ended embedded in a cliff, the crack sealed on the second blow. "We need proper weapons," I said, looking at the dented ceremonial armor around me. "We need winter supplies. We need a plan better than walking north and hoping." "What is the plan?" Vareth asked. "We protect everything beneath those rifts. We learn from every failure, and we do not ask permission from anyone who left the beacons unanswered." That was how the Moonsilver Dragoon was born. Not from an easy victory, but from 43 people surviving the night I made the sky worse and choosing to trust what I did next. Over the following 3 weeks, I forged weapons, rebuilt armor, and trained sky soldiers to fight on the ground. We sealed 3 minor cracks. A 4th forced us to retreat and evacuate a farming hamlet before we returned under better moonlight. We also rescued 2 low-altitude dragon nests that the palace had classified as non-priority. In one of those nests, I found her. The baby white dragon was barely bigger than a large cat, undersized, probably the runt of her clutch, with scales so pale they were almost translucent and wings that looked about 2 sizes too small for even her tiny body. She could not fly. She could not produce flame, only a sad little sputter of sparks that would not have lit a candle. She was also sitting on my moon hammer. I had set the hammer down after sealing the crack near her nest, and when I turned back, she had climbed on top of it and was pressing her belly against the metal with an expression of absolute contentment. The moon hammer retains heat for hours after a sealing strike, radiating a gentle warmth that apparently, to a fire-deficient baby dragon, felt like the best thing in the world. "Off," I said. She looked at me. Her eyes were enormous, iridescent blue, the color of glacier melt, and she did not move. "I need that," I said. She tucked her tiny legs underneath herself more firmly, flattened her inadequate wings against the hammer's handle, and made a sound that was half purr, half squeak. Vareth appeared beside me. "Captain, I think she likes you." "She likes my hammer." Same thing, in her mind, probably. I reached down and picked her up. She weighed almost nothing. Hollow bones, thin scales, the kind of frail construction that said she would never be a war dragon, never carry a rider, never breathed fire hot enough to forge metal. She chirped indignantly as I lifted her, and immediately began wriggling toward the hammer again. I held her against my chest plate instead. The moon-silver armor was warm from my body heat. She went still, pressed her face into the metal, and fell asleep in 4 seconds. "Wonderful," I said. Gareth grinned. He tried to hide it. He failed. I named her Pearl because her scales caught the moonlight like the inside of an oyster shell, and because she had the approximate combat value of a very small, very round, very warm-seeking pearl. Pearl became the camp's smallest logistical problem. She slept on warm metal, hoarded buckles and spoons, and climbed anything higher than her own head despite having wings too small to help. The soldiers loved her because she was fragile, stubborn, and entirely convinced that every polished object in the north belonged to her. I loved her too, though I expressed it mostly by sighing, checking that she was warm, and removing her from the moon hammer before combat. 6 weeks after I left the Dragon Palace, the Moon-Silver Dragoon had grown to 112 members. Word had spread. Soldiers who had been stationed at the border and received no reinforcements. Low-altitude dragon riders whose nests had been declared expendable. Ground knights who had been denied promotion because their bloodline was not pure enough for the Sky Corps. Wingless Dragon King who had been told they could never serve in combat. They came to us, one by one, then in groups. They came because we sealed the rifts that the crown ignored. They came because we protected the nests that the palace had written off. They came because in the Moon-Silver Dragoon, promotion depended on what you could do, not what color your scales were or which family had hatched you. And they came because of what happened at the Thornvale Rift. Thornvale was the largest secondary rift we had encountered, a gaping wound in the sky above a valley that held 3 farming settlements and 1 ancient dragon nursery. The nursery held 17 eggs. Some were common breeds, some were rare. 2 were believed to be the last clutch of a nearly extinct silver lineage. The palace had received reports about Thornvale for 8 weeks. The response had been a single reconnaissance flight and a memo classifying the situation as concerning but not immediate. 17 eggs, 3 villages, rift beasts already beginning to emerge in numbers. We arrived at Thornvale on a cloudy night, the worst possible conditions for me. Cloud cover blocks moonlight, and without moonlight, my forging ability drops by half. The moonhammer still hits like a siege weapon under any conditions, but the additional lunar constructs, shields, chains, lances of compressed silver light, require direct moon exposure. I told my soldiers the truth. I am at half strength. The rift is twice anything we have sealed before. If the clouds clear, I can close it. If they do not, I can damage it enough to slow the flow, but not seal it completely. And the beasts? Farith asked. We hold the line until I can strike the core, however long that takes. They nodded. Every single one. We were in position around the rift when the first wave came through. Not 1 beast, but 12, pouring from the wound like oil from a broken lamp. My soldiers held formation, ground shields locked, lances up. I moved through the center, swinging the moon hammer in controlled arcs that sent beasts crashing into cliff walls, into the valley floor, into each other. But 12 became 20, and 20 became 30, and the clouds did not clear. It was during the 3rd wave, 40 beasts, some larger now, some winged, that the sky overhead suddenly split with a sound like tearing silk, and something enormous came through the main rift. Not a beast, a presence. The rift was trying to expand, to tear itself wider, and the energy concentrated at the core was pulsing in a rhythm that meant it was building toward a rupture that would triple its size. If it ruptured, the valley was lost, the villages, the nursery, 17 eggs. I looked up through the chaos of combat, through the beasts and the dust and the dark, and I saw a gap in the clouds, not large, moving fast. A sliver of moonlight racing across the sky like a silver arrow. I had maybe 4 seconds. I left the ground line, ran through the beast swarm, hammer raised, took a hit from something clawed that raked across my shoulder plate and scored the moon silver deep enough to spark, ignored it. reached the base of the rift where the energy was densest, where the pulsing was loudest, where the air tasted like metal and wrong. The moonlight hit me. 4 seconds. That was all I had. I raised the moon hammer, drew every shred of lunar energy the sliver of light could provide, felt my dragon fire ignite in my core, channeling through the silver metal, converting to something that was not fire and not light, but both at once. I swung. The hammer connected with the rift's core. The sound was not a sound, it was a pressure, a compression of everything in the air, the ground, the bones of my body, into one single point of absolute impact. The rift cracked, not wider, inward, like ice breaking toward a center, like glass shattering in reverse. The wound in the sky collapsed on itself, folding, shrinking, sealing. The beast screamed, a unified shriek of disconnection, and dissolved into dark vapor as their anchor point closed. Then the clouds covered the moon again, and I was standing in the dark with the hammer still raised, and my arms shaking, and absolute silence around me. 112 soldiers behind me. 17 eggs safe beneath us. 3 villages untouched. The silence lasted 3 breaths. Then someone cheered, then everyone cheered. And somewhere in the dark, a baby white dragon, who had been stuffed inside Vareth's cloak for safety, chirped with delight and accidentally set his collar on fire with one of her pathetic little sparks. It was a very small fire. Vareth put it out with his hand. But it was technically Pearl's first successful flame, and the soldiers celebrated it as if she had just leveled a fortress. News of Thornvale traveled fast. Not because I sent messengers, because the farmers talked, the nursery keepers talked, the low-altitude patrols who had witnessed the rift close talked. And within 2 weeks, every dragon nest, border settlement, and sky route outpost between the palace and the northern waste knew that the Moon Silver Dragoon had done what the Dragon Crown had refused to do. Aurelian sent an emissary on the 3rd week. A formal courier in gold and crimson livery, carrying a scrolled document sealed with the royal fire mark. The document contained several politely worded paragraphs that amounted to, "Return to your post. Your resignation is not officially accepted. The Crown acknowledges your border service and will credit it to your record. Report to the captain's wing within 14 days." I read the document in front of the courier. Then I folded it neatly, used it to prop up the uneven leg of my field desk, and told the courier he was welcome to stay for dinner if he liked venison. He stayed for dinner. He did not go back. The second emissary arrived a week later. This one carried a different message, less polite, more commanding. The Crown formally orders the return of all military personnel currently operating without authorization under the banner of Tyra of the Moon Silver. I read this one too. Then I asked the emissary to hold it up while I used it as a target to demonstrate a new throwing technique to my recruits. 7 moon silver daggers later, the document was pinned to a tree in a pattern that, if you squinted, looked like a rude gesture. That emissary also stayed for dinner. It was on the night after the second emissary that Kale returned, exactly as he had said he would. A black dragon circled above our camp 3 times and settled on the ridge. This time, I knew the shape of his wings. He came down in human form at dawn, walking through the camp as if every suspicious stare were merely weather. I was repairing Vareth's wing joint on a supply crate. Pearl slept on my left gauntlet. The moonhammer leaned beside me. Kale stopped in front of me. His silver eyes moved from the repaired armor to Pearl, then to the new patrol map pinned behind my shoulder. "You sealed Thornvale," he said, "with 112 soldiers holding the line. You learned from Greyglass. I dislike repeating mistakes in public." That almost smile appeared. "I have 3 rifts in my territory. Each is larger than Thornvale. I have speed and soldiers. I do not have the force to close a core. You want to hire me. I want an alliance, joint command, your ground force, my air corps. You control the surface and every ceiling strike. I control the high sky. Neither of us subordinates the other. And when we disagree, We argue until one of us produces a better reason. That sounds exhausting. I have been told I am persistent. Pearl woke, saw the black iron wing clasp at his throat, and launched herself at his chest. He caught her with both hands. She immediately began working at the clasp pin with the concentration of a master thief. She remembers you, I said. She remembers metal. Same thing, in her mind. It is not removable, he said. 14 seconds later, Pearl had the clasp in her mouth. I took her from him, extracted the clasp from her jaws, and handed it back. His fingers brushed mine. Brief, accidental, not irrelevant. I will consider the alliance, I said. First, you fly with us at the gorge crack tomorrow. Show me what your speed is worth when the ground line depends on it. Moonrise? Moonrise. He refastened the clasp and turned to leave. Kale. He looked back. At Grey Glass, you caught me. That did not give you command over me. I know. Good. It gave me an excellent view of how heavy that hammer is. I threw a wing bolt at him. He caught it without looking. Vareth appeared at my elbow after Kale left. Find out everything about the Black Ridge, I said. Forces, supply capacity, whether its lord is trustworthy or merely desperate. Yes, Captain. Vareth paused. He is very tall. That is not intelligence. He is also very handsome. That is also not intelligence. I am establishing the full tactical picture. I held out my hand. He returned the wing bolt and left before I could throw it again. The next night, Kale proved himself. The gorge engagement was a standard crack seal. Small rift, minor beasts, clean angles. What made it different was the sky above us. 3 rift beasts had emerged with wings, spiraling upward to attack from height, and normally my soldiers would have had to split their formation to address the aerial threat. Kale did not let them. He moved through the air like nothing I had ever seen. Not with the broad, powerful strokes of a heavy dragon, but with a darting precision that was almost insectile. Sharp turns at impossible angles, sudden accelerations that left the winged beasts spinning in his wake, corrections and reversals so fast that my eyes could barely track them. He did not kill the beasts with fire. He killed them with speed, striking at joints, at wing bases, at the delicate connection points between body and limb, dismantling them in midair with surgical efficiency. In 4 minutes, the sky was clear. I sealed the crack with a single hammer strike. Full moonlight, clean shot, easy. And then I stood in the cleared gorge with my soldiers and looked up at the dark shape circling above us, barely visible against the stars, except for the faint silver gleam of his eyes. All right, I said to no one in particular. He can keep the sky clear. We formalized the alliance 3 days later. Kale brought 20 of his own soldiers to the negotiation. Lean, fast-looking dragon warriors in dark armor, all built for aerial combat, all watching me with the same evaluating intensity their lord had shown. I brought my full complement, now 130, ground-heavy, shield-locked, watching Kale's soldiers with the professional wariness of people who had spent their lives looking up and worrying about what might die with them. The terms were simple because I made them simple. Joint command, no subordination. His air corps handles altitude, my ground force handles the surface and the seal strikes. Neither commander overrules the other in their domain. Shared intelligence, shared supplies, separate camps until trust is established. Kale signed without argument. His hand was steady on the document, his expression unreadable, and when he passed the quill to me, he said only, "You write the patrol rotations. My soldiers will follow them." "You trust me with your patrol structure already?" I asked. "You sealed Thornvale with 4 seconds of moonlight and half-strength forging capacity. If you wanted my soldiers dead, you would not need patrol rotations to accomplish it." It was not flattering. It was assessment, delivered with the same flat certainty as everything else he said. I signed the document and tried not to notice that his gaze lingered on my hands as I wrote, on the silver scars, the forged calluses, the width of my fingers around the quill. The first week of joint operations went smoothly. The second week went better. By the third week, we had sealed 2 more secondary cracks and established a patrol network that covered the entire northern border more effectively than Aurelian's palace guard had managed in 6 months. It was during the third week that the challenge happened. Kale and I had disagreed, publicly in front of both companies, about approach strategy for a mid-altitude rift. I wanted ground anchor positioning. He wanted a high-altitude dive seal. The disagreement was professional, technical, and completely civil. But his soldiers were watching, and my soldiers were watching. And in Dragon military culture, when 2 commanders of equal rank disagree and neither yields, there is a traditional resolution. Vareth said it first because Vareth had no sense of self-preservation. Trial of arms, Captain? The camp went very quiet. I looked at Kale. He looked at me. His silver eyes held something that might have been anticipation. Ground combat, I said. Open ring, first to yield or leave the circle. Agreed, he said, and the speed with which he agreed told me he had been waiting for this. We cleared a flat area at the center of camp. Both companies formed the ring. My soldiers on one side, his on the other, Pearl on Vareth's shoulder looking deeply confused about why everyone was standing in a circle. I wore my standard armor, moon silver plate, no helm, hair bound back. I carried a training lance, blunted, weighted to match my combat weapons. Kale wore his dark armor, lighter than mine, and carried a training sword that was clearly designed for speed rather than force. We faced each other across the ring. The torchlight made his black hair look like polished obsidian and cast his features into sharp relief. The cut of his jaw, the straight line of his nose, the silver of his eyes catching the firelight and throwing it back cold. Rules, Vareth called out, acting as arbiter because someone had to and he apparently wanted a front row seat. No dragon form, no fire, no forging, no flight, ground combat only. First to yield, leave the ring, or be unable to continue. I adjusted my grip. Kale adjusted his stance, low, balanced, ready to move in any direction. Begin, Vareth said. Kale moved first. Fast, faster than I expected in human form, closing the distance between us in 2 strides, his sword coming in at a low angle designed to test my guard. I did not parry. I stepped forward into his range, inside the arc of his blade, and pushed. Open palm, center of his chest plate, full strength. He flew backward 3 steps. His boots left furrows in the packed earth. His sword arm swung wide for balance. He did not fall, but it was close. One heel caught a stone and he had to twist sideways to stay upright. Silence from both sides of the ring. I lowered my hand. Your speed is notable, I said calmly, but you came within arm's reach of a heavy dragon. His expression did not change. He straightened, rolled his shoulders, adjusted his grip. Then he came again, faster this time, and this time he did not come straight. He circled, quick lateral steps, feints, direction changes that made tracking him require full focus. His sword came from angles I did not expect, testing every joint in my guard, never committing fully, never staying in one place long enough for me to plant and push. I understood. He was not trying to overpower me. He was trying to exhaust me, to make me turn and turn and turn again until my heavier armor and slower rotation gave him an opening. I stopped turning. He struck from my left. I took the hit on my shoulder plate. Moon silver rang but did not dent, and grabbed. My hand closed on his sword arm, not the blade. The arm itself above the wrist, my fingers wrapping around the vambrace with the kind of grip that bends metal. He went very still. I pulled him forward, off balance, into my space. His feet left the ground for a moment, just a moment, and then I set him down again, firmly, 3 feet closer to the ring's edge. Yield? I said. His face was inches from mine. His breath was slightly accelerated, barely, not enough for most people to notice, but I noticed because I was holding his arm and I could feel his pulse in the metal of his vambrace. His silver eyes were wide, not with fear, but with something else, something sharp and bright and focused entirely on me. "No," he said. He twisted. Not away, into me, using my grip as a pivot point, his free hand coming up to catch my collar plate while his body rotated. It was a grapple technique designed for lighter fighters, using the opponent's own grip as an anchor. Clever, but I weighed more than he expected. We struggled, properly struggled, boots scraping earth, armor grinding against armor, his speed against my force, his angles against my stability. He could not break my grip. I could not pin him long enough to push him from the ring. We turned, locked together, each trying to find the leverage the other was denying. And then his foot hooked behind my ankle. It was a good technique. My weight was committed forward. He dropped, pulled, and I went down, but I went down holding him, and we both hit the ground with a crash of metal that silenced the watching soldiers. I landed on top. For one frozen moment, we were entirely too close. His back was against the packed earth, my armored weight pressing him down, our faces separated by less than a handspan. His black hair had come loose from its tie and was spread across the ground. His chest was moving with quick, controlled breaths. His silver eyes were looking directly into mine, and there was something in them, not defeat, not anger, something that looked like discovery. "You are heavier than you look," he said, very quietly. "You are faster than I expected," I replied, equally quiet. A beat of silence. "I yield," he said. Then even more quietly, so only I could hear, "This time." I released him, stood, offered my hand. He took it, his grip was strong, his palm warm through the gauntlet leather, and I pulled him to his feet. The camp erupted. My soldiers cheered. His soldiers looked at each other with expressions ranging from disbelief to grudging respect to something that, on one young soldier's face, was definitely amusement. Cale straightened his armor, brushed dirt from his hair. His expression was perfectly controlled, the same flat calm he always wore, but there was a slight tension in his jaw that might have been irritation or might have been something else entirely. "The ground approach," he said, loud enough for both companies to hear. "We will use the ground approach for the mid-altitude rift." I nodded. "And your aerial feint for the secondary cracks above it." Agreed. He extended his hand, a formal shake, alliance reaffirmed, dispute settled. I shook it. His fingers tightened fractionally on mine, brief, barely perceptible, and then released. That night, I overheard one of his soldiers compiling what they called evidence that the Lord did not actually lose. The list, which they were recording on a piece of spare parchment, included uneven ground favoring the heavier combatant, training sword was improperly weighted, the Lord had eaten a large lunch, the torchlight was in his eyes, and, my personal favorite, the stone that caught his heel was suspiciously placed. I did not tell them I could hear. I went back to my tent and smiled at the dark. The document appeared 3 days later. Cale's lieutenant, a lean, sharp-faced woman named Riven who flew reconnaissance and had a voice like gravel over glass, delivered it to me with an expression of long-suffering tolerance. "He wanted me to tell you," she said, "that the wind conditions during your match were suboptimal and created an unfair drag coefficient on his lighter armor." I looked at the document. It was titled, in precise handwriting, "Factors Contributing to Anomalous Outcome in Training Exercise 7. Below the title was a detailed paragraph-by-paragraph analysis of wind speed, ground moisture content, ambient temperature, armor weight differential, caloric intake differences, and remarkably, the angle of the moon. "The angle of the moon," I said. "He spent 2 hours on this," Riven said. "I want you to know that." "Does he actually believe any of this?" She gave me a look that communicated volumes. "He is my lord. I serve him faithfully. I am not required to answer that question." I folded the document and put it in my belt pouch. I kept it. I did not examine too closely why I kept it. Later, I learned this was the beginning of what his soldiers internally titled the 47 Reasons the Black-Winged Dragon Lord Has Never Truly Lost. By the time of our final campaign together, the list had grown to include reasons such as the enemy moved unexpectedly, his pre-battle meditation was interrupted by a baby dragon stealing his boot buckle, and the captain was wearing her hair differently, and it was distracting in a way that affects combat readiness. The fourth week brought the first real test of our alliance. A major rift, not a crack, not a secondary wound, but a true sky tear, opened directly above the settlement of Ashvale, 30 miles northeast of our patrol border. This was not our territory. It was not Aurelian's territory. It was contested ground, unclaimed, unprotected, home to 600 civilians and a dragon nursery that held 43 eggs. The rift opened at dawn. By midday, beasts were pouring through in numbers we had not seen since Thornvale. By evening, the settlement's own guards had been overwhelmed and refugees were fleeing south. We mobilized within the hour. Kale's Air Corps flew ahead, fast, high, scouting. My ground force marched at double speed, which for soldiers in Moonsilver Plate meant a pace that shook the road. We reached Ashvale by nightfall and found the settlement half abandoned, the remaining civilians barricaded in the stone granary, and the dragon nursery's doors sealed shut with a desperation yell that told me whoever was inside had decided they were not leaving. The rift above was massive, 3 times Thornvale. The energy pouring from it was visible as a dark haze, and the beasts were emerging in waves, 12 to 15 at a time, reforming for another push every 20 minutes. "Can you seal it?" Kale asked. He was beside me at the settlement's edge, in human form, watching the rift pulse against the stars. His voice was calm, but there was tension in the set of his shoulders. I looked at the moon, 3/4 phase. Good, strong enough for major forging, if the sky stayed clear. "Yes," I said, "but not from here. I need to be directly beneath the core, which means being in the center of where the beasts emerge." "Yes." "How long for the strike?" "1 full breath, maybe 2. I need to plant, charge, and swing without interruption." He was quiet for a moment. Then, 2 breaths. I can give you 2 breaths." I looked at him. In the dark, his silver eyes were almost luminous, catching starlight, reflecting it back with an intensity that made my chest do something complicated. "How?" I asked. "By being faster than everything else in the sky," he said it simply. "Not boasting. Fact. I will draw them. Every beast with wings I will pull to me. You get your 2 breaths. Strike the core. And if they overwhelm you?" "They will not." "Kale." "They will not." He looked at me directly, and the certainty in his expression was absolute. Not arrogance, conviction. 2 breaths. That is all you need. I will give them to you. I held his gaze for a long moment. The moonlight caught the planes of his face, sharp jaw, straight nose, the slight curve of his mouth that was neither smile nor frown, but something watchful and certain and entirely focused on me. "Then we go," I said. "Now, before the next wave." He nodded, turned away, then paused, turned back and said very quietly, almost casually, "Do not get hit while I am not watching." And then he shifted. The transformation was fast, faster than any I had seen. One moment, a tall man in dark armor. The next, an enormous black dragon, lean and angular, with wings like cut glass and scales that absorbed the starlight rather than reflecting it. He was built for speed, even in dragon form. Long neck, narrow body, wings proportionally massive, tail thin and rudder-like. He launched upward without sound. No roar, no declaration. Just an explosion of movement, and then he was gone, a black arrow into the black sky, visible only when he crossed the face of the moon. I charged. Ground force behind me, shields locked, lances ready. We pushed into the beast swarm at the rift's base, my soldiers holding the perimeter while I drove through the center, hammer raised, heading for the core point directly beneath the wound. Above me, I heard the beasts react, heard their shrieks change from hunger to alarm, heard the whistling of displaced air as something moved through them at impossible speed, cutting, striking, drawing them away from the ground, pulling them into the sky where they could not reach me. 2 breaths. I reached the core point, planted my feet, raised the hammer. The moonlight hit the metal and the silver blazed white, not just the hammer, but my entire armor, my hair, my skin. I became a column of lunar fire, drawing every particle of moonlight within a quarter mile into the weapon above my head. One breath. The hammer charged. The energy built. The rift above me screamed, a high, thin sound, the sound of something that knows it is about to be sealed. 2 breaths. I swung. The impact shattered the core. The rift collapsed inward with a thunder crack that knocked every soldier within 50 feet to one knee. The dark haze dissolved. The beasts dissolved. The sky above Ashvale went clear, instantly, completely, like a curtain torn away to reveal the stars behind it. Silence. Then, from high above, a roar. Not anger, not hunger. A single clear note of triumph that echoed off the mountains and rolled across the valley like a bell. Kale descended, shifted in midair, dragon to man in the space of a heartbeat, and landed beside me on the scorched ground with the kind of impossible grace that made my soldiers mutter enviously. He was breathing hard. His armor was scored in 6 places. Claw marks, tooth marks, one deep gouge across his shoulder guard. His black hair was wild, his silver eyes bright, his expression was alive, open, unguarded in a way I had not seen before, and he was looking at me with something that made my stomach flip in a way entirely unrelated to combat adrenaline. 2 breaths, he said. I told you. You are bleeding, I said, pointing to a cut above his eyebrow. He touched it, looked at the blood on his fingers with mild surprise, as if he had not noticed. Irrelevant. It is on your face. Still irrelevant. Sit down, let me. I am not sitting down in front of 200 soldiers. I have a reputation. Your reputation is that you never lose. You can add never bleeds to the list. The corner of his mouth twitched. Is this concern, Captain? I had a cloth in my belt pouch. I took it out, stepped closer, and pressed it against the cut above his eyebrow without waiting for permission. He went very still. His breath caught, so slightly that I might have imagined it, except I was standing close enough to feel the warmth of it against my wrist. I dabbed at the cut. It was shallow. It would not scar. Thank you, I said quietly, for the 2 breaths. He was silent for a long moment. Then, anytime. I pulled back, pocketed the bloodied cloth. His eyes followed my hand, then returned to my face, and there was a question in them that he did not ask. We did not discuss it further. That night, after the camp was built and the soldiers were fed, I found a small black iron object on my armor stand. It was Kale's spare wing clasp, identical to the one Pearl had stolen during his formal proposal. There was no note, no explanation, just the clasp, placed carefully where I would find it, and when I looked across the camp to where Kale's tent stood dark and silent, I saw the faintest flicker of silver in the shadows. He was watching. I picked up the clasp, turned it over in my hands. It was warm, recently forged, or recently held. I fastened it to the inside of my collar plate, where it would not be visible to anyone. In the morning, I said nothing about it. He said nothing about it. Vareth said nothing about it, but looked unbearably smug. The weeks that followed were the most productive of my military career. The Moon Silver Dragoon and the Black Ridge Corps sealed 9 rifts in 40 days. We established permanent patrol routes, built 3 new watchtowers, evacuated 2 threatened settlements, and protected 5 dragon nurseries. Our combined force grew to 300. Soldiers, support staff, healers, and the ever-growing collection of refugees who found our camps and asked to stay. Kale and I developed a rhythm. He flew ahead, scouted, reported. I planned the ground approach, positioned soldiers, prepared for the SEAL strike. He kept the sky clear. I kept the ground held. We argued about strategy every second day and agreed on tactics every first day. And somewhere between the arguments and the agreements, something shifted. It was small things at first. He began appearing at my morning briefings with 2 cups of tea, one black, one with honey, always handing me the honeyed one without comment or eye contact. He began standing closer during strategy discussions, not inappropriately close, but close enough that I was aware of the warmth of him, the clean metal smell of his armor, the way his sleeve occasionally brushed mine when he reached for a map. He began finding reasons to watch me train, not openly. He would position himself on a nearby ridge or rooftop, ostensibly reviewing reports or studying the sky, but his eyes would drift downward with a regularity that suggested the reports were not particularly engaging. And he began, very subtly, almost imperceptibly, placing himself between me and any other man who stood too close. Vareth was the first to notice. "Captain, the Lord is doing it again." "Doing what?" "Standing between you and Lieutenant Corin. Corin was showing you the supply manifest and the Lord just materialized like a wall. A very tall, very handsome, very possessive wall. He is reviewing the Eastern Patrol schedule. The Eastern Patrol schedule is in his tent. He is holding a blank piece of parchment." I looked. Cale was indeed standing 4 feet from my right shoulder, holding a piece of parchment that was indeed blank, and staring at it with the intense focus of someone reading extremely important non-existent text. Corin had retreated to a respectful distance and was pretending to organize supply bags. "Lord Cale?" I said. He looked up from his blank parchment. "Captain, what does your document say?" "A beat. Strategic observations." "It is blank." "They are unwritten strategic observations, mental notes. You are standing on Corin's supply manifest." He looked down. He was indeed standing on a piece of parchment that Corin had apparently dropped in his retreat. Cale stepped off it without changing expression. "My apologies to the lieutenant," he said. Then he walked away, still carrying his blank parchment, radiating the quiet dignity of someone who has absolutely been caught and will never, under any circumstances, acknowledge it. Vareth looked at me. I looked at Vareth. "Not a word," I said. "Wouldn't dream of it, Captain." The first kiss happened because of Pearl. It was evening. The camp was quiet. I was in my tent, removing my armor piece by piece after a long patrol, and Pearl was, as usual, somewhere she should not be. Specifically, she was on top of Cale's head. He had come to deliver a scouting report, and Pearl had launched herself from my armor stand onto his shoulder as he entered, then scrambled up his hair. He winced but did not make a sound, and settled on the crown of his head like a small, scaly, self-satisfied hat. "Your dragon is on my head," he said. "I see that. She is attempting to eat my hair tie. She collects things. I need my hair tie. You have others." "That is not," he stopped. Pearl had succeeded in removing the tie, and his black hair fell loose around his shoulders and face in a cascade that caught the lamplight end. I stared. I had never seen his hair down. It was longer than I had realized, past his shoulders, almost to his mid-back, and it transformed his face from sharp and severe to something softer, something that made him look younger, less guarded. He was looking at me, looking at him, and something in his expression changed, softened. The careful blankness dissolved into something vulnerable and raw and entirely focused on my face. "Captain," he said very quietly. "Your hair is down," I said, because apparently my brain had stopped producing useful words. Pearl took my tie. Yes. Pearl, oblivious to the moment she had created, chirped happily and began trying to nest in his hair, kneading it with her tiny claws like a cat settling into a blanket. Cale stepped closer. One step, then another. Pearl swayed on his head but clung on, still kneading. "I want to say something," he said. His voice was low, careful, as if each word was being placed deliberately, like stones across a river. "And I need you to know that I am not saying it because of alliance strategy or military advantage or because your hammer is useful to me." My heart was doing something inadvisable in my chest. Then why are you saying it? Because you smiled at your soldiers this morning and I forgot what I was doing for 6 seconds. Because you lifted a supply cart one-handed yesterday and I walked into a tent pole. Because you asked me if I was cold last week and no one has asked me that since I was a child. I could not breathe. I am saying it, he continued, still quiet, still careful, because I would like to be near you for reasons that have nothing to do with rifts or patrols or sealing cores. I would like to be near you because you are you and I. A pause. Something moved in his throat, a swallow, a catch. I have not wanted that before, with anything. The lamplight flickered. Pearl chirped again from his head, and somewhere outside, a nightbird called. I reached up and took Pearl off his head, set her on the armor stand. She protested, squeaking, flapping, but I ignored her because for the first time in my life, something was more important than managing a baby dragon's emotional needs. Then I turned back to Kale. He was standing very still, watching me, waiting. His silver eyes held no blankness now. They were open, bright, almost afraid, and I realized that this man who moved through the sky like nothing could touch him was standing in my tent terrified that I would say no. I stepped forward, closed the distance between us, put my hand against his chest, not pushing, not pulling, just resting it there, feeling his heartbeat through the leather of his underarmor. You walked into a tent pole? I said. He closed his eyes briefly. That is the part you are focusing on? It was a good tentpole moment. I am confessing deep emotional vulnerability and you are making jokes. I am processing. Give me a moment. Take all the time, you. I kissed him. Short, firm, my hand still on his chest, his heart hammering against my palm, his breath stopping entirely for the duration. His lips were warm and slightly chapped, and he tasted like the iron-tinged tea he drank every evening. I pulled back. His eyes were wide, his lips were parted, his hands were at his sides, frozen, as if he did not know what to do with them. That is my answer, I said. He blinked. Then his hands came up, slowly, carefully, as if I might disappear if he moved too fast, and settled on my waist, light, barely touching. His fingers curled into the fabric of my undershirt. Can I? He started. Yes. He kissed me back. It was different from mine, slower, deeper, his hand sliding from my waist to the small of my back, pulling me closer with a gentleness that contradicted everything about his sharp, fast, blade-edged combat style. He kissed like he was memorizing something, like he was afraid it would be taken away. When we broke apart, his forehead rested against mine. His breath was unsteady. His hands were shaking, just slightly, just enough for me to feel. I have never done that before, he said. Kissed someone? Wanted to. When we broke apart, the camp remained quiet around us. Pearl had finally fallen asleep on the far side of the armor stand, and for once chose not to interfere. Kale's hair was still loose around his face. His hands rested lightly at my waist, waiting rather than claiming. I have never done that before, he said. Kissed someone? Wanted to. I kissed him again because the answer frightened me, moved me, and made something inside my chest feel chosen rather than assigned. The weeks continued. The rifts did not stop. If anything, they were increasing, but our forces were effective. We sealed them systematically, protected the settlements beneath them, and grew. 300 became 400. Soldiers came from everywhere, from border posts, from small lords' retinues, from the palace itself, quiet deserters who appeared at our gates in the night and said, "We heard you protect everyone, even the ones without wings." Aurelian's third emissary arrived during this period. This time it was not a courier, but a full diplomatic envoy. 6 officials, 12 guards, 1 very nervous scribe. The message was different again. The Crown proposes formal reintegration. Captain Tyra is offered the rank of general, command of the northern forces, full pension and property restoration. Conditions: return to palace jurisdiction, Submit patrol plans for royal approval. Surrender independent command structure. I read it aloud to my officers. Then I looked at Kale, who was sitting in the corner of the command tent, holding a cup of tea with an expression of polite disinterest that was not fooling anyone. Response? Vareth asked. Tell the crown, I said, that the Moon's Silver Dragoon answers to the people it protects, not to a palace that forgot those people exist. The envoy left. The scribe stayed. He said our supply organization was fascinating and asked if he could take notes. We let him. It was 2 days after the envoy's departure that the trouble started. A messenger arrived from the south, not from Aurelian's palace, but from the Molten Ridge, from Seraphina's family. The message was short. Fire Mountain military forces, acting under Alliance authority, have begun securing dragon nurseries in contested territories. Nurseries will be relocated to Fire Mountain oversight for protection and proper classification. I read it 3 times. They were taking nurseries, dragon eggs, unhatched lives, moving them from their ancestral locations to Fire Mountain control, where they would be sorted by breed value and allocated according to political usefulness. How many? I asked the messenger. 3 nurseries already, 2 more targeted within the week. Which 2? He told me. One of them was Ashvale, the nursery we had saved, the one with 43 eggs. Something cold settled in my stomach. Not anger, not yet. Something older. Something that remembered being told, you are not built for a crown, you are built for a shield, and understanding now what that meant in strategic terms. I was always meant to do the protecting, while someone else decided what was worth protecting. Kale, I said. He was already fastening his armor. Outside the tent, his pilots were moving into strike formation. Who ordered an attack? I asked. I did. We intercept the Fire Mountain column before it reaches Ashvale. No. His silver eyes hardened. If we wait, they may take the eggs. If you attack a royal column before it makes a hostile move, Aurelian will call us rebels. The nursery keepers will be caught between armies, and soldiers who may be obeying orders will die for Volkrath's ambition. I will not watch another nest disappear while lords debate permission. Neither will I. But beside me does not mean racing ahead and choosing the war for both of us. The words struck. He went completely still. For years, Kale had protected the Black Ridge by moving faster than anyone could fail him. I could see the habit in him. Act first, stand alone, prevent loss by controlling every approach. You are right, he said at last. It did not come easily. That made it matter. He turned toward the tent opening. Riven, stand down the strike formation. Patrol only. No engagement without the captain's signal. Then he faced me again. What do we do? I looked at Ashvale on the map. We get there first. We put our bodies between the eggs and the road. Then we make Seraphina decide, in daylight, whether she came to protect a nursery or steal it. We flew through the night. Kale carried me, not because I could not fly in dragon form, but because his speed at altitude was triple mine and time mattered. I sat between his shoulders in full armor, moonhammer strapped across my back, and he cut through the sky with a velocity that made my eyes water and my stomach protest. It was, I will admit, not unpleasant. His dragon form was warm beneath me, his scales smooth as polished glass, and the way he angled his wings to shield me from the worst of the wind was a kindness he would later deny. This is not a romantic flight, he said through the mind link that formed between rider and dragon. This is tactical transportation. You are adjusting your wings to block the wind from my face. That is aerodynamic optimization. You tilted left so I could see the stars. Navigational reference for the passenger. You are purring. A long silence. Then, dragons do not purr. Your chest is vibrating. That is the engine. Dragons do not have engines. Then it is a mystery. Focus on the mission, Captain. I smiled against his scales and said nothing more, and he purred louder. or vibrated mechanically, or whatever he was insisting it was, all the way to Ashvale. We arrived before dawn. The nursery was intact, sealed, guarded by the local keepers, undisturbed. The Fire Mountain forces had not arrived yet. But they would. I posted soldiers at every approach. Kale's Air Corps took the sky in rotating patrols. I sent word to the nursery keepers. No one relocates these eggs without the agreement of their attending mothers and the local settlement council. Then we waited. The Fire Mountain delegation arrived at midday. 50 soldiers in crimson armor, 2 diplomatic officials, and Serafina. She rode at the head of the column on a fire drake, her obsidian and ruby headpiece catching the sun, her crimson robes flowing like liquid flame. She looked every inch the Dragon Queen she had been made, regal, controlled, beautiful. She also looked tired. There were shadows under her eyes that had not been there at the ceremony, and the set of her shoulders was not the confidence of a queen, but the tension of someone carrying a weight they did not choose. She stopped her column at the edge of our perimeter, looked at my soldiers, looked at Kale's dark armored warriors circling above, looked at me, standing at the nursery door in full moon silver plate with the hammer on my back and 100 soldiers behind me. "Tyra," she said. "Lady Serafina," I replied. "These eggs are to be relocated under royal authority. These eggs are staying because their mothers and keepers refuse relocation," I said. "They asked for our protection, and we answered." "The crown supersedes an independent force," Serafina replied. "A crown cannot call confiscation protection while the mothers bar the door. If you intend to take the eggs, you will have to say so in front of them." She was quiet. That was when I understood she had not come because she wanted to. She had come because she had been sent. I looked at her, really looked, past the headpiece and the robes and the political mask. "Who ordered this?" I asked. "You or the Ridge?" Her jaw tightened. She did not answer. "Your father," I said. "He is using Aurelian's seal to legitimize territorial expansion under the guise of egg protection. My father acts in the interest of dragonkind." "Your father acts in the interest of your father. How many of the eggs in those 3 relocated nurseries have actually been returned to their mothers?" Silence. "How many, Serafina?" "None yet. The classification process takes 6 months, during which the mothers have no access and the eggs are under Fire Mountain military guard. That is not protection. That is confiscation." Her hands tightened on her drake's reins. The tiredness in her face deepened. She looked, for just a moment, like someone who knew exactly what was happening and did not know how to stop it. "I have my orders," she said. "And I have 100 soldiers and a very large hammer. Your orders do not supersede physics." Another silence. Her officials shifted nervously behind her. Her 50 soldiers were looking at my 100 soldiers, and at Kale's dragons circling above, and the arithmetic was not in their favor. "We will withdraw," Serafina said, "for now, but this is not resolved." "No," I agreed, "it is not." She turned her column, rode away. At the last moment, she looked back over her shoulder at me, and there was something in her expression, not hostility, not resentment, something that looked almost like relief. I filed that away for later. The confrontation at Ashvale became the beginning of what the soldiers called the Nursery War, though no battle had yet been fought. Over the following weeks, I sent one simple offer to every threatened nursery. Your eggs remain with their mothers. Your keepers keep authority over care. If armed men attempt removal, we will stand at the door. 14 nurseries accepted. 6 settlements joined their supply routes to ours. Aurelian answered by declaring every settlement under our protection ineligible for crown trade, medicine, storm relief, and emergency reinforcement. He did not strike me. He squeezed the people who had chosen me. "He is using civilians as leverage," Vareth said. "As hostages," I replied, bloodlessly enough to call it policy. Kale wanted to build an independent trade network. In 6 months, it could have worked. Winter was 6 weeks away. I looked at the royal proclamation and remembered what Kale had told me after Greyglass. The first covenant of dragonkind was older than any throne. The guardian of a nest held authority only while the nest trusted that guardian to keep it alive. The covenant was not a hidden clause. Every dragon child knew it. Crowns had spent centuries pretending it was ceremonial because no king expected 14 nurseries to withdraw their trust at once. I am going to the council, I said. To invoke the covenant? Kale asked. To make the council look at the people Aurelian punished. I am taking the nursery keepers, the mothers, the settlement elders, and the soldiers who answered the beacons. The covenant can recognize their choice after they make it. It will not replace it. The council may refuse to hear them. Then 300 representatives will watch a king silence mothers asking to keep their own eggs. He can win the vote and lose the kingdom. Kale stared at me with that blade-bright admiration that always felt dangerously close to hunger. You are going to walk into the Dragon Council and make the North choose its commander in front of the crown. Yes. With a hammer. The hammer is for punctuation. He crossed the tent, took my face in both hands, and kissed me, brief, fierce, and entirely certain. I am going with you. Beside me, I said. Beside you. The Dragon Council convened in the Hall of Scales, a cavern old enough to bear the claw marks of the first dragons. I returned to the palace in full armor with Kale at my left, Vareth at my right, 14 nursery keepers behind us, 6 settlement elders, and mothers carrying the names of every egg the crown had abandoned. 100 soldiers waited outside the gate. They did not enter. This was not a seizure of power. It was a demand to be seen. At the inner doors, 6 palace guards lowered their spears. The moon hammer must be surrendered before entry, their commander said. Kale moved before I did. One moment he was beside me. The next he stood between the spear points in my body, silver eyes gone cold enough to freeze flame. No one touches her weapon, he said. No one touches her. The guards tightened their grips. I placed one gauntleted hand against Kale's forearm. Stand down. I choose how this begins. Every line in his body wanted to resist. He stepped aside anyway. That obedience mattered more than the threat. I unstrapped the hammer myself, carried it through the doors, and set it on the central speaking stone where every representative could see it. It remains within my reach, I said. That is the compromise. No guard argued. Aurelian sat on the high throne in gold. Seraphina sat beside him, composed and tired. The 300 council seats were full. I did not begin with a law. I called Mara Fenn, keeper of Thornvale Nursery. She walked onto the speaking floor with gray hair braided down her back and named the 17 eggs that would have died while the crown called the rift concerning, but not immediate. I called Elder Rowan of Ashvale. He described 600 civilians sheltering in a granary while palace patrols remained absent. I called a wingless mother named Ellen, who placed both hands on the speaking stone and said, "My daughter's egg was marked non-priority. Commander Tyra came anyway. The crown did not. I choose the guardian who came." One by one, the other keepers stood. 14 nurseries withdrew their defensive trust from the crown. 6 settlements did the same. Then Vareth stepped forward on behalf of the soldiers who had answered the beacons. "We did not follow Commander Tyra because she promised us rank," he said. "We followed because she was walking toward people who had been left alone. We remained because she learned from failure without asking anyone else to pay for it." The hall became so quiet I could hear Aurelian breathe. He stood. In the torchlight, he looked like the king he had always known how to resemble. "This is personal grievance dressed as public duty," he said. Tyra was offered reinstatement, promotion, property, and command. She refused every reasonable path back to lawful service. "Name one rift you sealed," I said. His mouth closed. "Name one nursery you defended. Name one settlement you evacuated. Name one egg alive because you chose it over a banquet, negotiation, or ceremony. He looked at the mothers on the speaking floor. He could not name one. Brethren, the High Council speaker, rose from his stone seat. He had served 3 kings and trusted none of them. The first covenant does not grant authority to whoever owns the prettiest seal, he said. It recognizes the guardian chosen by those whose lives are being guarded. The council will deliberate whether the North has made such a choice. I lifted the hammer from the speaking stone and left the floor with the people who had made that choice visible. We withdrew to a side chamber. The same side chamber, in fact, where I had overheard Aurelian and Seraphina months ago. The irony was not lost on me. Cale stood by the window, arms crossed, watching the sky. His silver eyes reflected the clouds. That was, he started. Do not say impressive. I will think you are being diplomatic. I was going to say terrifying, in a way that I enjoyed very much. I looked at him. He was not smiling, he rarely did, but there was a softness in his expression that was becoming familiar to me. The softness he showed only when we were alone, or nearly alone, when the sharp edges of his public face relaxed into something warmer. If the council rules in my favor, I said, I will hold sovereign airspace over the Northern Territories. That includes your border. I know. You would be operating within my jurisdiction. I know. That does not concern you? He turned from the window, walked to me, stopped close enough that I could feel the warmth of him, could see the faint silver flecks in his irises that I had only recently learned existed. Everything I have, he said, I would put under your authority without hesitation. My soldiers, my territory, my skies. He paused, his voice dropped. Myself. My chest ached. The good kind of ache, the kind that comes from something expanding rather than breaking. That is a significant tactical concession, I said, because I still processed emotions by converting them into military terminology. It is not tactical. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers lingered at my temple. It is personal. I leaned into his touch, just slightly, just enough. Cale, Tyra, if I become commander of the Northern Airspace, I will outrank you. Yes. You are genuinely not bothered by this? I am bothered by the fact that your hair is doing something in this light that makes it difficult to maintain a professional demeanor. I am not bothered by your rank. I laughed. A real laugh. Not the controlled, careful kind I used in public, but the full, chest-deep kind that I had not produced since before the night I overheard Aurelian in this very room. Cale's eyes widened slightly. Then his expression shifted into something I had not seen before. Open, awed, completely undone. Do that again, he said. What? Laugh. You. He stopped, swallowed. You should always sound like that. I kissed him in the side chamber of the Dragon Palace, 3 doors from the room where Aurelian had broken his promise. The kiss was slow and deliberate. Cale's hands settled at my waist and stayed there, certain without demanding. I put my arms around his neck and felt the tension leave his shoulders. When we parted, his forehead rested against mine. If the council recognizes my command, I said, you will operate inside my jurisdiction. I know. And you are not troubled by that? I am troubled by the fact that you laughed 5 minutes ago, and I have been unable to think properly since. Your rank is not the problem. I laughed again, quieter this time. He looked at me as though the sound were something rare he intended to protect without putting it in a cage. During those 4 hours, 3 things happened. During the deliberation, Aurelian came to the side chamber. He looked at me, then at Cale's hand resting lightly at the small of my back. Cale's fingers tightened once and then relaxed. He did not make the decision for me. May I speak with you privately? Aurelian asked. You may speak here. The days when you decided what happened to me behind closed doors are over. He flinched. I promised you daylight, he said. Then I arranged your replacement in a side room and planned to keep your loyalty as if the promise had never existed. There is no version of that which was necessary. It was cowardice. The words hurt because they were finally accurate. And the sanctions, I asked? Also cowardice. I could not make you return, so I punished the people who proved they did not need me. An apology is not repair. I know. Withdraw the trade penalties publicly. Restore medicine and winter access before the council rules. Do it without asking me to come back, thank you, or make you feel forgiven. He looked down. I will. Then begin there. His amber eyes lifted to mine. They were bright with the grief of a man who had finally understood that regret did not create a right to restoration. I loved you, he said. I know. That is why this hurt. Do you forgive me? I believe you are sorry. Forgiveness may come later. Returning to you will not. He nodded slowly. Then he looked at Kale. If you hurt her, she will deal with me first, Kale said. If anyone else tries, I will stand beside her until she is finished. Aurelian studied him, saw the difference, and left without another claim. Kale waited until the door closed before drawing me against his side. You did not need me to speak, he said. No. I wanted to. I know. Thank you for waiting until I chose the moment. The second thing that happened during the deliberation was Pearl escaping Vareth's cloak and finding the High Council's refreshment table. We heard about this afterward from a mortified Vareth and a deeply amused Riven who had witnessed the entire incident from the gallery. Pearl had apparently emerged from the cloak during the third hour of deliberation, when the council was deep in procedural argument and no one was paying attention to anything below knee height. She had navigated the floor of the council hall, between chair legs, under robes, past at least 6 pairs of guards, with the single-minded determination of a small predator tracking warmth and shiny objects. The refreshment table was against the far wall. It held ceremonial wine, glazed fruits, small pastries, and a set of ornate silver spoons. Pearl ignored the food. She took every spoon. All 14 of them, one at a time, carrying each in her tiny jaws with intense concentration, ferrying them across the hall to the space beneath Vareth's chair, where she built a nest of ceremonial cutlery, and then sat in the middle of it looking profoundly satisfied. No one noticed until the 4th hour, when a council member reached for a spoon and found the entire set missing. The resulting search, during which 3 guards looked under tables, 2 officials checked their pockets, and 1 elderly representative accused his neighbor of hoarding, was interrupted by a small, proud chirp from beneath Vareth's chair. Varith looked down. Pearl looked up. She was sitting in a circle of silver spoons, her tiny chest puffed out, her glacier blue eyes gleaming. Oh no, Vareth whispered. Pearl chirped again, picked up the largest spoon, and tried to swallow it. It did not fit. She spent 30 seconds trying different angles before giving up and simply sitting on it instead. Vareth spent the next 20 minutes returning spoons to the refreshment table, while Pearl clung to his boot and protested each removal with increasingly dramatic squeaks. The last spoon, a large serving spoon with a gilded handle, she refused to relinquish entirely. Vareth ultimately let her keep it because the alternative was a scene that would have undermined my council claim more thoroughly than any legal argument. Pearl slept with that spoon for the next 3 weeks. The third thing that happened during the deliberation was the incident with Aurelian's wing armor. This I witnessed personally because it occurred in the corridor outside the council hall, in full view of 6 guards, 4 officials, and a cleaning woman who later provided the most detailed account. Aurelian had apparently decided during the deliberation recess to put on his ceremonial wing armor, the formal set, gold-plated, with extendable wing guards that folded against the back when not deployed. It was a power move. Wing armor signified military readiness, personal strength, a king prepared to fight for his throne. The problem was that Aurelian had never put on his own wing armor. I had done it. Every morning for 12 years, I knew the clasps, the hinges, the specific order of attachment. Left shoulder mount first, then right, then the spinal connector, then the wing guards, left before right because the right guard's hinge was slightly tighter and needed the left already in place to provide countertension. Aurelian did not know any of this. He started with the right shoulder mount. This immediately threw off the spinal connector's alignment. He forced it. I could hear the metal protesting from 3 rooms away, and then attached the wing guards in the wrong order. When he shifted to dragon form, just partially, just enough to extend his wings and let the armor deploy, the wing guards did not fold properly. They stuck out at angles. And because the spinal connector was misaligned, they did not lock into the stable position against his back. Instead, they flapped. Every time he moved, the loose wing guards swung on their hinges, clanking against his shoulder plates and the back of his head. In his partial dragon form, golden scales emerging along his arms and neck, the magnificent ridge crest rising from his crown, the flapping metal guards looked like 2 iron butterflies trying to escape from behind his ears. He walked into the council hall like that. Clank, clank, clank. 300 representatives turned to look. Aurelian proceeded with rigid dignity, chin high, robes flowing, golden scales gleaming. Clank, 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 the wing guards batting the back of his head with every step. He sat on the throne. The wing guards, compressed against the throne back, bent outward and framed his head like an extremely aggressive metal collar. Seraphina, beside him, very slowly placed her hand over her mouth. Brethren, the High Council speaker, regarded the king for a long moment. Then, with the magnificent composure of a man who has served 3 kings and found all of them ridiculous, he said, "Your Majesty's armor appears to be animated." "It is fine," Aurelian said through his teeth. The left wing guard chose this moment to come entirely unhinged. It swung forward, smacked Aurelian's crown askew for the 3rd time that day, and dangled in front of his face like a metal pendulum. In the gallery, someone laughed. They turned it into a cough. Badly. Aurelian reached up, grabbed the wing guard, and tried to force it back into position. This caused the right wing guard to release its remaining latch and swing in the opposite direction, hitting the arm of the throne with a resonant clang. He was now sitting on the dragon throne with one wing guard dangling in front of his nose and the other sticking straight out to the right like a directional signal. Seraphina's hand was still over her mouth. Her shoulders were shaking. "Does your Majesty require assistance?" Brethren asked, and to his eternal credit, his voice did not waver. "No," Aurelian said, with the strained composure of a man watching his dignity disassemble itself in real time. "I am perfectly—" The spinal connector gave up entirely. Both wing guards, now free of all restraint, fell backward off his shoulders and crashed to the floor behind the throne with a noise like a kitchen shelf collapsing. Silence. Then Aurelian straightened, adjusted his dented crown, and said with a control that bordered on heroic, "Proceed with the ruling." From my seat in the gallery, I did not laugh. I wanted to. My stomach ached with the effort of not laughing. Beside me, Kale's expression was perfectly blank, but his hand found mine in the shadows between our seats and squeezed, and his shoulders were vibrating with the effort of containment. The ruling came. When the council returned, Brethren stood. Before he could announce the ruling, Aurelian rose from the throne. "The Crown's sanctions against the northern settlements are withdrawn," he said, his voice carried to every bench. "Trade, medicine, storm relief, and winter passage are restored immediately. The order was mine. It was wrong. No settlement will be punished for choosing the defender who arrived." Shock moved through the hall. It was not enough to restore what he had lost. It was enough to prove the apology had left the side chamber. Brethren waited until Aurelian sat. 14 nurseries and 6 settlements have withdrawn defensive trust from the crown and named Commander Tyra of the Moonsilver as their active guardian, he said. The soldiers serving those territories have affirmed the same command. Under the First Covenant, the Council recognizes the choice already made. My heart struck once, hard. Effective immediately, Commander Tyra holds wartime authority over the northern airspace, nursery routes, settlements, and defensive forces that have chosen her protection. The authority remains answerable to those communities, not to the throne and not to any private lord. The hall erupted. Aurelian sat beneath a crooked crown with his broken wing armor behind him and watched the North become something he no longer owned. He had not merely lost me. He had lost the assumption that loyalty belonged to him before it was earned. I stood before the council. "The skies are not mine," I said. "They belong to everyone who lives beneath them. My command exists to keep them open, and the day I stop doing that, the people who chose me may choose someone else." The applause began with the nursery keepers. It grew until the stone beneath my boots seemed to vibrate. Cale stood beside me, not in front, not behind. His hand brushed my arm. "Commander," he said, and the word held warmth enough to forge silver. I had entered the palace as a shield someone expected to keep. I left as a commander people had chosen. The days after the council ruling were a whirlwind. Supply lines to restructure, patrol routes to formalize, communication networks between 14 nurseries, 6 settlements, and the Moon Silver Dragoons' growing roster, diplomatic correspondence with border lords who suddenly wanted to know the terms of cooperation, training rotations, weapon forging, armor repair, food provisioning, and in the gaps between logistics, Cale. He was everywhere I needed him and nowhere I expected him. At morning briefings, he would appear at my elbow with 2 cups of tea, the honeyed one always in my hand before I registered his presence. During strategy sessions, he would stand at the map table's far side opposite me, and our eyes would meet over topography and troop counts, and the electric awareness between us would make the lamplight feel warmer. He started finding ways to touch me that were technically professional and functionally devastating. A hand on my shoulder to direct my attention to a map point, his fingers adjusting my collar plate when it sat wrong after a training bout. Standing behind me at the observation post, close enough that his chest nearly touched my back, pointing at something in the sky over my shoulder, so his jaw was beside my ear and his breath was on my neck. "You are doing that on purpose," I said, the 3rd time he found an excuse to tuck my hair behind my ear during a supply meeting. "Doing what?" Standing close, touching, finding reasons. He regarded me with perfect innocence. "I am reviewing inventory." "You are reviewing inventory with your hand on my waist." "The inventory is near your waist." "It is on the table, 2 feet from my waist." "I have poor spatial awareness." "You navigate aerial combat at 300 miles per hour." "That is different." "How?" "Aerial combat does not smell like moonlight and warm metal." He said it quietly, almost casually, and then walked away before I could respond, leaving me standing at the supply table with a flushed face and a completely forgotten inventory list. Vareth appeared. He looked at me. He looked at the supply table. He looked at Cale's retreating back. "I saw nothing," he said. "Good. Except the part where the Lord of the Black Ridge just complimented your smell in front of 3 quartermasters." "Vareth." "Leaving now, Commander." The wing armor smith arrived during the 2nd week after the ruling. Her name was Marin, and she was the finest armor smith in the Northern Territories. She was also 63 years old, terrified of flying, allergic to diplomatic language, and possessed of an opinion about everything that she shared without invitation. She arrived on foot, refusing the offered dragon flight with a string of observations about the structural integrity of dragon shoulder joints that made 3 of Cale's pilots deeply uncomfortable. She carried her tools in a custom harness on her back, wore a leather apron over chainmail that she had not taken off since what she described as the incident of 14, which I do not discuss, and assessed me from head to toe with the critical eye of someone measuring a wall for demolition. "You are taller than I expected," she said, "and broader. Your shoulder plates are off by 3 degrees. Who fitted these?" "I fitted them myself." "Then you fitted them wrong. Stand straighter." "I am standing straighter." "No, you are leaning. All heavy dragon types lean. You carry too much and your spine compensates. Stand straighter. She punctuated this with a tap of her hammer handle against my lower back, correcting my posture so abruptly that my shoulder plates clicked into alignment. Good, Marin said. You need a full refit. Your moon silver is excellent, but the jointing is 10 years behind. I can give you 18% more range and reduce the weight by 4 pounds. I like the weight. Of course you do. You are a heavy dragon. You would carry a mountain if someone said it needed protecting. That does not mean your armor should feel like one. Marin stayed. She refit my armor in 6 days, working through each night with a precision that was almost aggressive. She also refit Vareth's wing joints, sloppy, corrected Riven's shoulder mount alignment, criminal, and examined Kale's dark armor with an expression of grudging approval, competent, but the collar is pretentious. Kale, who had never in his life been called pretentious, handled this with remarkable composure. He stood motionless while Marin circled him with a measuring cord, answered her questions about injury history and flight patterns, and only once displayed any reaction, when she tapped his posture straight with her hammer handle and said, "Dragon Lords, always with the shoulders. You think width is a personality." He looked at me over Marin's head. I looked back at him. I did not help him. "She hit me," he said later in the privacy of my tent. "She corrected your posture with a weapon. It is a measuring tool. It is a hammer handle. Hammers are weapons. I have been assaulted by a civilian." "You are being dramatic." "I am being accurate. Add it to the list." "What list?" "The 47 reasons. Reason 48, the commander's armor smith commits unprovoked violence against Allied leadership." I laughed. He watched me laugh with that expression he always got, the open, awed, slightly undone expression that made me feel like the most important thing in any room. "Stop looking at me like that," I said. "Like what?" "Like I am the moon, and you are calculating the best angle to orbit. That is an astronomically accurate description of my intentions." I threw a gauntlet at him. He caught it, set it aside, and kissed me. This kiss was slow, achingly, deliberately slow. His hand slid into my hair, loosening it from its tie, spreading it over my shoulders. My hands found the edges of his armor and pulled, and he came closer, and we stood in the lamplight with our foreheads together, and our breaths tangled, and the whole world reduced to the space between us. "Tyra," he murmured against my lips. "Kale." "You are my first." He stopped, started again. "Everything with you is the first time I have wanted it." My heart clenched so hard I thought it might forge itself into something new. "Even the tent pole?" I whispered. He pulled back with such perfect offense that I dissolved into laughter. He kissed me again, slower this time, until the laughter softened between us. We stood in the lamplight with our foreheads together while the north wind moved beyond the canvas walls, and I thought, this is what it feels like to be chosen without being owned. The problem with the Fire Mountain did not resolve itself. Seraphina's father, Lord Volkrath of the Molten Ridge, responded to the Council's ruling with exactly the kind of measured, strategic escalation that I had predicted. He did not attack. He did not openly defy the Council. He simply continued his nursery acquisition campaign in territories that fell outside my new jurisdiction, south and east, beyond the northern border I now commanded. Within a month, he had secured control of 8 additional nurseries, 41 eggs under Fire Mountain supervision, 0 returned to their mothers. "He is building a hatchery army," Kale said. "Breed the valuable ones, discard the rest. In 10 years, he will have a force that outnumbers every other lord in the kingdom." "I know. He cannot be allowed." "I know." "Then what?" "I need Seraphina." He looked at me. "Explain." "Volkrath's legal authority flows through 2 channels: the alliance marriage, Aurelian's seal, and Seraphina's inheritance claim as the Molten Ridge heir. If Seraphina withdraws, she will not. Her father terrifies her, but she is not her father." I thought of the look on her face at Ash Fair, the tiredness, the relief when I told her to leave. She agreed to this marriage because she believed it was the only way to have value in her father's eyes. If I can offer her a different kind of value, what kind? The kind that does not require stealing other people's children. The meeting with Serafina took place at the border of our territories. Neutral ground, a cliff edge overlooking the valley where the first rift I sealed still bore the scorch mark of my hammer strike. She came alone. I came alone. Kale objected strenuously to this arrangement and then accepted it with the visible effort of a man swallowing a live coal, stationing himself at altitude where he could reach me in 7 seconds if needed. Serafina dismounted from her fire drake and walked to the cliff edge. The wind caught her crimson robes and her dark hair and the ember glow at her temples. She looked, I thought, like a woman who had been burning from the inside for a very long time. "You wanted to speak," she said. "Speak." "Your father is building a hatchery army. My father is protecting dragon heritage. Your father is confiscating eggs from their mothers and sorting them by breed value. The ones he finds useful will be raised as weapons. The ones he does not will be, what? Released? Abandoned?" She was quiet. "Serafina, I am not your enemy. I was never your enemy. You stepped into a role that was offered to you, and you have played it as well as anyone could. But the role is consuming you. I can see it. You are tired. You are carrying a burden that was loaded onto you by a man who considers you an asset, not a daughter." Her eyes blazed, not with anger at me, I realized, but with the fury of recognition. The fury of hearing something true that you have been telling yourself is false. "What do you want from me?" she asked. "I want you to stop the nursery acquisitions." "I cannot. My father—" "I am not asking you to defy your father. I am asking you to protect the eggs." She stared at me. "The Dragon Council ruling gives me authority over the northern airspace, but the eggs your father has taken are outside my jurisdiction. I cannot reach them legally. You can. You are the Molten Ridge heir. You have inspection rights over any facility under Ridge authority. You want me to inspect my father's hatcheries. I want you to see what is happening inside them, with your own eyes. And then I want you to decide, not as your father's daughter, not as Aurelian's queen, but as a dragon, whether those eggs are being protected or processed." The wind blew. The valley below us was green and quiet, healed, thriving, the settlements I had protected going about their daily lives without fear. "And if I decide they are being processed?" Serafina asked very softly. "Then I will help you move them, every single one, back to their mothers or to neutral nurseries under council protection, and your father's legal authority over them will dissolve because it is built on the claim of protection, and protection requires the protectee's consent. He will disown me. He will lose his supply of weapons. I will lose everything. You will gain something he never gave you, the right to choose what you protect." She was quiet for a very long time. The ember glow at her temples pulsed, faster than normal, the way fire blood does under emotional stress. Then she said, "There is a nursery at the base of the Molten Ridge, underground. My father calls it the Heritage Vault. It holds—" she swallowed. "It holds 62 eggs. I have not been allowed inside since the 2nd month." "Why not?" He said the classification process required uninterrupted conditions. I believed him. She paused. "I want to stop believing him." "Then come with me. Bring your inspection authority. Bring whatever guards you trust, your guards, not his. And if we find what I think we will find, we act." She looked at me. I saw the calculus behind her eyes, the fear, the loyalty, the exhaustion, the tiny, furious spark of something that wanted to be more than her father's tool. "You are nothing like he described you," she said. "What did he describe?" "A blunt weapon with loyalty issues. That is, approximately half accurate." The corner of her mouth twitched, almost a smile. "I will meet you at the Heritage Vault in 3 days. Bring your hammer." "I always bring my hammer." "I know, it is very large. One cannot miss it. She mounted her fire drake and flew south. I watched her go and thought, that is a woman about to change the shape of her own story. And I was right. The Heritage Vault was worse than I expected. 62 eggs, held in climate-controlled chambers deep inside the volcanic rock of the Molten Ridge. Each egg in a separate stone cradle, each cradle labeled with a classification tag, breed, estimated fire type, projected size, military value. 12 eggs were tagged green, high value, prime breeding stock. 34 were tagged yellow, moderate value, support roles. 16 were tagged red. What does red mean? I asked, though I already knew. Serafina stood very still beside me, reading the tags. Her fire blood was pulsing so hard that the veins at her temples were visible as bright orange lines, and her hands were clenched into fists at her sides. Disposal, she said. The word came out like something torn from metal. Red means disposal, low breed value. No military application, scheduled for... She could not finish. I looked at the 16 red-tagged eggs. Some were small, common breeds probably, the kind that grew into dragons no larger than horses, good for courier work, light patrols, companionship. Not war weapons, not fortress burners, just dragons. Living, developing, unhatched dragons whose only crime was being born without strategic value. He was going to destroy them, Serafina whispered. Yes. My father was going to destroy 16 unhatched dragons because they were not useful enough. Yes. She turned to me. Her eyes were burning, literally the fire blood rising so high that amber flames flickered in her irises. But she was not angry at me. She was angry at herself for not looking sooner, for believing, for being afraid. Get them out, she said. All of them. Every egg in this vault. Green, yellow, red, all of them. Get them out now. We moved fast. Serafina's personal guards, 4 fire dragon soldiers who had served her since before the marriage, who answered to her and not her father, sealed the vault entrances and held them against any Ridge personnel who tried to enter. My soldiers, 20 hand-picked specialists, carried the eggs in thermal cradles designed by Marin, who had spent 2 nights building them after I told her what we were planning. It took 4 hours to move all 62 eggs. We brought them to the surface, loaded them onto dragon-back carriers, and flew north under moonlight. My jurisdiction, my airspace, my authority. Volkrath's response was immediate. A declaration of theft, a demand for return, a threat of military action against the rogue commander and her insurgent forces. I responded with a single document filed through the Dragon Council, the Heritage Vault's classification records, including the 16 red-tagged eggs and their scheduled disposal dates. I filed it publicly. Every council member, every settlement leader, every nursery keeper in the kingdom received a copy. The reaction was volcanic, appropriately. Dragon Society has many divisions: breed purity, blood status, military rank, territorial claims. But there is one line that no one crosses, one taboo that unites every dragon from the highest lord to the lowest wingless ground crawler. You do not destroy eggs. You do not destroy eggs. Volkrath's declaration of theft dissolved overnight. His allies withdrew. His military commanders, many of whom had daughters, sons, mates, clutches, refused to enforce his orders. The Molten Ridge's political power, built over decades of careful maneuvering, collapsed in a matter of days. Aurelian, I learned this later, was the one who delivered the council's judgment. Volkrath was stripped of his lordship. His military assets were dissolved and distributed among the border settlements that needed reinforcement. His nursery acquisitions were reversed. Every egg returned to its mother or placed in council-protected neutral nurseries. His personal wealth was seized and allocated to the regions his expansion had damaged. The oldest crime recognized by Dragon Society was the deliberate destruction of an egg. Planned destruction carried the same judgment when the records and means were clear. Volkrath was sentenced by the council. I did not attend the execution and asked for no details. His wealth and military property were distributed to the damaged settlements and restored nurseries. Serafina stood beside me when the news arrived. She was pale, the ember glow at her temples dimmed to almost nothing, her hands folded in front of her with the stillness of someone who has just lost everything and found something else entirely. "I am no longer the Molten Ridge heir," she said. "There is no Molten Ridge. No. I am no longer a queen. The marriage was contingent on the alliance, and the alliance is dissolved. Aurelian could choose to maintain it. Aurelian signed the dissolution himself, this morning." She paused. "He said he should have made different choices. He said he learned that from watching you. I did not know what to do with that. I filed it away in the part of my heart that still held the 12 years of love I had given him, the part that would always ache but no longer bled." "What will you do now?" I asked. Serafina looked at the nursery tents where 62 eggs rested in safe, warm cradles, tended by keepers and mothers and the soldiers of the Moon Silver Dragoon. "I know dragon nursery administration," she said. "I know egg classification, the real kind, the kind that helps mothers and keepers, not the kind that sorts living things into weapons and waste." She looked at me. "If you will have me, not as a queen, not as an heir, as someone who wants to protect what she should have protected all along." This woman who had stood beside Aurelian on the platform while I walked away. This woman who had worn my forged chain at her throat and said nothing while my heart broke. This woman who had ridden to Ashvale with 50 soldiers and left with none, and looked relieved about it. "The Moon Silver Dragoon does not care about your bloodline," I said, "or your former title, or your father's name. Can you do the work?" "Yes." "Can you look at a common breed egg and a rare breed egg and treat them exactly the same?" "Yes." No hesitation. Her eyes were steady, tired, stripped of pretense, but steady. "Then welcome to the Dragoon, Serafina. Your quarters are in the East Wing. Marin will fit you for working armor tomorrow. It will not be pretty." "I do not need pretty anymore." "Good, because Marin will hit you with the hammer handle at least twice during the fitting. She hits everyone." Serafina almost smiled. It was small, exhausted, and real, the first real expression I had seen on her face since the night in the side chamber when I took back my jewelry. She walked toward the East Wing. Halfway there, she stopped, turned back. "Tyra." "Yes?" "The chain you took back, the one Aurelian gave me, the moon silver with the diamond." "What about it?" "It was beautiful. Your work is..." She paused. "I did not deserve to wear it, but it was the most beautiful thing anyone had ever given me, even secondhand." I did not know what to say to that, so I said nothing, and she turned and walked away, and somewhere in the complicated architecture of my feelings, a door that had been locked against her shifted, not open, not yet, but unlocked. The final rift opened 3 weeks later. We had known it was coming. The energy readings had been building for months, a deep, bass vibration in the earth and sky that every dragon could feel in their bones. The main rift, the original wound, the one that had spawned every secondary crack and every beast swarm since the beginning, was preparing to rupture fully. When it opened, it was above the heartland, not the border, not the contested territories. The heartland, the densest population center in the kingdom, where 3 major settlements converged around the ancient dragon cradle, the original nesting site of the first dragons, still home to the largest nursery in existence. 247 eggs in the cradle. And above it, a rift so large it blotted out the stars. We mobilized everything, every soldier, every dragon, every ally. The Moon Silver Dragoon at full strength, 460 ground troops, shield bearers, lance fighters, forge workers. Kale's Black Ridge Corps, 200 aerial combatants, the fastest flyers in the kingdom. Serafina's reorganized Fire Dragon volunteers, 30 veterans who answered to her now, not to any lord, and who could hold a perimeter against anything that burned. And arriving on the second day, unexpected and uninvited, Aurelian. He came alone. In full armor, properly fitted this time, which meant someone had finally taught him the hinge order, or more likely he had swallowed his pride and asked a servant. He carried his own flame lance, gold-plated, a weapon I had seen him train with but never use in true combat. He landed at our command post, shifted to human form, and said, "I am not here as a king. I have no authority here. But there are 247 eggs in that cradle, and I know how to fight, even if I have not done it without a shield in a very long time." I looked at him, at the armor that was straight, at the lance that was clean, at the face that was uncertain in a way I had never seen, not the golden confidence of a king, but the raw vulnerability of a man offering to help without any guarantee of acceptance. "Can you hold a position?" I asked, "without someone standing in front of you?" He flinched, but he nodded. "I can learn." "Then take the eastern wall. Serafina will brief you on the formation. You answer to her for this engagement." His eyes widened, just barely, answering to Serafina, his former political wife, the woman whose alliance had cost him everything. But he nodded, and he went. The battle for the Dragon Cradle lasted 4 hours. I will not describe every moment. Battle is chaos, organized chaos if you are lucky, complete chaos if you are not. We were mostly lucky. The ground formations held, the aerial patrols intercepted. Serafina's fire line burned a perimeter that nothing crossed without losing limbs. Aurelian held the eastern wall. Not brilliantly. He was rusty, and twice he turned the wrong direction, and once he nearly hit one of his own support soldiers with a poorly aimed lance thrust. But he held it, without anyone standing in front of him, without anyone else absorbing the blows. When a rift beast broke through his section, large, fast, going for the nursery's eastern door, he did not call for backup. He stepped into its path, raised his lance, and took the charge on his own shield. It knocked him back 15 feet. He hit the nursery wall hard enough to crack the stone. But he kept his feet, and he burned the beast with a blast of golden fire that was ragged and imprecise but hot enough to stop it permanently. From across the battlefield, I saw it happen, and I thought, there you are, the man I loved, under all that gold. The one who could fight, who was brave, who was strong. He was always there. He just never had to be, because I was always in front of him. Now he was standing in front of himself, and it was enough. Not the best, not the brightest, but enough. The core seal was mine. It had always been going to be mine. The main rift, the largest wound in the sky, the source of every crack and every beast, required a seal strike of magnitude I had never attempted. Every drop of lunar energy in my body, every flame in my dragon core, everything compressed into the moon hammer, focused into a single point of impact. The moon was full. Thank every star, the moon was full, enormous, silver white, hanging directly above the rift like it knew what was needed. Kale cleared the sky. He was everywhere at once. A black streak against the stars, moving so fast he seemed to be in 3 places simultaneously, pulling beasts away from me, drawing them into pursuit patterns that led them far from the core point. I reached the center, beneath the rift's heart. The energy above me was a maelstrom, dark, pulsing, screaming. I planted my feet. Drew the moon. Not some of it, all of it. Every ray of silver light in the sky above me channeled down, pulled into the moon hammer like water into a drain, converting my dragonfire into something beyond fire, beyond force, into the pure white-hot annihilation of a star compressed into the head of a weapon. The hammer blazed so bright that every person on the battlefield turned away. The light poured from the metal and from me, from my armor, my hair, my skin, turning me into a column of lunar radiance that was visible for 50 miles. I swung. The impact was everything. The rift shattered. Not collapsed, shattered, like a mirror struck at its center, cracks racing outward to every edge, and then dissolving into nothing, into clear night sky, into stars that had been hidden behind the wound for months, emerging again like old friends. The beasts vanished, the dark haze vanished, the pulsing stopped. Above the dragon cradle, for the first time in half a year, the sky was whole. I stood in the center of the battlefield with the moon hammer still raised, its head still glowing faintly, and my arms were shaking, and my dragon fire was guttering like a candle in wind, and I could feel every bone in my body vibrating with the aftermath of channeling that much energy. But the sky was whole, and 247 eggs were safe. The silence lasted 1 breath, 2, 3. Then a roar, not a beast, not a weapon. A roar of voices, dragon and human, from every side of the battlefield simultaneously. A sound so large it seemed to shake the ground. Kale landed beside me, shifted fast, almost stumbling in his haste. And he was never clumsy, never stumbling, but he was now crossing the distance between us in 3 uneven strides and pulling me against him with both arms. "You are alive," he said into my hair. His voice was ragged. "You are alive. You..." His arms tightened. His whole body was shaking. Fine, subtle tremors, the kind that come after extended terror, not cold. I could not see you in the light. For 3 seconds I could not see you, and I thought, "I am here." My own voice was hoarse. My arms came up around him, heavy, exhausted, barely functional, and I held him back with everything I had left. "I am here. I am not going anywhere." He kissed my temple, my forehead, the bridge of my nose, my mouth, brief, desperate, tasting like relief and fear and something fierce and permanent. "Never do that again," he whispered. "Seal a catastrophic rift and save 247 eggs? Nearly disappear, never nearly disappear." I leaned into him, let his arms take some of my weight. The moon hammer dangled from my limp fingers, still warm, and the moonlight fell on us both, silver on black, light on dark, the 2 of us standing in the exact center of a healed sky. Around us, the army celebrated. Aurelian approached from the eastern wall with cracked armor and 1 arm held stiffly against his side. He stopped several paces away, as though he finally understood that closeness was no longer his to assume. In his hand was my old captain's seal. "I kept this because I thought your service belonged to the crown," he said. "It did not. It belonged to the people you protected." He held it out. I took the crescent and hammer badge and turned it over in my palm. Once it had meant being indispensable to a man who would not choose me. "What will you do with it?" he asked. "Melt it into hinges for the cradle nursery." A sad laugh escaped him. "That sounds right." His eyes moved to Kale, whose arm remained around me because I had leaned into it. "You chose better than I did," Aurelian said. "I chose differently," I replied. "You can still become better than you were, but you will do it without waiting for me to witness it." He bowed his head once and walked back toward the healers. Kale watched him go, then looked down at me. "Was that a romantic moment?" he asked. "A closure moment." Good. I had prepared a romantic moment and did not want the scheduling confused. Despite the exhaustion in every bone, I laughed. He kissed my forehead and held me beneath the whole sky. The aftermath of the cradle battle was where everything settled. The rift was sealed, permanently. The energy readings showed nothing, absolute zero, a sky as clean as it had been before the first wound appeared. The secondary cracks, deprived of their source, began closing on their own. Within a month, the last one sealed itself with a soft pop that one of Vareth's scouts described as anticlimactic. The Moonsilver Dragoon did not dissolve. It transformed from an emergency force into a permanent institution. The Northern Airspace Command, formally recognized by the Dragon Council, with a mandate to protect all nurseries, settlements, and patrol routes, regardless of territory or political alignment. I was its commander, not temporarily, not conditionally, permanently. Kale's Black Ridge Corps merged with the Dragoons' Air Wing, a formal integration that he proposed, I accepted, and our respective soldiers celebrated with a joint feast that lasted 2 days and ended with a competitive drinking contest that Marin won despite being 63, 5 feet tall, and theoretically outweighed by every other participant. Serafina became the Dragoons' chief nursery administrator. She reorganized every protected nursery according to a system she designed herself. Mothers had full access, keepers were trained and compensated, eggs were monitored without interference, and no dragon, regardless of breed or projected value, was classified as anything other than alive and worthy of protection. She was good at it. Better than good, she was brilliant. The administrative skills her father had honed as weapons, she turned into tools of care. The political intelligence he had used for expansion, she applied to negotiation and resource distribution. Within 3 months, she had established a nursery network so effective that settlements outside our jurisdiction began requesting inclusion. She also, unexpectedly, became friends with Marin. The friendship was based primarily on a shared disdain for what Marin called men who think wide shoulders make up for narrow thinking, and what Serafina called the fundamental structural flaw in dragon patriarchy. They drank together on Tuesdays. Marin taught Serafina how to repair egg cradle hinges. Serafina taught Marin how to navigate council bureaucracy without setting anyone on fire. It was terrifying. I loved it. Aurelian returned to his palace after the cradle battle. He did not attempt to reclaim authority over the northern territories. He did not send more envoys or proclamations. He sent one letter, addressed to me, personal, unsealed. It said, "Tyra, I am learning to put on my own armor. It takes longer than it should. I keep putting the wing guards on backwards. I have appointed a new captain of the guard. She is competent. She is not you. No one will ever be you. I do not ask to be forgiven again. You have already given me more grace than I deserved. I ask only that you know. I am trying to be the kind of king who does not need someone standing in front of him to be brave. I am not there yet, but I am trying. Aurelian." I read it twice, then I folded it and put it in the same box where I kept the wing clasp I had taken back from his hair, the gold filigree dragon wing, the first piece I had ever forged for him. I kept both. Not because I wanted him back, because they were part of the story, and the story was mine, and I would not pretend any of it had not happened. The unnamed courier, the wingless transmission runner who had joined our forces after the third envoy and never left, became my primary communications officer. His name was Tetch, and he was the fastest runner in the kingdom on foot, which was useful because dragon communication had a fatal flaw: aerial message drops. Dragons, it turned out, were terrible at accurate ground delivery. They flew too high, moved too fast, and invariably the message scrolls arrived with tremendous velocity and minimal accuracy. Tetch had been hit by aerial scrolls 14 times before joining us. He carried an umbrella at all times, not for rain, but for defense against incoming communication. "It is not rain I worry about," he said the first time someone asked about the umbrella. "It is literacy. Literacy delivered at terminal velocity." He was thin, sharp-faced, perpetually irritated, and could cover 30 miles in a day on foot without complaint. He could also, through some miracle of spatial awareness, dodge incoming scroll drops with a sidestep so precise that Kale's pilots began using him as a delivery accuracy benchmark. "If Tetch can dodge it," Riven told her pilots, "you are throwing too hard. If Tetch cannot dodge it, you are a hazard to communications." Tetch appreciated neither the compliment nor the role. He continued carrying his umbrella. Tetch eventually designed covered message boxes at every outpost and trained the Air Corps to aim for the boxes instead of the nearest person. Delivery injuries dropped by 80%. He called the remaining 20% pilot enthusiasm. 6 months after the Cradle battle, the Northern Airspace Command was the most effective military and humanitarian force in the kingdom. We had sealed every rift, protected every nursery, established trade routes, supply lines, and communication networks, built 3 permanent outposts, trained 200 new soldiers, forged enough moonsilver weapons to equip every ground fighter with blades that could cut rift energy. And Kale and I had built something else entirely. Not just an alliance, not just a partnership, something that had no military designation, no strategic framework, no procedural documentation, though knowing Kale, he would eventually try to write one. Kale moved his strategy table into my command pavilion on a Thursday. He brought an armor stand, a stack of patrol reports, and one personal item: a charcoal sketch of 2 dragons flying in formation. one heavy and silver, one lean and black. "Who drew this?" I asked. "I did." "You draw?" "I observe. Recording observations is..." "You drew us." He set the sketch on the table beside my maps. It was good, better than good. The proportions were perfect, the movement captured with an economy of line that suggested real skill. The silver dragon was slightly ahead, wings spread wide, and the black dragon was slightly behind, angled to cover the silver dragon's blind spot. "You put yourself behind me," I said. "That is where I prefer to be," he paused. "Covering your blind spots, watching your back, being where you need me without you having to ask." I looked at the sketch, at the two dragons flying together, not one leading and one following, but both in motion, both powerful, each making the other's flight possible. "I love you," I said. I had not said it before. Not in those words, not directly. It had been in actions, in kisses, in touches, in the way I kept his wing clasp against my heart, but not in words. His whole body went still. Then his hands were in my hair, and his mouth was on mine, and he was kissing me like the words had unlocked something in him that had been waiting, held tight, compressed under pressure until this exact moment. "Say it again," he murmured against my lips. "I love you." Again. "I love you, Kale of the Black Ridge, Lord of the Northeastern Waste, commander of the fastest air corps in the kingdom, terrible horseback rider, owner of 2 dragon-occupied boots, and keeper of a very long list of reasons he has never lost at anything." He pulled back, stared at me. His silver eyes were bright, liquid bright, the kind of bright that meant emotion had overwhelmed the careful blankness he wore like armor. "I love you," he said. His voice cracked on it, just barely, just enough to tell me it was the first time he had ever said those words to anyone. "I have loved you since you pushed me 3 steps in a training ring and looked at me like I was interesting instead of frightening. I have loved you since you pressed a cloth to my forehead after Ashvale, and your hand was so gentle that I forgot I was bleeding. I have loved you since..." He stopped, breathed. "Since the first moment, since before the first moment, since whatever came before I met you was just waiting for you to exist." I kissed him again, and again, and again. We remained there with our arms around each other until the command lamps burned low and neither of us needed another word. The ceremony was small. Not a dragon wedding. Those were political, elaborate, full of binding oaths and territorial contracts. This was something older, a choosing ceremony. 2 dragons standing before their people, declaring that they chose each other, not because of blood or duty or strategy, but because they wanted to. It happened at the cliff edge where I had sealed my first rift. The same spot where I had stood alone 6 months earlier, looking at a wound in the sky and deciding I would be the one to close it. Now the sky was whole above us. My soldiers lined the cliff in moon-silver armor. Kale's corps circled overhead. Vareth and Riven stood together at the ceremony's edge, and Marin announced to anyone listening that sentimentality was a structural weakness while wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Seraphina stood at the back in practical working armor, her old obsidian headpiece replaced by a simple fire opal pin. Tetch held his umbrella beneath a cloudless sky and called it reasonable professional caution. Kale and I faced each other. He was in his dark armor, his hair loose around his shoulders the way I loved it, his silver eyes holding nothing back for once. No blankness, no careful distance, just everything he felt, open and unprotected, and mine. I was in my moon-silver plate, polished until it blazed in the full moonlight, my hair unbound and falling past my hips in a silver-white cascade that caught the light and held it. The moon hammer rested beside me, not in my hand, not on my back, beside me, like a companion, like a witness. "I choose you," I said, "not because you are useful to me, not because you are strong or fast or beautiful, though you are all of those things. I choose you because you saw me as a person before you saw me as a weapon, because you asked to fly beside me instead of asking me to fly behind you, because you walked into a tent pole and told me about it, which is the bravest thing any dragon lord has ever done." Laughter from the assembled soldiers. Kale's jaw tightened, but his eyes were sparkling. I choose you, he said. Not because you are the commander of the northern skies, though you are. Not because you sealed the rifts, saved the nurseries, or changed the shape of this kingdom, though you did. I choose you because you picked up a baby dragon who could not fly and carried her, because you laughed and I forgot language, because you are the strongest person I have ever met, and you use that strength to hold things safe instead of holding them down. He reached into his collar and produced something, a chain, fine black iron, with a pendant that caught the moonlight and blazed white. Moon silver, shaped like a hammer. I made this, he said. It is terrible. I am not a smith. Marin supervised and called me names the entire time. But I made it with my own hands, and I want you to wear it, and I want everyone who sees it to know that the commander of the northern skies was chosen by someone who is very bad at forging, but very good at meaning it. I looked at the pendant. It was objectively not Marin's quality. The hammerhead was slightly uneven. The handle was a fraction too thick. The chain links were functional but not elegant. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Put it on me, I said. He stepped forward. His hands were trembling, slightly, barely, as he fastened the chain at my throat. His fingers lingered at my collarbone, warm through the metal. I kissed him in front of everyone, beneath the full moon. Our soldiers cheered, Riven cried without apology, and Marin shouted, "Structural weakness!" while crying harder than anyone. And I stood on the cliff edge where I had once been alone and furious and broken-hearted, and I was none of those things anymore. I was chosen. Not because I was useful, not because I was strong, not because I was permanent and convenient and already there. Because I was wanted, simply, entirely, completely wanted. And the sky above us was whole, and the moon was full, and the world was vast, and I had built my place in it with my own hands. Hands that could bend swords and seal rifts and hold a baby dragon and touch a man's face with gentleness that surprised even me. I had been a shield. Now I was the sky. The morning after the choosing ceremony, I stood on the command terrace before sunrise with the moon hammer resting beside the parapet. Kale arrived carrying 2 cups of tea. He handed me the honeyed one without asking and took his place at my side. Varith climbed the steps with a message from the cradle nursery. All 247 eggs are healthy, he said. The first clutch is expected to hatch within the week. They are requesting both commanders attend. Tell them yes, I said. Kale glanced at me. Both commanders? You cleared the sky. You may stand near the door and pretend not to be emotional. I am never emotional. You nearly crushed my armor after the final strike. Tactical confirmation of continued life. Below us, Pearl slept curled on the sun-warmed base of the hammer, one small claw resting possessively over a polished washer. Your dragon is guarding military equipment, Kale said. Our dragon, I corrected. The answer changed his face in the quiet way I loved. Our dragon, he agreed. Outside, the sun rose over the northern territories, over the settlements, the nurseries, the patrol routes, over the soldiers in moon-silver armor beginning their morning routines, over Marin sharpening tools with violent intention, over Tetch polishing Sir Gleam while pretending not to, over Seraphina already at her desk, already working, already building something new from the ashes of what her father had destroyed, over a kingdom that had been wounded and was healing, over a sky that had been torn and was whole. Over me, Tyra of the Moon Silver, commander of the northern skies, wielder of the hammer that sealed the world, protector of eggs and settlements and wingless ground crawlers and everyone else who needed someone strong enough to stand between them and the dark. I was not a shield anymore. I was home. And you know something? You do not have to be the person who stands in front of everyone else forever. You do not have to be the shield, the weapon, the permanent fixture that everyone relies on and no one chooses. You are allowed to set down the weight. You are allowed to say, I deserve to be wanted, not just needed. And if you walk away from the place that treated you like furniture, You might just find that the sky is wide enough for you to build something entirely your own, something no one can take back, because they never gave it to you in the first place. You built it, rift by rift, choice by choice, with your own two hands. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more rejected mate, ex-regret, and chosen love romances. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: Blood on the Snow. The military parade square of Arventhor smelled like iron in winter. Alara Voss stood at the edge of the square, one gauntleted hand wrapped around the reins of her black warhorse, the other pressed flat against her own thigh to stop the trembling. The trembling was not fear. It was the aftermath of killing 7 men in the border ambush 3 hours ago, the last of whom had driven a serrated blade across her left wrist before she'd taken his throat with her sword pommel. The wound had been wrapped in a torn strip of her own cloak. The blood had frozen into the fabric. She could feel it cracking every time she moved her fingers. Behind her, Noctis, her warhorse, her oldest companion, the meanest animal in the royal stables, snorted and stamped one massive hoof into the snow. He did this whenever he was bored, annoyed, or plotting to bite someone. At present, she suspected all three. "Easy," she murmured. Noctis flattened his ears and tossed his head sideways, yanking the reins hard enough to jolt her injured wrist. She hissed through her teeth. He had the temperament of a drunken tavern brawler and the intelligence of a war strategist, and he had never once in his life been easy about anything. She'd found him 6 years ago in a burned-out border stable, a half-starved yearling with hooves too big for his legs and fury in every line of his body. The stable master had warned her not to go near him. "He bites," the man had said. "He kicks. He'll kill you if you try to saddle him." Alara had walked in anyway, because she'd recognized something in those wild black eyes. She had been 15. She'd had no wolf form, no noble bloodline, no mother, and a father who drank himself to sleep every night in a guardsman's barracks. She understood what it meant to be angry and have no one to explain it to. She'd sat in the corner of his stall for 3 hours. She hadn't touched him. She'd simply sat there eating an apple, and when she was done, she'd placed the core on the ground and left. The next morning, the core was gone. The morning after that, she brought 2 apples. By the 4th day, he'd come close enough to breathe on her hair. By the 7th, he'd let her touch his nose. He'd bitten her on the 8th day, hard enough to leave a scar on her shoulder, and she'd bitten him back. Not literally, but she'd flicked his ear so hard he'd startled backward into the wall. They had understood each other perfectly ever since. Now Noctis shoved his massive head against her back, pushing her forward half a step. He wanted to leave. He had wanted to leave since they'd arrived. Horses were not stupid creatures, whatever the nobles said, and Noctis in particular possessed an uncanny ability to sense when a situation was about to become terrible. But she could not leave, not yet. Ahead of her, the parade square was arranged in the rigid formations of a royal acknowledgement ceremony. The Council of Elders occupied the raised stone dais at the center, 7 ancient werewolves in silver-trimmed black robes, their faces carved into permanent expressions of disapproval. Flanking them were the noble houses, arranged by rank, fur-lined cloaks, jeweled circlets, gloved hands clasped over embroidered sashes. To the left, the soldiers of the Crown Guard stood in polished rows, breath steaming in the cold. To the right, the court ladies and lesser nobles clustered together like a flock of brightly plumed birds. And in the center of it all, standing on the frost-covered stone with his back to her, was Aldrich. Crown Prince Aldrich Veyron, her fated mate. Even now, even with blood frozen to her wrist and 7 kills sitting heavy in her bones, the sight of him made something twist beneath her ribs. Not the mate bond, though that was there too, that low golden hum that had lived inside her chest since she was 17 and first felt it snap into place. This was older than the bond. This was memory. This was the boy who had pulled her out of a frozen river when she was 12, who had taught her the sword forms the weapons master wouldn't teach girls, who had sat beside her on a parapet at dawn and said, "You don't need a wolf, Alara. You already fight like one." She had loved him since before she knew what the word meant. Aldrich turned. Even across the width of the parade square, she could see how the cold had sharpened his features. The strong jaw, the dark brow, the mouth that was too severe for softness but had once smiled at her like she was the only warmth in the kingdom. His black hair was pushed back from his face, and his golden eyes, wolf eyes always, found her immediately. Something flickered there, pain maybe, or guilt. Noctis snorted again, louder this time, and Alara felt the reins go taut as he shifted his weight. He never liked Aldrich. Even in the early days when she and Aldrich had been inseparable, the horse had regarded the crown prince with the particular disdain of an animal who could smell dishonesty long before it arrived. "Stand," she told him quietly. He stomped, twice. She ignored him because Lady Cordelia Ashworth was stepping forward. Cordelia was beautiful. That had never been in dispute. She had auburn hair that fell in perfect waves, a waist like a drawn bowstring, skin that had never been within spitting distance of a battlefield, and a laugh that sounded like crystal chimes designed specifically to make other women feel inadequate. She was the daughter of Lord Ashworth, the wealthiest nobleman in Arventhor, and she had been presented to the council as a suitable Luna candidate 6 months ago. Around the same time, the whispers about Alara's lack of wolf form had grown too loud to ignore. Cordelia placed her hand on Aldrich's arm. It was a small gesture, delicate, possessive, perfectly calculated. Alara saw it. The entire square saw it. That was, of course, the point. Aldrich did not remove the hand. And then he spoke. "Lady Cordelia has stood faithfully beside the crown during the recent border conflicts," he said, his voice carrying across the parade ground with the practiced ease of a man raised to address armies. "Her devotion to the council's guidance and the traditions of our bloodline is beyond reproach." Beside Alara, Noctis made a sound that could only be described as derisive. She agreed with him, but she kept her face still. She had spent 10 years in this court. She knew how to hold her expression. She knew how to stand with blood soaking through her glove and not let a single person see her flinch. Elder Hargrave, the eldest and most venomous member of the council, leaned forward on the dais. "And what of the knight, Your Highness?" Aldrich's jaw tightened. She saw it, the microflexion, the way his eyes darted toward her and then deliberately pulled away. "The knight?" "Sir Alara Voss." Hargrave's voice was thin and precise, like a needle threading through silk. "Your personal guard. The soldiers report she single-handedly broke the ambush at the Thornwinter Pass this morning. 7 enemy wolves, was it? While the rest of your escort was pinned down?" Silence in the square. The soldiers shifted. Some of them had been there. Some of them had watched her walk into that ambush with nothing but a sword and a warhorse while they cowered behind overturned carts. "She performed her duty," Aldrich said. "Her duty." Alara's fingers tightened on the reins. "Indeed." Hargrave smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had already arranged the outcome of this conversation. "And what is her duty, precisely?" "I ask because there has been some confusion among the court about the nature of her position." Cordelia lifted her chin. The torchlight caught the sapphires at her throat. "Surely there is no confusion, Elder. Sir Voss is a guard, a sword, a useful tool." She let the word tool hang in the air like a jewel she was admiring. But one does not elevate a hunting dog to the throne simply because it bites well. Laughter. Small, controlled, noble laughter. The kind that was designed to humiliate without providing anything concrete enough to challenge. Alara felt the bond pulse, Aldrich's emotions bleeding through. Shame, guilt, and underneath that, a desperate, furious fear she didn't understand. She waited for him to speak, to correct Cordelia, to say something. His golden eyes met hers across the square, and in them she saw the thing she'd been afraid to name for months. Apology. "Sir Voss is my guard," Aldrich said. His voice was clear and carried to every corner. "She is not my Luna. A woman without a wolf is unworthy of standing beside the throne." The world went very quiet. Or perhaps it went very loud and Alara simply stopped hearing it. The words hit her somewhere beneath the mate bond, beneath the muscle and bone, in the place where she had kept every promise he'd ever made her, every dawn patrol together, every battlefield prayer, every whispered "I will always choose you." A woman without a wolf. Unworthy. The nobles were watching her, the soldiers were watching her. Cordelia was watching her with barely concealed satisfaction, her hand still resting on Aldrich's arm like a flag planted on conquered territory. The council watched with the hungry patience of men who had been waiting for this moment. They wanted her to cry. She knew this with the clarity of a sword edge. They wanted her to kneel, to beg, to ask Aldrich to explain, to provide some spectacle of feminine desperation they could reference for years afterward when they needed an example of why wolfless women should not presume. Noctis pressed his nose against her shoulder. His breath was warm and his nostrils flared, and his ears were flat against his skull in the expression she recognized as his battle face. He wanted to charge. He had always wanted to solve problems by charging at them. In this, at least, they were not alike. Alara reached up and unclasped the silver badge from her armor. It was a simple thing, a wolf rampant over a crown, the mark of the royal personal guard. She had worn it since she was 18. It had been pinned over her heart when she'd killed her first enemy wolf. It had been stained with mud, blood, rain, and once, memorably, horse spit when Noctis had sneezed directly onto her chest during an inspection. She held it up so the torchlight caught it. Then she threw it into the snow at Aldrich's feet. The sound it made was very small. The silence that followed was enormous. "Servas," Aldrich began. "That's the last order I'll follow," she said. Her voice was steady. She would make it steady if it killed her. "And I wasn't a dog, Your Highness. I was the only one willing to stand between you and every blade aimed at your throat. The dog was whoever taught you to call it nothing." She turned. She mounted Noctis in a single fluid motion that sent a lance of pain through her injured wrist, but she'd mounted this horse in worse condition, with a broken rib once, with an arrow shaft still lodged in her thigh once, during a thunderstorm that had driven every other horse in the stable to panic. This was nothing. This was just her heart. Noctis needed no command. He surged forward, and the crowd parted, not for her, but for him, because he was 16 hands of black fury, and he had a documented history of biting anyone who didn't move fast enough. Behind her, she heard Aldrich call her name. She did not turn. They reached the drawbridge before the shouting started. The royal city of Arventhor was built on a high plateau, accessible only through the Great Gate and its ancient drawbridge over the Frostclaw Gorge. The bridge was wide enough for 4 horses abreast, paved in dark stone, and flanked by carved wolf statues that had watched 1,000 years of comings and goings with the same blank expression. Noctis's hooves rang against the stone. Below, the gorge dropped into mist and darkness. Above, the sky was the color of a bruise, violet and black and swollen with snow that had not yet fallen. Alara stopped at the center of the bridge. The mate bond hummed inside her chest. She could feel Aldrich through it, his panic, his guilt, his fury at himself, his desperate certainty that she would come back. She always came back. She had always come back. After every slight, every public humiliation, every whispered insult from courtiers who called her the wolfless shadow, the broken blade, the guard who warmed the prince's bed because she couldn't warm his throne, she had swallowed it and she had come back. Not tonight. She closed her eyes. She reached inside herself, past the pain in her wrist, past the exhaustion in her bones, past 10 years of loving a man who could announce her worthlessness to the entire kingdom and still expect her to return. She found the bond. It was there, golden and warm, woven into the center of her being like a thread spun from sunlight. It connected her to Aldrich, his heartbeat, his breath, his wolf. She had lived with it for so long that she no longer remembered what silence felt like. She wrapped her will around it, and she pulled. The pain was immediate and absolute. It felt like reaching into her own chest and tearing out a rib. No, worse. It felt like reaching into her soul and ripping out the part that had learned to love. The golden thread screamed as it frayed. Noctis shrieked beneath her, rearing, because he could feel it too. The shockwave of a fated bond being forcibly severed, something so unnatural that even the stones of the bridge seemed to shudder. She didn't stop. She pulled until the thread snapped. The silence that followed was the most terrible sound she had ever heard. She swayed in the saddle. The world tilted. The gorge gaped below her like a mouth, and for one dizzying moment she thought she was going to fall, off the horse, off the bridge, into the dark. Noctis caught her. Not literally, because horses didn't catch people, but he did what he always did when she was about to break. He planted his hooves, lowered his massive body, and shifted his weight so that she fell forward against his neck, instead of sideways into nothing. His mane was coarse and warm against her face. He stood absolutely still, his breath steaming in the cold, and he waited. She pressed her forehead against his neck and did not cry. After a long moment, she straightened. Her chest felt hollowed out, as if someone had scooped out everything soft and left only bone and determination. "Okay," she whispered. Noctis flicked one ear. Forward. He walked, steady, sure, carrying her off the bridge and onto the mountain road beyond the gate, into the snow and the dark and the vast, empty world that no longer had a golden thread connecting it to a man who had called her unworthy. Behind her, inside the city, she thought she heard a wolf howl. Aldrich's wolf, recognizing the severance, screaming into the night. She did not look back. Chapter 2. The Night Between. The stable widow's name was Marin. She had been waiting at the last way station before the mountain road, a stone shelter built into the cliff face, half hidden by snow, used by border patrols and occasionally by women leaving the royal city in circumstances that did not permit the main gate. Marin was 47, sturdy as an oak barrel, with iron-gray hair braided tight against her skull and hands that had seen more horse ailments than any noble healer had seen human ones. She had run the lower stables of Arventhor for 20 years, and in all that time she had been invisible. Nobles did not notice the woman who fed their horses. They noticed only when the horse was lame, and then they blamed her. Alara had noticed her. At 14, new to the guard barracks and friendless, Alara had spent more time in the lower stables than in the training yard because the horses didn't care that she had no wolf. Marin had found her there one night, a skinny blonde girl asleep in a hay pile with a wild yearling standing guard over her, and had simply draped a blanket over her and said nothing. In the years since, their friendship had been conducted almost entirely through the horse. Marin treated Noctis's hooves, trimmed his mane, checked his teeth, adjusted his saddle, mixed his feed, and reported his moods to Alara with the clinical precision of a field medic. She was the only person besides Alara that Noctis tolerated, and even that tolerance had limits. He'd bitten through 2 of her leather aprons, and once deliberately stood on her foot during a shoeing. Now Marin stood at the way station door with a lantern in one hand and a feed bag in the other, and she looked at Alara with the expression of a woman who had already heard the news and had been packed for 3 hours. "I changed his shoes this afternoon," Marin said, handing Alara the feed bag. "New iron. Good grip for mountain snow. There's a poultice in the left saddlebag for that wrist. Don't argue, I can see the blood from here. And I packed dried meat, grain, 2 water skins, and the herb mix he likes. The one with the fennel." Alara stared at her. "How did you—" "I know that horse." Marin jerked her chin toward Noctis, who was already nosing the feed bag with the aggressive enthusiasm of an animal who believed every meal might be his last. "He's been agitated for 3 days, stamping, refusing the stable, snapping at the grooms. He knew before you did." Noctis lifted his head from the feed bag long enough to snort in what sounded like confirmation. Alara dismounted. The pain in her chest, the hollow, torn-open cavity where the bond had been, flared so intensely that she grabbed the saddle to stay upright. Marin reached for her arm, steadied her, said nothing about the way Alara's face had gone white. "I don't know where you're going tonight," Marin said. Her voice was quiet, practical, the voice of a woman who had lived her entire life in a world that undervalued practical women and had stopped expecting it to change. "But he knows." She nodded toward Noctis. "He's been impatient to take you away." Alara's throat closed. She wanted to say something, Thank you or goodbye, or I'm sorry I never spoke up when the stable master shorted your wages, or you deserved better than this invisible life. But Marin was already adjusting Noctis's girth strap, checking the saddlebag buckles, running her hands along his legs the way she'd done 1,000 times. The border road is passable as far as the Grey Mark, Marin said. After that, you'll be in disputed territory. The enemy factions patrol the passes after dark, but they don't usually bother lone riders. Too much trouble for too little gain. She paused. Unless the rider is someone important. I'm not important. Marin looked at her with eyes that held 20 years of watching a wolfless girl become the strongest knight in the kingdom. You're important to him, she said, and touched Noctis's nose. That's enough for me. Noctis bumped Marin's hand with his massive head, and then, in a display of affection so rare that Alara almost lost her composure, he lowered his nose and breathed gently on the older woman's hair. Go, Marin said. And when you get where you're going, check his left foreleg. He's been favoring it, but he won't show you until it suits him. Stubborn creature. Alara mounted. The pain pulsed. Noctis moved beneath her, steady as stone. She rode into the snowfield. She made it 4 miles before the first backlash hit. The broken bond didn't heal cleanly. She had known it wouldn't. The old text said that severing a faded bond was like amputating a limb, except the limb was made of emotion, and the phantom pain lasted forever. What the old texts hadn't mentioned was the sound. A wolf howling inside her skull, not her wolf, because she didn't have one, but the echo of Aldrich's wolf, trapped in the remnant of the bond like a voice caught in an empty room. The pain doubled her over. Noctis stopped immediately, his ears swiveling back, and when she slumped against his neck, he turned his head and nudged her knee with his nose. Hard, repeatedly, as if to say, you are not allowed to fall off. I did not carry you this far for you to fall off in a snowfield like a sack of turnips. I'm fine, she lied. He stomped his hoof. I'm mostly fine. He stomped again, harder. Shut up. He didn't shut up. He stood in the middle of the snowfield and made increasingly offended noises until she straightened in the saddle and took the reins. Then, and only then, did he continue walking, at a pace that suggested he was doing her a tremendous personal favor. The snowfield was vast and empty under the moon. The border mountains rose to the west, dark and jagged, and the wind came down from the peaks carrying the scent of pine and stone and distance. Alara had patrolled this territory 100 times. She knew every ridge, every frozen stream, every abandoned watchtower. She had never ridden it alone at night, in pain, with no badge and no bond and no name except the one she'd been born with. It was, she thought grimly, a terrible night to be free. Chapter 3: Wolves in the Snow. They came from the north. She heard them before she saw them. The crunch of paws in snow, the low, coordinated breathing of wolves running in formation. Not feral wolves, werewolves. Shifted, moving fast, cutting across the snowfield in a flanking arc designed to close a trap. Alara's hand found her sword hilt. The motion sent a bolt of agony through her torn wrist, but she gripped anyway because the alternative was dying, and she had not ripped her own soul in half just to bleed out in a snowfield. Noctis felt her shift. His ears went flat. His stride lengthened. He knew this, the prelude to violence, and unlike most horses, he did not shy from it. He leaned into it. There were 6, no, 8, dark-furred, fast, moving in pairs. They weren't border wolves. Their formation was too disciplined, their coordination too precise. These were hunters, and they were hunting her. The first one broke from the pack and lunged. Alara drew her sword and cut. The motion was instinct. 10 years of training, 1,000 sparring sessions, 100 real fights. The blade caught moonlight as it arced, and the wolf yelped as the flat of the sword cracked across its skull. She didn't use the edge. She didn't need to kill. She needed to break the formation. Noctis screamed, a high, furious sound that no well-bred warhorse should make, and kicked backward with both hind legs. The wolf behind them tumbled, rolled, scrambled up dazed. 2 more came from the left. Alara wheeled Noctis, and he responded like the warhorse he was, pivoting on his haunches, surging forward, driving his armored chest into the nearest wolf and sending it sprawling. She swung the sword again, flat side, and felt the impact jar up her arm. But there were too many, and her wrist was failing. The torn ligaments protested every swing, and the backlash pain in her chest was still there, still throbbing, making her reactions a half-second slow. A wolf snapped at Noctis's leg. She kicked it away. Another lunged for her saddle. She smashed the pommel into its nose. The pack was regrouping. She could see it, the shift in their pattern, the way the remaining wolves were spreading out to encircle rather than attack head-on. They were adapting to her fighting style. That meant they'd been briefed. That meant someone had sent them. She was going to get off this horse and fight on foot, because from the ground she could protect Noctis's legs. She would not let them hurt him. She could take a wound. She could take 10 wounds. He could not. She swung down. Noctis tried to follow, and she shoved his head away. "Go! Run!" He didn't. He never did. He simply planted himself behind her like a black wall and bared his teeth at the circling wolves with an expression that said, "Come closer. I dare you. I have been wanting to bite something all day." Alara raised her sword with both hands. The wrist screamed. She ignored it. She set her feet in the snow and waited. The wolves charged. And then, light. Not torchlight, not moonlight. Something brighter and hotter, a blue-white flare that split the darkness like a blade. It came from the ridge above the snowfield, accompanied by the sound of hooves, fast, controlled, descending, and a voice that carried across the snow with a calm, almost conversational authority. "That's enough." A rider appeared on the ridge. He was silhouetted against the moonlit sky, and for a moment all Alara could see was the outline. Broad shoulders, a dark cloak, a horse that was almost as large as Noctis. Then he descended, and the moonlight found his face, and Alara's breath caught in a way that had nothing to do with pain. He was beautiful. Not beautiful the way Aldrich was beautiful, sharp and golden and bright. This was a different kind of beauty. Dark, cool, dangerous, the way a winter storm was beautiful when you watched it from a cliff's edge. Black hair pushed back from a face carved in clean, sharp lines, eyes the color of pale frost, blue-gray, almost silver, set beneath dark brows, a jawline like a blade. A mouth that looked like it had been designed specifically to deliver devastating statements with no warning. He rode a pale gray warhorse, and he moved with the absolute ease of a man who had been born on horseback and had never once in his life been thrown. Behind him, on the ridge, she could see more riders, an escort held back. The wolves stopped. They didn't flee, they simply stopped mid-charge, as if a leash had been pulled taut. Their heads lowered, their tails dropped. One of them whined. The stranger rode down into the snowfield. His pale horse picked its way through the snow with fastidious precision, and the rider's eyes swept the scene. The circling wolves, the blood in the snow, the woman standing alone with a shaking sword, the black warhorse behind her with murder in his eyes. His gaze settled on Alara. He studied her for a moment. The bloody armor, the torn wrist, the defiant stance, the absence of any wolf aura whatsoever. And something shifted in his expression. Not pity. Pity she could have identified and rejected. This was something closer to interest. "They're mine," he said, nodding toward the wolves. "Border Patrol. They were supposed to be tracking a supply convoy." He paused, "Not chasing injured women through snowfields." One of the wolves shifted, bones cracking, fur receding, into a man. He was young, scarred, sheepish. "My lord, she came out of the royal city. We thought—" "I know what you thought. You were wrong." The stranger's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "Fall back, all of you." They fell back. Every wolf, immediately. No hesitation, no argument. This was not the obedience of fear. It was the obedience of absolute authority, the kind that was so certain of itself it never needed to shout. The stranger dismounted. He was tall, taller than Aldrich, with the build of a man who fought regularly and well. He moved toward Alara, and she raised her sword. "Stay back." He stopped. He looked at the sword, then at her wrist, then at the blood soaking through her glove. "Your grip is failing on the right side," he said. "Your wrist is either fractured or badly torn. You've been riding for at least 4 hours in this cold, which means the tissue is swelling inside the wrap, and if you swing that sword one more time, you're going to lose the use of your hand for a month." He paused. "I have a field medic with my escort and horse feed." The mention of horse feed almost undid her. Not for herself, she could have borne any amount of suffering, but Noctis had been carrying her for hours, had fought beside her, had not been fed since Marin's way station. Behind her, Noctis's ears pricked at the word feed. "You're from the border faction," she said. Her voice was flat, assessing. "The Kelrith Wolves." "I'm the Lord of the Kelrith Wolves," he said. "Ronan Kelrith." He inclined his head, not a bow, an acknowledgement. "And you are the woman who just fought off 8 of my best hunters with a broken wrist and a horse that appears to be personally offended by the existence of wolves." Noctis snorted. It was his most judgmental snort. Ronan's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Something better, the suppression of one. "You may leave, or you may stay. Just do not faint in front of my horse." He jerked his chin toward the pale gray warhorse, which was watching the proceedings with an expression of aristocratic boredom. "My horse is very fond of reporting incidents." Alara looked at him. The pain in her chest was a constant roar, and her wrist was on fire, and she was alone on an enemy snowfield talking to a man who should, by all logic, be her adversary. But his eyes were steady, and his voice held no mockery, and he had stopped his wolves without violence. "Do not worry," she said. "I only faint in front of my own horse. It has better manners." This time, Ronan's mouth definitely twitched. Behind her, Noctis did something extraordinary. He lifted his head, looked directly at Ronan, and then turned his body so that he was standing between them, a black wall of horse blocking Ronan's path to Alara entirely. "Your horse," Ronan observed, "does not like me." "My horse doesn't like anyone." "A quality I respect." He stepped to the side. Noctis stepped to block him. He stepped the other way. Noctis mirrored him. This continued for 3 full repetitions, with increasing absurdity, until Noctis leaned forward and clamped his teeth onto the edge of Ronan's cloak. Ronan looked down at the horse holding his cloak hostage. He looked up at Alara. His expression was one of absolute, perfect composure, marred only slightly by the fact that an angry warhorse was slowly eating his clothing. "Is this a negotiation?" he asked. "He thinks so." "What are his terms?" Despite everything, despite the pain, the cold, the ruins of her life, Alara felt the corner of her mouth lift. He wants the feed first, and he doesn't share. Ronan reached slowly into his saddlebag, produced a handful of grain, and held it out. Noctis eyed him, eyed the grain, and released the cloak with a contemptuous flip of his head. He took the grain. He chewed it with the air of a king accepting tribute. "There," Ronan said. "Your bodyguard is appeased. May I approach now, or does the horse require further concessions?" Alara sheathed her sword. The motion made black spots dance across her vision, and she reached for Noctis's saddle to steady herself. Ronan's hand caught her elbow. Not her waist, not her shoulders, her elbow, the most neutral point of contact possible. His fingers were warm through the armor, and his grip was firm without being forceful. "The medic," he said. "Now." She wanted to refuse. She was Alara Voss, the strongest knight in Arventhor, and she did not accept help from enemy lords in snowfields. But Noctis nudged her back, hard, and the world was graying at the edges, and the hollow place where the bond had been was screaming. "Fine," she said. "But if any of your wolves touch my horse, I'll kill them with my left hand." "I believe you," Ronan said, and for the first time she heard something in his voice that sounded genuine. Chapter 4. The Enemy's Heart. The Kelrith border camp was not what she expected. She had expected a war camp, crude, temporary, designed for aggression. What she found was a mountain stronghold carved into the living rock of the Grey March Pass, with high walls, warm fires, a well-stocked stable, and the general atmosphere of a community that had been here for generations and intended to remain. Ronan's people watched her with curiosity but not hostility. They were border wolves, harder than the court wolves of Arventhor, weathered by wind and war, but there was none of the cruelty she'd been told to expect. The soldiers nodded at their lord. The camp workers moved with purpose. Children, actual children, darted between the buildings, chasing each other through the snow. Alara had been told her entire life that the Kael'rith faction was savage, lawless, dangerous. She was beginning to suspect that whoever had told her that had never actually visited. Noctis was installed in the stable with the ceremony usually reserved for visiting royalty, primarily because he threatened every groom who approached him until Ilara personally introduced them. Even then, he bit one on the sleeve. Ilara pretended not to notice. Noctis pretended he hadn't done it. The groom pretended his sleeve had always been torn. It was a functional arrangement. The medic, a brisk, efficient woman named Helwyn, examined Alara's wrist with the impersonal competence of someone who had treated 100 such injuries and was bored by this one. Torn ligament, deep bruise on the bone, not fractured, which means you're either very lucky or very hard to break. Helwyn wound a clean bandage with hands that could have performed surgery in a thunderstorm. 3 weeks minimum before you swing a sword. 4 would be better. I'll need it in 2. Then you'll lose the wrist. I'll need it in 2, Alara repeated. Helwyn gave her a look that conveyed in a single glance an entire medical textbook's worth of disapproval. Then she packed the wrist with a poultice that smelled like winter herbs and fire, wrapped it tight, and said, 2 weeks, but if it snaps, don't come crying to me. Alara didn't intend to come crying to anyone. She hadn't cried in 6 years. Ronan appeared after the medic left. He'd removed his riding cloak and wore a dark wool tunic beneath, and in the firelight of the stone chamber, the sharp planes of his face were thrown into relief. He set a tray on the table: bread, dried meat, hot broth, water. When did you last eat? She tried to remember. The morning? No, yesterday morning. She'd been in the saddle since before dawn for the border run that had ended in the ambush, and after the ambush there had been the parade, and after the parade there had been the bridge. Recently, she lied. He studied her. Those frost-pale eyes missed nothing. You're a terrible liar. I suspect that's unusual for someone who survived 10 years in the Arventhor court. I didn't survive by lying. I survived by being useful. And now? She looked at the fire. The hollow in her chest pulsed. Now I'm not useful to anyone. That, Ronan said, pulling a chair to the table and sitting across from her with the easy grace of a man who owned the room and everyone in it, is the most absurd thing I've heard today, and I spent this morning listening to my scout explain how he lost an entire supply convoy to a badger. She looked at him. A badger. A very determined badger. He pushed the tray toward her. Eat. You're no good to anyone dead, and I have questions. She ate. The broth was hot and good, and the bread was better than anything the royal kitchens had produced in months. And the simple act of eating, of being warm, of being fed, of sitting in a place where no one was calling her worthless, was so overwhelming that she had to stop twice and breathe. Ronan watched her. He said nothing. This, she was learning, was one of his qualities. He knew when silence was more useful than speech. When she'd finished, he asked, "Who sent the hunters after you?" "What hunters?" "The wolves in the snowfield. They weren't mine, not the patrol I'd assigned. Someone else deployed them. Someone who knew you'd be on that road tonight." His eyes were sharp. The Arventhor court isn't known for releasing its assets voluntarily, so who wanted you found? She considered lying. She considered telling him nothing. But the exhaustion was bone deep, and the truth was simple, and she was so tired of navigating the maze of court deception. "The Council of Elders," she said. "They've been watching me for months. They think my bloodline is abnormal." "Abnormal how?" "I don't have a wolf form." "I noticed." "But they think," she stopped. She didn't actually know what they thought. She only knew that the scrutiny had intensified, that Aldrich had become increasingly desperate to distance himself from her publicly, and that the council's questions had grown pointed enough to draw blood. Ronan leaned back. The firelight played across his features, and she was struck again by how composed he was. Not cold, not emotionless, but contained, as if every reaction was filtered through a layer of deliberate thought. The Council of Arventhor has a long history of executing things they don't understand, he said. My grandfather was one of those things. He said it without anger, flat, factual, the way you'd state a historical date. They called him a heretic. They burned his records. They said the Kelrith bloodline was tainted. This is why we're on the border instead of in the court. We weren't exiled for being weak. We were exiled for being inconvenient. Alara looked at him. There was more to this story. She could see it in the careful way he held himself, the measured cadence of his words. But he didn't push, and she recognized a man who would share his history in his own time. I should leave in the morning, she said. I'm not safe to be around. If the council tracks me here, then the council will find that crossing the Grey March in winter is considerably more difficult than writing decrees from a warm throne room. He stood. You can leave in the morning, or you can rest. The room is yours. The stable is Noctis's. And the medic will kill me if you don't sleep at least 6 hours. And she is the only person in this camp I'm genuinely afraid of. He moved toward the door. Something made her speak. Why are you helping me? Ronan paused. He didn't turn immediately. When he did, his expression was unreadable. Because I came to investigate strange movements from the royal city's army, he said. And instead I found a woman who was wounded, bond broken, hunted, and still able to leave 8 of my best wolves limping back to camp. He paused. I'm a strategist, Sir Voss. I don't waste interesting variables. He left. Alara sat by the fire and pressed her hand to the hollow in her chest and wondered when exactly she had stopped being a person and become a variable. It was, she thought, an improvement. Chapter 5. Phantom Pains. She woke before dawn with claws in her chest. Not real claws, the phantom sensation of the broken bond raking across her sternum as if trying to dig its way back to the heart she'd torn it from. The pain was so intense that she rolled off the cot and hit the stone floor, gasping, her back arched, her fingers scrabbling against cold rock. The echo of Aldrich's wolf howled in her ears. Not words. Wolves didn't speak in words, but emotion, raw and ragged. Loss, confusion, the desperate searching of an animal that had been severed from its other half and couldn't understand why. She pressed her forehead to the floor, breathed, counted, waited. It passed. It always passed. But each morning it was a little worse, a little longer, a little louder, and each morning she had to spend a few more seconds reminding herself that she had chosen this, that the alternative, staying, submitting, letting the bond remain as a leash in the hands of a man who called her unworthy, was worse than any phantom pain. She dressed, checked her wrist, swollen, stiff, but mobile, went to the stable. Noctis was awake. He was always awake before her, standing in his stall with the alert posture of a horse who believed that sleep was for the weak and that vigilance was the only reasonable response to existence. When she entered, he tossed his head and made a low, rumbling sound that she had learned over the years was his version of concern. She checked his hooves first. Then his legs, the left foreleg as Marin had warned, showed a slight heat at the fetlock. She wrapped it with practiced hands, murmuring to him as she worked. Then his mane, which was tangled because he fought every groom who tried to brush it. Then his saddle straps. Then his feed. It was the ritual. It had always been the ritual. Take care of the horse first, because the horse would never lie to you about whether it needed help. Marin says hello, she told him, even though Marin hadn't technically said that. She says you're stubborn. Noctis lowered his head and pressed his nose against her hair. His breath was warm and smelled like grain. He stayed there for a long moment, breathing, and she stood very still and let him, because this was the closest either of them came to saying, I'm worried about you. She found Ronan in the camp's upper ward. standing at a stone parapet overlooking the gray-marked pass. The dawn was coming up gray and silver behind the mountains, and the wind carried the scent of snow. "You're up early," he said without turning. "The bond wakes me." He did turn then. His eyes, those impossible silver-blue eyes, dropped to her chest, not in the way of a man looking at a woman's body, but in the way of a healer locating a wound. "The backlash," he said, "from the severance. You know about it. I know that severing a fated mate bond is supposed to be impossible. I know that the old texts describe it as tearing the soul in half. I know that the last person recorded to have done it died within a year." He paused. "I also know that the old texts were written by the Council of Elders, and the Council has a documented habit of exaggerating threats to discourage people from making choices the Council doesn't approve of." She leaned against the parapet. The stone was ice cold through her shirt. "You sound like you've studied this." "I've studied everything the Council has tried to hide. It's a hobby." His mouth quirked. "A dangerous hobby, which is the best kind." She was quiet for a moment. Below the parapet, the camp was stirring. Smoke from the kitchens, voices, the sound of horses being led to water. Normal sounds, life sounds. She had spent so long in the polished silence of the Arventhor court that she had forgotten what a real, living settlement sounded like. "I need to keep moving," she said. "If I stay, I put your people at risk. My people have been at risk since before you were born. The Council considers our existence an insult." He turned to face her fully. "Where would you go?" She didn't answer because she didn't know. For 10 years, her identity had been defined by her role: Sir Alara Voss, Royal Personal Guard, the Crown Prince's blade, the wolfless knight who fought harder than any shifted wolf. Without that role, without the badge, without the bond, she was just a woman with a sword and a bad-tempered horse. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like standing in an open field after years in a stone cell. The space was overwhelming, but it was space. "I'll figure it out," she said. "I don't doubt it." He looked at her with an expression she couldn't entirely read, something between respect and something warmer. "But consider this: you're injured, hunted, and alone. I have walls, a medic, and a stable full of feed. You could stay until you're healed, at minimum. Consider it a strategic alliance. An alliance with an enemy lord. An enemy lord who is currently the only person between here and the royal city who hasn't tried to kill you." He paused. "The bar is low. I'm aware." She almost laughed. She didn't. The hollow in her chest made laughing feel like pulling stitches, but the impulse was there, and it surprised her. "1 week," she said. "Then I go." "1 week," he agreed. She pushed off the parapet and walked toward the stairs. Behind her, Ronan said, "Sir Voss." She stopped. "In the snowfield, the way you fought, with a broken wrist and no wolf against 8 shifted wolves." His voice was quiet. "I've commanded warriors my entire life. I've never seen anything like it." She didn't know what to say to that. She wasn't used to compliments that sounded like they meant something. She went to check Noctis's foreleg again. Chapter 6. The Testing. 3 days passed. Alara trained. She trained because it was the only language she had for processing what had happened to her. Sword forms with her left hand while the right wrist healed. Footwork in the snow. Endurance drills that left her gasping and shaking and momentarily free of the phantom pain. Ronan's soldiers watched her. At first, they watched with the careful hostility of wolves assessing a stranger. By the second day, the hostility had shifted to curiosity. By the third, 2 of them asked to spar. She put them both on the ground in under 40 seconds, left-handed. After that, a young wolf named Brennan, 22, broad-shouldered, freckled, with the eager energy of a puppy who hadn't yet learned to stop chasing his own tail, attached himself to her training sessions like a burr on a saddle blanket. "You fight different," Brennan said, sprawled in the snow after she'd swept his legs for the 4th time that morning. "Wolves fight with strength. You fight like water. You go around everything." I fight like someone who can't shift, she said. If I fought like a wolf, I'd lose every time, so I don't fight like a wolf. Brennan sat up, brushing snow from his red hair. That's brilliant. That's survival. Same thing, isn't it? He grinned at her, and it was the grin of a young man who was uncomplicated in a world that rewarded complication. Straightforward, warm, slightly stupid. She liked him immediately. You're too nice for a border wolf, she told him. My mother says the same thing. She says I'm a disgrace to the Kilrith reputation, and I should practice scowling more. He demonstrated a scowl. It looked like a constipated squirrel. Alara kept her face neutral. Needs work. Lord Ronan scowls naturally. It's very unfair. Some people just have the face for it. From across the training yard, Ronan's voice carried. I heard that, Brennan. I meant it as a compliment, my lord. It wasn't. Brennan winked at Alara. He likes you, by the way. I can tell because he hasn't threatened to reassign me to the South Watchtower yet, and he usually does that within the first hour of someone new arriving. He doesn't like me. He's being strategic. That's what he said the last time someone asked him why he kept your horse in the best stall. Brennan paused. Your horse bit me, by the way. Brennan flopped back into the snow with a hand over his heart. If I were less afraid of Lord Ronan, I would propose immediately. Across the yard, Ronan did not look up from tightening a saddle strap. An excellent survival instinct, Brennan. Alara looked from one man to the other. Was that jealousy? No, Ronan said. Border security. He bites everyone. He didn't bite Lord Ronan. That was true, and it bothered her. Noctis had, after the initial cloak incident, developed a grudging tolerance for Ronan that he extended to no one else in the camp. He still snorted when Ronan passed his stall. He still tossed his head, but he didn't bite. He didn't kick. Once, she had caught him accepting a carrot from Ronan's hand with an air of tremendous condescension, as if the carrot were barely adequate, but he was willing to overlook its deficiencies. Horses know things, Brennan said sagely. My grandmother always said that if a horse trusts a man, the man's worth trusting. Your grandmother never met my horse. On the fourth night, the backlash hit differently. She was walking the camp perimeter. She did this every night because the habits of a guard didn't die just because the badge had been thrown in the snow, when the pain in her chest erupted without warning. Not the usual dawn ache, but a searing, blinding agony that dropped her to her knees. The Bond remnant was screaming. Aldrich was doing something, reaching through the broken connection, trying to find her, sending his wolf spirit howling into the void between them. She could feel it. His desperation, his fury, his guilt. Not words, but emotions so raw they were almost tangible. He was looking for her. He was using every scrap of the destroyed bond to try to sense where she was. She pressed her hands flat against the frozen ground and breathed through her teeth. The pain was a wolf's jaw clamped around her ribs, tightening with every heartbeat. A hand on her shoulder, warm, steady. Breathe. Ronan's voice. She hadn't heard him approach. He was kneeling beside her in the snow, his hand a firm pressure on her shoulder, his face close enough that she could see the concern he was trying to mask with composure. Don't, she started. I know. Don't touch you. Don't pity you. Don't make it about me. His voice was low and even, the voice of someone who had talked people through pain before. I'm not doing any of those things. I'm keeping you from falling face first into a snowbank. There's a difference. She laughed. It came out as a gasp, broken and sharp, but it was a laugh, and it cut through the pain just enough to let her breathe. And then something happened that neither of them expected. The pain eased. Not gradually. Suddenly, like a hand had been placed over the wound, the screaming in her chest dimmed, the phantom claws retracted. She could breathe, she could see, she could feel the cold snow under her knees and the weight of Ronan's hand on her shoulder. And beneath that, something else, a vibration, a resonance, as if some frequency inside her was responding to some frequency inside him. Ronan felt it too. She could tell by the way his hand tightened on her shoulder, by the slight hitch in his breathing, by the way his eyes widened a fraction. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know." His voice was very careful. "But my wolf just went completely calm, and my wolf is never calm." They looked at each other. The moonlight was cold and blue, and the snow was falling in light, spinning flakes, and his face was very close to hers, and the resonance between them was like a note being held on a string, not painful, not forced, just there. "This doesn't mean anything," she said, pulling back. "Of course not." He stood and offered her his hand. She took it, because the alternative was struggling to her feet alone in the snow and possibly falling over, and she had already performed enough dramatic collapses for 1 week. His grip was warm and firm and lingered exactly 1 second longer than necessary. "For the record," he said as she regained her footing, "my wolf has never done that before. Not for anyone. Maybe your wolf has low standards. My wolf has notoriously high standards. It's insufferable." She pulled her hand from his. The resonance faded, but not entirely. A ghost of it remained, humming in her bones like the memory of warmth. "Good night, Lord Kelrith." "Good night, Sir Voss," he paused. "And Ronan. Just Ronan. Lord Kelrith sounds like my father, and my father was not a pleasant man." "Good night, Ronan." He watched her go. She could feel it, his gaze on her back, steady and warm and impossible to ignore. Chapter 7. The X Arrives. Aldrich came on the 6th day. He came with an escort of 20 Crown Guard wolves, riding the great white warhorse that had been his since his investiture, wearing the black and gold of the royal house and carrying enough authority to make the mountains themselves feel inadequate. He also came, Ilara noticed from the upper parapet where she was training, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. The golden sharpness of his features had gone gaunt. His eyes were shadowed. His jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like ropes. Good, she thought, and then hated herself for thinking it, and then decided she was allowed to think it. Ronan met Aldrich at the gate. The two men faced each other across 6 feet of snow, and the temperature of the camp dropped by several degrees. Not literally, but the effect was convincing. 2 alpha wolves, 2 lords, 2 very handsome men who immediately and instinctively disliked each other. Crown Prince Aldrich. Ronan's voice was the ice-smooth courtesy of a man who could kill you while discussing the weather. "What brings you to the Greymark? I wasn't aware the Crown took an interest in our humble border." Aldrich's golden eyes swept the camp, found Ilara on the parapet, locked onto her with an intensity that made the bond remnant throb. "You have something of mine," Aldrich said. The temperature dropped further. Beside Ilara on the parapet, Brennan muttered, "Oh, this is going to be good." Ronan didn't move, didn't blink. "I don't have anything of yours, Your Highness. I have a guest who arrived of her own free will, injured and hunted, and who is welcome to leave whenever she chooses." He paused. "Would you like to specify what you believe you've lost? I keep thorough records." Aldrich dismounted. His wolf was close to the surface. She could see it in the amber flare of his eyes, the way his movements had gone too smooth, too controlled. He walked toward the gate. Ronan did not step aside. "Lord Kelrith." Aldrich's voice was quiet, and that was worse than shouting. Ilara had heard him quiet before. Quiet meant the wolf was in charge. "I am not here to negotiate. I am here for my—" "Your what?" Ronan's voice was silk over steel. "Your guard?" She threw her badge in the snow. "Your mate? From what I understand, you declared her unworthy in front of your entire court. Your property?" One dark eyebrow rose. "I wasn't aware the Crown had started claiming people as possessions. That's an unfortunate regression." Behind Ronan, 2 Kelrith soldiers shifted their weight. Not aggressively, just a reminder that the Lord of the Greymarch had backup. Aldrich's jaw worked. "I need to speak with her, alone. Then ask her." Both men looked up at the parapet. Ilara looked down at them. 2 alpha wolves bristling at each other in the snow like overgrown tomcats arguing over territory, and felt the absurd impulse to dump a bucket of water on both of them. Instead, she descended the stairs, walked through the courtyard, and stopped 10 feet from Aldrich. He looked at her. The Bond remnant surged, not his emotions anymore because the bond was broken, but the echo of them, the phantom memory of how he used to look at her when they were alone. As if she were the only real thing in a world made of politics and duty. Alara. His voice cracked on her name. Your Highness. The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it, the flinch, the way his hands curled at his sides. Don't call me that. Why not? It's your title. You made very clear what titles I'm allowed to use and which ones I'm not. Silence. Behind Aldrich, his soldiers shifted uncomfortably. Behind Alara, Ronan stood perfectly still, watching with the expression of a man who was cataloging everything for future reference. The council has decided to judge you publicly, Aldrich said, and his voice was low and urgent. They've declared your bloodline suspicious. They're calling you a heretic. If they find you, then they'll find me. That's no longer your concern. It is my concern. You are my... What? She took a step closer. The pain in her chest was searing, but she held his gaze with the same steady focus she used on a battlefield. Your guard? Your mate? Your convenient excuse? Pick one, Aldrich. Pick one and say it to my face, the way you said the other thing to my face 6 days ago. He flinched again. You don't understand. I said those things because the council was going to imprison you. They discovered your bloodline is abnormal. They suspect you're the heir to the ancient Moon Wolf line, and they threatened to lock you in the Moon Tower for verification. I thought if I publicly denied you, they'd believe you were unimportant. I was trying to protect. You were trying to protect me, she said. Her voice was even, controlled, the way a blade was controlled before the cut. By humiliating me in front of every person I'd bled for. By letting Cordelia call me a hunting dog. By standing there in your crown and your gold and telling the world I was nothing. I didn't say you were nothing. You said I was unworthy. In front of the council, in front of the guard I served for 10 years, in front of soldiers who followed me into battle. She paused. You could have told me. You could have warned me. You could have pulled me aside and said, the council is after you, and I need to pretend, and I need you to play along. You could have given me the choice, but you didn't, because you never once considered that I might have an opinion about my own protection. Aldrich opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Ronan did not step in front of her. He only removed one black glove with unhurried precision. I am not interrupting, he said. I am simply preparing for the possibility that His Highness forgets how distance works. For the first time since arriving at the gate, Aldrich looked at him as if the Border Lord had become a blade pointed directly at his throat. Come back with me, he said. I can still fix this. I can. No. The word landed in the snow between them like a dropped sword. Alara. I said no. You don't get to make this decision for me. Not anymore. She stepped back. Go home, Aldrich. His wolf surged. She saw it in the amber flood of his eyes, the sudden tension in his frame, and then, instinct, habit, 10 years of being his alpha and her soldier, he reached for the command. Alara, stop! It was an alpha command. Full force, the bone-deep compulsion that every wolf obeyed, the vocal weapon that could pin a subordinate in place with a word. It hit her like a wall. And it bounced. She didn't stop. She didn't even flinch. The command washed over her like water over stone, and she kept walking, and Aldrich stood in the snow with his mouth open and his command echoing uselessly in the cold air. She had torn the bond. His command had no anchor. The realization hit him visibly. His face went white. Not angry white, not frustrated white, but the white of a man who has just understood, for the first time, the full scope of what he has lost. She broke it. His voice was barely audible. She actually broke it. Ronan, still standing by the gate, said nothing. But his eyes followed Alara as she walked back into the camp, and his expression, just for a moment, was the expression of a man watching someone walk through fire and emerge still standing. Brennan appeared beside Ronan and whispered, That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Yes, Ronan said quietly. It was. Chapter 8. The Moonlit Pass. Aldrich didn't leave. He couldn't. His escort made camp outside the Kael'rith walls, and he sent 3 separate messages requesting to speak with Alara again. She ignored all of them. Ronan delivered the messages to her personally, each one sealed with the royal wolf crest in black wax, and each time she shook her head. "He's persistent," Ronan observed, placing the 3rd scroll on the table between them. They were in the upper hall, a stone room warmed by 2 fires, and the scroll sat between their cups of hot cider like a small, unwanted guest. "He thinks I'll change my mind." "Will you?" She looked at him. The firelight made his pale eyes warm. "No." "Good." He picked up the scroll and tossed it into the nearest fire without ceremony. "I was running out of table space." That night, Ronan asked her to ride with him. Not a romantic ride, a patrol of the Moonlit Pass, a border lord's routine circuit, checking the watchtowers and the signal fires. But the moon was full, and the pass was beautiful, and she hadn't ridden for pleasure in months. Noctis was delighted. Not visibly, because Noctis did not display delight the way other horses did, with prancing and nickering and general enthusiasm. Noctis displayed delight by being marginally less aggressive than usual, which in his case meant he only snapped at 2 people instead of his customary 5 during saddling. They rode out through the north gate. The pass was silver under the moonlight, the snow untouched, the mountains rising on either side like the walls of a cathedral. Ronan's pale gray horse moved beside Noctis with the diplomatic caution of an animal who had learned that the black horse's personal space was not to be violated. They rode in silence for a while. It was a comfortable silence, not the loaded quiet of 2 people avoiding a subject, but the easy quiet of 2 people who didn't need to fill the air. "Tell me about the moon wolf," Alara said eventually. Ronan glanced at her. "You don't know? The council doesn't teach wolfless girls their mythology." His jaw tightened, a flash of anger quickly controlled. "It's not mythology, it's history. The moon wolf was the first wolf, the oldest bloodline, the line that existed before the councils, before the crowns, before the pack hierarchies. The moon wolf didn't rule packs, it judged them. It was the balance. When a king became a tyrant, the moon wolf could strip his power. When a council grew corrupt, the moon wolf could dissolve it. And the council thinks I'm... The council is afraid of you. That's why they want you locked up. Not because your bloodline is suspicious, but because if you're what they think you are, you have the authority to tear down everything they've built." He paused. "The moon wolf doesn't shift, Alara. Not the way other wolves do. The ancient texts, the ones the council tried to destroy, the ones my grandfather preserved, they say the moon wolf's power doesn't manifest as a form. It manifests as a judgment, a presence. Every wolf in range must submit, must kneel." The wind picked up. Alara's hair, golden, long unbound because she'd stopped wearing the knight's braid when she'd thrown away the badge, streamed behind her. The moonlight caught it, and for a moment, something on her collarbone glowed. Just a flicker, a faint silver light, like a mark beneath the skin. Ronan's horse stopped. Ronan stopped, his eyes fixed on her throat. "What?" The backlash hit. Not the usual dawn pain. This was the broken bond reacting to the full moon, to Aldrich's presence at the edge of the pass, to some deep tide in her blood that she didn't understand. The phantom claws tore at her chest. She doubled over in the saddle. Noctis sidestepped, alarmed. Ronan reached. His hand caught her arm. The contact detonated. She felt it like a thunderclap. Energy, raw, silver, enormous, erupted from the point where his skin touched hers and radiated outward. The mark on her collarbone blazed to life. A crescent, a wolf, a moon, etched in silver light beneath her skin. The air around them vibrated. The snow lifted from the ground in a fine mist. The mountains seemed to hold their breath. Ronan's wolf surfaced. She could see it in his eyes, the irises going full silver, the pupils contracting to points, and then his knees buckled, not from weakness, from compulsion. His wolf was bowing, kneeling, submitting to the thing inside her that was older than any alpha. He went down on one knee in the snow, his hand still gripping her arm, his head bowed. The resonance between them was a living thing now, enormous, warm, undeniable. The light faded, the pain receded, the mark dimmed. Silence. The horses stood perfectly still. Even Noctis was quiet, which might have been the most supernatural event of the entire evening. Ronan looked up at her from one knee in the snow. His pale eyes were wide, his dark hair windswept, his face lit by the last traces of silver light. He was breathing hard. "Well," he said, "that was unexpected." She stared at him. "You're not angry." "Why would I be angry?" Your wolf, it forced you to." "My wolf did what my wolf wanted to do." He stood, brushing snow from his knee with a composed precision that was entirely undermined by the slight color in his cheeks. "If this is my fate, at least it has excellent taste." She looked at him, the moonlight in his hair, the half-smile on his mouth, the way he stood there in the snow as if having his wolf forcibly submit to her was merely an interesting development rather than a catastrophic insult to his alpha dignity. Something cracked inside her chest. Not the bond, that was gone. Something else. Something that had been frozen solid since the parade square, since the words unworthy and hunting dog and a woman without a wolf. "You should be afraid of me," she said. "I'm not. Every alpha should be afraid of this." "I'm not every alpha." He stepped closer. Not aggressively, carefully, the way you'd approach something precious and skittish. "And I don't think you want people to be afraid of you. I think you want someone who sees what you are and doesn't run." The wind blew between them. Her golden hair caught the moonlight. His frost-pale eyes held hers. "We should go back," she said. "Probably." Neither of them moved. Noctis broke the moment by shoving his head between them and snorting directly into Ronan's face. "Your horse," Ronan said, wiping horse breath off his cheek, "has impeccable timing." "He thinks so." They rode back in silence, but it was a different silence now, charged, alive, full of everything they hadn't said. Chapter 9. The Revel Arrives. Cordelia Ashworth arrived 3 days after Aldrich, and she came with an army. Not a real army, a ceremonial one. 12 council guards in silver armor, bearing the official seal of the Elder Council, and a formal decree written on white vellum and stamped with so much wax it could have served as a doorstop. She rode a white palfrey with a braided mane and a jeweled bridle, and she wore a traveling cloak of deep blue velvet trimmed in ermine, and she looked like a painting of a noblewoman designed to make other women feel inadequate. She also looked, Ilara noticed from the parapet, like she hadn't wanted to come. It was in the way Cordelia held her reins, too tight, the knuckles white, and in the set of her mouth, which was not the satisfied smirk of a rival come to gloat, but the compressed line of a woman performing a duty she despised. Ronan met the party at the gate. Aldrich, who had been camped outside the walls for 3 days in increasingly desperate sulking, emerged from his tent to join the proceedings with the energy of a man who had been waiting for something to happen and had gotten the wrong thing. "Lady Cordelia." Ronan's voice carried the particular warmth he reserved for people he intended to make deeply uncomfortable. "What a pleasure. I wasn't expecting visitors from the royal court. Twice in 1 week, I'm beginning to feel popular." Cordelia dismounted with the practiced grace of a woman trained from birth to be decorative. "Lord Kelrith, I come on behalf of the Council of Elders with a formal decree for the person known as Sir Alara Voss." "The person known as," Ronan repeated. "Not the knight, not the woman. The person known as." His eyebrow rose. The Council's choice of language is, as always, a masterclass in passive hostility. Cordelia's jaw tightened. She unrolled the decree. "By order of the Council of Elders, Alara Voss is to be returned to the royal city for formal verification of her bloodline. She is to present herself at the Moon Tower within 14 days. Failure to comply will result in her being declared a heretic and judged accordingly." Silence. "Judged accordingly," Ilara said from the parapet. She descended during the speech and now stood at the bottom of the stairs, her arms crossed, her golden hair catching the winter sun. What does that mean, specifically? Imprisonment? Execution? Being forced to attend another one of the council's interminable ceremonies? Several of the council guards shifted uncomfortably. One of them, a young man who had served under Alara during the Eastern Border Campaign, had the decency to look ashamed. Cordelia faced Alara. Up close, the cracks in her composure were more visible. Her makeup was slightly smudged, her eyes were red-rimmed, her perfect hands trembled almost imperceptibly. "It means," Cordelia said, "that you are to come with me, willingly or otherwise. And if I refuse? Then I am authorized to use the council's authority to compel you." Ronan stepped forward. "The council's authority doesn't extend to my territory, Lady Ashworth. The Greymark has been sovereign since before the current council was formed. Any attempt to compel anyone within my walls will be treated as an act of war." Aldrich, who had been standing in the snow with the expression of a man watching a building burn, spoke. "Cordelia, that's enough." "Don't tell me what's enough." Cordelia's voice was sharp, sharper than Alara had ever heard it. She spun to face Aldrich. "You could have stopped this. You could have told the council the truth, that she's your fated mate, that you rejected her to protect her, that this entire farce was your idea. Instead, you let them send me, your replacement, Luna, your consolation prize, to drag her back for judgment." The courtyard went very quiet. Cordelia was shaking. Not with anger, with something deeper. Exhaustion. Humiliation. Years of it, compressed into a single moment. "Do you know what my father said when the council named me as a Luna candidate?" She looked at Aldrich and her voice cracked. "He said, 'Finally, you're useful. 23 years of music lessons and etiquette training and learning to walk in heels and smile at men who disgusted me, and the best I could hope for was to be useful as a replacement for a woman you actually loved.'" She turned to Alara. Her eyes were bright with tears she was furious about producing. "I envied you. Did you know that? I hated you and I envied you. Because you could ride, you could fight, you could leave. I have never once in my life been allowed to leave a room without permission." The wind blew. Snow swirled across the courtyard. The council guards stood in their silver armor and looked deeply uncertain about the trajectory of this mission. Alara looked at Cordelia for a long moment. She remembered the parade square, the hunting dog comment, the delicate hand on Aldrich's arm, the crystal chime laugh. She had hated Cordelia for it. She had hated her with the pure, hot fury of a woman who had just been publicly destroyed. But looking at her now, shaking in her blue velvet with smudged makeup and red eyes and the desperate fury of a woman who had finally said the unsayable, Alara saw something she recognized. A cage, different from Alara's but no less real. "You don't have to do this," Alara said. Her voice was quiet, not soft, she didn't do soft, but quiet, in the way of someone stating a fact. "You don't have to bring me back. You can tell the council I refused. You can tell them whatever you want. They'll punish me. They'll punish you anyway. They always punish the messenger." Alara paused. "Unless the messenger stops being a messenger." Cordelia stared at her. Something shifted in her face. Not a dramatic transformation, not a single epiphanic moment, but a slow realignment, like tectonic plates finally settling into a new position. She looked down at the council badge pinned to her cloak. A silver wolf rampant over crossed scepters, the council's mark of authorized representative. She touched it. Then she unpinned it and dropped it in the snow. "My lady," one of the council guards stepped forward. "You can't, the council's authority." "The council can retrieve its own prisoners," Cordelia said. Her voice was still shaking, but it was steady underneath, like a building that trembles but does not fall. "I'm done carrying their leashes." She looked at Alara. "I'm sorry for what I said at the parade. I didn't mean it, no, that's a lie. I meant it because I was jealous and cruel and I wanted to hurt you, but I'm sorry." Alara nodded. It was not forgiveness. Not yet, possibly not ever, but it was acknowledgement, and it was enough. "The council guards can escort Lady Ashworth safely back